And what I will do now is basically ask our dear Aristides to share the hyperlink on my page, as he always does. Great man.
All
Way
right,
ahead
I'll
of the
do that.
game. Yeah. And so we're going to ask everyone else if we're streaming it all. Going to ask everyone else how the connection is. Everyone get that upvote in there just to make certain that we beat the enemy at a game, of course, that is rigged entirely in their favor, and they have all of the resources.
Oh,
And
sorry.
no worries, no worries.
Okay,
That's all
okay.
part
No.
of beginning production. Believe me, that's. If anything, it shows that at least we're transmitting. So
Yeah,
yeah, it's a good thing.
sounded so, but then I turned the volume down.
Yeah, so what I'm going
All right.
to do is we might hear that again, but the voice is off on this. We already have 3 upvotes. T-Take Berry says loud and clear. Okay, and we're going to, Tolkien Study, who is our dear friend Brandon Young, says, hello, hear you loud and clear now. We're bringing you on, Tolkien Study. We're going to bring you on first, okay? And then we're going to see who else we can bring on after that. But the first person we're going to hit is Brandon Young. All right, so let's do what we can do here. Look up Brandon since he is there. All right, gonna hit that and press the add button. All right, Brandon Young. Hopefully you respond, and this will give our man Aristides someone to bounce off of, and this will be at least a good start. And with that, we'll plug onto others.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, our man Brandon Young, I'm certain we have a lot of catching up to do. First and foremost, the health of your dear friend, Kelsey. Let us know about her condition, any updates that you're able to share.
Hey, Douglas, good to be on. Long time no talk.
Yeah, bless you. We're glad to have you on. And
Yeah,
let me
miss you.
introduce you to Aristides. Aristides is an engineer, and
Oh,
he will tell you where he graduated from, what his schooling was. Aristides, this is Brandon Young. Brandon Young is
beautiful.
very
Hi.
erudite and educated himself, a teacher
Hello,
now.
Brandon.
How
Yeah.
are you? Yeah,
Good,
Aristides,
good.
my stepfather's name,
Oh,
and
wow.
Wait, what?
Aristotle
Uh,
means greatest, like the Ari, and
Yeah.
What was his
Ari-
name exactly?
yeah. So what a great name,
No,
What
no, no.
was
He
his
means, what was your
his name?
uncle's name exactly?
Aristides.
Aristides. Yeah, there you
For
go.
real?
It's a combination of
'Cause
Aristotle and
Archimedes.
yeah, and
Archimedes.
Archimedes.
Right.
Holy shit, you got it all. Fuck, I never thought of
So
that.
he really the same name.
Yeah,
There aren't too many that I
yeah,
know.
yeah. But you're speaking really. He had the same name, right?
Yeah,
Right?
Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
Really?
yeah.
Wow. That's all right. Well, maybe I want to hear more about that sometime.
Good coincidence. Anyway, as regards to Kelsey,
Hmm.
I think last time I talked to you,
Hmm.
there was like a fire in the laboratory.
That's right.
This was long. This was a few months ago.
Yeah,
She unfortunately lost most of her hair.
yeah.
So I don't want to really talk about it too much, but yes, everything's great. She's, I've rented her out to the Hare Krishnas, which is really fun. But because they're all bald.
Yeah.
No, but great wigs nowadays, and
Yes.
and so she's had those on, and they've moved hair from different areas up to the head.
Okay.
So she's fine. She's fine, but we're unfortunately lawyers got involved,
Of course. As well they
Yeah.
should.
as they should. And she didn't want to get them involved at first, and I said, well, this is not your fault. This happened in the laboratory, and you got burned essentially, and you're suffering. Like, to be bald is to be suffering, in some way. So she's weird. She has wigs now, and I'm proud of her for the courage that she still goes back to work.
Hmm.
But Yeah, I mean, she's growing it back. At least the hair is growing back,
Mm-hmm.
which is great, and so, essentially, like, it's like a Sinead O'Connor situation where the bald head, like, she looks great. I think she looks beautiful with the no hair,
Okay.
you know. But
I'm also bald, if that helps any.
yeah, well, yeah, no, but I
But
love
nobody
her.
gives me a second thought. No, they're very different for a woman.
But that's the update. She's growing it back, and we're just dealing with it. It's fine. It's gonna be fine.
Wonderful. I mean, good. That's good to know. And so I do want to hit everyone with the usual admonition, which is as soon as we start transmission, they hit us with a host of downvotes, scores of them, sent by Autobots that literally press the down button to keep us off of searches because YouTube works on a popularity aggregate, which is profoundly stupid. And therefore, if you get downvotes more so than you get upvotes, they figure it's not worth publicizing you because you're unpopular, and the more popular you are, the more they promote you. So it just snowballs onto itself, so that the more popular someone is, the more that they're promoted and disseminated by YouTube, which is completely, I would say, certainly doesn't bear the word fair. If anything, it's an unfair advantage to people who have an unfair advantage in the first place. But that's the way the system presently works, or rather does not work at all. So, such being said, the only way we can fight is dirty. It's a dirty war, and the enemy fights as dirty as you can get. You have no idea how dirty they fight. As dirty as you can imagine, and well beyond that. So they will lie, cheat, steal, and kill to claim that I lie, cheat, steal, and kill. So you'd better start lying, cheating, stealing, and killing at least a little bit on your own in order to survive in a world like this. So it's guerrilla warfare, and so you've got to fight their way, or because nice guys finish last. My dad was a nice guy, my legal father, and he would have finished dead last. Would have been dead long time ago if I hadn't been his care provider for so many years and just advocated for him. So all that being said, press those upvotes, and we need you to press them in every IP address that you've got. PC, laptop, cell phone, everything. Just anything that's got a different IP address, you hit it with an upvote, and that's the only thing that gets us back on searches again. So it's your war, and you've got to fight it. It's not for yourself, it's for your children and your children's children, so that ultimately they don't have to live in a world that's ruled by a bunch of dirty people pulling dirty tricks on each other. So, such being said, this is the world we're in right now, and so get dirty and do what you have to do. Otherwise, there is no hope for your children's children, and they'll die in this pit. They'll drown in it, choking on mud and sewage and all the rest that overwhelms us as climate change burns the earth. So, all of that being said, back to our dear friends here. I'll try and bring on some other people. T-Take Berry says, good evening from San Mateo. God bless you, T-Take Berry. And as well, want to bring some attention to Brooke Hagberg. Brooke Hagberg made a contribution that was automated, and therefore I didn't get the usual, shall we say, notification for it. That was easy enough with some of the others. And so I'll try and keep an eye out for that in the future and remind myself that Brooke Hagberg donates with an automated amount. And I can't remember what the amount was, so I'll go back in there and look at it. And it was for a fair amount, 40 United States dollars. So God bless her. Everybody, a thought and prayer for Brooke Hagberg. And automated account contribution of 40 United States dollars. Thank you so much, honey, and we'll try and bring you up again before monologue. My thanks to everybody else who's contributed, and with all of that, we're going to go back to our two gentlemen, our two consultant special expert guests who will be here for as long as they can stand it, hopefully for the next 3 hours, which is the time that Peter Moon usually spends with us. And with that, I do remind everyone, it was Taiwanese Father's Day. I was gone until basically literally a few hours ago. Tried to take a nap, but all I could do was sit there and basically and decompress into the environment I'm in now, which is like re-entering a prison cell because my hoarder's crypt is that there's basically only two features in it. essentially, aside from some hot water steamers that I could take anywhere, the hot water bottles, so to speak, they're sophisticated units. And they're made in Japan, and they're hundreds of dollars. And but I could take them and plug them in other living facilities, so they're not integral to this. But aside from them, and the refrigerator, God bless the refrigerator. That's like I worship that like a miniature demigod. Aside from that, and some other things that are somewhat integral to the facility, the refrigerator is not something that could be moved. It was originally moved, but can never be moved again. But with everything else, it's basically like in a prison cell. There's two things in a prison cell. There's the cot, and there's the toilet. So we're down to the prison cell level in this hoarder's crypt. Yeah, it's a race to the bottom between the cot and the toilet. This is basically a fold-out bed, which I've got a mattress on top of, and then there's the toilet. And aside from that, neither of them works very well. And the moment one of them truly breaks down, it's the end of the world as I know it. So definitely have to get out of here at some point. And in the meantime, we need to make rent while being able to make things like, as I said, you'll notice something in prison cells. They might have a sink. Maybe they got sinks. Mine effectively does not have a sink. Or rather, it has a sink, but it's not potable water. At this point, it's literally probably toxic. So it's basically an unlivable place, and I have to live off bottled water. So I do need to make a fund drive this month for bottled water. I need to purchase all kinds of bottled water, as much as I can get. Whenever I go to Trader Joe's, I'll buy literally, crates, several crates of the Gerolsteiner mineral water, which I essentially live off of. And I'll need to get, basically that'll be at least several $100s. So I need to raise as much money as I can before that shopping trip, so I can make the shopping trip, and so I'll count on all of you to spread the word about that. Meanwhile, back to our two gentlemen, and while they're talking, I'll see who else I can bring on. And
Okay.
So, wonderful. Thank you, both of you.
All right.
It's nice to dive into it with a clearing of the throat. Yeah.
Well, okay. Brandon.
Well, yeah, hi.
Hi. Let's see. Well, this is my, fourth time on here, filling in for Peter Moon. And
Yeah.
I remember Douglas speaking about you a few times, but I don't remember many details. So can you tell me a little about yourself?
Oh, well, I'm in my 30s
Mm-hmm.
and late 30s.
Mhm.
And I have done so many things and traveled the world and have read many things. And so anything you ask me, I'm game for. What I really wanted to ask was whether or not through Amazon I could send Douglas some water.
Yeah.
Because, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you have to wait a couple of days because that is when I get my paycheck.
Sure. Sounds good.
And I think it would be good if instead of Wednesday, you wait till like Friday.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? To ask for donations, because this is the time when people get paid.
Sounds good.
And they have the money.
Right.
On Wednesday, it's kind of oh boy, I can't wait till Thursday or Friday, when I get paid. I will get paid, and I will send you water.
That's great. Thank you.
I don't know what kind you like. I don't trust that geyser.
No.
California
The one that I prefer, but people are welcome to send other brands of water. I'm not going to say no, but I prefer the Gerolsteiner from Germany. It sells at Trader Joe's. Yeah. There you go.
I know that one.
Yeah.
What about Poland Spring?
Either way.
Okay, that's my favorite water is the Poland Spring. So we'll see. Okay, so we'll work that out for not tomorrow, but the next day.
Sounds good.
Which will be Friday, and we'll have to hook up, and I'll have to send you. I don't know the address yet, but whatever, you can pick it up.
Great.
And you have water, man. I mean, it's essential to have clean, drinkable water.
Thank you.
The dormitories at the college I work at don't even have drinkable water, in my opinion. It's filtered. They say it's filtered, right?
Yeah.
But this shit comes from the pond or the reservoir, which is like, I mean, it's really a resource war. Water is going to be the next resource war in the whole planet.
Yeah.
Like, people make fun of Waterworld, the movie, which was terrible, you know.
Yeah.
But there is going to be a resource war about water.
Yeah.
Because that is essentially what we're made of.
Yeah.
Tell me more, Douglas.
Yeah, well, I'll turn it over to Aristides for a little bit. You know me at the beginning of the show, and especially after I come back from Taiwan Father's Day, it's not like I want to fucking be here, dude. Give me a while to come.
Yeah, that's very true about the water, and you know, the possible resource war there. And also, I like to say, yeah, as far as Friday payday, same for me, Douglas. I'm going to send you something Friday. Hold me to that. Okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Feel free.
Yeah.
Remind me.
Delightful.
And everyone else should also, when they're able, payday or whenever you're able. And the PayPal link is on the thumbnail screen.
Yes.
Yes. PayPal.me Douglas D. Dietrich.
Yeah.
Let me remind people too that even if you get EBT, you can send via Amazon EBT.
Wow.
Which is electronic
benefits transfer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And you can actually buy that on Amazon. You can use your card to send it to Douglas. You can send it, you know, water. I don't know what else you need, but like basic food, non-perishable goods, water for sure.
Yeah.
Send it. I mean, if you get it and you're not going to use the whole thing, just send a few, you know, to Douglas over there. I mean, he's in San Francisco. The sun is so fucking hot there, you know. Excuse my language, but it really is. I mean, the fog in the morning is great, right? But then it's just so hot over there, you know.
Not at night.
Yeah, it's let's just put it this way. He's thinking, our dear friend Brandon is thinking of California, and he may have been here a few days in San Francisco when there might have been a stifling day or two. Normally, the case is that the sun rarely appears in San Francisco per se. It can burn through the clouds sometimes, but most of the time it's fairly inclement. It's also, depending on which part of the peninsula you're in, there are areas of the peninsula that are almost permanently gray. And but such being said, yeah, it's infamous for being quite cold. As I pointed out, our dear friend Mark Twain and our man Brandon Young is a man of great erudition and quite literate. So he remembers Mark Twain saying, "I spent the coldest winter of my life in a summer
in San Francisco."
Yes. So,
absolutely.
Yeah. But
and Angel Island is where I spend. Whenever I go to San Francisco, I go right up to Angel Island.
Excellent. Important.
Which is kind of like, it's like it used to be, tell me if I'm wrong, it was one of the first places where the Spanish settled. Not Alcatraz, but like the island of Angel Island. But to this day, it is very desolate. And it's like a campground in a sense. So whenever I go out there, it's kind of like a place away from the city. It's there's so many islands off of San Francisco. Is an amazing city. It's incredible. So anyway, point is, send Douglas some water, whatever he needs. You know, anything helps. Send him a jug of water, Poland Spring, preferably mineral water, and yeah, let's see it done, because he offers a lot.
Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. And with that, both of you gentlemen, carry on. Anything else you wish to speak about? It's not like I need to fix my throne of pillows at this point, so I'm still with both of you. I'll bring some other people on in a matter of minutes if I can, trying to take care of some other things at the moment. Okay. So yeah. In the meantime, both of you just go on.
Aristides, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. So you
Very
work
good.
at a college.
Yep.
I also work at a college.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you
help out.
from? Without revealing too much.
Yeah, well,
obviously.
mid East Coast area.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and say I help
I'm
out
on the East Coast as well.
Higher, lower,
Yeah.
middle,
Higher, like New England.
higher.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Fairly close.
So you're Mid-Atlantic, which would be
Yeah.
New York, Pennsylvania,
Down that way.
New Jersey-ish.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so
Right.
forth. Yep. So yeah, I work in a research lab environment.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
What
Various,
kind of research?
materials R&D.
Mhm.
Breaking stuff.
Uh-huh.
On purpose.
Yeah.
A lot of that. Yeah. Engineering type. Material science engineering.
Like polymer science, or like what
yeah.
do you say?
Polymers, composites. So
Like nanotechnology, or what?
there's some of that. Not mainly, but fiber stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do in college context?
Oh, I'm like a philosopher, so I think about all that stuff. I think about the implications of nanotechnology and polymer science, and
Really?
the pursuit of science in general. You know what I mean? Like, what is it for? Like, most scientists just do their job, right? Like, you just probably you do your job, and you don't think about the implications for the world, whether it's good or evil.
Right.
You just do it, right?
Right.
Most scientists just
They're very head down. This is my little zone I'm working in, and not really kind of like looking at the big picture, the implications.
No, why not? I mean, they got to focus. That's their job.
Well,
that's their job. It's to focus.
It is.
What my job is to try to teach you scientists try to impart some ethics into that, but a lot of them just keep going on into the science, and they just, what I mean? They're like, yeah, great.
Yeah.
We're going to continue our job.
Or follow the money, because most of it's driven by funding driven, and it's like, hey, there's all this stuff would be cool to do, and I'd like to do, but unfortunately, we got to do what we were paid to do.
That's right. That's exactly right. Money is great.
It's unfortunate. I think a lot of cool stuff will be done if people had a blank slate and they could just research whatever you want. But no, it's all all about the bucks. So
controlled. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, for sure. I think so what I try to do is to teach these scientists to think about the big picture. But most of them, like I said, are just like, they just go right back to what they're doing, and it's that's the case with most of humanity. You can tell them what's good and what's evil, and they'll just keep doing it, whatever they want to do. Whether it's the money incentive, right, or it's something else. It's power for some people. They get in positions where they own pharmaceutical companies. They own different things, different pop-up science research companies, So anyway,
that's really interesting.
Yeah,
an interesting perspective. So both of you continue. You're on somewhat of a build-up here. Go on.
Yeah. Okay. Any particular type of scientists that you work with, or just in general? Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I mean, my favorite scientist. Science was called natural philosophy in the time of Newton. All right, so I go back to like Newton, Isaac Newton, who was a castrato, who cut off his
own penis or dick or balls.
Dick. I was going to say dick.
Wow.
Because he didn't want to be hindered by that. To write his.
I'm not sure
calculus.
I support Newtonian physics anymore.
You heard of Galileo with his balls, right? So anyway, but Galileo or Newton. But the point is that the scientific method in the science tradition, like it wasn't until recently where science was branched off from philosophy. Right. So it was called natural philosophy. In fact, Newton, and I think Douglas and you maybe can tell me about alchemy and Newton and his pursuits of alchemy.
Well, he was certainly known as the last alchemist. Basically, right. I do want people to understand that in those days, of course, there was not that much of a divergence. Alchemy, of course, was still very understood as a metaphor for changing oneself, supercharging oneself, doing to oneself as a human entity what the fission did to atoms, something to make you explode into something that was superhuman, was the potential there to turn lead into gold in the metaphorical sense, to turn oneself into a golden being. He was pursuing this to the point where he was poisoned, probably mercury poisoning, similar to the ancients who were using the mercury to try and instill in themselves a kind of immortality, a kind of self-preservative, pickling themselves while alive, so to speak, mummifying themselves into an ambulatory lich, and they instead drove themselves mad. So he was stark raving mad. He was certainly supported by an enormous infrastructural network in the sense that he was born a nobleman and therefore had all the advantages of servants and friends in high places, so that his insanity could slip by, or his madness could be at least hidden or covered up. So you had this individual who was let's just put it this way, by the time that Huxley rolled around, the Huxleys were becoming famous and pushing their weight around, is when they said that the world would not be a better place if it were filled with Isaac Newtons, this classic British understatement of just how horrific this individual was. Wow. He was someone who, whenever he did have some opportunity to exercise social power, then he would use it to stuff people into debtors' prisons or stuff like that. He was not a... At the same time, of course, his brilliance is not in question, and he did produce Newtonian physics, which, of course, we still use today. For people who don't understand, when men got to the moon, the Einsteinian physics and its revolution were completely inapplicable. You can't use Einsteinian physics, it's too abstract to do something so mechanical as to get to the moon, so they had to use purely Newtonian physics to get there. We have to understand that physics has its use no matter what revolutions may come in science. A certain grade of thought, a certain school of thought is never going to become obsolete or rendered outmoded, or superannuated would be the term from Newton's day. So when it comes to Newton himself, the one thing that I do have to say is there's this thing called privilege and opportunity that it presents. If a person has some degree of talent, privilege allows them to bring that talent to the fore. Talent may be discovered, quote unquote, but the reality is we do not live in a world where that's normally the case. Right. There are examples where, for instance, someone like what was his name? Mozart. Bear in mind, I'm no expert. I'm no expert on musicology. our musical history, but I do believe there was a case where Mozart had a lot of unpublished concertos. Concertos are various pieces that were then found in some antique cabinet centuries later, and then they said, "Oh my God, look what else this man has produced!" And again, that means that some of these discoveries are completely by accident. It's like we don't even know what some people produced until like generations later. So it's a world in which we haven't evolved to a place where we are allowing merit to advance, and we're ruled by the worst. Certainly when it comes to someone like Isaac Newton, the fact that he was able to do something in the realm of physics didn't really give him the leeway to do anything else. He was
I agree. No, but in England, he started the Royal Society, and Newton. My point was he started basically modern science, in my opinion.
Yes. No. I mean, he's usually credited as the foundation. That pivotal point where we disambiguated, where we began to disambiguate from alchemy and philosophy and science as it is known now. And no doubt this was because his own friends had to parse. They had to parse his accomplishments from his insanities. There's no doubt why this was necessitated. But go on. Yeah.
Well, he ate many a dead body, and everyone knew that. No, I'm joking. But
well, the point is, we really don't know whether you're joking or not in the case of Isaac Newton. You're talking about a man who castrates himself. He's capable of anything.
Jeez, I mean, the man that wrote the calculus at 23, right?
Yeah.
So my point is, Aristides, is that science separated at that point, but see, morals and ethics still are intertwined there.
Mm-hmm.
And most scientists these days are so specialized.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what I wanted to say. That was my thought, that like as everything has grown and grown and grown and become so specialized, like it's easy to lose kind of grasp of the big picture.
Yes.
And just be so dialed down into your little specialization. Yep. And that's it. And you kind of I can only imagine those guys back in the day. They were all what's the word? Polymath.
Idealists.
Well, but they all they were all like, they knew physics, they knew chemistry, what there was.
Yes, sure.
And it was much easier to kind of, and they probably had a lot more knowledge of even, ancient texts and stuff like that,
Leibniz for sure did. Leibniz from Germany, Gottfried Leibniz created the calculus independently of nucleus. Newton. Thank you. He created it independently, but he also translated the Tao Te Ching, which was unheard of in the 1600s, whenever he did that, because he was interested in patterns in nature. He was more, like I say, this is like a time before philosophy. I mean, this is a time before when philosophy was intertwined with science. It was one and the same. Mm-hmm. So he studied the hexagrammal patterns of the Tao Te Ching, which was very. I don't think anybody had translated it up until that point in the West. But, it just goes to show you the broad picture that these scientists had, as opposed to today, where it's like very specialized and sort of a 9-to-5 job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
That's right. And, of course, there's been a call by some, myself among them, for... a few scientists to be recategorized as generalists. We need people who are specialists in generalizing and just dipping into everything. It would help to serve as kind of a go-between or a communicant between these other branches. It would do a lot towards, rendering the world a better place, I would think. Certainly couldn't hurt. How would we train them, or how would these people, volunteer towards such a position? When they were young, of course, they would have to take an interest in general science and all branches, and just be covered in the general basics. Of course, that would go without saying, and a high degree of math. That would be generally considered the universal language. Certainly add to that idea, all of you.
That's a very good point. Somebody who's specialized. What did you say? Specializes in general. Well,
general knowledge.
No, there are kind of such things. I know, at least in the government, there are certain people who, in like the research world, there are certain people whose job it is just to kind of sit back and take the lay of the land. I forget the name of the position, but just to kind of, their job is to know the relevance of all the stuff and how it fits together, because a lot of the guys, again, get so dialed down in their area and their programs, and they don't do that. There is such a thing. I don't know if there is in the academic world, but that's a good idea.
Thank you. And that would be nice. So, as a matter of fact, A.E. Van Vogt, in his science fiction novel *The Voyage of the Space Beagle*, took on a L. Ron Hubbard inspired idea, and portrayed one of his characters. By the way, for those of you who don't know, *The Voyage of the Space Beagle* might sound very stupid as a title. It's a takeoff on *The Voyage of the Beagle*, in which Charles Darwin was participating in a worldwide voyage that crossed the globe, and began to conceptualize much of his thesis on evolution. When it came to A.E. Van Vogt and his Voyage of the Space Beagle, was supposed to resonate with that spirit, and the science fiction story then brings in one character who is supposedly a generalist in this sense. His science is called nexialism, and which is basically supposed to be a general knowledge synthesis of all the other sciences. And he comes ultimately to a point where he has to confront the rest of the crew, and then very L. Ron Hubbard inspired, not only is superior to them intellectually because he has a grand strategic manner of thought processing, which none of them are capable of because they're all specialists, different departments like chemists and whatnot. He comes to conflict with them, and ultimately has to, by conflict, not in the sense of kung fu or armed mixed martial arts, but in the sense of they literally try to kill him, and he has to design a group of weapons that will basically prevent them from killing him, while at the same time delivering enough of a punch not to kill the crew, but render the point that he could kill them all if he decided to do so, and then prove his power, literally in a sense of force, in order to impose the ability onto them, or rather the mentality onto them, that they all have to work together in order to confront a greater threat. There's this galactic-wide threat that is perceived that he needs the entire crew to cooperate with him on. They don't believe him, and therefore when he tries to convince them and reason does not work and they resort to force, then he has to resort to force in turn. So in the end, it's actually brute force that is proven to be the decisive factor in getting something done. So his superior mind has to commit itself to force. So the point of the book really is that it really comes down to force, that that is the ultimate necessity in terms of getting things done. This is like so it's a in that sense it's a very. When I first read the book when I was young, I was appalled. I was offended. I was because it was the hubris, the arrogance that seemed to emanate from the character that rendered me so offended, so appalled. And then as I grew older, I wouldn't say that I identify with the character at all, but rather that simply I grew to appreciate some of the points of the novel. But other than that, of course, it's still basically a piece of pulp work. And but
what's the name of it again?
The Voyage of the Space Beagle.
Oh, I gotta read this thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and by the way, E. Van Vogt was originally one of the science fiction authors who was popularizing Dianetics when it first came out.
Really?
Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard and all this crew of science fiction writers were promoting Dianetics. L. Ron Hubbard got a big boost from science fiction pulp magazines because he was a pulp writer. So he convinced several editors to back him up, spread the word, and if it weren't for that, you never would have heard of him. But in A.E. Van Vogt's case, he was one of those people who took it seriously. And then he produced a lot of science fiction that I read when I was young. He was one of my primary go-to authors to read. And then he sadly he developed Alzheimer's. So he just stopped producing. So he's one of these people that if you tried to find a photograph of him, just like with surprisingly Robert Heinlein, there's very few photographs of Robert Heinlein. There's very few photographs of A.E. Van Vogt. Some of these people were just never seen. Truly just like... So Amy Como has joined us. So I did do a kind of universal call towards all of the people that I would normally bring on. Amy Como has joined us. She's been very patient, and I want to thank you, honey. By the way, just say hello so we can test your audio, and then I'm going to do a short rant, okay?
Hello.
Hello. It's so cute. Oh my god. I'll ask you privately at some point in the near future about what you sent me. That was so cute too. So Amy Como has her own gang brother, so to speak, her own gang sister, and I'll ask her some questions about that privately. So apparently they've got quite the backstory together, just as myself and my own gang brother do. But enough of that for now. What I do want to go on a rant about. Short rant here, just so people understand it. Okay, we've got all of the little tidying that gets done at the beginning of an opening hour. We do this tidying, so to speak, where sometimes I'm not even prepared and I'm just basically getting a throne of pillows together to sit on for the next 12 hours. And especially on days like this, you'd think I'd be even more off. I'm surprisingly together at the start of the program, in the sense that as I told our man Aristides, as soon as I came home, I laid down for a while, and that helped. It didn't nap. You just lay there spacey and just kind of decompressing, I guess. But it helped enough. It had its result. Got everything together just in the nick of time in general. And then started the program. Now, we had a troll. I don't know if either Brandon Young or Aristides noticed the troll. No. The troll was in the live stream. And so when it came to this particular troll, their name might still be visible in the live stream, and people are welcome to take a look at it. This is... either somebody just created this identity, or it's some pathetic individual who happens to live in Taiwan. Now, you've got a population of basically 25 million Taiwanese plus 5 million people imported from the rest of the world, particularly Asia, to do work. So you've got maybe 5 million people there as laborers from basically mainland China and the Philippines, essentially, from those two places in particular. And so you got 30 million people who live on Taiwan. And out of 30 million people, you are inevitably going to find your share of idiots and just plain assholes. So this might be a genuine Taiwanese idiotic asshole, but I doubt it. It's probably just some fucking made-up identity from somebody trolling. So they came in and it just said, oh, by the way, this is just when we started a 12-hour program. So people who are familiar with the format understand that in the beginning, it's always bad anyway. As far as just we're just breathing at the beginning of 12 hours. You're just breathing and caffeinating and just you're waking up. And he says, I've yet to hear anything of relevance. And that's, oh my fucking God. What do you think this is? It's like 15 minutes in, I've yet to hear anything of relevance. All I hear is small talk. are you fucking out of your mind? Like, we could sit here and just do anything we want. This is not a professional program. I am asking for contributions. I am not paid. This is the point that is profoundly incredible to me, is that anybody who comes in and where they're coming from with this is like, okay, great, if you want a professional program, then pay for a fucking studio. I am doing this on my bed. I'm sitting on my bed on a bunch of pillows, and I'm talking into a fucking monitor, a microphone, and a PC setup. That's this is not a professional studio. These are not professional guests who are published authors. This is an individual who is basically, Douglas Dietrich is a sedentary fugitive. So when I'm sitting here talking, it's basically reporting in, it's basically a status report that I'm alive. If somebody doesn't get that by now, after all these years, exactly what this is, then you don't understand it at all. But the profound thing that always blows my mind is they expect some kind of professional presentation where it's like professionally trained speakers. It's like, if you ever take a look at something like 60 Minutes, try looking at the credits, you ingrate buffoons who are out there thinking that, gee, this doesn't live up to my standards of a professional presentation. Look at those credits. Look at those credits and see the hundreds of people, of which only half a hundred will be mentioned, and half of these will be organizations, which imply hundreds per organization named that are involved with that production. And it costs, literally, in the span of a month, millions of dollars to produce something like that, because they get multi-millions in return through advertising. That's capitalism. This is not capitalism. I am at the absolute bottom of the capitalist economy. I am literally among the detritus and refuse. This is where, if this were Victorian England, this would be the Dickensian level, where you find basically ragamuffins and Fagin brats. This is where I'm at on YouTube. So when somebody, no matter where they're from, Tai-Wan or whoever created the false identity, more likely, says, oh man, I've been listening for 15 minutes and I've heard nothing of substance. Like, well, there's plenty of stupid places where you can tune into, where you'll have professional deliverers of text or speech or presentation who say nothing of substance either. They'll be talking philosophy or the moral implications. Bioethics. Think about that. Bioethics. I mean, if you really want to get into just abstract insanity of people just talking about nothing that affects your fucking life, where they just go on about subjects that you can do nothing about and present no solutions, then hop onto it. Yeah, they'll be professionally presenting, and they'll have entire crews behind them, and they'll give you graphics. They'll give you graphics so your mind will be absorbed on whatever drug you're on, so that you can look at it and say, I somehow feel fulfilled, that somehow this fills my mind, as opposed to the sedentary fugitive who is the public informant who pulled a bunch of shit to save literally millions of children. Millions! Like I've said before, this is no exaggeration, this is not hyperbole. They have a whole month of the military child now because of me, where the military has to present itself as the model of daycare because of what I exposed with the hundreds of thousands of children that were being trafficked at the time that I worked at the Presidio, all over the world by your U.S. military. And after that had to stop, at least to the degree it was going on at the time, that meant hundreds of thousands more at any given time in the future were saved from that fate. Meaning, ultimately, millions were impacted by what I did. There's no statues of me. No one ever says thank you. All I get is shit. And all I get is shit from people like this person claiming to be Wen Tai. At any rate, this is the rant that I just had to go into. incredible stupidity.
We will make a statue someday of you, Douglas.
God, I shudder to think the pigeons will love it. But at any rate, such being said, yes, no doubt it'll be carved. I'll be sitting in front of a laptop and jacking off at whatever porn I'm cruising for. Something of that nature would probably be more true to type, but nevertheless, we'll see what happens.
Well, even if that was an organic complaint, like oh, I haven't heard anything of substance. So I think a lot of, I mean, just the nature of how the digital age, and just there's just more and more content, and it's like, so, and I get this myself, like I'll be, say I'm just casually, flipping through stuff on Instagram and stuff, and and then you got people sending you, oh, check out this link and whatever, and then you're like, you look at it, you're like, and there just isn't time for everything. So it's like, basically, it's like if you're going through stuff, it, like, seriously, the amount of time that basically what I'm saying is, like, if I don't get what's going on, or get what the punch is going to be in like 5 or 10 seconds, I'm just swiping to the next thing. It's like, and that's just casual stuff. Yeah. So, but don't come here and expect that you're gonna just get the download in a few minutes. Like, if you're here, then hopefully
your brain would explode if it did. If we were downloaded all.
Absolutely, yeah.
The reason that we can be pretty certain this person is a troll and is almost certainly not Taiwanese is because they made a point of being Taiwanese. Why would anyone do that?
Right.
It's like, who would do that? It's like, somebody could get on here and say, I'm from Ireland and I haven't heard anything of deep philosophy yet. It would be like, why do we need that qualifier? So the very qualifier exposes them as almost certainly not being from Taiwan. So it'd be like, that's just how stupid the trolls are. But we know who they are. At any rate, so that's the enemy for you, and they fight dirty, and and we just have to fight back. So, such being said, back to both of these gentlemen and this wonderful lady we have with us now. So, Amy, you've been hearing these guys kind of go into a deep philosophy that hopefully somebody found redeeming. You can make it
Help
even
us.
more so. Yes.
I didn't know that Brandon's also a philosopher.
Yeah.
I know he's awesome, but also I didn't know he was a philosopher. So that I learned a little bit just, in the last hour or so. And I love it when you say it too. I do. It makes me smile inside to know that you're just like getting pissed at people. Summer, like everybody's like, I summer on yet. I need to frickin' do something. It's summer. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about Tesla, and didn't he electrify himself to keep from being distracted, to devote himself to his science, or was that just a rumor?
It sounds like something he would do. He did indeed have these Tesla coils, which he was exposing himself to consistently. We know he demonstrated them because they were reported by various people who he exposed to these instruments. So it was like he had built up a tolerance to electrical discharge, whereas he allowed his friend Mark Twain, again, Mark Twain comes up here, who was a dear friend of Nikola Tesla. One of the last things Nikola Tesla did as his mind was beginning to disintegrate was to leave a amount of money for Mark Twain. He made certain that this was to be, even though Mark Twain was dead, in his mind, Mark Twain had not died. So it was one of these things where his brain was beginning to compartmentalize in its functions, where he was no longer operating on he was operating in multiple time tracks. Let's just put it that way. And so example was he brought Mark Twain up on stage, and Mark Twain put his arms up in the air, and all this electricity, went through Mark Twain without killing him. And so he was able to provide these spectacular visual displays. But Mark Twain, after that, immediately had to take a shit, because it had this laxative effect, whereas Tesla had built up a tolerance. So it goes to show us that Tesla was almost certainly overexposing himself to constant electrical current and its stimulation, and it had to have some kind of effect. And another person who was doing that was Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was shocking himself to build up higher degrees of tolerance for his nervous system, and that may ultimately have had a deleterious effect on his nervous system to the point where things happened. Or it could have been all the blows he received over the years fighting. I mean, it's an occupational hazard. We could go on about people like this. Newton, yeah, go on.
Mm-hmm. No, there's a huge distinction, I think, what Tesla was trying to demonstrate, because he dealt with very high frequency stuff. It passes through things, at higher frequency easier, including people. So it will pass through you without really harm that a DC current or a low frequency current will harm you. Which is part of what he did, and that's why the 60 hertz power is used rather than DC, because people like Edison wanted to have a DC power station every 5 miles, and Tesla's like, well, if you use a high frequency, it just sails right through, and then if you go even higher, it sails through even better through you without hurting you through the entire Earth. And so I think he was trying to demonstrate that. So there's some distinction about the type of electricity. That's what I'm saying.
Well, what you say makes perfect sense, because tell them about how Edison, unless I miss this because I get distracted oftentimes, Edison was electrocuting elephants, just so people understand this. Edison was literally taking elephants and frying them alive just to claim that this was dangerous. This alternate current is dangerous. And so Tesla's trying to prove that, no, it's benign.
Right. Well, that was a ruse to try to competition.
Yeah. By the way, please explain to me. Engineers are not trained in public speech. Aristides, explain to our listeners that when you say that, you're not rationalizing what Edison did.
No. I think he was trying to go for a shock value, like to say, because he was in competition with Tesla.
Yeah.
By he was trying to imply AC was dangerous when really it was, no more dangerous than his DC.
Right.
Right.
Thank you.
That's all.
And
but no means justified electrocuting elephants.
Thank you. So back to Amy and Brandon.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we've got a Northeast crew again, Douglas.
Oh, great.
On our little celebration for Wednesday night. We're all up on the East Coast over here.
Wonderful.
That's what I was noticing. I was like, where the heck is Sammy Romero? He hasn't shown up forever.
Mm-hmm. Is he with us now?
Oh, but I noticed his name's first. But I'm really glad Brandon was able to come on.
Yeah.
And update us on what's going on with him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thanks.
Brandon. So primarily your education was in philosophy? Is that what you majored in?
I would say I pursued it outside of school.
Okay.
My bachelor's was in social thought and political economy, and then, which was a sort of an interdisciplinary field where I could pursue whatever I wanted to amongst 5 colleges in the Western Massachusetts area, which was a great little area to do that in. And then I ended up going to Harvard, and then I ended up going to law school.
Wow.
Essentially. And then after that, started teaching.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, PhD level then? I mean, usually you have to...
Yeah, doctorate level. Yeah.
GED wow. You got a PhD here.
Whoa.
No, GED.
That was about to... Did you say GED?
Yeah, GED. Yeah, JED. That's higher than GED, by the way. No. XYZ is what I got. No. JD, which is a Juris
Prudence.
Doctorate.
Yeah, doctorate in jurisprudence.
Right.
Jurisprudence education, right?
No, for law,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yes.
Generally. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But then I went into teaching because I didn't want to practice being a corporate whore.
Right.
Right.
What are those noises?
Oh, I just opened a can of it.
Oh, there you go.
I try to like, hold it away from. Need some refreshment.
Oh my gosh.
We all do.
It's not alcoholic.
Right. Brandon, what you might tell these people is the horror of growing up in basically a privileged, old, rich background. I was trying to bring up the other day when Aaron Tice, Aristides can attest to this. Aaron Tice brought up the Nine and was asking about the Nine. And so I was saying that members of your family were actually intimately connected with the Nine before they were cool, before they were made famous.
Well,
yeah, go on. So tell us about this.
Well, I think Peter Levenda sort of wrote a book. And we've talked about this a long time ago.
That's right.
This
son of a bitch. Yeah, Peter Levenda, by the way, has been slandering Brandon Young's family. So for those, yes, thank you. Go on.
Before the Stars Academy UAP stuff, before he was hired by Tom DeLonge, this is way before that. He wrote a book, or a trilogy of books called Sinister Forces, and one of the books is called The Nine, essentially. And this really happened, but he kind of like essentially exploited my family's name by connecting us to the JFK assassination, right? So what he says is that this seance happened, which it did. There were many seances happening in New England around that time. And my grandmother was part of it. And she was a lead clairvoyant at the time. And I didn't know this until, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago. I knew she would read cards, right? But after she died, I learned a lot more. And so she, in Maine, had a seance with a bunch of different people. And these were considered blue bloods of the Boston Brahmins, they call them. The kind of sort of blue-blooded Mayflower people that came over. You know, the Forbes were there, the Hineses, and all those people, right?
Yeah.
And they would take place in this, and so what happened apparently with Puharich, this guy Puharich, who was sort of a, I'm not going to call him a con man, but he was essentially a psychic.
Right, and he wanted to exploit this. But go on. I'm going to go mute for just a few minutes, but I'm right here listening. Keep going.
Yeah, so he did want to exploit this, and so he kind of took advantage of these people all over the New England coast, and I think even down to New York City, and so on. But for sure, he came around these areas, and he presented himself as some sort of clairvoyant, psychic that could connect himself to these off-world entities. And this is in the 1920s, before, like, you know, most media nowadays would have videos of a tic-tac and so on, right? So, anyway, he said that in this particular seance that there were 9 off-world entities that were connecting to the 9 in the seance, and one of them included my grandmother and my grandmother and Ruby, and they implemented a plan supposedly, and this is what Peter Levenda says, is that it's a sinister plan. It's that it's a sinister plan to basically cull the population and to carry out the agenda of the off-world entities, which are Cthulhu, Typhonian entities that are built on the destruction of humanity instead of prosperity. And that's a complete perversion of what really happened. It's a hyperbole. It's basically fiction because that really didn't happen. Levenda. I mean, he's basically writing fiction. If you read Sinister Forces, that's basically a fiction. I mean, you can't even follow logically. I mean, we're talking about a guy that wrote the Simon Necronomicon and denied it for years and years that he was the actual author, and even went on Coast to Coast pretending that he was Simon and talking in an accent like he was Simon. I am Simon. I wrote the Necronomicon. Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, you can't trust a guy like that. But the point is, he wrote this book, and he presented himself in this new way of a scholar. And then people started to think that the nine were this big, important thing. And then it transmitted down to the Temple of Set and the Church of Satan and organizations like this, where they took the nine, the Council of Nine, or the nine hierarchy of demons, and so on and so forth, which there might be. But this was way over-exaggerated by Peter Levenda, which I don't, because he consulted my brother way back in the day for photographs. And my brother thought, oh, yeah, we're going to be in a book. He gave those photos to Peter Levenda to publish for free in Sinister Forces. So if you go and buy that book, you will find photographs of Arthur Young, Ruby Kane Young, and people like that. And to this day, I'm not going to bring a lawsuit yet, but I consider it a great insult. And in fact, I've consulted with him. I mean, back in the day, I called him about this, and he denied it basically. And then 3 days later, my brakes got cut out of my truck, and that might be coincidence, might not be, But the point is that don't believe a word that guy says. I mean, now he's on the side of UAPs and Tom DeLonge and the government disclosure. You think the government is going to disclose anything to you? Right? No. Anybody that believes in government disclosure, or this guy Grutch, or whatever his name is going to, like, oh, I heard it from some guy, so it's true. Believe me. It's like, I mean, every 10 years or so, the government pays attention to these UFO hearings, right? And you can buy these hearings. You can buy them by now, And so, like, yeah, you buy the congressman, they'll say, let's have a hearing on this. And then it becomes a big media event, and people say, oh, wow, UFOs are true, or UAPs are true. And then Tom DeLonge is like, I told you. But you look at the evidence, and the evidence is all hearsay. It's, I heard this from somebody. I interviewed so-and-so, and he said this. This isn't evidence. This is no tangible evidence. There's no tangible evidence of anything extraterrestrial. As Douglas said a long time ago, we are alone, essentially. The sad fact of exploring the cosmos is that we are alone. Anything that you see in the sky, you think you see something weird or whatever, you see a UFO, it's man-made. It's deep military intelligence, black budget, experimental gyrocopters, with stealth technology or whatever it is. It's not extraterrestrial or interdimensionals. They don't do that. You know, they could be something going on, but I'm not tied to it, you know? Anyway, over.
Okay, no,
Thoughts?
that's really interesting because this kind of follows into something I maybe wanted to also bring up with Douglas. But so wait, the nine. I was trying to keep track of what you're saying. Is that, does that necessarily have to do with these certain demonic or Cthulhu type entities, or you said that it was kind of manipulated to be?
I think it was both. I think for sure they thought they were contacting like extra planet, almost like Swedenborgian planetary intelligences, like C.S. Lewis put, like every planet has an angel over it, or a demon and an angel over it, and they were contacting them essentially. But that might be true. But the way that Peter Levenda has written the whole thing in the popular imagination is that these were essentially, aliens that were had like a dark agenda for the population of the Earth. So,
okay,
yeah,
that makes sense. Where's Douglas? I wanted to ask him something related to this or bring up something, but whenever he comes back.
I think he might be gone for a bit. But
Brandon, was your grandmother alive? Was this sort of happening around the 1930s, 1950s?
Yes. She practiced from the after World War II, or before World War II. Sorry, like 1941 until, as far as I know, to the like when she died. I mean, she was always reading cards and doing stuff, but like she stopped professionally working, I think, in the 60s.
So did you know her?
Oh yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. I love her.
I'm just trying to relate this back to my own family. Like my grandmother was also, in northern Vermont, but her family traveled to Maine regularly. Like they such a big family. I mean, it was just enormous comparatively to the size of families now, like 14, just regularly, more than 10 in every direction. But they had family up in northern Maine, and I'm just trying to imagine what that was like, and I know that you're further south, and it is more congested down there. There's a lot more people.
Yeah, that's true. But like, these I think these seances took place in either Bangor or Portland, or right outside of Portland, which I can still go to this day. There's a compound not too many people know of. It's across the Bay of Portland, and it's on this sort of like slope, and it's a big compound. But it's like six houses with a gate, and you go in there, and you can just stay there, for in one of these cabins or houses, and it's beautiful. But that goes way back to like the 1800s when that was bought, But yeah, I think it was in southern Maine, not northern Maine. Northern Maine's a whole different sort of atmosphere. It's almost like Canada in a sense. It's southern.
Nothing out there. It's just completely wilderness. Nothing.
Yes.
as far as like getting resources, like you got your drive to a town, like there's hunters and fishing and not Portland's not even that big a city. Like I remember I was in maybe around 2000, and it's not that big a city. It is right on the coast. It's definitely an ocean, it's a port town.
Right.
Ocean based.
Right.
Yeah. I got a mute.
It's right there. I mean, it's right on the water. But it's not like a New York, or it's not like a Boston even. It's even smaller than that. It's like Portland, Maine. But it's but what I'm saying is it's southern Maine, right? It's not like northern Maine where it's desolate.
Yeah, or even like up the coast, like to, I don't know, I guess we had done hiking in Bath after high school. We took a little up to Bath, and that was, again, it's like, what do? You eat seafood and go for hikes.
Yeah, right.
Right? That's it. That's all there is. But
yeah, exactly.
But then you have this whole like undertone of like, and they were having seances.
That was their places. I mean, if you're living in Boston at that time, the place to get away and to retreat would be Maine, or New Hampshire.
Yeah.
At that point, the White Mountains, so you go to Portland. It's a good 2-hour trip back then. And then you get there and you stay there for the summer or whatever, and whatever it is, But yeah, I mean, a lot of people did that.
I'd like to know more about. So I think you and I had been talking about some kind of experiential learning, but I think in terms of like, the study of the natural philosophy, the study of the actual world.
Yes.
I feel like there's always that learning that goes on just straight from your immediate family, like from how you were born into the world, how you operate within your family. I know I've talked about like the birth order, but even just a simple like, knowing your grandmother, I think that can be really an interesting relationship, because some people don't have an option like that. Like they were, their parents were older, they don't have grandparents, or they had moved, so they don't have access to whoever their parents were. So I feel like there's an area of experiential learning where natural philosophy is part of the pedagogy. It's part of the methodology by which you become immersed in your natural surroundings. And, in some way, like you being in the city, in Boston, being high proper Boston boy, and then having the summer, like this is something that I didn't really understand, because I grew up in a very rural area, very isolated because of the snow and the cold. But when I went to Tulane in New Orleans and studied philosophy, the fact that the people around me would talk about where they would summer, like where their families would summer. And I thought that was such an interesting thing, because we had a camp, like we would always go to camp. That was sort of a vernacular language to talk about, how you spent your time in the season where you can get around easily. And I think that is really very proper Boston, to just summer in Maine. That makes a lot of sense. And it's true. And we're very provincial. Like the New Englanders are very provincial, and it's really interesting to to know family that's like just in the next county over, but they don't ever come to visit because it's just an hour drive. It's too far. I mean, that's how my dependent origination in this place looks like. You know, like we have family, but we don't visit them except for certain times of the year.
Interesting.
And I also wanted to point out the description in the YouTube. I was listening earlier about the 8/8 date as being a Father's Day, where you take your father out to dinner or something such as this.
Yeah.
I wish I'd known that yesterday. It's the 9th today.
I'm so sorry.
I felt guilty about ignoring my dad all this time.
Oh, well, you still you have the American Father's Day, of course. So do excuse me. I'm obviously back. I'm not fully back, so I do want people to understand. I actually had a coughing fit because I swallowed some liquid that went down the wrong way. Because basically, what happens is when I get home from these holidays, I obviously crash. And one of the big things to contend with, is a hangover. So basically, I'm in that decompression stage where the hangover really starts to hit like a hammer, a jackhammer, basically. So I went to take painkillers, and I succeeded in almost choking on then I dragged myself back here and let everybody know I was back by my affirmative grunts. So by the time I got back, Amy was talking to Brandon about the old school Boston and the and basically the kind of the way that these people up in the Northeast, how they act very provincially. You know, just as a little segue here back to my own experience with Chinese culture, classical Chinese culture is very much provincial in its own way. It's honestly I guess you'd call them middle class. There's almost no other name for them by modern standards. But for centuries, the comparatively well-to-do in China had their own estates, which were walled. You would see a lot of this in the classical Chinese places that you go to on the mainland. And you'll see it portrayed a lot in Kung Fu films, where you'll notice that if you ever watch classical Chinese films that are not necessarily chopsaki, but also culture films, if you see culture films about the traditional Chinese estate, or even Chinese drama on television that is historically set, you'll notice most people live in walled communities. And it's not just walled in the sense of the community, it's the individual estates are walled off from each other. And what happens in the family that's quote-unquote next door or on the other side of the wall, they may as well be on Mars. There's no real communication with each other. These families have their own lives in each estate. It was kind of like American suburban living taken to an even more, well, it's even more extreme. With the suburbs, of course, there is social pressure, because the social pressure is the fact that everyone is basically seeing each other. So there's a social pressure towards maintaining the lawn, for instance. The lawn becomes all-consuming, because if the lawn is not cut, then everybody knows something's wrong with you. Like you're sick, or your kids are not well raised, or something. So you go so far as to pay people to mow the lawn if you have to, but you get that lawn mowed in order to maintain this sense of equilibrium with your community. None of that was required in China because you're behind walls. So no one sees your fucking lawn. Nobody sees any of this. So you're truly in your own little world. So just a little segue that culturally. And when it comes to somewhat of what our dear Amy was bringing up about this holiday. So let's try and take them on a little screen share here. And with Amy, I do this because, of course, Amy does not have access to Facebook. Her dear gang sister does. And so maybe she's seeing my Facebook now through her gang sister every once in a while. But anyhow, so just so you know, this was the promotional banner for tonight's show. And so my son, of course, used to be my lover. And this was before my son grew up and had a sex change because she had always suffered from gender dysphoria, but we're still very physically comfortable with each other, so we can take photos like this because we were, after all, once physically intimate before she became a boy. So for Taiwanese Father's Day, he picked me up and it took me, of course, to where I could be presented with a escort. And by the time that we did some body painting and everything was ready for performance, basically, I was drunk and drugged out, and we were, at this point, I couldn't even get her glasses on. So it was what it was, and it worked out well. And, like all of these holidays, it's coming back home that is really the big downer. And this is, again, part of the bizarre nature of that troll, and it does bear telling because it is so funny, is that one of the things we started off with on the program was Brandon Young and Aristides talking about helping me out and potentially, at least in the case of Brandon Young, sending me water. So when you start a program where somebody is back in some crypt where they're saying, hey, I don't have potable water, and then you get some idiot, whether they're in Taiwan, which is, by the way, one of the highest quality of life areas in the world. So maybe it's even conceivable that someone in Taiwan would grow up so spoiled, so without ever any knowledge that life could be hard, that they would not conceive about somebody asking for potable drinking water. But when you start a program where somebody's asking for potable water and then say, I'm not hearing anything profound, you should already realize, Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore. We're not, this is not the regular world. I live in this rarefied environment where I go between the states with swimming pools where you can't drink the water either, by the way, because it's chlorinated. And then you come home and I literally cannot bathe at home because the water is very likely contaminated by the cadavers that are in the basement, not because I'm a serial killer, believe it or not, but because we're built over a cemetery on Russian Hill. My situation is rarefied enough where longtime listeners understand that when Doug Dietrich starts the show, he's either decompressing and hungover, or he's just waking up and drugging up to get to the point where he's beyond hangover. For somebody who doesn't know that and then tunes in, but knows enough about me where they know I'm Taiwanese, so that they point out they're Taiwanese and they don't get me, then there's something seriously wrong and we know he's not Taiwanese. But at the same time, that already being said, our lovely lady Amy was asking me about, okay, she knows that that's my sister by now, but she was asking me about, this particular photograph taken the other day. And I did get some other questions about it, so I do feel compelled to answer because people were asking me why I was crying. And the reason that why I'm crying is because, really, when my son presented me with another escort that particular day, I was basically thinking about how I had raised that child from a young girl, and I was convinced I was going to marry her. And I thought about all the times that we had been together, and I really was hoping that, against hope, ultimately, that her gender dysphoria was something that she might get over, that maybe it was a phase, maybe it was, but it was not, and I had to honor that and respect it and let her go in that sense, let her become what she wanted to be. And ultimately, she married someone who appreciated what she became. But when she presented me with an escort at that time in the hotel, and I was just confronted with the fact that I really missed that little girl that I loved and thought would grow up to marry me, that's where the tears came in. And so that can happen at those moments of intimacy, even though I have something to look forward to. So understand that there's this entire background. My sister, of course, her giving up her vampirism and wanting to be normal. When my sister, of course, like myself, grew up as a cross-dresser, trained to present herself as a male, and I was trained to present myself as a female. And in her case, of course, being 3 years older, taller because girls grow up quicker, and knowing she was a lesbian attracted to other women at a very young age, all of this was easy for her. And then at some point, not at this stage, when this photograph was taken, and by the way, for those of you who don't know, this is what's called a photo pentimento. This is a original baseline photograph which I painted over. So I painted over the original baseline photograph. People, once they're told that it's painted over, can see it. They can see it once they're told. Until they're told that, a lot of people may not realize it. There's not any particular reason why I did that other than as kind of a remembrance in terms of this photograph. But my sister, of course, when she gave up on drinking blood, gave up that aspect of herself which was vampiroid, the quarter vampire that she was, denied it in effect, and then tried to, for whatever reason, when something snapped at one point in her life and she decided, she became obsessed with normalcy, whatever normalcy is, and decided she was going to live the American dream, get some husband, and just normalize, not drink blood, not cross-dress. At that point, my sister died, basically, and she died physically in a very real sense, as well as just the sister that I grew up with, because when she didn't drink blood, it began to show, really began to show, and people could see how old I looked, comparatively speaking, when I wasn't drinking blood. But in her case, it began to show on her skin and whatnot. That's not the reason for the paint over in this photograph, but so people understand, she'd be pretty much unrecognizable today. So when you refrain from feeding that part of yourself, literally, that requires it, it's going to impact you. And so, of course, in my case, for a while there, I was dealing with the challenges of malnutrition. I was dealing with it all the while I was caring for my parents. I was dealing with it for all the while that I, even until months ago, really, when I finally got enough supplements to really then balance out the fact that I don't get blood enough. It doesn't matter that I'm seeing the blood boys quite often. I'll be seeing them a lot this month. It's all beginning to recently more balance out. It's just something that you realize that a person who is this subspecies that I have inherited at least a quarter of the composition of genetically, I really have to respect it, honor it, and take in blood. Now, thanks to my son marrying somebody who does deal with blood boys. Now, this is where the interesting politics comes in. Of course, my son is wearing the earring on the right side, just as my sister did, because my sister was gay, and before she quote-unquote normalized, my son, of course, is gay, technically, because now he's a boy and he's married to a man. This individual, of course, is someone who maintains a harem of blood boys, and these are young boys who are brought in for blood transfusions on a regular basis. And of course, you cannot do that with one single person. You have to do that with basically like a soccer team of kids that can regularly circulate that responsibility, or of course you'd be overtaxing someone physiologically. My son, of course, has been given a tremendous position of responsibility in that he oversees these blood boys. Of course, one of the ways that I earn my blood is by teaching these kids history. Other tutors are brought in for math, they're brought in for other sciences, other aspects of their education. And by the time they're 18, they quote-unquote graduate, and more blood boys are brought in to circulate the vacant spots. But they are given a good start on future, and all of them appreciate it. They're all orphans. They're all basically gay boys who are rejected by their parents because they're gay. And believe me, kids are outing themselves at younger and younger ages these days, so parents are kicking them out at younger and younger ages these days. It's really not a problem finding orphaned children who need help. So when it comes to my son having responsibilities over these children, and I do what I can for them, and in return I get the blood that I get, and also the supplements help me for those dry periods when I don't. One of the interesting things about Peter Thiel now is that Peter Thiel, of course, for those of you who don't know, Peter Thiel is not a vampire. He is simply a wealthy person who is extraordinarily degenerate. And he makes, at this point, undeniable, irrefutable. At this point, it is known, and it's not argued. It's a known fact that he has his harem of blood boys. That this has played a big factor in his retaining what he feels is a rejuvenated state that will extend his lifespan. Peter Thiel, of course, for those of you who don't know, is industrial strength Republican. He supported Donald Trump. He was, for those of you who don't know, he's also flaming gay. Born in South Africa and Germany, actually. He was born in Germany. It was the Muffs were born in South Africa. And he ultimately got it so that he got these contracts for Palantir, which is named after the evil soul-sucking spirit ball in The Lord of the Rings. Palantir is the company that was opened by Jared Kushner and Peter Thiel together, because Jared Kushner was Peter Thiel's lover. For those of you who don't know, Jared Kushner is actually a sex change operation product. He is female, was originally born female, listed himself as female on all his voting documents, got a sex change to become a male. None of the children he has with Trump's daughter are their children. They're all in vitro. All of them are in vitro. And so this is generally known in Silicon Valley. Everybody knows that. Outside of Silicon Valley, nobody seems to know it. Just like when George Bush Sr. was a Reverend Moon cultist, nobody knew it outside of Asia. If you went anywhere in Asia and you asked people about George Bush Sr. and said, what do you know about the President of the United States? And they'd say, oh, he's a Moonie and that Reverend Moon runs America. Everybody in Asia knew this. Nobody in America knew it. And George Bush Sr. received his orders directly from Reverend Moon. So when it comes to Peter Thiel, now that his man is out of office, he's supporting Tucker Carlson. And for those of you who don't know yet, he's trying to fund Tucker Carlson to run for president. So Peter Thiel is behind that, and this is all part of this world that I know about because of this obscure need for blood by the Silicon Valley elite. The majority of blood boys that they get, they prefer them to be gay, and there's a solid reason for this, because if you maintained like a soccer team of like regular straight boys, you would just be getting all that testosterone. And the testosterone you would get would make you lose all your hair, make you angry all the time. It would just render you just completely incapable of being a CEO. And as a result, when they intake the majority of this blood by transfusion, this doesn't happen to me because I'm digesting it. Because I drink blood straight and I digest it, I don't become gay, even though they say you are what you eat. But in the case of the Silicon Valley moguls, overwhelmingly, they're gay. And the reason why is they're getting all this blood transfusion. This was my son welcoming in a Russian immigrant that was adopted into the Blood Boys. And we were, I took this particular photograph. But when it comes to what we're dealing with, this was when I was assaulted. This is actually blood matted hair. I was bruised. I am holding a firearm. Beaver took this right after we took down the guys who were trying to take us out. Because, of course, we're doing our little victory dance. This was when we were attacked in that homeless encampment on our way to shopping in San Francisco. But when we speak about that, brings us back to the fact that they tried to kill Brandon Young as well. And we'll return to that subject soon enough because it's de rigueur. I mean, people need to know that about Brandon. Because his affiliation with me and ultimately his investigation and how Peter Levinda, who was is an acolyte of Michael Aquino's, was slandering his family, led to Peter Levinda attempting to have Brandon Young taken out. So we're in the situation where our lives are in essentially constant danger. I guess we all have our own little dramas, but when it comes to the Blood Boys and the Silicon Valley moguls becoming gay, it's because they're getting the blood directly through transfusion. And so with Peter Thiel, you're talking about this real mean-ass fag operation where he and the Republicans are attempting to ultimately generate this all-male society is what they're aiming towards, that reproduces by parthenogenesis through men that wouldn't require women anymore. This is the kind of vision that they've shared with a few others who share their vision. Something to bear in mind, ultimately. The kind of deep politics you wouldn't get anywhere else. So this is the kind of thing that, say for instance, if this person were real and not a troll, and all they need to do is wait for Dietrich to oxygenate and caffeinate a little bit, and then you get something of important social relevance. But other than that, you get some idiot who tunes in and just expects us to be speaking profoundly the moment that we're trying to basically come down from a depression that would knock anyone else into unconsciousness. That's it's mind-boggling to me. It shows you just the limits of human comprehension in terms of their stupidity. Okay, so back to Amy and Brandon with that. Brandon, maybe you could tell people a little bit about what happened to you when they tried to kill you. Or not, if if it's too traumatic. It's let's get back to the see if he's still with
well,
us.
Douglas,
Yeah.
if he's not ready to go yet, I guess since you're kind of swinging back to this topic, because there was talk about Peter Levenda and Brandon, brought up the 9, right?
Yeah.
And so there are, a lot of tie-ins there. So there are, this can't not be related, but so out there are, there's a community of militant Satanists, right?
Yeah.
That tend to show up at the fringes of, online discussion, research communities or what have you that are interested in National Socialism, esoteric Hitlerism and whatnot. And, people are just, doing their things there. And these, so this group is the Order of 9 Angels. So that can't not be related. I mean, this has to be a direct, a result of, and you've described like basically the satanic corruption of the, nationalist community, thanks to Aquino, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, this must be a direct, kind of progression, I guess, and it can't not be the same 9, right? They're called the Order of 9 Angels, and they're, these guys they're pretty obnoxious, but they're obviously Satanists, so they're out there running around with guns, and even other people that run around out there with guns hate them.
By the way,
but I mean,
this is the Order of 9 Angles.
Angels, right?
Yeah, they've actually spelled it usually angles when I've seen them. It's Order of 9 Angles.
Maybe. You usually see it abbreviated like O9A.
Right.
I'm O9A, and everybody's like, oh gosh, okay.
What probably happened is probably the original Order of 9 Angles got corrupted by a bunch of idiots who didn't know what they were talking about.
Oh yeah,
and simply assumed it was angels instead of angle.
Well, why would it be angles?
I don't know. I wasn't a member of that particular call.
Okay.
Yeah, my understanding is that it's portal or gating. It's the whatever, dodecahedron or whatever the fuck, trapezohedron or whatever was the shape of their portal. It depends on what you're trying to gate in. So it probably had something to do with that. The first thing that person notices about Peter Levenda is all about gates and portals. So Peter Levenda will always have these extraordinary geometric perversions that he presents as part of what he's trying to gate in or convince you to gate in. So the Order of 9 Angles makes perfect sense. But probably you had a bunch of twits who were out there and just turned it to 9 Angels, because you ask, why would it be the Order of 9 Angles? Just as sensible, the question would be, if they're Satanist, why would it be the Order of 9 Angels?
Maybe, I don't know. Okay, right. Maybe there's some confusion there, but no, that definitely sounds like it. In fact, a lot of them you'll see they throw about. It's probably the symbol you're talking about. It's not a symmetric star thing. It's like a triangular kind of, but
yeah, it's basically a sigil. It's this kind of off of balance sigil, which is and by the way, just to put some emphasis here, our dear friend Aaron Tice, who was unable to join us tonight, so everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. I think everything is fine and copacetic. He just has family responsibilities. But to me, that's enough to maintain anybody in thought and prayer myself. But when it comes to Aaron Tice, he has his own little way of throwing myself off topic by asking questions at just the wrong time. So I do want people to understand that one of the things I was trying to explain to him when I was bringing up Keith Call, because I had brought up Keith Call, and people who listened to the past several episodes might remember that I was bringing Keith Call up a few times, and but I never really got to my point, which should have been gotten to. But what happens is Aaron will sometimes, and he'll do it, shall I say, in his own way, quietly, not intentionally. I think it's organic, but I think what Aaron misses out is sometimes you just have to let me go on, or you're not going to get it. You're not going to get the narrative. The narrative won't come out if you keep, interrupting at all. You've got to kind of let me get to the finish point. But and it usually takes a while because, unfortunately, that's the way reality is. It's complicated. So when it comes to what I was trying to tell Keith Call, he was bringing up, say, for instance, the guys who were originally involved with the evangelical movement. And a lot of these people were these people who were allowing entities to come into them. And so they go into church, and then some people would become, like I said, happened to even my cosmetologist at one point when she was young and was taken into these churches. She was, quote unquote, slain in the spirit, where they just kind of fall down and collapse, and they'll say, oh, this person is slain in the spirit. And then other people get possessed, and they feel the spirit is entering them, but nobody really knows what this spirit is, and it's not necessarily divine, or it's people then become part of, they become, basically possessed, and they start speaking in tongues, quote unquote. And the reason I bring that up is because it segues to Keith Call again. And what Keith Call was pointing out was that when our man was asking for help, who was a dear friend of Brandon Young, the blind bard, and John Evans, when John Evans was seeking help, one of the people he went to was Keith Call. And Keith Call recommended that he contact an individual whose name he gave to John Evans privately, and this individual was an evangelical Christian who had been in a community of evangelical Christians, and he once left his 2 children for maybe a day in the care of members of the community that were evangelical Christian. When he got his children back, they were never the same again. And it took years of their behavior becoming increasingly diabolic and traumatized and trauma-based, aberrant. In other words, anomalous behavior or aberrant behavior that was ultimately deemed to be traumatically sourced. That's when he found out that the Christians he had left them with were really practicing Satanists. So one of the things that this man found out after further investigating what had destroyed his children's lives was that the Christian community is just the evangelical Christian community in particular is just saturated with Satanism. That the overwhelming majority of people involved are involved in satanic cultism. And he therefore was trying to find ways to combat this, and that's when he was, contacted ultimately after years of this kind of horrible life that he began to lead. After coming to that realization, he was persecuted, of course, targeted. And then, then John Evans came to him for help, and I don't know what happened after that between them because I never pursued it. I don't know if there's any follow-up from Brandon Young in that regard either. But definitely that leads us back to what our man Aristides is talking about, and what he's alluding to is the fact that Michael Aquino had infiltrated the radicalized right, and therefore was trying to recruit more and more children or youngsters who are basically children in terms of their emotional maturity. He was recruiting them into the satanic underground by infiltrating people who would otherwise be attracted to neo-Nazism, and therefore just perverting much of the movement, corrupting it, so that much of it became inextricably linked Now, one of the people who began to popularize this concept and therefore promote the propaganda of Michael Aquino was the man, let me see if I can find the Wheatley. I believe his name was Dennis Wheatley. Dennis Wheatley, who was an Englishman. So this came through the Aleister Crowley connection. So Dennis Wheatley was someone who lived from 1897 to 1977. And he portrayed the Nazis as Satanists as part of a propaganda campaign in conjunction with what Michael Aquino was actually doing to the neo-Nazi community in the United States. Now, I had mentioned before in our latest episode before tonight's what had happened with the neo-Nazi known as George Lincoln Rockwell, and how he was trying to cooperate with other races, like the black Muslim community in particular. And because they both wanted the same thing, separate but equal nations, they cooperated with each other in what was to become a paramilitary alliance that the United States government found threatening enough where they had both he and Malcolm X assassinated. So nobody ever makes that connection that Malcolm X and George Lincoln Rockwell were assassinated pretty much, within a short time period of each other. This is something that was a direct result of their cooperation with each other. And Malcolm X breaking off from the Nation of Islam because it had become so saturated with federal investigators at that point, with agents in place. And then what happened was Michael Aquino stepped in, and because he had just entered the military around that period of time, 1968, and that's when he was given orders to begin to Satanize the neo-Nazi movement. So that was when he began to do what he did, whereas Dennis Wheatley was writing the propaganda books, claiming that the Nazis were Satanists all along, and so everybody began to make this connection in their minds between Nazism and Satanism. So that is brings us back to Aristides. So bring up what other points come to mind with that, by all means. If you're not too traumatized, okay? Is there something?
No. Sorry, I was on mute because I was making some noise and stepping outside for a second. But these all the things you just said there, I've seen evidence out there. So
thank you.
Douglas is definitely correct about this. There are these clowns out there that. And I think most of them are just young and they think they're edgy and they're like, first they probably become interested in, whatever National Socialist or neo-Nazi communities. And then these, they get a hold of them and pretty soon they've got sigils in their profile pics and I mean, it's definitely out there, and definitely the connection between, I don't know, I was like commenting on some post and brought up, the working that Aquino did at Wavelsburg Castle, right?
Correct. Yes.
And some guy was like, Aquino is like, he's a known Nazi enthusiast. I was like, well, not really. Thank you. I was like, he's trying to capture that, commandeer that energy. But that there's a big confusion of I think intentionally about those topics, as you said, and
absolutely.
So, it's true.
Thank you. No, it's a profound point to be made, and I appreciate that. And it's just what else comes to our mind? I mean, certainly we were. So, Amy, by all means, now you can still talk, right?
I think I can.
Yes.
I'm talking. I'm still alive.
Yes.
Still
thank
here.
God. Thank God.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about Aquino or Lavinda or the Nine.
Well, the man who did conked out on us.
He was a working Steph. He's got to get up in the morning, and he lives on the East Coast, so we forgive him.
Well, let's put it this way. This is why the assassination attempt against Brandon Young is important for people who don't understand. Just so I can give everybody as quick a summation as possible, Brandon Young basically was in communications with Peter Levenda demanding why he was slandering his family. Peter Levenda tried to get Brandon Young to rendezvous with him in New York, which Brandon Young refused to do because he intuitively realized they might be trying to lure him into a trap, which he might not have escaped from alive. In fact, likely would not have. And at that time was when our man Brandon Young was reaching out to myself. Now, when he was reaching out to myself, the person who was trying to sabotage that communication was Lorien Ann Fenton. And Lorien Ann Fenton was trying to convince me that basically Brandon Young was a gay stalker. That was not the case, and Brandon Young was, of course, someone that Lorien Ann Fenton did not want me speaking to for reasons that should be obvious. He was a target of Lorien Ann Fenton's own handler, Michael Aquino. And by the way, I say that pointedly so people, when you use the term handler, people can have a very inconspicuous handler. When somebody has a handler, it's generally just some boyfriend or girlfriend who's quote-unquote assigned to them. And we would see that in the example of Pavel Edward, who was like assigned to me for years, and he had this girl who nobody could pronounce her name. It was like this extraordinarily complicated Polish name that I would have to look up. No bother to remember it, and but she was basically his handler. And so a person's handler is usually someone like that. In the case of the General Stubblebine, his handler was Dr. Rima Leibo, who was his wife. So these are usually people who are very immediately and intimately connected to you, and therefore you can't escape their grasp. They're just always there. So when it comes to the individual Lorien Ann Fenton, when I say her handler was Michael Aquino, understand just how important that project was to him, that she was like under his direct command or control. It's like she didn't have like a secondary handler. She was like directly handled by the man who was effectively as high as you could get outside of a few others in the hierarchy. And when it came to Dr. Lynn Fenton, just to give people an example of how high up or important Lorien Ann Fenton was, her sister was Dr. Lynn Fenton, and Dr. Lynn Fenton was the woman who was responsible for the Colorado Theater Massacre. So the Colorado, let's take that, Colorado Theater, there we are, Orange Air, Colorado Massacre, James Holmes. So James Holmes, who was sentenced to life in prison, anybody can look this up. James Egan Holmes had, anybody can look up everything about this guy. And if you do, you're going to find out, first off, he was a major in psychiatry himself. He was majoring in school in psychology and medical science, and yet he had his own psychiatrist. This in and of itself is not necessarily strange, because many people who enter the field of psychology or psychiatry are disturbed, and they want to solve their own problems. So that in and of itself is not unusual. What is unusual, what stands out in a negative sense, is that this individual had a military psychiatrist and he was not in the military. This is what doesn't make sense. James Egan Holmes was in a position where, for some reason, his psychiatrist was a United States Air Force reservist who had no right to be caring for this individual, who by all means should not have been caring for this individual. This individual was not in her jurisdiction, so to speak. But then again, he was, because he was under military control. So to drive that point home, say for instance, when I tell people about the Master Sergeant Stebbins, the child rapist, who is the hero of Black Hawk Down, Stebbins, Black Hawk Down, he's spending the rest of his life in Leavenworth prison because he's a child rapist, John Stebbins. So he was born in 1965. He is basically 1 year older than myself. And so you've got this individual who was a staff sergeant. And he's this individual who was raping all these kids, kidnapping them, bringing them home, and keeping them chained up against the wall in his basement and feeding them out of dog bowls and shit. And he made them shit and eat from the same bowl, the same dog bowl. They'd have to shit in it and then eat from it too. He made them clean it with their own tongues. So his wife got tired of all the screaming and the stench. After, dozens of kids, she finally turned him in. And people kept assaulting me with all kinds of communique that this person did everything he did when he was retired. All of that is factually true, but out of context. He is now in a military prison, which means he had to be under military control when he did what he did. Or he would be in a civilian prison with the rest of the baby raping Satanists out there. The fact that he is in a military prison, the military is effectively making the statement that he was under their control when he did what he did, or he would not be punished by the military. That's simple. There is no legal way out of what I am saying. That is the legal reality. So understand that when it comes to the orange-haired mass murderer who killed 12 people and critically injured, like with lifetime crippling injuries, 70 more, at the Aurora, Colorado movie theater, James Egan Holmes was under the military command of Dr. Lynn Fenton, the sister of Lori and Ann Fenton, who therefore was under the control of Michael Aquino directly, per her own admission to myself. And I've gone into anecdotes and stories about her before, exactly what she's all about. But these are the people that Brandon Young was confronting at the time that he found himself basically trying to argue with Peter Levinda, who is a self-admitted proud acolyte of Michael Aquino, while trying to communicate with myself, trying to reach out to me. Then what happened was they tried to kill him with by basically getting into his car, and they sabotaged it. And when he had like Amanda Yute's car, but they both for some reason had security cars that they had purchased at auctions. And so these were cars that were all tricked out for hidden gun compartments and shit. Amanda Yute had one that she was driving during her assassination attempt. He had one that he was driving during his assassination attempt. Both of them were connected with me. And when he first found out his brakes were not working, not responding, he steered himself off the highway and into a ravine. He steered himself off the highway as quickly as possible so that he wouldn't cause a massive pileup. And because he was thinking of others, he wound up rolling. The car rolled over just like Amanda Yute's did. Both of them had rollovers. And he wound up in a coma for a long time, a week or something. But by the way, any amount of time in a coma is bad. People spend years in comas. And of course, they never recover. Not really. I mean, there's no one really dramatically like they do in the movies. You spend years in a coma, you don't come back, not the way you were. You're going to be paralyzed or crippled or retarded the rest of your life. It's just going to be... many people would think you might as well be dead. But that, of course, is up to the person, the individual in each case. But when it comes to being a week in a coma, that's pretty bad. He was in a coma for a week, at least. And that was the same with that Daniel Arola character, but a completely different phenomenon. Completely different thing happened to Daniel Arola. He was in a car, and then some kid who was speed racing, drag racing, crashed into the driver's side and totaled the driver, and the driver's body, unfortunately, saved Daniel Arola. I mean, which the world would have been better off if Daniel Arola had been the one who bought it. But in the case of our man Brandon Young, when he came out of his coma, the forensics investigators were there, and we're talking about police at several different levels. We're talking about police at the county level, police at the state level, police at the federal level. Were questioning him and informing him that the forensics on his automobile proved that he had only experienced one part of the car sabotage, that the car had been sabotaged to go off in a fiery explosion. Whoever wanted him to die wanted him to burn alive and die painfully as possible in a fiery explosion. But that didn't go off, and so the secondary sabotage was the sabotaging of the brakes, so that once he was on the highway, then the chances of him dying were very high. But he managed to do what he did and prevented that. So they didn't care that they took out other people either. So this is what Peter Levenda is all about. And when Brandon Young survived that, so what we are confronting in Brandon Young today, just so people understand, is the result of cerebral or brain damage from his critical injury. So whether this is the case right now or not, we don't know. But the one thing I do know was in the past, he was on shows with myself, transmissions, and he would just collapse. So he'll be there one moment, and then the next he'll drop. And so one time I called the police in Boston to do a welfare check on him. And the first thing they told me was, we can't do that when people are calling from another city. But the reason we know Brandon Young is part of the Boston elite, true blue blood, is because after they told me that, and I said, this is Brandon Young we're talking about, they went and they did a check on him. So it didn't matter that I was in San Francisco. They said, Brandon Young? And they said, Young family? I said, yeah, Young family. They went and they performed a welfare check on him. So I can say this. He is who he says he is. He's been through a lot more than he talks about, because a lot of it is fairly invasive and intimate and just traumatic. But when it comes to who he is, and what he's been through, I would suspect maybe something like that's impacting us right now, and that he's just kind of like gone unconscious for a bit. So whatever the case may be, hopefully he does find his way to bed and get some rest. But I hope that puts that in some context. So Aristides and Amy, you probably have heard all of this before, but we have new listeners every time. But whatever you remember, let me know, or whatever else that brings to mind, please, by all means.
I'd like to hear some thoughts about these people who well-meaning parents send their children off to these Christian camps, and they come back speaking in tongues.
Yeah.
What do you do, kid, at that point? What do you like?
That's a form of child abuse, by the way. That's a form of fucking child abuse.
Well, I mean, I know of people who are just like, I speak in tongues. This is what I do. And I feel like they need to stop it. No, you're too open. Shut it down. Just, you don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. Why are you doing it? Like, don't do it.
Not to mention that's highly disturbing. I mean, does this happen spontaneously in your experience, that you're just kind of around people and they just start, wabba-da-da-da-da?
Unfortunately, yes.
You're kidding?
Yeah.
Who does this? Kala doesn't do this.
No, Cal is way too solid for that. She would never. Her brain is trapped. Like she can't go beyond certain things. But no, like she's good.
But like I thought so.
There's other people who, tangentially are in my life for whatever reason, for whatever amount of time, and they will tell me, like, I believe in Jesus, I believe in whatever name they're gonna apply to the thing that they believe in. And they're like talking in tongues like it's a cool thing, like, or then I'm chanting this, or I'm chanting that.
But by the way, just in all fairness, I do want people to understand that I don't mind a subculture out there that handles snakes or speaks in tongues. There may be some people who engage in both, and honestly, I'm copacetic that there's subcultures that do this. It has its own charm but yes, my medical cosmetologist V, she had this girlfriend who went to the only Spiritist church in San Francisco. It's everything in San Francisco, just so people understand this. The majority of anything worth anything in San Francisco is in walking distance. The rest that isn't, we're talking it's way out in the fucking avenues where it's not worth, as far as I'm concerned, going to anyway, in general. These are all residential out there. It's like San Francisco's version of the suburbs. Important point to be made for anyone visiting San Francisco: Van Ness Avenue. That's the dividing line. In the old days, the San Francisco Police Department had jurisdiction over the city of San Francisco, and the San Francisco Sheriffs had the jurisdiction over the county of San Francisco. And just so people understand, San Francisco is one of the few places on Earth that's now both a city and a county. So what happened was that the San Francisco police had jurisdiction over everything that was on the developed side, the congested side, the city side of Van Ness Avenue. Whereas everything that was on the other side of Van Ness Avenue was like Frontier, and that was county sheriffs. And the reason for this was Van Ness Avenue was the fire break for the Great San Francisco Earthquake and Fire. That's where they drew the line, dug the ditches, and where they stopped the fire. So that became Van Ness Avenue. So Van Ness Avenue cuts through all San Francisco, and whatever's worth seeing in San Francisco is on the developed, congested side of Van Ness Avenue. So when it comes to Van Ness Avenue, on Van Ness Avenue itself, pretty much, there is a Spiritist church, which is like the only one in San Francisco. And that was either that or it's like one block off. It's like literally within, and it's in walking distance. So everything that's on this side of Van Ness Avenue, my side of Van Ness Avenue, the developed side, everything's in walking distance. So whenever I use that, it's just a point to be made. Of course, that's for a person in healthy shape. And for most of you, you'd probably consider it athletic shape, because San Francisco's all hills. And most of you couldn't walk to these other places, but I can. And the point is that, so in walking distance of me, just literally within, a few blocks, is the Spiritist church. And so this is one where people would get into the spirit and things would come in and things would enter. So V knew this one girl who was going to the Spiritist church, and she was letting things in, and V felt that this was harmful to her, and but the girl felt too much of a cultural communion with the community. It was where she had a sense of community and belonging, so she continued going. But V noticed that the possessions, what she considered to be possessions, were getting more and more frequent. The girl was beginning to channel more and more spontaneously, and therefore V didn't feel that this was conducive to continuing the relationship, and ultimately severed from her. And doesn't know what became of her. So that's all I can say about that story. But it's an example of what Amy is talking about. I don't personally, say, everybody should stop this now. But at the same time, I think the point to be taken from what Amy and I are discussing is that one has to really consider what they're doing. And if you're going to be open about letting things, elements, forces inside of you, you'd be careful, one would hope, about what you eat. You'd be careful about what you drink. But then most people aren't, and they just eat crap.
Here's a question. So, what is the topology of this slippery slope that where you start out saying, I'm a devout Christian, and then now I'm in this, this church or this, all the way down into just, just straight on Satanism, because it's supposed to be opposite things. It's somehow you end up in a church and with a bunch of Satanists.
It actually makes perfect sense when you think about it, in the sense that, say, for instance, when people think about the corruption of the Roman Catholic Church, you have to think about things like, basically, the best example is with the Roman Catholic Church when I use this analogy. The Roman Catholic Church was essentially the church in continental Europe for a long time. And in that sense, they were the police. This was what people considered to be the sanctity of their very soul. There were threats to it, and therefore the people who were capable of countering those threats were the church. This wasn't insincere or necessarily wrong or some big lie. It was just that, like any police department or any police constabulary, you're talking about, say, for instance, a nationwide police force, like a national police force. The bigger the police force is, like, say, for instance, a federal police force, FBI or KGB, you're going to wind up with, you're dealing with criminal elements. And because you're dealing with criminal elements, you have to infiltrate the criminal elements. And when you infiltrate the criminal elements, you need undercover agents. And when you send in the undercover agents, at some point, it bites back. It bites back because the undercover agents have to be corrupted, or they're not going to work. You're going to have somebody who's committing crimes, who's dealing drugs, who's killing people, who's trafficking in human beings, or you're not going to be able to infiltrate these criminal organizations. It's that simple. So you are going to be working with criminals, and ultimately you're going to be working with pure criminals, informants. And so when you start dealing with informants, and then you start giving them protection, like witness protection. There was this one guy I was interviewing from Rochester, New York, old guy, I mean, like lived through World War II old. This guy was like, refused to give his age. He wrote a book. He was in journalism. He was invested in journalism, and he wrote a book called Smooth Criminal, where he was trying to get justice brought against a criminal who was under federal witness protection. And this criminal had destroyed people's lives. But because he had helped the FBI solve a number of crimes, they put him under witness protection, and he was living fat. But this man felt that this was unjust. And so if anybody wants to know the story, just find the book Smooth Criminal. You might even find out the guy's name, which I forget, the name of the author. Whoever wrote the book Smooth Criminal was the guy I was interviewing on Revolution Radio, what feels like 200 years ago. I'm sure he's dead by now. But when it comes to a situation like that, okay, police forces are going to have to get to this point, or they're not going to get anything done. At the same time, at some point, the corruption eats away. And then you're going to get the organization will become more and more corrupted as time goes on. And this is why every once in a while there'll need to be a reformation, a kind of purging. Now, this is one of the reasons why you had schisms develop in Europe, the birth of the Protestants, etc. But the Roman Catholic Church needs to be given the historical respect that even though historically it may be considered one of the oldest and most ruthless criminal organizations in the world by quite real definitions, at the same time we have to give it the historical respect that is due to any body or establishment that's that old and has been trying to do something for so long that it was ultimately going to get to the point where a lot of the infestation from the other side, the enemy side, would be exposed. What's needed, of course, is a reformation, perhaps allowing women to become priests. Perhaps that, I think, would go a long, long way towards rehabilitating the Roman Catholic Church. The respect needs to be given that they at least respect a female goddess in the form of the Virgin Mary. They have her up there with God, which puts woman on a level with God that many patriarchal churches, like the Protestants, don't do. But when it comes to the Protestants, once they came to America, and once you had just this individualism allowing their movement to split to atomize into these various churches that were basically almost on the neighborhood level, then it became, well, wide open for basically personality cultism. And that enabled the corruption of the satanic element to just sweep in. Because at that point, people should not be saying, look at the Roman Catholic Church and how corrupt they are. You should be amazed that it took 2,000 years before it got to that point. That shows you how respectable the Roman Catholic Church truly is, that it took 2,000 years to get to the point where now everybody can finally complain about its corruption. You can't say it was always like that, because it never would have made it to this point. So any attack on it as a historical entity becomes empty as far as any sense of logic is concerned. So whereas the Protestants in America, you're talking like within a few hundred years, you had this level. Compare a few hundred to a few thousand. You're talking about orders of magnitude that in terms of the inviolability of the Catholic Church compared to Protestantism. So once they escaped from the Church of England and just became like American Protestants, which was just kind of like Protestants on the loose, like Girls Gone Wild, it was game over. It was just their open prey. They're like bunnies, rabbits to be slaughtered and eaten by the Satanists who moved in. This is how we got to that point today where, like Keith Call said, you're talking about somebody who, like I said about Keith Call, he's Dudley Do-Right. He's like somebody who basically is a Christian unto himself, because he came to the realization that so much of these organized churches are just so corrupted and polluted that you have to learn to follow Christ on your own truly, and he's done that. But when it comes to the kind of courage that takes, most people don't have it. Good example is when I was talking about the time that he was in Roswell, and that guy picked him up in a Jeep and said, "I hear you want to see something. Anything unusual?" And Keith's going, "Yeah, I'm game." And he got into the Jeep with the guy, and the guy drove him out to that missile silo. And it was abandoned, the blast doors folded in, wide open gaping hole. And that's when the guy said, this is not used for missiles anymore. The Cold War's over, they decommissioned it, but the tunnels are still in use, the tunnels that lead from one missile system to another. And that's when Keith Call said, "What are they used for?" And that's when he turned to him and looked him in the eye and said, "Boys. They transport boys." And he kept staring at him. Now, if Keith Call had quivered, had quailed, broke that stare, if Keith Call had blinked and looked down or away, he would have been at the bottom of that missile silo. That much I know. It was the fact that he stared back, didn't break, didn't waver, didn't quail. This guy just drove him back and dropped him off again in Roswell. Because that guy could easily have torn Keith Call apart. So if you don't have that level of inner strength, if you don't have that level of integrity, you're vulnerable. You're completely vulnerable. And most people are. Most people don't have that level of inner core of being or strength or integrity. It's one of these things that is unique. When it comes to Brandon Young, he paid the price for it. And here's one of the things you might have noticed about Brandon Young. He tries to be funny and deliver jokes. Like when I first said, "How's Kelsey?" And he goes, "Oh, I read her out to the Hare Krishnas." He tries to it's just his delivery is so off. And that's the brain injury. And it's just awful. I told him, don't make jokes, man. Don't make jokes, because you can't do it. He's just not capable of that anymore. And hopefully he gets over it. But it's one of these things that is collateral. It's collateral damage. So Amy, and Aristides, whoever comes next, please, all means. I'll take a short break in a few minutes. So when I take a short break in a few minutes, definitely we'll come back. But so before I go, both of you, either one, you were gonna say something, Aristides?
Oh no, I mean I give him credit for trying to make a joke, even if the delivery is off. I mean I appreciate offbeat humor more than no humor. So, but you're right.
No, I get it. I mean, I do too. I mean, my humor's dark. I mean, my humor's as black as it gets. I mean, my gang brother Beaver makes the joke that it's blacker than black, but I'm sorry, delivery's everything.
That's what makes you fun.
Yeah, there you are.
Just one of the many things that makes you fun.
Yeah, thank you.
But, okay, well, as far as what you're saying, okay, it was a very good explanation and answer to my question how the kind of the tug of war there, and between being corrupted, by the powers you're fighting, and I guess I will say I feel like I'm seeing more people out there who, as a result of these things, and maybe others are deciding, well, I'm Christian, but I'm just going to do it on my own. I'm just more of a, I don't know, Gnostic approach, or they'll just be like, yeah, I'm just going to do this on my own. I'm going to study something at home. I'm not going to be pulled in by this church or that, or so is that good? I don't know. I mean, give me your thoughts.
Oh, it is what it is all I can say. And the problem is also the majority of people, I don't trust them to do any proper research. I don't trust the majority of people to have what Keith Cole mentioned is discernment. This is the pivotal spiritual element, is discernment. Discernment is the ability to tell, say for instance, what's worthy and what's not. You take a look at their ability to even disentangle information on the internet in any way, shape, or form. When you have someone like, like what Brooke Gibson did the other day, and we're going to leave it at this, is basically she came on and she was comparing me to Penny Bradley. And it was like, okay, that's such a total lack of discernment. That's not even, you can't even go anywhere with that. It's like, if anybody's heard what Penny Bradley said, if anybody's heard what I said, there's a total different level of communication there, and what we're communicating, where just to bring up and say that what she says is somehow as valid as what I say is preposterous. This has nothing to do with elitism or arrogance on my part at all. What I say is obviously something that people could follow up on in terms of names, dates. They're going to find everything I say is part of your historical narrative. Your historical narrative and my personal narrative are compatible. They fit. They have matching dates and time frames. Okay, this does not exist with what she says, because what she says is effectively not part of our reality, is by demonstrably not part of our reality. There you go. So when somebody has such a total lack of discernment, if you can't tell that, there's no hope. But that's the majority. That's the overwhelming majority are like that. They have no ability to distinguish between what a Penny Bradley says and what the singular Douglas Dietrich says. And I say singular because, like it or not, I don't care how people find this, and they may say, oh, that's arrogance. No, it's just a fact. My story is terminally unique. There's no one else there who says what I say, but plenty of people who rip off what I say. And with Penny Bradley, there's plenty of people who talk like her. They come out of the woodwork. So there you go. I think Brandon's rejoined us, or I see his thing go. Let's see now. Amy's providing an image here. Maybe just something happened there. Fuck! Everybody checked out! Whoa! It says, whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Hey.
Did you get that? Aristides,
Yeah.
Did you get that?
Yeah.
It says
I got that.
It says you've been removed from a call by Brandon Young. Did you get that?
Yeah. Amy did too, maybe?
Yeah, Amy did too.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my fucking shit! Yeah, we hear you, Amy. We hear you. Oh my god! Holy
No.
fucking shit!
I don't know. It's doing weird stuff, you guys.
Well, that's Skype. I mean, that's the enemy. That's the enemy. I mean, now here's a really funny image.
Disappearing now.
Here, what's that, honey?
The screen was just going black, off and on, black.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Aristides' screen is on. It's like he's got his camera on, but it's all black, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Believe me. I mean, if he ever starts doing the strip down and all the rest of that,
No.
I don't think I'd appreciate it as much as I did with Brooke.
Let's go back to what you were saying. All right, no more Brooke.
By the way, here's a funny image. Is that you know, Brandon Young is completely unconscious and they're controlling his body, and he knocked you both off the call under their, like a meat sock puppet?
Yes, that's what I think is happening. Nice. There he is. He's back.
No, he's not back. It's just, for some reason, the call rearranged. The screen rearranged, but he's not back. He's, but Aristides is still with us. Yeah, and Aristides, Amy, do me a favor. Let me take a short break. Both of you continue our conversation for a little bit. That way we can, you know, at least get my break out of the way before midnight. And soon it'll be midnight where both of you are at. But believe me, as long as you guys can hang out, I'll hang out with both of you. I prefer it that way because I want to pull my head out of my ass and ultimately do a monologue.
Sure.
But the longer you guys can stay on, the longer I have time to do that.
I will try. I did something I usually don't do, and I drank a can of Monster Energy, man. So I feel energized, and you know.
You know what George Knight said about those energy drinks, right?
What did he say?
What brand did you use?
It was some random. It was a Monster Energy thing.
Okay. I don't know what.
I needed something besides water. I just, you know, usually I drink water.
Yeah, and non-alcoholic beer. Yeah.
No, that's stupid.
Oh my god. So yeah. Anyhow, definitely with Red Bull, what George Knight was saying, and he was a mixologist. He used to be a bartender, but he was definitely saying it's not urban legend. Definitely, what's in Red Bull is bull sperm. And so it's loaded with bull sperm, and he was saying which ingredient that was. You know, it's listed under a code name, of course, but just so you know, I don't know about Monster Drink, but
I don't know. I don't know which one would be. I'd have to look that up. No, it wasn't Red Bull I drank.
Okay. And Amy, so Amy, do me a favor. Let's see how your audio is after being knocked off by zombie Brandon.
Here, I have the traffic, a little bit of traffic, and I'm sort of outside, not really. But yeah, you need a break. That's fine. I know it's a long haul, 12 whole hours.
I don't know how he does it. If that's any evidence that, you know, Doug is not completely human, then, you know, I don't know anybody out there who does a 12-hour program. So.
Oh, thank you. Deeply appreciate it. It's only twice a week, but anyhow, go on, Amy.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Yeah, I think like 24 hours a week, just talking to people like me. I just think it is incredible. It's incredible. And I can't keep up. I can't join you every Wednesday and Sunday. I can't. I mean, it would be nice if I had that kind of steam, but I'd putter right out. Like some nights I'm like, I can't do it. No. It's for other people who want to join because it's too hard. Like Viviana was saying, like she would do it and share. Like she would share the responsibility of co-producing with you.
She's so cute.
It's hard. It's I really do appreciate that you just you power through it. 12 hours, you just do it, and nobody else really can do it. It's too hard.
Yes, thank you.
You do it repeatedly, constantly. But even given like the weirdness of like Brandon Young, not gonna. But I did want to go kind of like I was thinking about, you were talking about the Roman Catholic Church, and I was thinking about the Pazzi incident that happened with the Medici family, how like it was all nepotistic and they were all working against each other, and here comes a car. So, you know, the thing is, they murdered the guy in the church on my birthday back in 1476. 1478. But it was April 26th on my birthday. They murdered the brother in the choir. They were in the choir at church. And the Pazzi incident, they murdered this Medici guy, this beloved brother of son of Piero Medici. And that became so the Pope must have sanctioned this, right? And so the Medicis became obsessed with like getting their family into the papal seat. So they became very spiritualist. I mean, the dude was murdered in church, like in front of his family, in front of people worshiping. It just seems like, you know, they were corrupt, but they were like, there was a history of corruption that had sponsored their corruption. Like they, you know, like it was just that struggle for power, that, you know, like never having enough. Like they never had enough. But then you know, then you were talking about how, oh, well, then the Protestants came about through the Church of England, and they show up in America, and they're just like little fledglings waiting for the fox. Like, I think about the Duke of Sevens, the Waldensians that were fighting the Inquisition all the way up until the 1700s. Like those groups ended up in the U.S. as well. Yeah. And they, you know, I don't know that they ever get as much attention as maybe like the Episcopalians or the Methodists or, you know, any one of those branches.
Yeah.
But they were fighting the papacy hundreds of years in Europe before America was even a thing. Like we
That's
were
right.
just here hanging out with natives, trying not to get scalped.
or scalping the natives. Don't forget who the natives learned it from. But such being said, when it comes to the what you're bringing up is completely valid, and obviously this is all part of the fascinating aspect of history. The other important aspect to remember about the church, it's kind of like what I said about the time that Pizarro was, of course, this incredibly psychotic individual who was a conquistador, and en route to the Americas, he basically held a mutiny and took over the ship. It wasn't that he wasn't already an officer. He was already in officer status, conquistador, but he basically, the expedition was going to turn back. Basically what had happened was the captain had decided that he felt bad vibes. Let's just put it that way. He had decided he was going to turn back. Oftentimes this would probably due to supplies, but most of the time conquistadors thought like plunderers are pirates. Just our supplies are where we rip them off from. We'll make landfall and get what supplies we can plunder. So that was more his mentality. And so what he did was he took over the ship. And as I had brought up before, highly unusual. I don't understand how the situation came about, but the captain's daughter was on the ship. So perhaps for the best of reasons, in a sense, Pizarro ordered the priest to marry him to the captain's daughter. Now, in a sense, this is protective, because that way she's not open to gang rape or from anybody else. So at least there's legal protection. He can make the claim to put her under guard, etc. So might have been with that intention, but it's still a toss-up, right? At any rate, when he ordered the priest to do this, the priest performed the marriage. By the way, just so people understand this, the captain of a ship can perform a marriage legally. Any captain can do this. Whether you're on a ship or off, a captain has the legal right to marry people like any priest. Just so people know this. The captain, for reasons that should be obvious, was unwilling. So the captain was unwilling to marry his daughter to Pizarro. But Pizarro said to the priest, you do it, and the priest did it. By the way, all of these expeditions would have priests, because the church was involved in everything. So when the priest was conducting the marriage, or just about to, the captain said, How can you do this? Why? That's when the priest told him, the church always sides with the most powerful. And so understand that the church would never have lasted 2,000 years without being extraordinarily pragmatic. So the church, again, to just put this into historical context, not even as an apologist for the church, though I will admit, because my legal father was a Roman Catholic, though to his credit, he was not a militant or dogmatic Roman Catholic, but he was a Roman Catholic, shall we say, lapsed didn't really go to church towards the latter half of his life, and was very open to other religions. Now, I was never baptized. To show you how open he was to other religions, I was never baptized as a Roman Catholic, which theoretically in Roman Catholicism means I go to hell. But at any rate, my father thought that that would be a choice of my own. But the point that I'm making is that out of respect for my father's background, I do act as kind of an apologist for the church, but obviously within reason. But we also have to be within reason when it concerns such a historical immensity as the Roman Catholic Church. They're around for 2,000 years because they're willing to kill, to maintain their power, or they would never have survived as an organization that long. So you're talking about the Inquisition, which was what most people would perceive as a tremendous abuse of their power, but they were obviously using it to institute a reign of terror in order to, shall we say, reinforce onto the Europeans who was in charge. There was a pragmatic reason for what they were doing. This doesn't make it right, by the way. I'm not saying this morally justifies it in any way, shape, or form. But there are times when someone is in charge and people forget. And it's like Machiavelli said, what Machiavelli said holds true. It is better to be feared than to be loved. People will overturn someone they love, but they won't even begin to attempt to overthrow someone they fear. So the church operated on very realistic, pragmatic principles, and have always historically been very politically astute. So they would work with people who were capable of performing what needed to be done to get the job done, and this often in the age of Renaissance Italy included murder. So the Borgias were people who were a family who spent their familial history poisoning each other, and oftentimes they made the papacy. Popes were some of the baddest people you could meet. You're talking about people who were, if they were truly celibate and had given up sex, then you're pretty much got room for a lot of other things to occupy you. Power plays, Machiavellian manipulations and machinations, and intrigue and espionage being among them, which is why the church was so good at politics. So it's not that they were sexless either. A lot of them broke that vow. But such being said, you get my point. So all that puts that into some perspective. Does that make more sense, Amy? Kind of.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. ARISTEDES. Before Amy responds. Go ahead,
yeah.
ARISTEDES. Okay.
Yeah. No, Amy mentioned there's a couple names there, Medici, and then what was the other family you just mentioned?
Oh, the Borgias.
Borgia. So this kind of relates to. There are some presentations out there, because like when people start, finding stuff out, they're like, oh, they're like, it's the Rockefellers, it's the, and all this. They're like, no, like those are just kind of surface level. It's like there's. What do they call it? These are the original, like, black nobility, or is that the right term? Families that go back, like, and you don't hear
by that
them,
you mean covert behind the curtain. So go on. Yeah.
Right. And you don't hear these names, and there's some people I think made a decent effort at presenting, well, like, there's these families behind all those other families behind all, I think maybe, they want those, Rockefellers, et cetera, out there kind of, taking the flack as like, the people pulling the strings, and, and they're sitting back. You don't ever hear about these people.
Yeah. And yeah, thank you for that. There you go. I mean, there's plenty of, it's like I said, when it comes to the phone book, so to speak, of course our younger listeners have no idea what a phone book is. But for those of you who are too young to know, they used to put out big fucking yellow books called the Yellow Pages, which supposedly had everyone's number in it for your area listed, so you could look them up in this book and call anybody. An astronomical waste of paper, which thankfully has died out, though of course I miss it from growing up with it. Of course, this is an irrational nostalgia. But when it comes to the phone book of the ultra wealthy, if you ever take a look at the Fortune 500 list, everybody on there is nouveau riche. These are all new rich. These are people who are like multi-billionaires because of technology in general, or some kind of new product. These are not the old riche, the ancien regime of the wealthy, because all of those people, like the Rockefellers and the Roosevelts and the Washingtons, they all pay to be unlisted. So in the old days, you could do that. You could pay the phone company, which used to be a monopoly, believe it or not, Beltel, Bell Telephone, used to be a national monopoly. Imagine a world like that. And I miss that too. But when it comes to the Fortune 500, they're kind of like in that position for listing who's rich. And so they get a substantial bribe from the wealthy to unlist them. So the people who you won't find in that Fortune 500 list are the old rich. And these are the really rich. I mean, these are the rich people who like can buy countries and shit and depress entire economies. So when this is what our man Aristides is alluding to, that there are older families out there that have the potential to manipulate your world that you haven't heard of. Of course, this is my argument when it comes down to the basics, is that this was kind of like what I was trying to talk about with Brooke when she was on. She would talk a lot about a cabal of people who, because she'd been reading the internet, basically indoctrinated herself into thinking that there's a cabal of the elites who want the majority of humanity dead. Which you have to ask yourself, okay, when I talk about this sort of phenomenon, I come at it at least from a logical angle. It may not be a rational objective, but I explain why there might be a group of people who want the end of the world, who want everybody dead. And I'll point out, as insane as their reasoning might be, that this does exist as a phenomenon. But when people say, oh, there's a shadowy cabal of power brokers who want that, try and, again, discernment here, which people just have no discernment. Okay, why would they want that when their entire existence depends on a huge, what Karl Marx used to call, superlumpen proletariat, which means a huge crowd of underlings, a underclass of people without which their wealth would be meaningless. It'd be kind of like, okay, what if you have all this money, which at this point in history is digital? It's all digitized. It's just points in a fucking cyberspace. It's like, okay, what does that mean if everybody's dead? Doesn't mean shit. It's like you gotta kind of have this whole class of people who don't have that for it to have any meaning, right? So it's like these are the last people on Earth who really want everybody dead, and people don't seem to get that. They're just really, again, discernment here. Amy, before I take that short break, what comes to your mind with everything that Aristides and I have said?
I just kept thinking about that in, the French phrase of you can always spot the bourgeois by the way they cling to their purses.
Hey, how did my French come out the other day? Did you hear my latest episode?
Improved. There was only like a couple times where I wanted to pull my hair out, but okay. Other than that, I was like, he's really trying. Okay, so nice.
But was I succeeding at all? At all?
Of course you were. Of course, and I actually did think to myself, he's really trying, and it sounds good. Like, not just that, it wasn't. I keep laughing at myself. Like, I never speak French, and it's such a gift to like have you come to me and ask me how to pronounce things, because there's nobody speaking it to me here. Like, I've been thinking about taking this job, and they need somebody who can talk to the Quebec people who come down, and I'm like, sure.
Wonderful.
I don't even know that I can, but I like it's just interesting that I'm giving you props on how to speak French when
thank you.
I rarely use it myself, but it was the language that my mother spoke that caused her to be beat by the nuns at her Catholic school. So
why? Why? Because they wanted her speaking pure English for some reason. What was going on?
Yeah, her mother didn't speak English, And so she didn't learn English until she went to school and got beaten by the nuns.
That's awful.
Which I know she would be so mad at me for saying that, even because she really continues to hold them up on some pedestal despite all these horrible stories that I keep
Stockholm
hearing.
syndrome. Stockholm syndrome.
She's a nurse. Why doesn't she know this? I don't know. But that was my mom's experience. So she had me get French lessons very young. Mm-hmm. And of course, both my grandmothers, the paternal and maternal, spoke French, even though my father's mother would always say, "We are English." But then when you get her around all her old lady friends, she would always speak French. She would never speak English. So, I don't know.
Beautiful.
That was what came to mind, is you can always spot the bourgeois by the way they cling to their purses.
Wow.
So it's kind of that idea that we're really just who we are. And if we believe that, our money is keeping us safe or providing us some kind of insulation from the world, to me, it just seems like that's a complete falsity. Like, you're really just putting yourself in danger if you think that because you have money or because you don't have money, that this is going to make or break you. Like, in my sense of things, like, you shouldn't be clinging to your purse. Like, you should be free to explore things and not be held at bay because you don't feel you can afford it, or because something doesn't provide you with some kind of monetary reward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's an important point to be made, and I do want people to understand. I've tried to make this distinction with people in the past, and they just don't get it. One of the things that I was talking about with V one time was I was explaining to her that money's not important to me at all. I really think that the only way I could help humanity would be by attaining some level of secular power. And so I was telling her, by the way, that's what made her basically think I was stark raving mad. She could never understand anyone thinking that nothing was more important than money, and beyond that power was somehow something above money. And to somebody like that, their understanding is that money buys power. In other words, their understanding of the golden rule is he who has the gold makes the rules. But that's not the case at all. He who has the guns makes the rules. And he who has the guns can take the gold from whoever has it. It's that simple. It all comes down to force. Kind of like what I was pointing out with the voyage of the Space Beagle, the story earlier that I was describing to Aristides and Brandon Young. As Mao Zedong said, a collectivist communist, the political power comes from the barrel of a gun. This is what it comes down to. It's called, in law, they have a term for it. It's called force majeure. For those of you who don't know that term, what this means is when all else fails and there is no legal recourse, force majeure. That means that it's divine right of force. Whoever has the strength to overpower everyone else, whether it's threat of physical presence or firearms, the law starts there. That's the term in law that basically is the root of everything else. As a matter of fact, there is a statue of Lincoln that a lot of people did not believe said what it said, never believed Lincoln said what he said. There was this attorney I used to work for named Danica Hugen-Stepanovich. Worked for in a sense. She gave me kind of a summer job so that she could get to know me better. Anyhow, we wound up intimate, and it was just awful because she was depressant, clinically depressant. Awful. Anyhow, Danica Hugen-Stepanovich was Serbian, and I was working with her at the time that I was a mercenary working with the Serbs, but she was in America, and she was dealing with some of the Serbian community here in America. And she couldn't believe when she was young that there was a statue where Abraham Lincoln was quoted on the statue as saying, "Might makes right." Not right makes might, but might makes right. And then she looked it up, found out he said that, actually went to visit the statue, found out it had quoted him correctly, and a bit of her died with that. But that's, in legal terms, force majeure. And that's what Lincoln was saying, was that basically whoever decides the Civil War would decide it by force of arms. It's and that's when he was coming up there saying, might makes right. So it's, you know, by the way, I'm not reveling in this. I don't want anyone to think I'm reveling in this fact. It's simply an indisputable fact of life. It's not something that I'm reveling in as survival of the fittest. It's, which, of course, just so people understand this, before I take my short break here, because it's coming on close to midnight Eastern Daylight Time, I do want people to understand that you can't abide by the philosophy of Nietzsche, saying that only the strong survive and that the fittest, survival of the fittest, all this bullshit. It's all total crap. When he was a philosopher, he was not dealing with everyday reality. He was ultimately institutionalized because he was so severed from reality. So when it comes to much of what we take away from him, we actually understand through his sister, Frau Forrester Nietzsche, who controlled his estate, actually got power of attorney over him. But when it came to Nietzsche and much of what we understand with this might makes right philosophy, understand that somebody could be an outstanding soldier or warrior and take a bath and step out of the tub and slip on a bar of soap and crack open his skull and die just by accident. And you get a little accounting clerk who's a bureaucrat all his life who never does anything and lives to be 100 just because he never puts himself in any danger. So who's to say what is the ultimate key to survival? There's no real reveling in what I'm saying about force majeure. It's not a philosophy. So I don't want people to try and pin that on me. That was another problem with Brooke Gibson, which she was pinning that on me, thinking that I was coming from that angle, and would not understand that that's not where I'm coming from. What I'm expressing is the fact that indisputably, historically, what it comes down to is force that ultimately decides the fate of nations. When it comes to individual, and by the time we get to the level of every single case, then it's quite a different story, and then it's no longer really at play, because obviously now we have firearms, and people who were physically able to force their will on others back in the day when it was sheer muscle mass, well, those days are over, obviously, and yet muscle mass still counts in some situations. So there we are. So I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to leave Amy and Aristides to continue on the philosophical route for a few minutes, and so I'll be back in a number of minutes, and then rejoin you. Something you wanted to say before?
All right. You were right about all that, though. Right about all that, though, Douglas.
Thank you. Anything else you wanted to say before I go mute?
We'll probably wait till you come back.
Okay.
Amy's there.
Great. So, okay, I'm gonna go mute. Amy, say something before I go.
Okay.
Okay.
Here.
Okay, great.
Go
All right,
on.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Right. Amy.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing tonight? Let's switch gears a little bit. It was a lot of heavy stuff.
It was really, it's been a thinker. I've noticed that Marquesh is in the chat room. I'd love to join us, but I understand. I do.
He's tried to add people. I didn't mean that they saw it.
Right.
Yeah. So
I don't.
what's been going on with you? How are the dogs?
The dogs are great because Cal is here. She's mom's returned, and we just gave in and got a choke collar for him. Like, just, we were both just like fed up, and they're too big. They're wrecking us. Like, we can't control them. They need to learn. They're just puppies, and they're gonna hurt. That was it. It's like they got big mouths. They love to like chomp our whole hand to get the treat, which we think is cute, but other people aren't going to think that's cute when their kids like standing there with an ice cream cone and the dog just snatches it.
Oh yeah.
So we just gave up, and we were like, we're going to get this choke choke collar, and this is going to be the end of it. They're going to be good dogs now.
Right. No, and I think the big ones can handle that. Like
They needed it.
They're tough. They're rowdy.
And they're at that precipice where, like, if you don't curb it right now, it's going to go on, and it'll be really difficult later. So it's just that time. You just have to teach them the difference between off leash and on leash. And I just got so sick of like chasing them up into the woods. They would break free while I had the retractable handle. And they're like in the woods with like they've got themselves tied around a tree, but I can't find them. So things are good. Like she's here, we're getting stuff done. She just went to go get her friend who's the geologist. We're gonna do some rock hunting. It's exciting.
Okay. So exciting. How many dogs are there now?
How many dogs? We have so her dog, who is a part Staffordshire Terrier, part Shepherd, she's 5 years old, and she just had 11 puppies. 9 survived, and she was able to find homes for 7. So we've got just the 2 with the mom, but the neighbors across the street have one of the puppies, and then her mom down the road also has a puppy. So it's like we have this club of
And do they come visit? They come back and visit.
That is the issue. Is like the road is bad, and they have siblings, so they just want to play, and they don't understand. You can't just keep running back and forth across the road. So we're working on it. We're working on it. These are good. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to start work here. I think tomorrow they're gonna call me and tell me that you have to come work at this mountain because nobody knows how to do anything. And I'm just gonna go in there and be like, this is what you're doing wrong, people.
What kind of work would it be?
Oh, it's the only place that hires people here. It's a ski resort.
Right.
They're all ski resorts in Vermont. Like you're either a waitress or a cleaning lady, which is what I've been doing, which I'm starting to like that. I might just keep doing that. Because I mean, it's all independent. I don't have to deal with people. It's done.
Right.
And it's done. Yay!
Right.
This is a ski resort that, like, I got a friend who owns. He did software, and he took his business over to India and built it up, and he does software for hotels. So he's had a really interesting job throughout the pandemic, like trying to help people automate processes so that there's less interaction. And so I spoke to him before the last time I saw him. He lives in Czechoslovakia with his wife, but we went to Tulane together. So, we're both from this area, and we both had that experience of leaving and going to another French area. He and I saw each other last up at this mountain because we both learned to ski there. And that's kind of his thing, is he likes going to the hotels, pitching his stuff to ski resorts. It's sort of his joy, is like being able to travel around to different ski resorts and then pitch his sales stuff to their, because most of them are chains. There's not too small ski resorts anymore. They're all part of a group of them.
Sure.
So yeah, that's sort of what I've been up to.
Okay. Have you started this job yet, or you're about to, or you've been doing it?
I have interviewed with them multiple times, and I can't seem to get them to understand that I'm not going to work for nothing. Like, that's just it. Like they want you to do part-time temporary work, and I've already done 2 interviews with them and told them I can't do that. So hopefully, like this one I just did last week, they were like, we really can't wait to have, because I know everybody who works there too. Like that's everybody works in this area, or they're a waitress at one of the few restaurants that didn't go under. So yeah, so that's
the big business there is the ski thing.
Yeah, it is. It's either, I mean, a lot of people work in healthcare too. Don't get me wrong. Like a lot of people work at the hospitals, but I'm not really inclined towards that. I really I don't take care of people very well, but I love hospitality. I could definitely work in a hotel where everybody's on vacation wanting to have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's, it's nice. And I like my particular interest is that I did grow up in this area. I learned to ski on that mountain, and it just got bought out. Like last year when I interviewed, they were still in receivership. So now that they have owners, and the owners are really interested in building this particular resort up, because all their other resorts don't have hotels, don't have restaurants. It's just a mountain. It's just like a place where you get a ticket and you're there for the day and then you leave. So this one in particular has like an ice skating rink, a water park. And in my mind, I'm like, I would really like to see you do more spa, like have more of a spa wellness selection. Because I think that they're really like, they really got so spread out with the last owner. They did all these things and they didn't do any of them very well. So I'd like to, I'd like to see them have more of an employee benefit being used through the wellness. And they were talking to me about like doing more yoga. They've got some yoga teachers who are coming in to offer yoga, and because they couldn't do it while everything was on lockdown, they had to just cut a lot of things out.
Right.
Like giving me
but there's new owners, you say?
New owners. They're from Utah.
Okay, well, that's a good opportunity, because there's a lot of stuff's going to get shaken up. So I think there's a lot of good opportunities for you there.
I got to tell you, though, I mean, we don't have any shaking to do. There's nobody else to do the jobs that people are doing there. Like, that's just it. Like, I guess that was kind of their theory straight away, is they weren't going to cut everybody. The management that had already been cleaned out when the last owner got taken away to jail for an EB5 scam, where they were taking $1 million investment from foreign people. Just all you had to do was invest $1 million, and then you could buy your way into citizenship here in the U.S. through this ski resort. So that's a big mess. That was like, this dude had no accountability. None of these investments ever got returned to the people who had made them. It was just a mess. Like I said, like they just spread themselves out all over and didn't do anything well. So this new group of people is a really small group. I mean, I'm just so glad somebody bought it up. Like, I interviewed at another town where their ski resort was it was so not profitable that the town it got taken over for taxes. Like that, this town that was looking for an administrator and they wanted to interview me, they just acquired the local ski resort and they weren't very pleased about it. And I was like, I would love it if our town had taken over this ski resort, but it does have everything. Like, it's got the water park, it's got a rock climbing wall, it's got some of the steepest incline on the East Coast. Like, I go to other mountains and I don't even bother. It just doesn't even look like fun. But this mountain's pretty great if you can take the cold. Like, we've had some pretty brutal winters that have just been wet and cold and not much snow.
Sure. But so you've been skiing a lot there.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not out on the mountain. I'm in the hotel. Like,
but you've gone a lot because it's what people do. Like, you've done this. Yeah. Like, I've only ever been skiing like once. So like,
where'd you go? Where'd you learn to ski? Colorado?
No, we're good. It's probably in PA, I think.
Yeah, they don't really have mountains there. I hear people talk about skiing over there. I don't know. You can learn anywhere. Like, you could, to get your skills, you should probably do it when you're young. Like, I don't think after 30 you should try learning how to ski. It's dangerous. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's really like I do it only because I enjoy the view. I really like being able to ride up to the top of the mountain and look out over everything.
Mm-hmm.
but going down is scary. Like every time for me, like I don't understand how people like make this their life. But there are hardcore ski instructors who every season they're back on it. They're back in the rental shop to get their ski pass. I'm not like that. Like I said, I would like them to develop the spa.
Yeah.
Like
I think hospitality sounds good for you.
I know. I'm thinking about it. Like I said, I've been doing interviews, and I just, yeah. And then
You'll get there.
I'm back.
We believe in you. You'll get there.
Yes, I'm back. Go on.
Like, do I want to is the problem. Like, what do I really want? Like, am I really going to go hang out somewhere for 9 to 10 hours a day?
How did you become homeless again?
That attitude right there.
Thank you. That's what I thought. But give us the details. Give us the gory details, if you wish. You know.
You mean the first time? Like,
yeah, the repeated bouts of homelessness. Oh my God, you got a resume.
I do. It's ridiculous. It's so stupid. Like,
how do you even apply for jobs? When you apply for jobs, what do you say?
Oh my God, it's hysterical. You don't like. I could possibly like put together a whole performance piece about how, like, the way the questions go. Like, how
we got somebody named Michael Pluto in the chat room says, I don't understand what's going on.
You laughed, and I was just like, well, we were really into some heavy stuff, so we just started talking about like her dogs and, you know, the town there and what she might be doing for work, and just kind of taking a light, you know. So I could see somebody tuning in and be like, what is this about? You get another guy be like, I'm not getting anything from this.
We ruined it for you, Douglas. We ruined your whole night.
This is nothing compared. Remember back in the old days when I used to have Jambo the Reese Monkey and the other guys on here? And then I'd go to take a leak, and basically they'd be sitting here. I want everybody dead. I want you all to die. And Crystal River, she thought I was strategizing. She thought that I intentionally had this idiot on my show to make myself look like the healthy alternative, to make myself look normal. And she gave me too much credit.
She might have been onto something, Douglas. You might have just had Daniel Arola and Paquin Morales and JMO just to make you look good.
Yeah,
I couldn't. Maybe it was subconscious, but she could be onto something. Where is she? Why hasn't she been on yet? Crystal.
She was on with. I broke a promise. I had, you know, though I never thought of it as a promise. I should have. I had promised, quote unquote. I should have taken it more seriously, not to leave her alone with JMO. And when I did that one time, apparently it was so devastating an experience. She vowed never to come on again, but she's still very friendly with me otherwise, and sends me care packages. She's a wonderful human being. But I hope she'll change her mind and come on again someday. It's just that at this time, during the night, she is on Central Daylight Time, so she's on Texas time, and she's only 1 hour behind Aristides and Amy Como. But she spends most of the night doing her psychic consultations, readings with people. So that's how she makes her living. And so most of the time she's working while I'm on. That's the issue. That's why it's hard for her to come on. Yeah. But that being said, please, where the both of you were at, like you said, we were on some heavy shit. So then when I got back though, you were back on the enjoyable subject, which is homelessness and the resume. How do you handle when you're going in for these job interviews? What's on the resume?
Yeah. I don't know. It's nonsense. It's all nonsense. I have a degree in philosophy. That's what's on my resume. Just ask me. I'll tell you all about it. I don't know.
Just tell them. Just put it right on there. Be like, homeless this date to that date, and be like, what's this? Be like, I suffered, motherfucker. I know what's up, man. You know, I know the value of things. They'll respect you more.
Aristides is not helping. He's not helping. He's not helping Amy with her cause. Unless her cause is not to get employed again.
She said she keeps trying for interviews. You know, just may switch it up, see how it goes.
Yeah, at some point. Yeah, at some point, why give a shit? Yeah, I mean, I don't understand it. Why don't you just apply for some kind of, like, I mean, why haven't you applied for some kind of welfare? Or they don't have that in your state, or what? They just, like, is it all libertarian up there in fucked up Vermont, where they just, like, yeah, we don't have poor people in Vermont. Is it like they just don't acknowledge your existence, or what?
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, it's just been so long. Like, I have applied. I've tried all those avenues, and it becomes like this traumatic problem that I then need a vacation to get over. About it again and again and again. I can't just always be like going back over all the reasons why this is where I'm at. Like, and I really, like, I do have a pretty good life. Like, I really I went on my bike the other day, and I was like, oh, I'm going to town. I'm going to ride into town because I haven't ridden my bike much since I've been over here with the dogs. I'm busy. But I rode my bike back, and I, like, went over to this river, and I was like, I remember being here. I hadn't been there in, like, 20 years. And I freaking fell down the rock, like, on my ass, just like and cuts, and the whole time I'm gonna die. I'm dying. This is not good. Nobody's gonna find me. She thought I was going to town. I'm down by the river. But it was like, here comes Kala. She just went to go get the geologist their home. I was down by the river on my butt, and it was like,
I thought that was part of the narrative, that she was down on the river by her butt, and then Kala came along with the geologist. They were going to study the rock that our girl Amy fell on top of, and they found her there, like, oh my god, Amy, what are you doing here? Yeah. This is the rock I was going to take chunks out of, says Mr. Geologist.
I know.
Go on.
I remembered while I was falling down on the rock, that's exactly what happened the first time I was there. I thought I could get down this mossy rock that was totally wet underneath the moss, and I bit it, and it was like, oh, exactly like the last time I was at this spot. And it's bad. I hurt myself. Like, it wasn't cool. Like, I should listen to people when they're like, don't go out by yourself. Take somebody with you.
Thank you. You can't live without adult supervision. Just face it.
I know. It's true. You're always trying to put me in charge, and I'm like, what? You always want a chick takeover, and I always want a dick takeover.
There.
So pathetic, just the two of us. Like, can't we just make stuff happen? No, I don't know. Like, I have a lot of history where I tried to work in real jobs. So, like, when they ask me questions about specific things, I can be really sharp and astute about, like, yeah, I know how to work through databases. I know how to do research that's both qualitative and quantitative. I especially am good with outreach and networking with small groups. Like, I tend to be able to engage people because I'm not really offensive. Like, I'm a woman. I'm not very tall, so I'm not scary. Not too scary anyway. Maybe a little bit once you get to know me. But yeah, I don't know why people want to talk to me, but I'm really, like, I'm always impressed when I get a call back. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. What's going on with you? How did you get your job? And Why is there an opening?
Wait, Vincent, how'd you survive the rock thing again?
Oh, how did I survive?
I'm still back at the rock! What the hell? How did you get out of that?
Because I just fucking fell into the river.
Into the river! You got wet!
Of course.
Oh my god, I hate that!
It was fine. It was hot. It was a good day. It was really warm.
The river's cold, right?
Yeah, it didn't get that wet. I was just down there by the water, and then there's really interesting rock formations down on that particular section.
Interesting rock formations. You fell into a fucking river, and you're noticing interesting rock formations. What is wrong with this picture?
I know. That was why I went down there, was to go look at the rocks. Because I hadn't been there in like 20 years. Like, it really had been a very long time.
Yeah, there's a reason why. Oh, my fucking God. And it's like, then the moss got you. The moss monster grabbed you and dragged you in. Oh, my fucking God. Aristides, do you do stupid things like this? Like, oh, God, I haven't been down to the wharf in years. I think I'll just go down there and on my bike and...
as far as adventures that far out into nature, no. No, I'd like to. I think one day I'm just gonna escape and just head off into the sunset and never be seen again. I don't know.
Oh God, don't even do that. I mean, don't even say that. I mean, that's what our friend Brendan Zogit did, obviously.
Yeah.
And poor bastard.
I miss that guy.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, especially his technical support.
That very good and very pleasant to listen to. Very, very, very wise.
Yeah. Well, kind of. I mean, obviously he has his issues, like going out on fucking vacations without any like security backup. Here's our friend Amy. Just put a photograph in there of this is where you were at. This is where you were under the bridge. I take it.
Yeah.
No, she was literally under the bridge, people. She was under the bridge. Hell or high water. Okay, it doesn't look that threatening, but it might be a lot deeper than it looks. So
no, it's not deep. It was just sketchy, like getting down there.
Okay, I
bet.
bet.
Because I around, but I did it the exact same way I did the first time, which is go down on your butt because you're not paying attention.
You're saying this happened to you in the same place before? 21 years ago or something? Tell us about this.
I'd only ever been there once. I have so many different spots. Like, there's so many spots that you can go to.
Okay.
But the second one is the bridge. This is the historic bridge that was torn down. The covered bridge that disappeared. This is where that was.
Okay.
And that's kind of part that it was across the river, but the other side that met up is where I fell down into the river. But then to get out, all you have to do is just walk around. Like, you don't, it's just that one part looks like it's navigable. And then both times I've been out there, I fell. But
so,
I'm thinking of this as a positive thing. Like, I'm not stuck in the office. I'm not stuck, like, teaching other people's kids, which sounds like a hell of a
Oh, absolutely. And you know how many people are just suffering in some stupid office every day, and they just wish they could go smash themselves on the rocks down
the river. So, Amy, you got out of there just basically by kind of worming your way out. You just kind of like, got out of there by walking around and, pulling yourself out by the bootstraps, so to speak. Right?
Well, and it's adrenaline. Because I'm like, fuck, nobody's here. I'm going to have to do this myself.
Yeah. Well, thank God. Thank God. So you are...
a picture of and walk around, too.
You're so fucking lucky. You are so fucking lucky you didn't break an ankle, break an arm, do something, like break a wrist or an ankle, which would have really fucked you up.
Douglas, if you only knew how many times I know how to fall. Like, when I go down, I have done this before, and I know exactly what part is going to hit. I know, I grab at whatever I can to keep from slipping too much. Like, I know how to fall. I have been hiking a lot. I know how to fall.
Oh, my God.
That's just how it goes.
It's just like, to me, this is now interesting. You've got this little tree and the rocks. Is that cave?
Isn't it cool?
If you
The
say
water-
so.
The water, I mean, it is when you're in it, it's like it echoes and it's cold and it's got like weird like uranium fuzz on the rocks. And
Wow.
yeah, it is. It's cool to go poke around in these rivers because this one in particular has really interesting rock formations. There's a couple others that are fun like that where like
I'm sorry. I'm from California. When I see things like that, all I can think of is there's a homeless tribe of cannibals living in there just waiting to drag you in. That's
it's just my friends. Don't worry. We're not cannibals. We don't want to eat you. We're not trying to cook you alive.
Oh
No.
my god.
Sleeping out by the river on the rocks. It's fun. I mean, I used to do it when I was a kid all the time, and now that we're a little bit older, we just reminisce about it.
Oh god. I mean, thank you. You can have it. Oh my god. So
got it.
and life, what about wildlife? What do you see in there in terms of wildlife?
Sorry. What did I see for what? It was too hot. There was really nothing in there, but recently I have seen 2 black bear cubs on the side of the road, which was so fun.
Oh
I
wow.
thought they were dogs, and then they ran across the road. I was like, oh, they're bear. 2 twin bears.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
Kind of see those sometimes. Sometimes there's moose. I've seen a couple moose. This day, though, it was like the middle of the day, which no animals really, when it's hot out, they're sleeping. Like they're not, it wasn't the right time of day for seeing creatures. Like usually if you're going to see them at night or maybe first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
When it's quiet, when the people are not so noisy is when they're out. But this was a really remote location too. Like this is someplace where you wouldn't necessarily drive to. It's not on a main road. It's off a dirt road. I mean, the historic bridge isn't there, so tourists don't even really have a reason to go up there. So, I don't know. That's kind of how I spend my time. And people get really mad when I tell them how I spend my time, and they think, oh, I have spent the last 20 years in front of this screen listening to people I don't like tell me to do things I don't want to do.
Yeah, but they get paid.
I don't know. Like, I feel like some of these people just really, like, the money would never be enough, right? Like, no matter how much money they're making, they're really just there to be in a bad mood and to treat people badly.
I mean, you're right. I mean, it's, a lot of people live miserable lives. And so, like you're saying, your life, comparatively speaking, seems like you got freedom that they don't have. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I impressed by the fact that you were able to survive these accidents. So back to our man Aristides for a while. Now taking all this in, what about you do things like this? I mean, you take vacations, right?
Yeah. Not so much.
What does that mean?
No, I don't know. Kind of a homebody these days.
So how long have you been in the same job? You've been in the same job?
This particular job a few years, but I don't know. Things kind of tie you down. Depressing. I don't want to talk about it.
Wow. Gee, so sorry I brought it up. Yeah.
No problem. I take a little bit at a time. I don't go on big vacations. I like to take my, personal time, a little bit at a time. Not take work too seriously.
Okay. So, So back to Amy. So when you do this sort of thing and you enjoy yourself, realize that you have freedom that others don't, and other people are miserable and stuff like that, and you on the other hand get to listen to Douglas Dietrich at your leisure, and so what else? I mean, there's like what about arts and crafts? Any arts and crafts that you pursue?
I haven't since I left Franklin. I have all my stuff is sort of in storage places. got like, I got like 3 different spots that are holding all my stuff. So I'm trying to get it consolidated so that I can, you know, I was doing some oil pastels, which I don't know, I've enjoyed them for a while. I like the idea of like taking the pastel and like crumbling it up onto the page and then sliding it around, like get it with the concrete that was hot at the other place. I could get it nice and warm and then move it in, you know, different directions and blend the colors on the canvas. So I was doing some of that. I really, yeah, this summer I've just sort of been taking a break. Like, I mean, I want to be able to be in this area because, of course, you know, I've been here for 7 or 8 years now, and I just have people that I care about that I don't want to leave. Okay. So I do want to be, you know, I want to be in this area. And I mean, other than riding your bike out to the river, there's not a lot going on here. Like I was saying, like the people I know are either waitresses or maybe they work at the hospital. But other than that, it's a ski resort, and that's it. That's the only places that really hire people.
Wow.
So, yeah. So it's like the farming communities are gone. Like this used to be a farming community where everybody's family had so many heads of cows. But they got subsumed by these larger mega dairies with the GMO corn, and like they're just, nobody really works there anymore. It's all Mexicans that come up and are hidden out on the farm, and they're not really getting paid, and it's just this tragedy. It's just, there's no like family farm where like they make the butter, or where they like, I mean, people still do the maple syrup. Like that's sort of a tradition that even like tourists will come and they want to learn how to do the maple syrup. And so that's kind of got its little niche. But the dairy industry, the town I grew up in calls itself the home of the dairy, some dairy festival, home of the dairy festival. And it's all mega dairies now. It's no longer like your cousin gets the farm and like decides to like diversify and have hydroponics, or you know, it just isn't. It isn't even like that. It's just these terrible like employment labor practices, and the water is ruined. Like these rivers are just ruined by the amount of nitrates that get washed in. Oh, what's this?
It's Aristides sending us some kind of image. He says, Amy goes for a bike ride. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. There we are. That's hysterical.
On the fly meme.
Yeah.
I'm just a disgruntled old white man inside.
Wait, that's supposed to be Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's Johnny Cash, honey. She doesn't recognize him.
Yeah. At least you turned me into Johnny Cash. Nice.
Yes. But it brings us back to Aristides for a second here. Aristides, when I asked Amy Como about her arts and crafts, what about you as an engineer? You must have like fantasies of engineering science fiction. Like, have you ever written any stories or something of that nature? I mean, certainly have fantasies about unlimited budget projects where I heard you briefly talk about that with our man Brandon Young. So tell us a bit about any fantasies you might have about engineering mega projects or something.
No, I haven't written stories. Yeah, sure. I'd love to have unlimited budget projects, and I don't know. I like a lot of supposedly suppressed science out there. All this stuff. Supposedly keep secret. Starting with Tesla stuff, and there's all sorts of things out there that have been sidelined from the mainstream. I'd love to have some kind of lab or be dabbling and experimenting with all this, but making money, it's gotta do. So someday.
Thank you.
I'm done.
That's okay. That was very generic. Very.
Yeah, I mean, hey, so any idea if we'll hear from Peter tonight?
He had called. I'd merge the call. He doesn't seem to have called. I did check.
Pops in.
Well, what happens is, if he called while I had been on a break, for instance, I would have gotten a notification of a failed call, theoretically. Yeah. And I don't see any of these notifications, so I'm presuming he hasn't tried to call. So he probably has not. I mean, he pretty much said he was out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, if I remember correctly. Was it supposed to be the Sphinx, right? I mean, or was that yesterday?
He may have already did that. I think that was a day ago. He's been sending little daily updates of what. Let me pull it up here. What
I mean, he sends Aaron and yourself more communications than he does to myself, which is fine by me.
I don't get many private messages. Like I'm on the mailing list for
Oh, okay. Well, let's just put it this way, just so people. Okay, so that explains everything. So just so people understand, I'm not on that mailing. My relationship with Peter is quite different. It's like it's both Aaron Tice and yourself started as fans of Peter, basically. So my relationship came about quite differently. And so it's my relationship with him is mostly he knows that I'm gone for long periods of time and don't give a shit anyway. So he just he talks to me when basically through the show. That's the anchor of our communications is the show. But when it comes to so you're both Aaron and yourself are more up to date on Peter than I am. But the way it is he tries to call in and he's probably away from any kind of, wireless. And so our dear Amy was for the longest time practically incommunicado because she really didn't have any wireless. She was homeless in this fucking toxic lake and shit that she was living by, and the only communication she had were mutated fish psychically hurling blasts at her and shit. And then she decided to finally upgrade. I don't know why she didn't do that years ago, but then when she did, she had wireless. Otherwise, in the past, she had to drive to a library and sit outside the library to even communicate with us in the dark. Really bizarre. I am so glad your life has changed, honey. Honest to God. Anyhow, what is this? Oh, here we are. Amy,
that's Peter's update.
Yeah, it's Peter's update. Diva is where Paula lived when I first met her. I visited this fortress with Nicole on my first visit to Transylvania. Okay.
All-day journey to Transylvania. That's what he's doing.
Okay, there we are.
That was today. Well, that was what's still today for us, but he's in tomorrow now.
Yeah, he's in tomorrow now. He's ahead of us, and
who knows?
Okay, so all of that being said, Amy, yeah, back to you, honey. Tell us a little bit about it. Going back to where you were, talk about anything you want. I'm going to try and, pull my head out of my ass and prepare for monologue eventually. I'm not there yet. Still caffeinating. And we're not that deep into the show, so, I can be forgiven. The last episode, I did 6 hours, I think, at least, of monologue. So, tonight will be...
You were like, I can't believe we've got 4 hours left.
Yeah, no, I couldn't. Yeah, and I did it. Oh.
I know you do, and you've done longer ones before. Like, I know you wanted me to convert your last thing with Christine Joanna Hart. Mm-hmm. I can't do it without the actual file, and Maggot Man didn't put the file up, so I couldn't get it off of him. Maybe Nemo has it, but I noticed she didn't have it up on her channel either. That you had it up on yours.
She can't put it up on her channel because I used the term yellow nigger when describing Rishi Sunak, and apparently in England that would be like get her channel struck.
She'd get into tons of trouble right now if she were to. Yep. I see why.
So
I missed
that's so I've been hoping somebody would do something to maybe clip that out or something. Let's just put it this way. I'll tell you some things in private, but when it comes to John Warrington, has he been putting my other stuff on his Maggot channel up? My regular episodes, I hope.
Not since he went over to Peter's channel. Like I don't see anything from recently.
Really?
I kind of wondered what was going on with him, but then he did put up something else, something a little bit older.
Okay.
The Hallett report.
The what?
Hallett report with Jim Fetzer.
With Jim Fetzer. Oh, you mean, was that something I did with Jim Fetzer a long time ago?
It wasn't you. It was some other guy, some other New Zealand guy.
Okay.
And it was
2012. I'm looking
Okay.
at it right now. 2012. That's something from 2012.
Okay, so he's not putting my stuff anymore since I went over to Peter's
wait.
channel.
Let's see. 2023, 06, 07, 06, 08. No, I don't think there's. No.
It wasn't available for me to grab the file.
Right,
in order to-
no. I'm just trying to find out. The most important thing I'm trying to find out now from ARISTEDES is what ARISTEDES sees.
Yeah.
Is he putting up
under
my-
new content, the thing she just said, which he posted 16 days ago, and then the next post was a month ago. It's your program, June. It says June 7th, and there's June 8th, June 7th. So there's been a gap there for like a month. It looks like.
Wow. I hope he's all right.
Yeah.
And so
No, that was my thought.
okay, so hopefully El Nemo, he looked at one of my messages the other day but didn't respond. So El Nemo at least is uploading the stuff on his channel. So make certain, El Nemo, that you get these things down as soon as they're uploaded. Obviously, for obvious reasons, we always have to consider every episode as potentially the last. Nemo is also saying Vinny Eastwood, as he's questioning, of course, what he's welcome to come on. By the way, I don't understand why he doesn't just pop on.
Of people who are checking in and they're not speaking up. I see them all. I see all you, Amanda. First of all,
Amanda's in there.
yep,
Amanda, you?
Yeah. Yeah, she's looking at all of Aristides' memes.
Okay, well let me try and bring her on again and see if she responds. Okay.
She might be big. There's Nemo. Very good.
Okay, well I see El Nemo in the chat, but how do you see our lady Amanda?
It looks like she was checking out some stuff. Like her little bubble was down below the picture.
Oh, okay, so you get some kind of indicators I don't get. Okay, that's interesting. That's because your cell phone system works differently. You do all this on a cell phone, right?
It all has changed like within the last week. Like all of a sudden everything's a little bit different. Like everything on my phone just like all of a sudden like the Skype has a different like startup feature. It looks different. And like tonight the whole setup is weird. Like you're not screen sharing, right? Like this is just
no,
this is
I'm not. But by the way, did our man Maggot, the John Warrington, he's not taking anything down. He's simply not putting anything new up.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it.
Okay.
No, because there's a steady progression of shows prior to a month ago. Yeah.
He was doing normally. He was putting everything up until a month ago.
Yeah, no, it was let's see, June 7th, June 8th, and then there's the thing with saying the Roswell deception. What was it? What's that guy? Brett or
fuck.
Brett.
He put up Brett Loiter's thing. Brett Luter's thing.
Luter. Yeah, that's there.
So the last time he opened my message was on July 25th. So he had stopped putting things up in June something.
Except for the one thing, unrelated thing.
Yeah. So
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, he saw my message, but he didn't respond. Yeah. The weird thing was this: the same thing happened with Brendan Zogit. Was he opened a few of my messages, or whoever killed him and stole his cell phone opened his few messages, and then it was like no response. The same thing could have happened with John. Now, of course, all I can say is maintain both these guys in thought and prayer. if if John doesn't choose to respond, the horrible thing is there's nothing I can really do about it because he's in England, and I can't call him like I could conceivably call Brendan, but I just haven't bothered because if he's not reaching out, there's no point in my trying to pursue him. But when it comes to John, he's someone who he's been through a lot with his brother having murdered both their parents. And now both of you know this, right? Both of you know that his brother killed both their parents, right?
Yeah.
And you know this, right, Amy?
Yeah, I think I was listening that night when he called in, and it was just horrible. It was just a terrible.
Why did he kill his parents?
Because that's kind of like saying, gee, why did Charles Manson do what he did? It's kind of like when you ask questions like that, it's like, well, the first thing that comes to my mind is because he's crazy.
I didn't know. I have no knowledge of this story.
Okay. So here's what happened, just so that you know. And here we'll do a little. Okay, now we're gonna do a little screen sharing. Okay, and it's our man Nemo has indeed joined us. Welcome aboard. So let's do a little screen sharing here. Okay, so Nemo, can you see the cursor moving around?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go over to Facebook and let's see what we got going here with the when it comes to the trying to communicate with Jonathan Warrington. And when it comes to our man John Henry McMills Warrington, let's go over to his page now, and let's see how he's doing in general. First off, is he's still got my posts, so my promotional banners are still tagging to his page. So this tells us quite a bit, and El Nemo's probably seen already the promotional banner with my son for tonight. Oh, and somebody else has put up, Elizabeta has responded to that, so let me put a nice big heart on there. Now, here's what's alarming, is that all I'm seeing on his page are my promotional banners. Okay, so beneath that, 5 days ago, he did put this up, Gates of Paradise. So, 6-track album. Okay, so 5 days ago, he was active. Vegans, when they find out they are made of meat. Get this shit off! That's very funny. So that's very funny. It's about his line of humor. And there I am with white hair. So basically my page is becoming somewhat dominated. His page is becoming somewhat dominated by promotional banners, which shows he's not posting that much. So Prince George already is like a fucking dickhead. Yes, he's not much of a royalist, this one, with the royal family. So, okay, so he's still posting, at least till 5 days ago. So we know he's still alive. And we don't know exactly what else is going on with him, but let's take a look at his photos and then you'll get a bit of a... Okay, so this is John Warrington, and this is what I was getting from Brooke Gibson. When Brooke Gibson took a look at John Warrington, she was basically saying that he looks like he killed both his parents. John Warrington obviously has put up a lot of photographs in which he's like, the way that one guy, Pavel Edward, who himself is a complete and total creep and perv, the way he put it was, John Warrington was exploring, but obviously there's times when he just decides to get in front of the camera, and this is just... Some things are just better left in private. What was going on here was maybe like shaving injuries or something, but okay. He's got, well, anyhow, so let's go to the brother instead. And so we look up Warrington. Stalker, Kate Moss. Let's take a look at this. So Kate Moss Stalker, 40, admits killing his father, 67, and his mother. There we are. So this is the brother of John Warrington, man 42, who was handed restraining order for stalking Kate Moss, a German model. Is detained indefinitely under Mental Health Act for stabbing his divorced parents. Now, here's the thing about this. It says allow ads. For your sake, I'm going to do this. So when it comes to here we are, this is his brother. So what is going on with his brother? This is what is puzzling about this entire thing. His brother was in a insane asylum already. So the point is that I found this out from our man George Knight. For reasons I'm not going to go into, there is someone who is not related to George Knight, who he does know only through someone else, who has spent their life in an insane asylum. And apparently in Britain, they allow people in insane asylums days off, where they're allowed to go out and just on their own for I guess a break or something, so they can go out and murder their parents or something that they've been holding off on for a while. So with this guy, he had already been institutionalized in an insane asylum, and somehow Kate Moss's stalker, who left her in distress after placing champagne and a horror mask outside her house, has been detained indefinitely under the mental health accord. Now, this is this is something that doesn't make sense, because he was originally detained because of what he was doing to Kate Moss. So what had happened was, this was years ago, and yet he was in an insane asylum, and yet somehow managed to fly to Germany 8 to 10 times to terrorize Kate Moss. So somebody was letting him out of the insane asylum and paying for his airfare, getting him to Europe so he could terrorize a German runway model. And so when he was already institutionalized for that, then what happened was, on one of his days off from the insane asylum, he basically killed his parents. So what they're saying here is, okay, he was consequently made the subject of a hospital order without limit of time under sections 37 and 41 of the Mental Health Act, which means that apparently they have limit of time shit going on in these insane asylums, where they have to let them out every once in a while so they're not considered wrongfully imprisoned or something. And so that they can go out and, do what Michael Myers does every Halloween. Here in the United States. I mean, that's what we do here, according to Hollywood, right? So,
He looks awfully British.
Yes. He looks archetypally British. But one thing that Brooke Gibson was saying was she'd rather fuck him than John Warrington.
I kind of get that. John looks like Weird Al Yankovic a bit.
Oh my God. But I like the way they describe him here. Heavy cannabis user William Warrington, 40, pleaded guilty on the manslaughter of his father, 67, and mother, 73. The mother was older than the dad by reason of diminished responsibility. I like that. I have diminished responsibility, people. Yes. Yeah. Warrington had left a bottle of champagne, a cake, and a fake and real sunflower, and a metal helmet with what appeared to be a threatening note on it on one occasion. Later, he put on a Phantom of the Opera mask at the same address. I mean, this is how to win a girl's heart, of course. I mean, just everybody take note. So anyhow, so there we go. And these are the parents. So it's like
Is the mother Kaiser?
I don't know. I have no idea. By the way,
because John looks Khazarian.
Oh yeah, he would take such offense at that. John Warrington. John Warrington's one of the most Judeophobic guys I know. So I mean, just
right.
oh my God, he would take such offense at that. But not that he really liked his parents. And here's our boy again. Yeah, William Warrington, his brother. From Cheltenham, killed his father, and his bodies were found in 2 separate addresses. Not only that, but he it was something like he beheaded one of them. So, and I guess This is Kate Moss. Let me see. There's the supermodel Kate Moss, who he was terrorizing. So, I think it was one of them he beheaded, and the other one he stabbed some 40 times. And he used the car to basically run over both of them, repeatedly. So it's like this guy really did a number. He really hated them, obviously, and but John Warrington had been warning them for years. He was always the favored son. It was basically this guy was the cared for son, and John Warrington.
And yet he still hated them.
Yeah, and John Warrington was the outcast who kept warning them that he's going to kill you someday. But of course they didn't listen to John because he Well, you can see
Was
why.
he molested by his parents? Fucking hell.
I don't. Well, which one?
Oh, I meant the killer. Because he was the favorite one, but yet he still wanted to kill his parents. Like, did they like him too much?
Oh my God! It's like, it's like Brooke Gibson said. Her fantasy is that John Warrington killed both the parents, but framed the normal-looking guy. That's there you are, John Henry Mills Warrington in a more presentable state, I guess. And so he's and then here he is, of course, drinking in the background, with Homer Simpson. That's so. All right. All that being said,
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, how could I not? I mean, it's just you'll be left psychologically scarred for life now. And I like how this creeps in, right? Just right in the middle of all that, there's this, so it's like,
A little weird.
Yes,
It's the Anderson Cooper thing.
Yeah. So all we can say is, John, we're thinking about you. We're thinking about you out there, and we want you to know that it's awful what happened to your parents, and so at least this guy is supposedly where he belongs now. Emergency services were called to the home. Oh, there they go. See, they had to take the bodies out in parts. Oh shit. Bags like, oh God, they're in parts now. They have to take them to the tent. There we are. So the guy drove 15 miles apart, and he had the car, so he used that to turn them into organic speed bumps. Officers arrived to find the body and the killer covered in blood walking along the road. Now, okay, this is bad English, from England, no less. This is, what image appears in your mind when you read this sentence? Officers arrived to find the body and the killer covered in blood walking along the road. Does that mean the body was walking along with him?
Wow.
Okay. Since then, he's been detained at Broadmoor Hospital, a high-security psychiatric facility. So I guess what he was in before was a low-security psychiatric facility. So here's the parents in happier times. It
Well,
says
were they rich?
They were property owners. John Warrington was
Upper
managing.
middle class.
John Warrington was managing the property that they owned. So, and then his brother had sabotaged certain parts of the property. So it was a bizarre situation all the way around. I would say that they're upper middle class, and they were definitely involved with espionage. And John Warrington acquiesced to that as being highly probable. At one time I was speaking to him publicly, another time he denied it. I don't know why, but it's the reason that they probably were was because his brother was probably the product of some mind control program, and he himself
Seems like
he himself is obviously impacted by something. But it was several reasons why I brought that up in the past was that it's just the whole situation was so bizarre, so unusual that nothing else really made sense. So here we are. Children released a statement, which they said had been giving comfort to them. Children of the divorced couple said, let me see now. These are other children who are related to John. This is another thing that John's got. He's got a very big family. So friends and family left paid tribute to the victims, on the property. So there's obviously other children involved. And the whole situation is bizarre. So what does it say here? A man in his 50s who lives above the deceased said, "I'm devastated. The man who died has been my best friend for the last 10 years." Anyhow, so there you go with that. So now you're caught up on the general elements of the situation. John Warrington, of course, was very disturbed at how it was going. He was disturbed that this was changed from murder to manslaughter. He was afraid his brother was going to be released again. He put in reports that he did not feel safe. And so he was trying to make certain his brother was was detained. But what is apparently so bizarre about this situation is that his brother seems able to have an uncanny ability to seduce people into just getting his way. Whether it was his parents or whether it was the people at the insane asylum. But I think he's definitely part of a program, because who gave him the money to fly to Germany? Who gave him,
Right.
so it's something's going on there where he was being used as an instrument to terrorize people on the continent. It makes sense to me that he's part of some stupid program. But when it's, other than that, yeah, not quite sure. Oh, here's something else we might do. Let's go over to the images and see what else we find with that, because that's always informative. So there we are, Daily Mail pointing out leaving distressing gifts for Kate Moss. Nice, comparison of her and the idiot. And
Well, does Kate Moss have any well-known enemies that would want harm to come to her? Maybe they use him as a puppet scapegoat to fuck with her.
perfect assumption, and it makes perfect sense. I'd say that Kate Moss is probably earned a lot of enemies. Anyhow, Kate Moss gets restraining order on stranger after he left items such as a World War II helmet and a bottle of champagne. Now, just so people understand this, this was back when Britain was a part of Europe. This was prior to Brexit. So when he left a World War II helmet in front of her home and all that other shit, then, she got a restraining order on him. And that's because they were all part of the same nation, technically. They were all part of a united Europe. Then after Brexit, it's like they couldn't send him to Germany anymore, so they cut him loose to murder his parents. You see the pattern, what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if that makes any sense, but it's like they couldn't pay for him to go to Europe anymore because now it's a different country. And now he's like stuck killing his own parents. But, they got several like comparison shots of her and him, and then the parents. Kate Moss's stalker admits killing his mom and dad, all this other stuff. But in terms of the photographs of him, there was some woman who had interviewed him who here we are. This woman wrote, and here's her photograph. Let's get a better look at this. This woman here, she interviewed William Warrington in his home. So he was living with his mother at the time that she interviewed him. This was before he was institutionalized after really terrorizing Kate Moss to the point where they had to do something. And so here's the photograph of her in the home with him. And basically what this woman says is that she was alone in the room with William Warrington. And he insisted that she come in without the photographer or something. The person who took the photograph, I believe, was his mother. So what happened was she told the man to come in for her if she didn't come out after a certain time. And then what happened was that, I remember now the sequence of events. Okay, so this is what happened. Do you see this door? You see this door?
Yep.
Do you notice that there's no door? Just in case you don't notice, there's no door.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, basically what happened was the photographer was told to wait, and he grew alarmed when he wouldn't let her out of the room, and he broke the door down. And that's when he took the picture. This guy sat back down like nothing had happened. So that's what she described. She said this guy first wouldn't let her out of the room, was blocking her and the door, and that's when the photographer just blew the door down, knocked it down, and knocked him down with it. Then he just sat down like nothing happened. They went back to talking, and the photographer took a picture. But she, at this point, was, of course, completely freaked out. And then, of course, Kate Moss, and then, of course, everybody's favorite human being, and then his parents who loved him because he was, quote-unquote, the normal one, and boy, did they ever find out. You wonder why he killed them. I mean, they're so old anyway. I mean, they look like they're already dead, and they've been stuffed and shit.
Give me your fucking money already.
And here's the Royal Hospital Clinical Pathology Laboratory. I like that. Maternity emergencies only. He absconded from a psychiatric unit where he was being held for attacking his housemate with a knife. Oh, that's lovely. So now we got the full story. I didn't even know that part. So he had attacked his housemate with a knife was in a psychiatric unit, but then somehow gets loose to kill both his parents. Okay, tell me that this guy's not
suspicious. Yeah. Definitely.
I like this Cotswold Dialysis Center. This is like, it's got it all in one. This is like a multiplex theater. Cotswold Dialysis, maternity emergencies, clinical pathology, and Redwood Education Center, deliveries and services. It's like one stop for all. It doesn't even look that big. Fuck, it looks like it looks like a residence.
Yep.
Anyhow, so yeah, altogether, just yeah. Well, so I wouldn't be surprised if John Warrington's just gone a bit into just retreating from the world. Wouldn't blame him. But yeah, it just sad all the way around. Kate Moss, by the way, it's like she's like I know she barely has breasts, and so I don't know what
most models don't.
Yeah, most models don't, and but it's like anyhow, I'll never forget the sense of terror in my stomach when I knocked the door down when I knocked on the door of William Warrington. There we are. No shit. And let me see. The day that brought me back to sharp focus when I saw the man who once made me a cuppa, then locked me in his home, had gone on to murder his mother in that very house, and then his father. He had to drive 15 miles to do that. I'd been dispatched to approach Warrington, 42, in 2019 after he was handed a restraining for stalking model Kate Moss. The £500,000 house, which he shared with his aging mother, was, there we are, one of the Cotswolds' prettiest villages. Covered in the dark wooden cladding, far back it had been left to fall into a ramshackle state of disrepair. Yeah, he wasn't much for doing, it's like the Bates Motel, I whispered to the photographer. There we are. Past a rusting, anyhow, house was deadly quiet. So then, what else did she say? I asked the photographer to wait outside and made my way to the porch after plucking the courage to knock. He was worried even after the door opened. He said, I'll give you 10 minutes. If I haven't got a text from you, I'm coming in. My panic going into overdrive. There was Warrington. Surprisingly normal for a stalker, I thought. By the way, I don't think he looks normal at all. Although he towered over me, he looked like any middle-aged country gent. Anyhow, house was messy, felt like an old woman's. Pictures and frames, one of Warrington as a schoolboy. He politely ushered me in. Heart started pounding. I'm sure he's not violent. He's just an oddball. It's amazing how we all go into denial around these people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyhow, he offered me a cuppa in the floral mug, began chatting, told me he was sorry for what he had done. A cocaine and cannabis user. By the way, okay, so where does he get the money? Where does the money come from? The cannabis is one thing. The cocaine?
Cocaine, yeah, that's expensive as fuck.
Yeah. Okay, Warrington was trying his absolute hardest to come across sympathetic and nice. Anyhow, he was just stressed about things. He suddenly rose and locked the living room door. Why had he locked 2 doors? By the way, this means the photographer had to kick down 2 of them. Anyhow, looked at my phone. There was no reception in the house. Okay, this is another thing about the espionage deal. How do you stop reception in the house? Okay, that's like almost like he's got a blocker. It's almost like soundproofing it or something. You get what I'm saying? How do you arrange for it so that there's no reception in your house? Then I looked up. He was grimacing menacingly while searching for something in a cupboard full of letters. He didn't seem right. I then heard a crash and my name being shouted. It was Stan, who had broken the lock on the rickety front door, was now banging loudly on the living room door. Scarlett, where are you? He screamed. Warrington leapt out of his seat with a fright. That's a photographer, I said, trying to be as calm as I could. Stan was dripping with sweat. He asked if I was okay, turning quietly to Warrington and saying, sorry about your door. Warrington did not seem to think this the least bit odd. He asked if we could resume the interview and added, does that mean we'll be doing pictures? He proceeded to sit on the couch and go on to a ramble about how he had come to end up in court for stalking Kate. She said I could barely listen to a word. All I could think of was to get out of here. I had never met anyone so sinister. It was the way he did things with no anger or aggression, just matter of fact. He could switch between speaking fairly eloquently about his actions to talking about how he had telepathic communication with Kate and Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, he's got multiple personality disorder.
Well, with I don't remember if Our Lady Brooke Gibson saw that, but that would have been a red flag to her right there, because she had that guy from Australia named Michael Christopher Andriich. His name was Michael Christopher Andriich, and he claimed that he had had telepathic communications with Donald Trump and his son. So it was like, you know, of all things to have telepathic communication with Vladimir Putin, this is like a sense of false intimacy that comes with people who are schizophrenic and they see someone on TV and they feel a bond. But, you know, of all the people to develop a bond with would be that other psychopath. Anyhow, it's just, you know, it gives the game away with him. So there you go. Then he started telling me he received signs and messages. The television and radio were talking to him. I thought it's really time to go now. Yes, this is classic schizophrenia. And, you know, everyone was to blame but him, he went on. He blamed movies, said it was inspired by the 2007 war drama Atonement and the 1984 Mozart flick Amadeus. He'd long since lost his train of thought. Meanwhile, the whole time he was talking, his TV was showing the Phantom of the Opera on mute, and a phantom mask was among the objects he'd left outside Kate Moss's house. There we are. It's lonely in the countryside, he told me as he clenched and unclenched his fists. Not much to do but watch films, he added with a weird look. After 40 minutes, I could take no more. I don't understand why she stayed there that long. He'd long since lost his train of thought and was babbling about how he wanted to eat calamari on a faraway beach. He even had a place in mind, Tarifa, on the southernmost tip of Spain. As we now know all too well, he never did get to start that new life in the sun. There we are. Okay, so there we go. At 3 a.m., her phone pinged with an email notification. It was Warrington. She opened the message and it contained a single internet link. She clicked it and it opened a video of the final scene from the 2010 thriller Black Swan with Natalie Portman dancing to Swan Lake. I was petrified. Next night, he sent me a creepy link to the ending of the 2000 movie Billy Elliot, another Swan Lake dance. He just goes on.
3 a.m., that's a little sus, because that's usually code for, it's a significant in the occult realm where the unseen forces are at their most strongest, and that's when the witches would practice their conjuring and shit rituals. 3 a.m. It's
an important point. I take it seriously. It's not something that I take lightly, like, oh, that's bullshit. No, I think that's right on the mark. Then she blocked him. Okay, reminds me of some experiences Brooke's been going through, by the way. Not with me, I assure you. At any rate. So there he goes. Then he killed his parents, and then so there we have it. Yeah,
I wonder if he was a mind control subject for MI6. Did he have any relatives involved in three-letter agencies?
I'm convinced that this family was an intelligence dynasty family. And anyhow, she said, I'd hope I'd never hear the name William Warrington again. Warrington stabbed and beat to death the dad Clive, 67, and mom Valerie, 73. A day after absconding from a psychiatric unit where he has already being held for attacking his housemate with a knife, he dragged Valerie's body from their home, kicking her in the head to make sure she was dead, then ran her over as he drove to kill his dad at his flat at Cheltenham.
Had to use as a speed bump.
Yeah, and there you go. So there we are. Bristol Crown Court heard he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and had delusional beliefs. And so there you go. So we're guess that now that we're all kind of caught up on that, the only other thing that comes to my mind is maybe there were some more images. So but that was an important one. That's what I was looking for, was something that brought us back to. So now John Warrington, understandably, you can see why he's been stressed. Maybe there's been some developments with the trial. I would find it hard to believe that even the Brits would let this guy go again in any way, shape, or form. But when you think about how stupid they were all this time, to the point where it got to this point, you really got to ask yourself. I mean, the British seem capable of any level of incompetence. Don't
they have the death penalty in England?
I don't know.
They should have it.
I wonder. Do any of you know about this? I mean, I guess we could look that up. But
I wish we had it in Australia.
It's definitely so. So there we go with that. So what comes to your mind, Amy, Aristides? Please share any thoughts.
Wow, that sheer insanity. That sheer insanity. It's either extreme mental illness or you're right, some kind of a connection to something. That's just. Wow.
Well, it could be both. Obviously, both. Yeah. They're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, yeah. Did you see? Is George Knight on? Look at him. He's
is he with us?
George said he's on. Yeah,
he said he's on. He's on. Yeah. He's on. There he goes.
Yeah.
So George, I'm sorry I didn't notice you dropping in. So George, do join us. Oh my God. So tell us, George, is there a death penalty in England? And welcome
very
aboard.
Good question, Douglas. And good evening to you all.
Yes.
Or good morning. Yes. And I'm not sure, Douglas. I don't think so.
Okay.
If anything, it would be like the lethal injection. But other than that, I know there have been people that have been, they were just staying solitary confinement for a so-called lifetime. But of course, that's like a half sentence if you do a goodwill gestures in prison. So if you were a good inmate, so to speak. But other than that, I'm not sure. That's something
I looked it up. It says death penalty is illegal in UK. Nobody has been executed for nearly 60 years.
Okay. That brings to mind there was a hangman in England, and I remember now he was responsible for hundreds of hangings, and he was doing this up through World War II and maybe a bit beyond. So that it ended with him then. So he must have been like England's last executioner. So
1964 was the last execution.
Okay.
13th August, 8 a.m.
Okay, that was a year after my sister was born. So that answers that question. Thank you for looking it up. So George, by all means, whatever you're comfortable with, catch us up on anything that you're comfortable with. I'll try and have a private talk with you. Is it possible maybe after transmission? I might be exhausted, but we could talk for at least a few minutes, and then you could catch me up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, thank you very much.
And if not, then the worst case scenario is if I'm truly mind blown at that point and just need fried or whatever, then then hopefully. Let me see. Today is what? It's Wednesday, right? It's a Wednesday show, so it means it's Thursday for you. So it might be on Friday. We might be able to talk on Friday because by Thursday night I have to wake up in the middle of Thursday because I'm getting a delivery anyway before 10 p.m. So at that point that I wake up for that, I'll probably try and give you a call. So we'll probably talk on Friday or Saturday because I do want to catch up with you, find out what's been going on, and. So between George and I, we can at least aim for that. Other than that, though, publicly, whatever you're willing to share, catch us up on everything. Tell us about what's been going on with yourself, and publicly, whatever you might think about. I've been following up a little bit. I'm appalled at Tony Blair. I really think Tony Blair really wants to run again, which scares me to death.
Yeah.
But go on with whatever is coming to your mind about not, in general with England, whatever you're willing to share about your family. Hopefully all is doing as well. Yeah,
thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, everyone's great, thank you, and I'm doing well, and it's all great, and the only thing to share really is just great progress, really, just from my part, yeah. But other than that, nothing really. I haven't really, because it's been a little while since I last came on. The last time I came on, I was talking about Nigel Farage, Brexit, weren't we? That was the last time that I was on. I was on for a substantial amount of time. But yeah, with Tony Blair, he was obviously the man that reformed the Labour Party. He was the man that called it New Labour. He created a new form of Labour Party, and which obviously were. Part of the coalition in the invasion of Iraq, which is the thing that's embedded in my mind. He served from 1997. He was part of the declaration of the Good Friday Agreement between Northern Ireland, between England and the IRA, trying to create the ceasefire, establish a ceasefire between the British government and the terrorist organisation, the IRA, which was known as the Good Friday Agreement, and we're still in ceasefire mode. We're still in ceasefire to this day. Right. We can go into that some other time, Douglas. But yeah, no. Other than that, I'm willing to talk about and share anything that we discuss. What everyone is willing to, or up for talking about.
Well, by the way,
Yeah.
are you friends with John Warrington on Facebook?
I believe so, Douglas. He's not been active. I've also got him on Instagram, but he's not been active on either one. I'm not very frequent on those platforms very recently on these venues so often nowadays, so I'm not, up to date with everything.
But whereas in the past I didn't think there was any need for this, but if you could reach out for him just to say hi, and see, ask if he's doing well. See if he responds. I'd appreciate that, because that way, if we, it would be easier for you to follow up on this than any of us, because you're both countrymen, of course, and you're both in the same England. Please let him know that we have been speaking of him, not just in this recent episode, but in others as well. Speaking of his brother, our concerns about that situation, and that. I do care, and just reach out for him in that sense, and hopefully he gets a response. If he doesn't respond, that itself will be indicative of something. He has been publishing a few things in the last few days, and he hasn't been taking down any of my promotional banners, which are showing up on his timeline. So he's obviously not antithetical to me. He's allowing my promotional banners to be tagged to his timeline and not taking them down. And my promotional banners, as you well know, they can be pretty touchy at times, to use a pun, are somewhat controversial. So the fact that he tolerates that shows a lot. So hopefully he's all right. But whatever you find out, just let us know, and certainly.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So in terms of so what I'm going to do is how much time do you have with us tonight?
Oh, I've got a while, Douglas. So carry on. Please continue.
Oh, no. Oh, good.
Good.
So I want to get into serious conversation as soon as I return. What I'm going to do now is throw this liquid Coke can away. Let me go rinse my mouth out of that, and our dear, lovely Amy Como always gets tired of my saying this. She does say I'm repeating myself. And she has pointed out that the Coke is actually good for me in its own way, which I appreciate profoundly. As a matter of fact, Amy, you might tell people a little bit about that, a little bit about how it kills fungus, or one of your teachers was explaining that years ago. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. So let me go mute for a few minutes. Let's test if Amy can talk so she can relay that little factoid. Amy, you with us?
Yeah,
I'm
here.
Good. You can explain that when you had explained to me. I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we'll go back into a more serious turn of discussion. And I'm so glad George showed up. We can, help keep the conversation a little roundtable going until I pull my head out of my ass enough to go into full, monologue mode. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, George, I'd like to know. Is Anthony Stansfeld still in the news? Is he still talking about the banking crimes that Nigel Farage was bringing up for public scrutiny?
Yeah, was that is that the recent inquiry? Is that is that recently? Because about the banking scandal, is that what you're referring to, Amy? Beg your pardon.
I don't believe it's recent, but I do think that it's finally becoming public knowledge. I'm not, because I'm not in England, but I do participate in some groups that are working with Anthony Stansfeld, who's the crime commissioner who was exposing these banking frauds. And I believe it was 2012. Like, it's really been going on that long. And finally, Nigel Farage got wind, met with Anthony Stansfeld, and they discussed how do we move forward from it. Perhaps I haven't seen the update. It's been maybe a week.
Oh, okay, yes. Well, the last I got wind of it, he was mentioning about, this is going back several weeks ago now, when it first erupted, when it first came into the public eye, or public domain, so to speak, about this. It was when he did a public statement saying that he was going to relocate out of the confineries of the UK, because he's been the jurisdiction is against him for opening up any bank account in the UK, according to this dossier inquiry that was conducted, and there was a public statement which I downloaded the PDF file. I think it was mentioned about links between the Russian Federation funding Nigel Farage directly into his bank account. There was mention of the Russian connection about 144 times mentioned in this. I think it's a 30-page dossier document that was published. I think that was the last I gathered from it, the last that I got any intake on what was going on, or the development of that scandal, the so-called banking scandal. But other than that, I haven't been up to date with it, I'm afraid, Amy. Anything else that's worth mentioning about it that you know of?
My limited understanding was that there was some crimes being committed in order to suppress people who wanted to, just divulge like this extreme. There's nothing more to call it other than exploitation. Like they were the banks were taking the homes, stealing the job, like forcing people out of their jobs so that they no longer were receiving an income, denying them benefits, something about a council tax, which is not something that I am familiar with because I'm in the States. We don't have a council tax, but was something where if you become disabled due to some kind of terminal illness, like a cancer, you were then you should qualify for this council tax and they should pay you a benefit. And that wasn't going on, that there was misuse of law enforcement, that there were homes that were being sold off at auction that were actually, there was absolutely no reason for the homeowners to be evicted. Like they either had paid off the mortgage or they were simply not being given their benefits in order that they could pay off the mortgage. I mean, does that sound like what you're getting as far as being in England for information about the banking frauds?
No, you're absolutely correct, and that's a form of corruption from certain elements within the establishment. Between that could be links between either local, that could be anywhere between the governmental level or the what we call constituency level, the count between the councillors and the local MPs. Leading up to Parliament, that could be a chain of different departments, different elements within the establishment. Form of corruption. That's something that is just the norm, unfortunately. It's like we have it's a very obscure, how do I describe it in the UK? There's no real way of me explaining it coherently to people for to put things into context, so to speak. It's just corruption from multiple levels of people exploiting the level of power that they have. There's always this form of exploitation and corruption wherever you go, from the tenants leading up to the landlords, leading up to property owners, leading up to, it goes on and on and on and on. But so if you have any questions specifically, like to do with what does council tax supposed to be used for? So the council tax, everybody is forced to pay council tax, and that is for your wherever your constituency is. So that helps the local council. It's supposed to be for maintenance, looking after the environment, keeping up to date with maintenance of the area. And then, so of course, you'll get people complaining, well, how come the lawns haven't been mowed? How come the parks are so run down?
Because they're keeping some of that money for themselves.
This is just to try and put things into perspective so people can kind of fathom what.
It's the same over here. Like the local councils over here are corrupt and incompetent scumbags, can't maintain shit.
Yes, and that's it's very much so in the UK. I actually saw a story the other day where an individual, it's a heritage, it's a family-run heritage for over, a man's lived in this property for 70 years, and it's got a long chain of his family that have owned the property, owned the land. And then all of a sudden, property developers took the land and just started developing multi-million pound houses on top of the land.
Whoa, wait, yeah, I just got back. So this happened, were you working and this happened to somebody whose estate you were, or property that you were working on at work, or what was going on? What I missed with this?
This was, sorry Douglas, this is actually a headline that I saw on, it was something that was published in the media. It was something published in the media about an individual. I could get up the specific case, but we're just talking about, the local constituency in the UK where there's corruption from every level, from the council to the local MPs, leading up to the governmental level in Parliament, how there's different levels of corruption where people exploit people who pay taxes. And we're just discussing about how, Amy was bringing up a very relevant point, that where, the people on benefits were not receiving their benefits. They couldn't afford to pay council tax, and they get evicted from their homes. They're classed as tenants. The landlords are in their right to evict people when they refuse to pay either rent or refuse to pay council tax, so they have to relocate. And it's just an ongoing situation in the UK, just to put things into perspective of how bad it is here. And I was just bringing up, I saw a headline the other day about it's an individual man who's lived in this home for 70 years, and the family, it is a long chain of dynasty or a family name that have run this estate, this land, and they've had it for decades, hundreds of years possibly. And yet this property development company comes along and takes the land and develops a multi-million pound house or property on the land. And the guy was just completely outraged. Of course, then this will become a lawsuit. This will then have to resolve to thousands of pounds being spent to try and establish, well, who has the rights to this land? Who has the rights to this? Yeah, so this is just an ongoing situation. People stealing property, land. It's happening all over the place, actually. It's happening all over. Wherever there's a plot of land to develop on, they're taking it. And it's very easily done, actually, without any, nobody's asking any questions. I reckon it could be done quite illegally, because it's just happening all over the place. And then you've got all these, all these people coming out saying, well, I have the rights, this is my rights, this is my, you need permission from me, and such, etc., etc. But yeah, that's just explaining the situation. But Amy asked a question about the scandal, the banking scandal.
Okay.
And I just relayed what I know about, with Nigel Farage. I'm trying to actually get the name. I think it's a subsidiary group to either Nationwide or NatWest, who bailed him out and thousands of other individuals after the 2008 economic crisis or collapse of the that was the what was that called, the colloquial term for that 2008 economic crisis. It was given a name, Douglas.
Oh, it was. There were several names for it. I'm trying to remember. Basically, it was basically the big crash. It's basically the big crash. By the way, let me share screen for just a minute. And so if all of you can see the cursor moving around, our friend Colin Healy, who goes by the name of Vampire Skunk, in the chat room. So he sent me a message, and if someone sends me a message, there's no indication that he wants this to be private. So it seems like it's and we were speaking of it publicly the other day. So anyhow, just to relay what he said to me. Hi Douglas, I am being debanked. Now he lives in Scotland. I'm not sure of much in this life, but I'm quite sure I'm not a Russian asset. He is referring to the time that George and I were indicating the fact that Nigel Farage was debanked, probably with justifiably, as far as George and I are both concerned, because he's obviously a Russian asset. Colin, of course, just so people know, he did spend a lot of time in Thailand, years. So could be a factor here. Anyhow, he says, I have a second account, but it's also under the NatWest umbrella, so who knows? Thousands of people in the UK have had their bank accounts closed. There's an agenda here. Britain is steaming towards CDBC. I meant CBDC. I have no idea what that is. God help us. I know you need money. Huh? What's that, honey? Yeah?
Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC.
Thank you, darling. Excellent. God help us. I know you need money, but I can't help you financially, I'm afraid. I speak German. It sounded like I asked him personally, just so people know. I never sent this guy any private, messages asking for anything. I never do that. But anyhow, so his sentiments are, appreciate it. I know you need money, but I can't help you financially, I'm afraid. I speak German and French. I would be happy to give you a one-on-one pronunciation session if you like. Certainly, that'd be appreciated. I could also show you the Control-Alt-Delete thing. It's guaranteed to work. I mean, I use that to get out when this is like, I never use it much anymore, thank God. But in the old days, that's basically something I'd use when I'm cruising for porn and it gets locked. If it gets locked into some area, then that's your escape. Anyhow, it isn't guaranteed to work. Well, it's always worked in the past for me. Anyhow, but if Skype goes pear-shaped on your midstream, it might enable you to recover Skype without rebooting and cutting the stream off. Interesting. Okay, I mean, it'd be something I'd probably be too afraid to do. But such being said, I just thought I'd share that. So I don't know if that it provides any thought. Do you have any thoughts on this, George? Does that make you think?
Douglas. Yeah, and I mentioned earlier about the Coutts dossier report that indicates Nigel Farage the links and ties to Russia. It's mentioned 144 times in this 30-page document, which people can download the PDF file from the Google search engine, and they can read the full imprint, the full print itself, and it's mentioned 144 times. That is the only reason why he was debanked. There is no intelligences have gathered the information that he is receiving a source of income or a source of funding from a foreign entity, foreign agent, and this is directly because he appeared on Russia television, Russia TV Today. Yeah. So he appeared on there and he received a fund of, I believe, 100. And I'm trying to think of the individual who exposed this. 100. He received a fund or a sum of money of 156. I believe it was 156,000. I could be quoting that wrong, but it was a large, substantial amount of money directly from the Russian Federation, because Russia's television today, Russian TV today, is state sponsored by the Russian Federation.
That's right. But by the way, pretty much any major media operation in Russia today is state. I mean, pretty much. It's all. Yes. If it's not promoting Putin, it ain't running. So go on.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And actually, an important point to make also is that these oligarchs that are still subsiding in the UK itself, just down the road from us, there is a multi-billionaire Russian oligarch who has security patrolling his estate. And that is just down the road, just outside of Farnham, where I live. And there's this very prominent Russian asset or Russian oligarch that is residing in the UK. And this is the other factor to play in the UK, is that we have supposedly conducted or established sanctions on Russia, but not heavy enough. And all these oligarchs, and there is even with the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, his wife has connections with Russia, has connections with receiving.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not? That's disgusting. No. Go on.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And so, these points have been raised. Of course, this is just shoved underneath the rug. They don't want to discuss this or talk about this, but this is in the public domain. People can talk, reference this, but this is all stuff that has been very, it's been established and factored and exposed. But there is this, and we were discussing this yesterday, well, how come there is this oligarch that lives just down the road from where we live, who has high security patrolling his estate. I mean, dozens and dozens of security officials there protecting him. Probably has a whole security firm being, just contracted to him to protect him, obviously. But this is just the convoluted situation in the UK, and they have been criticised heavily. The Tory government have been criticised heavily about, are we doing enough to sanction Russia? Are we doing enough to put tension on these oligarchs that are residing in the UK? Because this is just treason. And it was just like, and I explained to my former colleague when he was working with me, I said about the Salisbury, what was it called? It was the Salisbury Novichok incident, where they deployed a weapon of mass destruction. In the UK.
In the capital of the United Kingdom. In the capital, no less. In a public.
This is just, which could result in millions of deaths.
Yes.
If not, hundreds of thousands, but it is capable of killing that many people.
Yes.
That many fatalities. And this is just, we're already at war, and this is what people do not understand. We have passed the point of flirting with it. We're not just breaching the boundaries. We're actually at war. We're legally at war. Well, it should be legally at war. Sorry, excuse me. But it's just that we're at this point where they deployed this Novichok weapon. And I remember that guy, that the man who created the Independent Pie. What was it? The British Independent Pie. Excuse me. His name is George Galloway.
Yes.
He was a former.
The UKIP, the United Kingdom Independence Party, the UKIP. Go on. Yes.
Oh, beg your pardon. Yeah. Thank you. No, thank you. George Galloway, and he was there saying that. Well, that's the equivalent of saying that there was you attended a crime scene, and there is you see a crime scene where there's been a second-degree count of murder, and they caught the culprit or the victimizer has left his Russian bottle next to the crime scene, scraped away at the glass bottle, his initials, and that's what he was trying to deceive the public by saying that no, the Novichok weapon was not deployed by a Russian espionage terrorist or an asset or a guy who's been assigned assassination contract to kill this, and he was the individual that was the victim itself. And I believe it was his child. That was.
That's right. His daughter. His daughter.
Yeah, his daughter. It was his daughter. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. And he was one of Vladimir Putin's. And what's the words he used? He was a Russian journalist. He escaped. He then relocated to the UK to reside here to escape any form of any form of. What would you call it? Any form of
basically
trying to arrest.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
He came here. He came to the West seeking political asylum and just safety from state persecution and oppression and suppression, and they killed him. And they killed him with a weapon of mass destruction, with impunity, with no diplomatic repercussions.
Yes, thank you. Poison of Sergei and Yulia. That was the daughter, Skripal. I've just looked it up, Douglas. I just had to get it out there.
Skripal. Yeah.
And yes, it was Novichok, the nerve agent. Yeah, that was used to poison him. And I'm trying to just look up very quickly about who he was. He was one of his
basically a journalist who was exposing.
Yes.
Thank
you. Yeah. That's essentially it, and that's the point I'm making, is that they are able and capable of deploying a weapon of mass destruction within the UK, within the country of the UK. Not like it's not even out of the boundaries or borders. It's within the UK itself, and there was no consequence of it. That is just at the point we're at.
That was the horror. That was under Bojo the Clown, right?
Exactly. I believe it. I do know what, Douglas. It's a very good question. I cannot remember if it was under Theresa May or if it was under Boris Johnson.
Either way, they were both so weak and impotent when it came to the Russians. It was Yeah, we're very fortunate that they're out. Is all I can say. But Rishi Sunak is obviously no better, and he's obviously. It explains a lot what you've told us about his wife having connections to the Russians. I mean, this is outrageous, of course.
Yes.
But go on.
Thank you.
Yes.
And it was Theresa May, Douglas. It was
okay.
The former Prime Minister, Theresa May. Yeah, she was the Prime Minister at the time. But yeah, no, thank you. It's such an important point to make. And so, yeah, this is the reason why Nigel Farage was debanked. This is the whole point of it. And it was outlined and it's been exposed in that document, in that dossier. The inquiry that was conducted, they concluded that it was the ties and links to Russia. He was being heavily funded and financially funded by the Russian Federation. So this is the reason for that. There's no other reason.
Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. So as for our man in Scotland, all I can say, Colin, is that it could be your time in another country. For a long period of time, you were in Thailand for many years. You might be suspected of something. So we can only speculate. And all I can say is that you seem to have another account that's available to you. Take advantage of that while you can. Other than that, start storing your money under the bed or in a pickle jar in the backyard. But it's I'm sorry. This is just, if this is what's happening, when it comes to we're heading towards this central bank thing. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure if that's the case. It's not. It's not something I would lose sleep over. What I can't understand is Scotland is like they're bucking for independence anyway. So I'm not quite sure how deep the connections are anymore between England and Scotland. I'm sure they're still pretty deep, but it's like one of these things where the United Kingdom is, of course, it's got its own strange. It's got its own eccentricities, but aside from that, as George knows, it's most of all the shit that's happening is happening in England, in London, and So with what's going on in London, I do understand that something horrible is happening to property and they're saying London is becoming increasingly unlivable. And they're saying that a lot of it has to do with the mayor with the Muslim name, who I keep forgetting exactly what his name is, but it's other factors as well. But what is his name again?
Khan, yes.
Khan. What is going on with him? What about what's going on there?
But beg your pardon, I actually can't relay any information actually at this point because without me citing something. But no, he's not been a very popular person for the last I would say over 10 years
since he was elected, essentially.
He keeps getting elected again and again and again. I think that's because of the multiple racial element to that. It's because it's very dense and very diverse. London is, so I think that's the reason for that, and it's the same with Rishi. But oh my god, no, I don't even want to go there with Rishi Sunak. He's just the expression that you use. These are just
by the way,
clowns.
Our lady Christine Joanna Hart, poor dear, she can't put up our latest interview because I use the term yellow nigger to describe Rishi Sunak, or yellow house nigger. And so because I use that term, she can't put the video up because she says that they'll strike her channel down in England. Like, is that true?
Ask her to upload it on another platform like Odyssey or BitChute.
Okay. She has to establish an account, and that's probably difficult for her in the sense that she's probably like me, just probably doesn't know much about the internet. And so maybe Nemo, you can contact her and teach her how to do that. So don't be afraid to do that. I'll try and tell her that I'll give you her contact. I'll ask her permission to give you her contact next time I speak to her.
Sure.
So our man, our lady Amy was talking about exposing UK banking frauds. So this might be informative. But thank you, Amy. Appreciate that. And I noticed that this is on an Odyssey channel. She has this off of Odyssey, so it's probably something they won't even allow on YouTube. So it's probably controversial. So go on, George. By the way, George, you missed it earlier. Basically, our man Brandon Young was with us, and then he conked out. It was, so I had to explain to everyone his background and whatnot. And but all that being said. So, tell us a bit more about, in terms of, say, for instance, when it comes to what I was trying to tell them about. I think you caught the tail end of it. I was talking about John Warrington and his brother, and we don't need to dwell on this. We can go back to, obviously, the geostrategic things we were talking about. But, okay, so tell us what you might know. And I did bring this up. I said that there's someone you know, and I told people this is no one related to you at all. But someone you know through someone else. Was in an insane asylum and essentially institutionalized, but apparently they get days off. So it's almost like they're given days off. So I was making the joke that, so they can go kill their parents like John Warrington did, do stuff that they were holding off on. Kind of like the Halloween franchise here in America with Michael Myers, puts on his Inside Out William Shatner mask and goes on a spree every once in a while. They let him out every Halloween to do that. So when he comes to these British insane asylums, at least a little bit. Apparently, they get these days off. The inmates, right? Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. What do you know about this? What can you tell us about what you do know? It's like, what's that about?
I actually, because I don't know the ins and outs of it, so I actually can't very much relay any information actually for putting it into context for people. That, as far as I know, they do have days off, and the prison system in the UK itself, you live a far higher quality of life in prison than you do outside.
Oh, holy shit!
Yes.
Holy shit! I mean,
Yes.
Whoa! This is because, of course, now for one thing, you've got heat, you've got food, you've got shelter. So, and you've got medical care. So, so basically, there are plenty of advantages. Yeah. What other advantages do they have why aren't more people committing crimes to get into prison? Or maybe they are.
Absolutely, Douglas. No, it's amazing. It's just common. It's just a common, knowledge that people that know of when people go into prison. They have television sets. They have gaming consoles. They have the access to gym facilities. They literally, and they get fed 3 times a day. So they live a far better, high quality of life in prison than they do pretty much outside, where people are struggling to make rent, struggling to make ends meet to put food on the table, and that's just the reality of it. But there is actually. It'll probably be something I'll share in a future transmission, Douglas.
Okay.
About basically the situation in the UK when it comes down to I will share something, but then I'll put it into context in another transmission. Actually, There is this, especially in the town I live in. There's been several incidences where relating to the crack habit, people on drugs, and there is a drug problem in the UK as a whole, but in the town I live in, from what I learned going back over a decade ago, there was 400, and I live in the town at this moment in time is anywhere between around about 10,000 people, so to speak, but there was 400 registered heroin addicts in the town I live in. Wow. And there has been several instances in the UK over the last.
By the way, Amy, if you were in England, you could register as a heroin addict.
Yeah, and you can imagine how many are not registered. You can imagine how many do not register that they are a heroin addict. This is just in my town alone.
Why do people register? What advantages do you get?
I think there must be some advantages to register.
Prenatals.
Others. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly how I got that information, actually, Nemo, because there's the reason why I found that out, and it's going back probably about the last 10 years or so. so to speak, is because, of course, I had to get needles for injecting my steroids, and of course that's how I found out that information.
Wow.
So yeah, because I could just go in and get needles, and then I had to say it was a prescription that I was having to inject, but it wasn't. It was for steroids.
But by the way, just for educational purposes, let's explain to everyone here. First, let's qualify something. I have done steroids for completely different reasons than our man, Mr. George Knight, has done. Basically, I was getting a high off of them. My excuse was when I went deaf. When I went deaf in my right ear, I was given a prescription for steroids, which had the potential for shocking my system back into working again. They were hoping it would stimulate my nervous system so that my hearing would return. But when my prescription ran out, I somehow, due to the doctor's incompetence in terms of keeping track, it was a general hospital. It was San Francisco General Hospital, so this was not, a normal hospital. It's kind of like dealing with homeless and other people. So, maybe that's why, but you would think they would keep track even more. But anyhow, they didn't. And so I was able to get a second prescription for a full run. But at that point, I was just taking them because the steroids really make you feel good. Your shit turns black, but you get a high, you get a buzz. So, but I do want to say that, so I've done steroids. There's other reasons I've taken them maybe a few more times other than that, but that was probably the longest run and probably not good for my health, I'm sure, in the long run. But, but anybody who is weightlifting, get real. They all take steroids. Nobody gets that built. Nobody gets that built without it. So just get real, people. There's no organic way to that. Sculpt. You can't body sculpt like that without the proper tools, and the steroids, that's the surgical instrument by which you sculpt your body. You're not going to do it otherwise. So that being said, when you
all bodybuilding competitions, they all do it. All the people participating in that, they all do steroids or hormone body growth. Like there's different levels to it.
Oh yeah, and so but what I would like George to educate the public in, you don't need to go. You go into this as far as you're comfortable going, but I'm presuming you registered. So were you, in order to get the needles for your steroids, you registered as a heroin addict? Is that what happened? No.
No, that's not my case. No, I didn't have to register. No, that's how I found out the information about how many were registered in my town alone. Okay. It's because you have to go to the pharmacy and then you have to fill in a form. Of course, I wasn't registered. I just fill in a form, so I need it for a prescription of a sort, and you just lie. You just tell a lie, and then you get given a supply of free needles.
Okay, so they assumed it might be for something like diabetes, medical. For something like
something like
So they assumed it might be for glycerin.
Medical prescription.
Thank you. Okay, go on.
Thank you. But that's how I found out there was. Well, I actually found that information out prior to that, but that just confirmed it for me. And what you have in the town, and I can get up. I can just put in the links if need be, maybe in the future to individuals about there have been several deaths or crimes committed because of heroin and this whole network linked between the drug dealers and the people taking the heroin, where they are so desperate for the heroin, addiction, for their fix, for their high, they will do any form of crime to get what they want. And there have been results of several deaths in my town alone because of this reason. And so, in the future transmission, I'll put it into more context, maybe share a few links. But that's just another situation in the UK alone. That's just give an example in my town, but it's all over the place.
And have you ever witnessed, just out of morbid curiosity, have you ever witnessed any roid rage? Anybody do something because... Yes. Okay, tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. When I think I've brought up the incident before on the transmission when I was working with in the hospitality industry. There was a colleague of mine who worked in the kitchen. He was on steroids. And one of the we had an agency chef come in to substitute somebody else who was off on leave, and this guy was antagonizing my colleague, calling him monkey features, or you're a monkey, or a monkey's more intelligent than you, and he kept just referring to him as a monkey. And so the end result was my colleague, he reacted, and he got hold of him by the throat and he basically, he asphyxiated him to the point where he passed out. And yeah, he passed out. He dropped down.
He's lucky that's all that happened. He's lucky.
Exactly.
Go on.
Because just to explain to people, it's a hormone replacement. It is synthetic. You are replacing your natural hormones with synthetic material, and it is basically an enhancement. So whatever strength you have before you take it, once it's kicked in after several days or weeks, depending on which one you're injecting, you can then, you are then basically emphasizing human strength that's beyond normal capability. So you are enhanced. It's an enhancement. So like his normal strength, he would have just got him normally, but just times that by 40-50%. And this guy just choked out within seconds. This guy passed out within seconds.
Wow.
So yeah, he just dropped down. I took Will, that's the name of my colleague. I took him outside and I just grabbed hold of him and I said, I know how you feel. I know why you, as in to say, I know why you did that. And he goes, he just pushed me to that limit. But then the police came along because, sorry, I'm jumping forward a bit. When the guy regained consciousness, he jumped up and he said to my colleague that I call the police. And then the police came along. Of course, I was an eyewitness. I've accompanied the police to both men, and I gave them my account of the incident. And it concluded that the guy antagonized Will, and the police didn't do anything about it because they relayed back to the bloke who got passed out that you were the one in the wrong. You shouldn't have been saying or doing what you were saying. And he admitted to it. He admitted to liability. So, the end result was nothing was done about it. And the police didn't even know that Will was on steroids or anything. The guy didn't know he was on steroids. But that was a result of it. That was, because he maybe have been able to been more reserved and held back and then probably walked away from the situation if he wasn't under the influence. It basically... what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever you are, it just, I'm trying to figure the word. It exacerbates what you're feeling. So it just basically enhances or just
amplifies your anger.
Yeah, thank you, Nemo. Yeah, it amplifies, it exacerbates what you're feeling or what kind of traits you have as a personality. So if you're a happy person, it makes you more happy. If you're an angry person, it makes you more angry. So that's what steroids do to you. That's the side effect of it. It's a hormone that you're injecting into your body, which is it's a high level of hormone. It's a high level of increase. So yeah, your hormone levels are just up and down. It fluctuates. So just to put things in perspective, but yeah, I mentioned that before, Douglas. It's a story I'll never.
No, but definitely it bears retelling, and we always have new listeners, and oftentimes, believe me, stories do need to be retold. So Brooke has informed me that she has a friend who died of that. I want to bring her on just for that. Let's take a look and let's see if she responds, and we'll see where it goes from there. Yeah, just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna breathe. Okay, breathing. Hey, hi, honey.
Hey, baby, how are you doing?
Oh, of course, much the better for speaking with you. That goes without saying. There's no fear or sense of trepidation or sense of pending doom that comes with bringing you on any of my calls, is there? I hope there shouldn't be.
I'm sure there is not. There should not be. Actually, I happened to just tune in for a second. I was going to bed and needed something to put me to sleep.
Nice little sharp backhanded compliment from my lovely little lady.
Well, I can't not do that. But actually, I just tuned in and happened to hear the steroids. So I don't know what you were discussing first in the heroin, and George going into that, and I had a.
But by the way, did you know that when I was reviewing earlier, John Warrington's brother's case, where I was talking about, and I can't remember whether we went over this the last time, but turns out that John Warrington's brother, the guy who killed both their parents, he felt that he had psychic communications, not just in the astral with Kate Bush, the German catwalk queen he was stalking, but with Vladimir Putin. And it reminded me so much of Michael Christopher Andreevich and other people that we know. And the, oh, fuck, oh, God, I can't resist but show this to you. So let me just go over to screen share for a second right here, because the page is still up.
Everyone should know that if they haven't heard that. I'll just say Michael. I will just say the name for Michael. I won't go to his last name again like you did, but
I mean, fuck him. It's Michael Christopher Andreevich in Australia, and he I don't know, made a career out of. What the fuck does he do out in the desert as a job? What the fuck does he do out in the desert with his job? He does something in the desert.
He basically goes out into the desert for like a week at a time and just clears out. It looks to me like he sent me pictures of raw red land. I mean, there was just nothing there. It was just clearing shit. There was nothing. But
it's Australia. There's nothing out there. What the fuck is he clearing?
He said they were seeding it, to go to seed it first. I don't know, seeding it.
Fuck, they're planting body bags. They're fucking he calls it seeding. They're planting body bags.
Yeah. Well, that's the same place they found 1 million, according to him, and I have all the screenshots of that. 1 million children come out of the desert.
That's right. That was, by the way, what Doofus was saying. I can't remember his name now. Ian Black.
Those 1 million children that came out in the last 6 months. Yeah. I don't know where those 1 million children are.
What was his name? Ian West?
That was just out of Australia. That's not what Florida's brought out.
But Ian said there was 1 million in Australia specifically as well. They both said that. They both had cited the same.
1 million.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so listen to this. So, honey, this is, by the way, I was showing people this article, and when this was, of course, by this woman who met Kate Moss's murdering stalker at his creepy home. I'm doing the screen share now, so if you're able to see your screen share, let me know. And so basically, what I was pointing out to everybody who I was showing this to was, if you notice the door, there is no door, but you clearly see where the hinges were, and that's where the photographer had to break down 2 doors to rescue her, because he said if he didn't hear from her, or a text, if he didn't see a text in 10 minutes, he was coming in for her, because John Warrington's brother wanted to speak to her alone. And he not only locked the front door, he locked the living room door.
Oh, I remember this story. Yeah, I do remember the story you're telling me.
And she couldn't get. She said there was no phone reception. That's why I said, again, another clue that he was part of some intelligence network, because how the hell can someone not get cellular reception inside the home unless it's somehow soundproofed or something, so that the reception's not going through. So she couldn't text the photographer, and then he broke the door down, both doors. And when he broke down both doors, then that's when William Warrington, who was getting something from a cupboard, which he does to this day doesn't know what he was trying to get out of that cupboard, when he had locked her in, was trying to get something out of the cupboard, and then the guy broke down both the doors to reach her. The photographer then stood there asking if she was okay, all sweaty and everything, and then that's when he sat down like nothing happened and said, "Oh, does that mean we're going to take pictures now?" And that's when the photographer took this picture. So she's all tensed up and stressed. You can see her. She's on her haunches, basically, even though she's on the couch. She's really on her haunches. And Doofus went on talking. But anyhow, when I was going into that, then basically when I was taking a look at what else, when she says my panic went into overdrive and all the rest of that, I think that where she says he had long since lost his train of thought. This is where it gets really kind of haunting. She says, I made it home with a sense of relief. Then at 3 a.m., my phone pinged with an email notification. It was Warrington. Shaking, I opened the message and it contained a single internet link. I clicked and it opened on a video of the final scene from the 2010 thriller Black Swan with Natalie Portman dancing to Swan Lake. I was petrified. The next night, he sent me a creepy link to the ending of the 2000 movie Billy Elliot, another Swan Lake dance. He messaged me in the morning afterwards and apologized, saying how he had fallen asleep with his iPad on and to ignore the links. This was followed by a number of exclamation marks. I blocked him and never ran a word of what he told me. And then, of course, I remember how you said he looked so much more normal than John himself.
Well, and that's what I was about to say. This is why George Knight should be thankful that he is not your brother. Because if you two were brothers, then you would be a Warrington that's not in prison or a mental hospital. George Knight, I'm sorry, you would have been mentally taken over by the way they take you over, because you would look normal and cool, and they'd be like, well, let's see where this goes and how fun this will be to take over George's normal looking brain and his normal looking and see who they conspire to first and how far they can go before they actually get to you. And do you know how long they probably investigated the other brother?
Yes, just because I showed them his pictures. And of course he looks just, just to see the man's face is just profoundly disturbing, the way John Warrington presents himself.
Well, you're not profoundly disturbing, but I'm just saying if you would, you're not.
I understand that. I understand.
But put you next to George Knight and the way he talks. Okay,
I certainly look like a... Believe me, I am not normal by any standards of appearance. Yes, I understand.
Right,
I get it.
Right.
Yes. By the way,
he's got eyeliner on. He's over here bodybuilding. Which one's normal, right?
Yes. By the way, so here we are, honey. If you take a look at this, he says, here's where she says, I could barely listen to a word. All I could think of was, I've got to get out of here. I've never met anyone so sinister. It was the way he did things with no anger or aggression, just matter of fact. He could switch between speaking fairly eloquently about his actions to talking about how he had telepathic communication with Kate, meaning Kate Moss, and Vladimir Putin. So, I mean, there you go. It reminds us of several people we know of.
Well, it reminds us of everyone I know. And if George Knight took hallucinogenics, it reminds me of like very eloquent to suddenly, George, I'm sorry, but if you were to take hallucinogenics, suddenly be like, yeah, but I this all.
Oh, by the way, who was it? Who was it that was on the other night when we were talking about Amy doing the mushrooms, just normal mushrooms? It was some kind of mushroom, and I think it was our man. Was it Aristides or was it Aaron was telling me? Oh, we were just talking to Amy about the mushrooms and how they were helping her out, and I was like, I bet. And they were saying, oh, it's not hallucinogenic. It was I forgot ears or something. What is this? What is that, honey? What is it? What kind of mushrooms?
Mushrooms. They're like a shaggy white wiggy kind of thing in the bog. They like grow in these bunches. So it's like it's not like individual mushrooms, it's like a bunch.
It's tree moss of some sort, right? Tree moss?
That's a nice description, but it's white.
Tripping mushrooms? I mean, there's only a few types of mushrooms that you can trip on. So is that what you're talking about?
No, they're not. That was the point, was like everybody else was talking about microdosing and
oh, and you were just basically eating like mushrooms you could buy from a store, like normal mushrooms.
Well, I like finding them. I like going out and finding those in particular.
That's kind of smart.
She's got balls. She's got fucking balls. I would never do that.
No. It is. What do you call that? Like where you save money. What is the word? Doug's is always good with that.
Fiscal.
Save money.
Fiscal.
It's very fiscal. It's also very stupid.
I think it's dangerous as hell.
You realize that there are deadly mushrooms out there.
You have to be really good at what you're looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta know what you're doing. Like, so I'm not saying you're stupid. I just meant like I would not. I cannot trust myself to go find mushrooms.
I would never. I would starve to death first. I would not trust myself with what I had picked. It is, if you get those wrong ones, that's a horrible way to die. And I think the worst story I heard was this family, the grandmother or something, everybody trusted her and they all picked these mushrooms. They went home and they all wound up in the hospital where they all had to wait for liver transplants. And, those things are like, you got to have a miracle. Someone's got to die, because they have lists, people already waiting for that shit.
Yeah, because the liver will kill your liver. And you know what's hilarious that you just said the story? So I fucking, do you know The Rock? You know The Rock? The Rock. Like
what
the
you mean?
Rock.
I mean, either Gibraltar or
Johnson?
Alcatraz.
The superstar.
Dwayne Johnson.
Dwayne Johnson.
The Rock.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes.
Dwayne Johnson. So thank you.
Yeah.
So The Rock, he had a French bulldog. It was probably about 2 years ago now. A little French bulldog, wasn't even a year old, was in his just LA home. He didn't have a large acre, large lot, pool, and the dog found a mushroom and ate it. And the dog got sick. He didn't know the dog had eaten the mushroom, but he got sick and rushed the dog to the vet. Of course, The Rock's got, billions of dollars, millions of dollars, whatever.
Yeah.
Did everything they could for this dog, and the dog died from eating the mushroom.
Wow. That's awesome.
And so, and this was just a mushroom half bigger in his yard. And so I got some from my neighbor that I told you about that smokes pot, and I made the mistake of hitting a joint from him one time. And I was like, hey, I would like to try microdosing. He's like, I can get some of that. And so he had got me a little bag of mushrooms, and I tried microdosing. And here's what's so weird. I can't smoke a hit off a joint. And I get so high, as you've heard stories before. Like, I just totally had to Uber home one time from hitting that thing. So I literally got them, and I took a little, tiniest bite. I didn't feel shit. So the next day I took some more. Fucking nothing. Like, I hear, but I'm fucking, like, the whole bag, I'm like, fucking a whole handful. Feels kind of okay. I don't know. I felt fine. But I kept the fucking bag up on the fucking little shelf, and this is while I was drinking. And so I forgot I had a little bit fucking left. There was just a tiny, wasn't much left, right? But it was enough. I mean, it was a little fucking dog got it down. Ate the whole fucking bag. And I just looked at him when I came home, and I was like, I knew which dog it was. And I was like, you know what? You're dead or you're not. I don't honestly I care, but fuck you. Because it's the same dog. It ate everything off my counter. So I was like, we'll see. Like, if he had started throwing up or something, I would have rushed him to that. But I just watched him, and nothing happened. So obviously, the mushrooms that get you high don't do anything to dogs, is my point.
Interesting.
And they didn't do much to me either. But the guy was like, oh, did you feel that? Did you feel that? He was like, do you feel those? They were so strong. And the same guy, he's smoking a joint. He smoked the entire joint. I smoked one hit and was like, I can't even go home. I mean, I can take freaking a whole hand. So it amazes me people's brain chemistry, and the way people's brain chemistry works is what I was actually thinking about. But going back to the reason I called in was I had a friend that it was actually a friend of mine that I worked with. I hired her. I did an interview for her. This is actually a funny story. I'll go into the backstory because people find it funny. I had to do an interview for a girl, and I hired her because I was the second interviewer. Like, they were like, hey, will you interview her? I actually was outside sales, so I wasn't going to do interviews. I wasn't HR, but the HR girl was out. So I said, will you interview her and see what you think? So we did a few interviews. So I did. She was one of them. And I said, yeah, she seems fine. But when she came to me later, after we had hired her, she starts crying to me. And she says, how her boyfriend had just died last week, and that she really, pushed up through the interview, but her boyfriend had passed away. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, and it was like her first, second day or whatever. And I said, what happened? And, went out and talked to her on a smoke break, and I was in the office, and she said, well, he was a bodybuilder, and he was really into bodybuilding, and she'd done bodybuilding, and he had, which she wasn't at that time, I could tell, but she said that he basically had come home and she was sitting there, and he was sitting on the couch and he started coughing, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And then he started coughing up blood.
Ooh.
And she said, like, so she said, "Oh my God, you're coughing up blood!" And before like she could do anything, he was just like out. She called 911, and he had a aortic rupture, is what the autopsy ended up showing. And I was gonna mention this like to George to see if he had heard of this. So what she had said was he had started dosing with diabetic medicine, insulin, because insulin had been shown to, at some point, people that he had been in steroids for. He was huge, and he had been doing steroids for a long time. And insulin, at some point, they had started using to I don't know what exactly it did. Here's
Something. Go on. Yes.
So that's part of the story. The other part of that's the scientific part of it. The other part of it is at this time I had just divorced, and I hadn't come out, and I was dating, like I was on, whatever dating site, and had just gone through like things like Bumble or whatever, and swiped yes or no on people, and there was a yes I had swiped on, and had spoken to this person a couple times. And so when she shows me him, she's like, "Let me show you pictures of him." And I was like, "Oh shit."
Uh-huh.
And the guy had spoken to me the same week he had died, and tried to hit on me and asked like, "What are you doing?" Da, 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 da. The same guy, like I went to all the pictures. I'd never told her. Her and I ended up going to the gym and worked out for like 2 years. I never told her. But yeah, he was totally on Tinder, but I think it was Bumble that he was on, and had tried to pick. And I saw him immediately as a bodybuilder idiot. So I had I had shut it down. Like I swiped yes to him, but then after the first like few sentences, like back and forth, I had, kind of just shut him out. But I never told her like he was there. And even after he died, I went back and looked, because I guess, if you think about it, if I die tomorrow and if I'm on Tinder, right, who's gonna know to go shut my Tinder profile down, right?
Yeah.
So he's on there. He was on there. I don't know if it eventually shuts down, but yeah. And I couldn't tell this girl, and I ended up being friends with her forever, or for 2 years, and we grew apart after I left the job. But both of those things I thought were weird. Number one, just the honesty of it, and number two, just the fact that as I was going to ask George if he had heard of that, the diabetic medicine that they were using, which was supposedly just something to do with the muscles, that ended up exploding his aortic valve.
Jesus, fuck. I'll ask him about it. Hopefully he'll review this. He took off, of course. He kind of waved off, and George. And
sweet. Oh, George, thank you for waving off because I got here. That's so sweet.
Right away.
I had something to ask George, and he waved off. Okay.
Oh well, it's but hey, we've got a little roundtable going, and that's fine. So such being said, how are things otherwise? I do hope that everything is.
I have my, how the stalker.
Yeah. Well, tell us about this. Tell us about this.
I have my front door open right now. I have a glass door. Like, how you have you can have the glass door, and then you have the front door.
Yes.
I have my front door completely open, when my glass door, locked.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see into my house right now.
Yes, this is like, obviously, this is something that we are hoping will change in terms of its status.
Well, the reason I'm doing that is because I set out 6 chairs. Like I pressure washed today, and I have 6 of my antique chairs from my grandmother sitting out that I pressure wash with driveway, and so I don't want them to be stolen. Number one, so I felt like the glass door being open and all the lights being in, it makes it a lot less likely. And so also that I was like, maybe the stalker who continues to text occasionally, even though I don't reply, I'm like, it's become. So I have my knife here with, and I have a few knives in here, and some other things. Let's just say nice. And so I am ready for him to come through, but the door's locked. The dogs would bark. But the stalker is crazy. Yes. I mean, I have a crazy stalker.
He's been persistent. I take it he's been persistent.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, did you get any security cameras yet?
Did you tell the story about it?
I have not. You told me not to. I mean, give me some credit. I do respect your requests. You believe it or not. But I think you should just share it, because honestly, if something happens, you at least have it on record. So you may as well tell everybody.
Well, I have it on record with ADT. I have it on record with ADT twice. I have it on record.
So if it's officially reported, then you may as well tell everyone else. I mean,
so basically, I had basically coming home from not a date.
By the way, let's put this all into some context. What happened was, tell me where I get this wrong. So we'll see how much I retain, because it's kind of a test of my retention capabilities. There's some weird old guy who didn't appear too weird. He actually appeared like a straight conservative Southern gentleman who...
I was Lowe's, like the Home Depot type store, yes.
Yeah, yes. And that this guy had met Our Lady.
He was in a wheelchair. He was in the wheelchair that you push around. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Cool. And so there's
an electronic scooter type thing.
Okay. Yeah. Better. It's more. How would I say, dignified looking. So he's in this more dignified looking, actual classical wheelchair like you would see Ironsides in from the old television series. And so it gives this air of ambience to it that is respectable. A lot of people may not understand that, but most of the time when you see people in motorized wheelchairs, they're train wrecks. They're real fucking train wrecks. They look awful, and they look tacky.
He was in like a suit, like completely, and then I wasn't looking at him. I was asking the guy, like he just had me talking to someone, and I was looking for help. Yeah. And so I just asked the guy that he was talking to, hey, do you know where this is? Yeah. And that's where it went. You can see if you can tell the rest of it.
Yeah, and then, basically this individual wound up, in a sense, seducing Brooke, and at least seducing her into letting her guard down. And he basically told her his background, which was in archaeology, and he was... involved with the local university, and so as a result, because Brooke was interested in certain things concerning the way I understand it, like land.
Yeah, so he didn't seem intimidating at all, right? And he's older, and he's in this thing. But I mean, he's a decent looking gentleman. Like he's in a like much older than me, but. Like he's in a wheelchair, right? or in a motorized scooter, I guess. I guess he could walk. I didn't realize that at the time. He just got in the Lowe's motorized wheelchair, right? Yeah. But he starts speaking, and he speaks very eloquently, and says, asked me my name, and not asking me my name at that time. No, I wouldn't even say he did that. Just, was interested in something, and just struck up conversation as I'm talking to the other person about what I want, the Lowe's person. And he's like, oh, where are you from here? And da-da-da. And I said, just because obviously if there was a young guy flirting with me or somebody else, I would have taken it as just flirting. I didn't take it as that. And so I said, oh yeah, I am. And so he said, well, you know, I'm, you know, and then it got to he's the head of archaeology for USC, for the University of South Carolina. And then I was like, oh, and so then that kind of caught my interest.
Because,
right?
he knew something about land litigation or something. And so because you yourself had an interest in some sort of real estate issue or some kind of land issue.
I was interested in fight. I said, well, yes. So he said he was into, and he did also not 501c. He didn't mention more 501c3, but he mentioned doing. What would you say? What's the word? Another word for 501c3?
I wouldn't know. I mean, these are technical issues concerning basically land.
No, it wasn't
property.
Land. It was what am I saying? Like a nonprofit.
Oh, nonprofits. Okay, so
right. A nonprofit, and 501c3 means nonprofit. It's just the legal term.
I see. So Brooke was under the impression he might be able to provide her some information that she might find useful. Yeah, and so she tolerated kind of getting to know him a little better, and then what happened was he called up fairly recently, which was maybe a month. My impression was maybe a month or two after he initially met you, something like that, maybe a month, and then or felt that
there was actually like a little brief intervene there that he's forgetting. And so what happened was he called me like immediately, like 2 days after.
Okay, so he did follow up. Yeah, go on.
He followed up immediately, and I did take the call, thinking he was like legit, like normal. And then he immediately went into his ex-wife and his entire life and how bitter he was. And I was like, D-O-N-E done. Like, okay, this person, like, he's been divorced, because it wasn't just like he was divorced for like a year. He was like divorced for like 10 years, and he was still very bitter.
Okay, that's bad. That's fucking bad.
Yeah. So I just needed to go off the phone with him. So I literally been done, and and he kept saying like we need to get together. And this was, remember when I was going to have my colonoscopy and endoscopy, and he kept saying we need to get together. It was during that time, and he's like, can we get together next week? And I'm like, I'm having a colonoscopy and an endoscopy next week, and like I'm sick, and I'm like, I don't know when. He called me throughout the week. He kept texting me, "Are you okay?" I did not reply. Like, I think I sent one reply. During like 70. I won't say 70, but like, I don't know, 30. I was just like, yeah, I'm okay. Like one of the very first ones, just like after 5 or 7, I was like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm just not feeling well. And then an onslaught for like 2 or 3 weeks, it would be it would be less and less, but like a text and a call, or a text, a call, I would avoid, text, call. And then a month had gone by, or maybe 2. And so I'm sitting here, I guess a month ago, and like literally a phone fucking rings. I'm running through the kitchen to get the dog stop pissing in the kitchen and get him out. And like screaming, and like I just answer the phone, and I'm like, hello, and he's like, hey, hello. I'm like, hello. He's like, hey, this is Bill. And I'm like, and I didn't even know who Bill was, but I look at my phone because I had him saved as Bill. Don't fucking answer whatever his last name was. And I was like, oh shit. And so he's like, how are you doing? And he was very nice and cordial, the same way when I met him. He didn't go into his stuff, and he was like, so how are you feeling better? And he was very nice. Like, are you feeling better? I worried about you because you never answered again. You never.
So in a very real sense, he managed to seduce you. So cool.
Yeah.
And then he talked her into a rendezvous.
Well, here was the other thing was a full moon night. It was a full moon night, and I should have fucking known, because on full moons and new moons, like, you are always extra energized. And I was already like, I'm staying home. It's a full moon. I'm extra. I get very energized on full moons because of my placements. But I was like, no, I'm going to do this. And then he's like, well, maybe we should just meet. Can we just meet for a glass of wine? And he's being very seductive, and not seductive in a sexual way, because I could have totally turned that off. But just like, hey, maybe we should just get out. And I'm like, and God forbid, I had just watched one of my tarot persons saying,
you need to get out more. And I was like, yeah, you know, maybe I should. So I was like, yeah. He's like, we should
I'm sorry, who had you just watched? It was one of these fortune teller types or card readers that was on YouTube that said that?
Well, it's one of mine that, yes, it's usually pretty good. But
okay, I just want people to know that one of the things that Judith Ager had going was she had some fortune teller / tarot card reader who told her that Douglas Dietrich is this completely insincere, awful man, and all this stuff that she just bought into totally.
I had for you. She's completely right. That fortune teller, completely fucking right. This, however, it was not a personal reading, and it was just, you know, and they do generic readings, and so. And it's based on your astrology. So anyway, I just kind of I felt like I needed to get out, and it may have, because maybe I didn't. I don't know. Let's see where this ends up, because what happens is I go out and I meet the fucker, and here's the weird thing. I tell him I am late to everything. First of all, I am late to everything. Okay. So when he says, what time will you be there? I can tell this is a fucker that is like, if you say 6:15, he's there at 6:14, okay? 6:12. I said, I don't know. I need an hour. Like, I'll be there at 6:15, but it's probably more like 6:30, okay? And I literally show up at 6:20. And do you know I'm talking to in the parking lot? Ian fucking West, of all fucking...
On the phone. Yes. Of all people. Yeah, just so people don't get the idea, he was not there physically. He was not there. He's in Florida.
I was just talking to him on the phone because I guess I want somebody to know you didn't fucking answer because you were probably off at your fucking estate. So I'm like, I need you to know I'm going on a fucking day, and I don't want to tell my kids like on this fucking person. And then he's like, and so I'm like walking the parking lot. I'm thinking the guy's gonna be in the restaurant because I tell him, if you tell somebody, I'm probably going to be there till 6:30. 6:15, but plan on 6:30. I told him that up front. Now it is 6:25. I'm walking through the parking lot. He pulls up and blows the horn out of the parking lot. I've been looking for you.
Oh my God.
And that's when I just told Ian, I got to go. Done. Because I was going to walk, I was hanging out with Ian as I was walking in the restaurant, but I'm crossing the walkway, you know, of the parking lot as you go toward the door. So, like, I have to walk across from the parking lot. And so this guy, the main drag of the parking lot, he's pulling up, blowing the horn. I'm looking for you. I said, I just turned around and went, I assumed you would be in the restaurant. I said, Ian, I got to go. And I was done. And I was like, I assumed you would be in the restaurant. That started the date off right there. Like, it was not a date for me. It was never a date, but it was a date to, like, for me to accomplish something for 501c3. It didn't even matter at that point, 501c3. I was already pissed. I went fucking in the restaurant, and I didn't wait on him. I was like, I'm going in. Fucking holy fucking malts. I'm not going to wait on somebody. Why would I sit in a parking lot and then blow a horn? The fuck? So I went on in the restaurant. He comes in, and I'm like, I think we need a shot of tequila. And this is when I wasn't fucking drinking. This is when I had quit. I was like, I think I looked at him because he seemed grumpy. He's like, I was waiting. I was like, why were you blowing the horn is what I said. And he goes, well, I was just waiting on you. And I said, I figured you would be in the parking lot. Well, why would I be in the parking lot when I said we were meeting here at 6:15 and you said 6:30? So I figured I would wait till 6:30 at least to come in. And I just looked at him and said, I think we need a shot of tequila.
And by the way, it kind of gets a bit more boozy after that, and this is when...
Oh, no, we had that, and I ordered one beer. I didn't even finish off the beer. And he wanted food, and they were serving there, and he's like, let's go to this Japanese restaurant. And he's like, do you want to ride with me? And thank God, I was like, fucking no. I didn't say that. And I was like, no, I'll follow you there. So we went to the Japanese restaurant and ordered sake that we split, like the little small bottle of sake. So that's what I had. I had one shot, or actually a shot of tequila split two ways, a half a beer, and then the sake we split. And I probably, to be honest, drank more of the sake by the end because I was done. Because it was just like, this guy is complete. So I just left.
Well, something happened where the sake, I noticed, is pretty powerful. So everybody do take this as a warning. When it came to Peter Moon, he had gone out with his wife, Paola. And
it is powerful.
Yeah, when his wife told him, Paola told Peter Moon, don't drink the sake. She said, sip it. She was trying to tell him, sip it. He wouldn't listen to her, and he's just, and, slamming
I knew to sip it, and by the end of it, and I was just done, and I was trying to pay my own bill, I was just like, took the rest of the sake that was left in the bottle and poured it in and shot it, which is where I ended up. Like, I don't even remember leaving the guy. I don't even remember how I told him that. Like, I'm fairly certain, knowing me, and you know me, and you've heard me on this show, how horrible I can be. I'm fairly certain the guy literally would not text you. Like, he didn't, like, he was, like, no. I'm fairly certain I told him off.
It was in this context that I got a phone call. So I got the phone call, the message, which I later retrieved, which was something along the lines of, fuck you, Douglas, and, going through a litany, kind of a litany.
No, you didn't get to go. You called me during it. That was the problem.
But I definitely had a message. There was that as well. So that I had asked you.
You had the message. I didn't even know you had the message.
Yeah. No, there was definitely a voicemail message. And I had called you. And what was the reason that I called you? I guess neither one of us can remember at this point.
So you called me to check on me because we had the argument before. So that's why I don't even think there was a message. But
Okay. So we had an argument before. But this was a different argument from, anything recent.
I sent you a message the day before and you had misunderstood it. And
no, definitely the message must have been while you were inebriated, because it was pretty much along the same lines of when I called you, which was pretty much a kind of like a short laundry list or litany. Yeah.
Yeah, because here's what happened. I literally was driving and I was fine, and then I guess the sake fucking hit me.
Right. And for those of you who want to know how hard it can hit, basically when Peter Moon did not sip the sake and he drank it and then he came on the show was when Amy, you can attest to this. So Amy, just a little break in here with you. That was when Peter Moon, when he had asked you something like, are you from this particular area? And he named a place, which was odd because it's kind of like, let's play pin the donkey on the map. And so he named some area and he said, no, I was from this place or something. And then he shut you down and said, that's not what I asked. I asked you if you were from here or something like that. Do you recall enough of that to give us your memory of this?
Peter was, I think that might have been the first exchange we ever had.
That was the first exchange. Yes, he had never even met you.
Yeah, and he shut her down. I actually shut up because Peter had already been off on me, and I wanted to take up for Amy, but I was like, Amy, I'm sorry, but I was just like, let him go off on somebody else for a second. I'm sorry, but like, I just wanted to see what he was gonna do. And he just like totally shut you down. Like, I didn't even, you're like, yeah, you're like just being so like, well, so do you know where this is from this? He's like, I didn't ask you that. I asked you were from here.
Yeah. So what do you remember of that?
I remember like at some point, like I was trying to say how I'd done, like my friend had sent these genealogy tests and they'd come back with like a royal bloodline, and he was like, no, you're native. And I was just like, that it was just like the same thing that people have been telling me my whole life, that is fucking bullshit. I'm not. I'd like to be. It would be great if I was, but I'm not. Yeah. So
the first part was where you were from. If you can read that replay,
and he wasn't listening to anything I said anyway. Like,
he wasn't listening. That's the point. He doesn't listen. He was just like, that's not what I asked you. You were like, do you know where so and so is to so and so? Like, if I don't know what
did. Like, I knew, like, if you live in Long Island, you know about this area. We're freaking parking for New York.
Yeah, you were like asking what road. Like I don't know. For here, I would be like I-95 or I-20 or whatever, and it goes.
Oh my God.
And he was like, I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you were from Milwaukee, or whatever.
And then he started
But, like, said it in such a rude way.
Then he started talking about how
So we got on after that, and he wasn't drunk, and it was fine. But yeah, it was totally the sake, like, rotted his brain that night. Like, he just really wasn't himself in any way.
And then he went on to talk about how he wasn't appreciated, that somehow you weren't appreciating his being here. Because he contrasted that by saying Douglas Dietrich appreciates me. Remember that? He was saying that Douglas Dietrich appreciates. By the way, this is all on record, so we're not saying anything that isn't on record. This is all recording where Peter was saying this. So just a forewarning to everybody. Sake is very powerful stuff. Do not drink it. Sip it, please. And it can be seductive because it goes down smooth, but believe me, it will bite. So basically,
I tell you what it bites is, to be honest. I'll be honest with sake. I think sake is actually a great liquor if you're gonna drink liquor. Because it doesn't really bite the mental part of you. Like we're saying, like, he was able to talk saber. Like, I could have talked more saber with sake, and I apparently was. What it does, though, is it bites you very fast, quickly. Okay? Yeah. So the quick bite as far as, your inebriation with physical aspects. And then after that, you can pull it back together and mentally be okay. But you, you're not mentally completely sober, right? You're not 100% sober, but you're there. And so that's where she's saying, like, he was there and you could be there. And so that's where I was when I came. And I pull up to the gas station, and I had already knew that my tire had been low because somebody had told me. And so basically, long story short, guy comes up and was like, da da da, your tire's really low. And then I look at it and it's really low, and we pull over, da da da.
And it's when I'll go on later, but it's later when she's basically being taken home, or she drives herself home. She did that. When she drove herself home with these guys essentially running an escort, then that's when I called, and that's when she was going off on me, and then the phone kind of shuts down, or she hangs up, and that's when the stalker, and believe it or not, it's not the old man in the wheelchair, that's when basically this new character in her life
offered, that was this tall, nice, 25, 30-looking-year-old guy that was like, hey, I'll follow you home. And he was in his BMW.
Right, but start off, basically, this is after you leave the old man. You leave the old man, then you wind up somehow in this region where you're up on the curb or something.
And so I'm at the gas station, and the tire, I'm getting gas in her, right there, but the tire is going down, and I'm like, oh shit. And because I didn't even notice it, to be honest. And they're like, he comes in. Well, actually, the whiter guy comes over. The other guy was tall and thin and driving the BMW. And he's like, hey, the first guy was like, your tire's going down. And then the other guy comes over and was like, you can pull it over here to the tire thing, and we can pump the tire up, because the gas station had the tire thing. So pull it over there. Well, I didn't know how, and to be honest, even if I had known now, I think I kind of do. I do know, but the tire, when they went to put it on, there was no apparent cap, copper cap on it. So they went in, and we went in, and they said, asked the QT guy, the gas station guy, and he comes out and he's like, oh yeah, people still are copper caps off the end for the copper, and I don't have any more. And I actually ended up seeing this gas station guy later, like a week, the same gas station guy when I went in to get cigarettes or something, and he was like, "Oh yeah," he's like, "Yeah, I actually found out from a manager we have a whole thing of copper caps in the back, but I didn't know it that night." And I'm like, "Oh, well, that was fucking great." So I can give him the story. But so what happened was, so they couldn't blow the tire up. So there was no way to blow the tire up because the end cap that you would put into the tire was not there. It was gone. So the BMW, I was like, yeah, I'll follow you home. So I only lived like a quarter mile.
No, but wait a second. So what happened was you somehow, without you knowing it, overshot your mark. You wound up in this strange neighborhood, and somehow you were up against the curb. And these guys were saying, "I'll get into the car," and that's when
I wanted to leave that part out.
Oh!
I was trying to go to the gas station, but you want to hear that. Honestly,
I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't want to leave that part out. Why?
Because it sounds better being at a gas station. Okay, so what really happened was, which the gas station part was true, because I did try to pump up the
but at least it shows that you were in enough of control of your resources. It shows that you were aware enough where you didn't allow him to get in the car.
No. So what happened was, so then I wanted to pump the tire. So then at this point, they weren't there. So I left that part out. So these people weren't there then. So here's what happened. So then I was like, okay, I need to get home, and I've got like a tire that's low. So, because, I don't know, some of your redneck told me. So from where I'm at, I'm only a quarter mile away from my house. But I decided to cut through an apartment building, like from the gas station, to get to the back road to then get to my road, which would have just been literally quarter mile or less. But when I go through the apartment building, as you enter an apartment building, as you know, like you enter usually a complex, there is like a curbs, right? Curb, right or left. I don't know, to go right or left. And I hit the left curb. Sucky. That's what I'm saying. Like, sucky. And then the entire front of the car hit the left curb. And so I just tried to gun off, like, for a minute. I tried to gun forward. It didn't go. And so this fucking car pulls up behind me, and this tall guy gets out, and he's 25 to 30. He's like, or, you know, and I'm like, yeah, I can't get it off. And he's like, well, let me try. And he gets in his car, and he gets in my car, and he tries to gun off. He's like, it's not going anywhere. He's like, and another car pulled up behind him that was two black guys, and they were just like, he asked them if they would help push it, and they just pulled around and were like, no. We didn't even offer to help. And then the next car apparently pulled up right behind him, and it was this white guy that got out. And he's like, I'll help try to push it off the curb, right? So they're trying to push it, telling me to gun it, and it's not going. And so I am like, okay, so get out. And the guy's like, hey, you know, since he goes, I'm fine. And then I kind of fall back on the curb. But it wasn't because I had heels on. I had high heels on, and I stepped. It wasn't like I was falling. I stepped back.
Well, you really dressed up for that, old man.
Yeah. Well, when I go out, I do.
By the way, Nemo, we can hear you sneezing. You might want to go mute for a second.
That wasn't me.
Oh.
That wasn't me.
Oh.
That was my dog. That was Ford.
Oh. Sorry, Nemo.
That was Ford. That was my 23-year-old dog. So
Okay.
So I backed up like with my heel on and hit the curb with the heel. And he's like, I told you still. And I'm like, I'm fine, dude. Because he's wanting to hold me. And I'm like, don't hold me.
Of course he wanted to hold you. Yeah, of course.
So I was like, don't, no. Because he had tried to before. And I was like, So then he goes, so here's what we're going to have to do.
You mean the first time he showed up, he was already groping you. He's what this guy.
He was already saying, just still against the car while I do this, stand against it. And so when I backed up, like when you back up, because you got to remember my tire's on the curb, so there's not much room. So when I back up, my heel hits the curb, and I kind of slid down. And he's like, "Oh, see, I told you need to stand still." And I'm like, "What the fuck ever?" So I stood fucking back up, and he goes, "So we tried to push it. We're just gonna have to leave your car here, and I can take you home. We're just gonna leave your car here, and you can have it towed." And I looked at him, and Brooke did what Brooke does on the phone. to all of you. And I looked at him and I said, fuck no. And I turned around before he could grab me and be like, no, you shouldn't probably try that. I just jumped in my car and I fucking slammed the motherfucker in first fucking gear and fucking geared it back. Well, slammed it in reverse and slammed it in first, slammed it in reverse and slammed it in first off the curb in less than 2 seconds. Now, 2 guys had tried it. Okay. Granted, I did it, and granted, I couldn't get it off, but in 2 seconds, I was off the curb. And I was like, I'm going home. And then he was like, you probably shouldn't drive home. And then I looked at him, knowing I had a prior DUI, and was like, you're probably right. Because I don't want one. You know, like at that point. So he's like, I'm going to see if this guy says he'll follow me. He's going to leave his BMW. You know, and this guy looks nice, and he's fucking like, you know, he just seems like a decent guy still. He's not groping me. He really wasn't. He wasn't flirting like that. He wasn't flirting anyway like that. I thought anything like that. Drives me home. Apparently, I make enough conversation. Just like I tell this same story that I'm telling y'all today, I had to take an Uber to get my car today because my son had it. Long story short, it was leaking oil. So I had to take it. And the Uber driver tells me, well, God, if you were talking like that, I totally see why he was flirting with you. Because, like, you just have great personality.
Oh, that's such a nice way of putting it. Oh, my God. And it also shows me they don't really know you. But go on.
I know. And the fact that I just was thinking, this Uber driver now knows where I live, too, because he just picked me up from my house.
Yeah.
But
just another stalker. Go on. Yeah.
But he was nicer. He seemed like I don't know.
At least saner.
Anyway,
if not nicer, at least saner. But go on.
Well, maybe saner. I was sober. I was 100% sober to judge.
Yeah.
This guy gets me home. I'm getting out of the car. Douglas calls as I'm getting out of the car in the passenger seat, and the guy is waiting behind him to take him back.
That's when she, by the way, was going through kind of the laundry list. Hitler's son, vampire, cross-dressing vampire, son of Hitler, cross-dressing vampire, son of Hitler.
Hell yeah! I handed the phone. I'm like, they were like, is he bothering you? And I'm like, yeah, he's bothering me here. And then they fucking like, I don't know. They fucking hand each other, muting it. No, I don't know what to say. I don't even know what she's talking about because it sounds really crazy.
Because I had no idea you were with anybody. So
yeah, he had no idea I was with anybody, and then I'm just saying it out loud, like, "What? You're just
right." So they kept their mouths shut. So believe me, they were
too scared to say anything, and they muted it. And so anyway, you hung up, and then I just said, "Hey, you know, thanks for hanging." Well,
it was hung up on me. It was. I think it was hung up on me, or I might have hung up. If it was muted.
No, I remember he told me the next day because not the next day, but like the only time I ever spoke with this person, which will be later in the conversation, he told me, "Oh yeah, you handed the phone to me. I didn't know what to say, so I handed it to the other guy who he didn't even know, who lives in his apartment complex, who pulled up behind him. He says I handed it to him, and he's like, I don't know, shrugged his shoulders, and he just hit end on the conversation."
Right. Okay. So so it did hang up on me as I thought. Yeah. And so there you go.
I think at this point, this is all I know of these people, and I say, thank you so much for bringing me home. They could hear my dogs barking inside, and again, one of them apparently was normal. The other one I now know was not.
Is not. He's not
normal. And I gave him a hug bye. I was like, thank you so much. Just gave a hug. And thank God the dogs were barking so loud. And this was what I got the next morning, which was actually because this is where I say...
By the way, this is where it's like John Warrington's brother, William Warrington, talking to that reporter with a bunch of endless tweets, go on, or messages.
Well, this is where I say the Slocky played into it. Because normally I would have probably, I don't know, I'm a yes person. I hate to tell people no, as you know, like that's been one of my things. But like, especially like if I have anything and they're like, somebody's like, they've been nice to me. You know, they follow me home. Like, here I had this issue, you know, and they're like, hey, can I get your number? I just want to check on you. And like, I just didn't have the no in me, where maybe if I meant completely sober, I would have had the no. So I was like, yeah, it's fine. So you're like, give them my number. The normal guy texted me the next morning and was like, hey, just want to check on you. Okay.
By the way, that's still pretty iffy. That's what I'd call sketchy. When, you know, it's your average guy. It's like, help the lady home and checking on her the next day. There's always ulterior motives, but go on.
Just want to make sure that's okay.
Yeah.
Weird guy text. And this is where I don't understand weird guy versus normal guy, because I still think normal guy, because the weird guy, who we now know is weird, says, hey, just want to make sure you're okay. Same fucking message, basically. And I'm like, yeah, good. Well, did you get your car fixed? Okay, it's 8:30 in the goddamn morning, bitch. Do you think I got my car fixed at 8:30? Yeah, I know. And I just went, I didn't want to seem like a lame ass, because I'm like, I don't know, I'm like fucking hungry. It's 8:30 in the morning. I'm like, no, I'm not feeling so good right now, but like, I'm gonna go do it this afternoon. And here's what happens next. Well, you were just a beautiful, lovely soul, and I was very glad to meet you last night. And I was like, thank you. And that was it. And then I fucking leave the next fucking morning to fucking go somewhere at like fucking 11 a.m. And I leave at 11 a.m. and there is fucking McDonald's bag outside my door from fucking Uber Eats or some bullshit. And I look down, it's fucking breakfast. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I yell up to my son and I go, hey, dude, did you order you fucking breakfast and leave it out? It's 11 fucking hours. And he's like waking up. And I know he doesn't order breakfast, but I'm like, maybe. And he's like, no, I was waking up. No, I don't order breakfast. So then I look, it's like, the fuck? It's like 2 fucking breakfast platters with sausage and bacon, all this bullshit. And I'm like, what the fuck? What's your Uber Eats? And so then I look at my phone, because I looked at my phone and I have it silenced at night, like in early morning. And I was like, I look at my phone when I get in the car. I just like put it in there, and I see this fucking message from a guy a number who I don't have saved, but I do know his name is Kevin now, because he had said that very first morning, hey, this is Kevin, just checking up on you. And that is the guy that said, hey, I sent you breakfast this morning since you said your stomach wasn't feeling well yesterday morning.
Oh my God.
And I thought, that's a little weird, but maybe still a nice.
That's the stalker vibe.
Well, stalker vibe. Yeah,
that's just the opening.
Simp.
That's just the
Simp vibe.
That's the stalker appetizer. That's the stalker appetizer. Go on.
You're in for it, buddy. So I just thought maybe it's just extra nice, because I again am a little too giving and nice, and just thought, okay, and so I just replied, oh, got it, thank you. And then later on in the day, I get another message, even though I had said, oh my God, thank you. And then he says later on in the day, like at 4 in the afternoon, so did you like it? And I just replied, yes, even though I don't eat fucking meat. I was just like, yes, it was great. Thank you so much. That was it. And then he's like, again, something about, you're such a beautiful soul. And then, you know, you should really hang out with people that you should hang out with more positive people that make you feel better about yourself.
Right. But here he's talking about me, by the way. He's referencing myself.
Yeah. You feel better about yourself. He's talking about you, I'm sure. And so I just and then the next day he texts something, and I don't fucking reply all fucking day, because it was fucking like, I just think you're beautiful. I just do not fucking reply. So then it was fucking the next day, I'm at the fucking going into a store, actually going in to buy CBD CBD gummies, because I was like, I'm never drinking again, ever. Like, I'm never so I'm gonna get CBD so I can be sure I don't, and which that helped. But as I'm parking going to the store, my phone rings and I'm getting out of the car and I just don't look and I answer it and I'm like, hello. And then because I'm great with either I was in sales and I'm either like a salesperson or I'm just like if it's a telemarketer, I always just say if they ask for Brooke Gibson, I'm always like, yeah, she's doing 10 to 20 in a federal prison. If you can get a I love saying that. So, but no, it was this person. Hey, it's Kevin. So it was like, hey. So you got to remember, I've only met this person for 10 minutes total in my life. He's now sent me breakfast, texted me multiple times.
That's weird.
And so I'm being nice. I'm like, hey. And he's like, so yeah, it's just talking to me. So it was good to meet you the other night. Like, I really enjoyed meeting with you, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, I really appreciate you helping me, like, get home, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, you are just such a beautiful soul. Like, I just so enjoy talking to you.
Yeah, this guy really does not know Brooke. But go
You see how you could give it back to me?
Yeah.
You give it back. It's okay.
But
I take it.
Still, honey. Go on. Yeah.
It's okay. So yeah, so he doesn't know me at all. You're right, and he has no fucking idea. And he said, I just enjoyed. You're such a beautiful soul. And I said, yeah, I am a beautiful soul. That's what everyone says about me. And
this is kind of like the lie that Amy puts on her resumes when she's trying to get those job interviews. Yeah. Go on.
I do it too, Amy. I do it too. Oh. And so I basically, to get the short of it is I'm just trying to be nice.
You don't need to get the short of it. I mean, share the gory details. So this fucker's going in and he keeps going in about, no, come on, hey, don't leave out the part. He wants to move in. He wants to move in when this starts.
That's what I'm saying. The short of it, that was basically the short of it. Was I was like, yeah.
The first thing was he reported your neighborhood. He was driving through your neighborhood.
Let me finish. Then I'll make it short, but I'll just give you the rest of it. So then when he goes was, hey, so I was thinking maybe we can get together sometime. And then I go Saturday, because apparently I don't know, maybe he's off on Saturday or whatever, because he just mentioned Saturday. And he goes, what are you doing Saturday? And I go, well, I have a few things and I just made up some shit. I've got to, meet my parents and stuff, so I don't know if I'll be available Saturday. And I'm just trying to come up with shit off the fucking cuff. This is before I even know what I'm about to fucking find out. I'm just but yeah, maybe he goes, well, then we can go out. And I'm like, well, to be honest, I really don't want to go out to eat is what he said. And I was like, well, to be honest, I really don't want to go out to eat. I was already trying to quit drinking and I made the mistake of drinking the other night. So I really don't want to go out to eat. I just feel like that would be whatever risk or whatever. And he's like, well, we don't have to do that. We can go to a movie or something. And I was like, well, yeah. I was like, maybe something like that. I was like, I don't know. I have things to do Saturday. I have to meet with my parents. I was coming up with bullshit in my head. I don't know. I didn't have to meet with my parents. I never have to. And I was like, I avoided them too. And I said, but I will tell you what, I'll text you Saturday afternoon. I can give you a text. And if I have time, maybe we can meet for a coffee. And then he said, yeah, okay, that'd be great. And he's like, and then this is when the red flags finally hit. That should have already been red flags, but they weren't. They were maybe flags, but then they became really red because yeah. So he's like, so as I'm thinking we're hanging up, and I've said, yeah, I'll text you. He goes, yeah. So I am on my way to work every day, and then on my way home, I ride through your neighborhood. And now I want you to all understand that my neighborhood, number one, is a one entrance and one exit. So you can't ride through it and cut through. You have to ride, you have to turn in, go through the circle, and turn back out. Number two, where he works, which he's saying, he has to ride the opposite way of where he works on the way to his work, because he works at BMW, which he told me, which is why he drove a BMW. By the way, he left that out because that was the other part of the story. Because I was like, well, where do you work? Oh, I work at BMW. That's why I drive the BMW. And so that part, BMW is the opposite way of where you would come toward my house. So he's driving the opposite way for not only maybe half a mile, but still, and then turning in my neighborhood. And then on his way home, also riding past his own apartment building and turning in, and I know it's an apartment building because of what else he said. And he said, because, I really felt bad leaving the night because you seem kind of sad, like down. And I was like,
yeah, it's that Douglas Dietrich guy. And then the old man in the wheelchair too, but God.
And I was like, down, like how? Because I wasn't crying or upset or anything like you'd be like, she's very.
But by the way, didn't the old man, he was also getting gropey or feely or something? There was some things he was doing that was really upsetting to you as well. I mean, just a little.
Yeah, well, he was just being too flirty. Like I was taking him as a non-date date, and then he was like really taking me as a date. So I just didn't like it. I didn't like him, but he wasn't gropey.
Okay.
No, gropey. But I just didn't. I was like, He had acted like he was just gonna help me, and then he was just like wanting to talk about you're so pretty and same type shit.
Dude, what a night! What a fucking night!
Yeah. So he's like, well, you seem so down, and then I'm like, well, I mean, like obviously I probably went uppity. I just fucking had a bad fucking night. I fucking hit my tire. I had to get a fucking goddamn ride home. Life ain't going great. Douglas Dietrich fucking calls. I wasn't in the best mood at that moment. Douglas Dietrich and I have been arguing, and then fucking, I just have to tell you, I don't know. Like, it was not a great night, but I was just like, life's not going well, right? But I wasn't like crying or like anything. I didn't even go like, my life sucks. I'm nothing. But this fucking guy goes, you just seem down. That was the red flag before he said, riding through the neighborhood. He said, I wanted to come in the house with you, but this was the first red flag that scared me. He goes, I wanted to come in the house with you, but I'm sorry I could. He apologized. He said, but I'm sorry I could. Now, this is a man that I literally knew for 10 minutes total and just gave a nice, because I'm a Southern woman. I'm a hugger. Like, I'll hug anybody bye. I'll hug a fucking person I hate. I'll be like, I love you, bye. Hug. I'm a hugger. Hug, bye, done. Right? Hug. Okay? Motherfucker must have taken it as I would love you to come in my house and sit and stare at me while I sleep. Make sure he said, because I felt like I should just come in and watch you while you sleep, but I had to go home. That's what he told me. This is what he said, word for word. But I felt bad because I had to go home to my parents. I said,
that's so fucking terrible that they all have parents that they all live with. Because, of course,
I had already asked him where he was from, and he said, where was it from?
Lebanon.
Yes.
Lebanon. It was, which, just so people understand this, Lebanon was established as a Christian crusader state to protect Arabs who had converted to Christianity. And, like, quote-unquote good Christians, like idiots, they allowed Muslims to come in and share the land with them. And the Muslims reproduced like rabbits and ultimately killed all the Christians. And now there's most Lebanese who are in the United States are Christians escaping from Muslim genocide. This might be the case with him, or he might be a Muslim.
Oh, he seems like a Christian. He seems like the Christian fucking, what do you call that? There's people out there in fucking Utah.
Oh, like a Mormon.
He's like just fucking crazy. Like, oh, I hugged you. That means we're fucking married.
Yeah. That's right. Oh, God. That brings us to the moving in part.
Then he then says, oh, but I'm so sorry. I had to go to my parents. And I'm just like, literally, this is when I'm in awe because he hasn't mentioned the riding through my neighborhood yet. I'm just in awe, like, this guy's weird. And I literally said, well, these were my words. I was like, yeah, well, it's a good deal you did. No, you shouldn't be sorry. I remember saying these words don't be sorry. I was like, it's a good deal you didn't come in. First of all, I had dogs. Second of all, I had a son there. And third of all, if I had woke up and seen someone sitting across from me, I might have And he laughed. And then that's when he went, well, I just worry about you. So I do ride through your neighborhood on my way home to my way to work and my way home from work. And I then went, then I couldn't speak. Then I realized I was talking to you. That's when the red flag was like, oh my God, what the fuck? I didn't even know what to say to that. Like, there was no words. I was just like, because I was like, what do I say? Because like my normal Brooke would have been like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh my God. But like, it's like that Brooke stopped me is like, you're going to get murdered. He's going to murder you. He is going to goddamn murder you. And then had I not even shut up then, I was like, he was like, yeah. And he's like, you know, because I was just silent. I was completely silent. And he goes, yeah, I really like your neighborhood too. He's like, so me and my parents are looking at moving. He's like, so I've decided I want to move in your neighborhood. My neighborhood is very small. It's a circular. There's like 60 homes in it total. And there's one for sale. And it was sold, I think, at the time. Thank God. But he fucking wanted to move in. And I went immediately, just as I do, as a joke. I went, well, if you want to move in my house, my neighborhood, I'm wanting to sell my house. So you can totally buy it. And his immediate reply was, no. The whole reason I want to move in is to live near you. And again, silence. I'm dead. And I was just like, well, so yeah, just text me like I'll text you Saturday if I have time. And then I've talked to, Douglas since then and just like decided there was just
this is how naive Brooke is. And this is, to me, to someone like myself, I don't know how she's managed to live to this point. I don't know, see how she survived this far. But she was telling me, maybe I should just have lunch with this guy, talk to him, and try to reason with him.
I said message him. I didn't say lunch, but I said message him and just talk, like call him. I said call him and just tell him, like, this is offensive. Like,
or try to reason with him, talk logic.
Yes.
And I guess I misunderstood what you were saying, but nevertheless, what I told Brooke was, you want to be a blank wall to a stalker. Anything you give a stalker to them is just acknowledgement that they are everything in your life. Just so people.
Yeah, you said they weren't here. He wasn't gonna. And that's when you made sense to me, because you were like, you're talking to him like it's logical. He's not gonna hear the logic. Yeah. He's only gonna hear that you're giving him attention.
Thank you. Yeah. All to him, all that is you're talking to him at all. To him is proof that you love him. Otherwise.
I said maybe I should just call him and let him know, like, hey, this is, because I hated, like, my idea is, like, I hate, like, what I've done to him, which is, like, he texts over and over, and
this is where you're too nice for your own good. This is where there is a pathological niceness here, and
after all that, I would have got a restraining order.
Well, that in California that would be impossible. I don't know what it's like in her state. It's different from state to state, but I'm glad she's.
I'd have to have enough proof, and the thing is like, if he's writing by, like, I don't have the cameras to prove it, and you have to have enough. There's so much evidence in the United States, period, to get a restraining order. And the problem with restraining orders also is, by the time you can get one, if you have enough to get a restraining order on someone...
Yeah, by that time, they've already tried to kill you.
They're gonna kill you. Yeah, you better be in hiding.
By the way, this is what I told her. Now, I hope you don't mind my sharing this. I feel that this is not too much to share. Basically, the other night, she heard some footsteps. And so she was hoping that it was nothing more than a ghost. She was preferring to be haunted.
A ghost would be better.
And
that's what I thought. Noah wasn't here. I thought it was my son at first, because I woke up and thought it was my son.
Yeah. By the way, some, shall we say, some sleeping pills were taken. Enough Benadryl to kind of knock her out. Wait a second. You woke up? No. It was after that, because you were gonna stay up. You were gonna stay up in case he tried something, but you fell asleep because of the Benadryl.
I'd already taken the 4 Benadryl, and I couldn't. And I'm talking to Douglas, and I'm like, Douglas could hear me, and I'm like, I sound worse than when I'm wrong.
No, but wait a second. No, this happened somehow I can't remember. The order was later on. I had been talking to you after taking some Benadryl, but I do know that the footsteps that happened when I wasn't there to provide any advice, and but you wound up falling asleep waiting for something to potentially happen. But this is what could have happened. So just to put this into perspective for everyone who's listening, what could have happened was this. Basically, because of the way her house is structured, this idiot could have broken in. And the way that this idiot is, like I try to explain to people about stalkers, is to a stalker, they, in their mind, are involved in an intimate relationship. So in her situation, Brooke when she did fall asleep, or rather when the pills took their effect and she went out cold, it is possible that that idiot came down, sat down, and stared at her, and then left. Maybe in time for
caressed her hair.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What was that?
Caressing her hair while staring at her.
Possible. I mean, we don't want to make this too lurid an image, but it's possible that happened, and then left. I mean, that is something that could potentially have happened, because to a stalker, this is how they think, and they may have been like taken satisfaction enough at that point to do just that. So, but this is something that may have happened. But honestly, I don't want to say too much about this, but I'm trying to get Brooke to be more security conscious.
Fucking ghost.
Yeah. Yeah, she'd prefer the fucking ghost, yes. Oh, shit. Oh, so honey,
I will tell y'all this. It was such footsteps upstairs that I freaked the fuck out for Dr. Douglas.
Wait, actually, like you said, something happened where you thought it was your son at first.
Son.
Yeah, you called your son. That's right. Go on.
Because my son, I thought it was my son. Like, I was about to go to sleep. I was like, eh. And I was like literally about to drain out. And then I was like, oh shit. Like, Noah's like he's going to the bathroom, and I was just kind of, because I was watching a YouTube video, and like I was like, you kind of are going in and out like watching it, and I was watching something, and I heard Noah go to the bathroom, and then I'm like,
of course, then later on you remembered that Noah wasn't home, but go on.
Wait a minute, Noah's spending the night away. So then I get really
By the way,
quiet.
this is like that scene in Halloween. This is like that scene. Was it Halloween? Was it the scene in Halloween?
And then I heard it. And then I'm like, I call Noah. Like, I whisper and I call. He doesn't answer. Well, I don't whisper then because he doesn't answer. And he calls back and the phone rings and I don't answer it. So I can't. So the ring don't go through. And I'm like, hey. He's like, I can't hear what you're talking about.
And he responds shouting, right?
Then he's like, I'm coming home right now.
I thought he responded shouting so that the people upstairs could hear it if they were listening.
Like, if I call you again, if you get one ring, you can come here. Because I knew he was only he was 5 minutes away. And then I talked to Douglas after that, and that's when the pills really started taking a fucking effect, and I could not stay on the phone anymore. Like, I was like starting to like, I like Benadryl takes me out for a leave, and I take him.
Oh my god, what happened? Did they glitch her? By the way, can anybody hear me? Let me try this out. Okay, can anyone hear me? Okay, this is rather alarming. Okay, can anyone hear me in the chat? So I'll need chat to respond because this is rather strange. So something's happening with the audio. I think I can be heard. Let me take a look at the online broadcasting software. And oh shit, desktop audio is not responding. So it's like that's because no one else is being heard by the desktop audio. But people should be able to hear me. It's as if the rest of the call has been cut off. So I'm going to have to ask people in the chat to let me know if they can hear myself. That's what's important. Okay, yes, can hear you. Okay, so can you hear anyone else, Mr. Gozaimasu? Thank God you can fucking hear me. Can you hear anyone else besides myself? Because I can't hear anyone else. So it's like everybody else on the call has been dropped. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. So let me see if I can. So do respond as quickly as you can. And I need a quick response if you can hear anybody else aside from myself. Otherwise, fuck, I'll just have to go into the fucking monologue. And I'm not, I've just, this is what I'll just have to do. And so let's start another call, says El Nemo. You left. Okay, El Nemo says start another call. So there we go. So this is what I'll have to do is basically call everybody and bring them back on. Okay, so we're going to end call and start again. Okay, let's do that. Gonna see if this responds. Let's see what we can do. All right. Let's anchor the call at the person who does the most talking. Oh my god. Okay, she's probably not going to answer. It's trying to connect. It could be my Skype is not going to function for the rest of the night. If that's the case, then I'm going to have to go on a monologue. But it was entertaining to me, and enough for me to try and get my act together to a degree at least. So this is obviously not working in her case. Connection is too weak. Please try again later. That is very bizarre. Okay, so got a missed call going there. We'll see if I can call the other person. Let's try to see if... There we are. Okay, so picking this up, and there we are. Now we can see if we can anchor the rest. Use you as the anchor.
Me first.
I tried you first because, you're the talker.
I just want to let you know, I could hear you on the air.
Yeah.
Trying to call me because you said the person that talks most.
Yes.
And so my phone was not ringing like it normally would.
Interesting.
And so I called you, and when I called you, you were able to call me.
Well, I was able to pick up. And it did.
Okay.
It allowed that. Let me see if I can find Amy. Here we are. And so I'll call the other 3 people that were on the call, reestablish the call, and see who responds. But okay, that was odd. So what happened was I got knocked off Skype, and I'm just glad that we're able to bring everybody else back on. Whoever is volunteering to come back on is welcome back on. Yes, that was so weird. So people could hear me.
Like my stalker, he's probably upstairs. Probably killed my son and hung him from the
Now that's black humor. That's black humor, and it's certainly so. What I noticed was when you got to the part where you were talking about the footsteps, I was laughing and saying something, and I noticed you couldn't hear me. So it was at that time I realized that you definitely were, at that point something had happened with the Skype call. By the way, just out of curiosity, I'll try Mark H. Our dear Aristides has gone into the night. We'll let him go into the night. He goes to work at odd hours whenever he wishes, kind of, and that's fine.
It's like a male prostitute.
Yeah. I think we're all prostituting ourselves in one way or another. And
oh my god, I prostitute myself to you every time I come on.
And that's, in a sense, I mean, since you're not getting paid for it, you're more like a slut. Well, that's fine, honey. I'm
not even a slut. There has to be something below slut.
But honestly, darling, we're happy to have you, and I'm glad the stalker hasn't killed you yet. He's just...
We're so happy. I have life insurance for you, bitch.
If he does ever come on your property, just stick your dogs on him or something.
Your dogs are like 200 years old in human years. All of them are like...
All of them are old, okay.
Yeah, oh my god.
My dogs would lick him, like, all you would do is throw on a hamburger, and they'd all be like, meh.
Yes. Yeah, they'd be on his side, and so it's
get a cane Corso if you ever get the money. They're the most vicious security dogs you can get.
Wow.
I will get a cane Corso. I will get a cane Corso when these dogs die. I can assure you. or a pit bull
They
attack.
literally look like a dog from hell, but they're so loyal to their owners. They're very good.
I know, and I cannot wait for me and King Corso and Douglas to visit. That's why.
So
He thought Michael Aquino was his problem.
so all such being said, so in terms of
The dog Aquino.
yeah,
Sounds
that's
like
cute.
sounds like Aquino.
Yeah,
MC Aquino, and then I'll get his brother Michael, Mikey and Aquino.
That's what I was saying. One thing you neglected to bring up was when you called your son. You called your son at first, whispering to him, and when your son answered the phone, not only was the ring loud enough to wake the dead, but when your son answered the phone, he was shouting at the top of his lungs, "What's up, Mom?" so that anybody upstairs could hear him as well. And that's when you were telling him, shut up, listen to me, and get ready to come home. If I call for you. But beyond that, I was saying all of this was like the scene in Halloween. I think it was the original Halloween where the babysitter calls the police, and the police said that, but basically the police respond to her and say that we've traced the call of the stalker who's terrorizing you, and she's...
Oh, and you your fucking goddamn house.
Yes,
bitch.
yes, that's right.
That's the babysitter. I'm pretty sure it's not a Halloween. It's the babysitter.
Is that the name of the film?
I think it's called The Babysitter.
Okay.
And they I could be wrong, but on that one, they traced it because the babysitter's in there.
Right.
Could be, but either way,
yes.
The babysitter's there,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Go on. So go on. I mean, that's the first thing that came to my mind when you were describing this, was that you were in a potentially similar situation.
But here's the thing. You know how many times I tell you I want to kill people? So, like, I literally have my front door fucking open with the glass door fucking locked, and because I have chairs outside, and I'm like, let him come in. Like, I just want the chance to stab somebody to death. Because this bitch is a fucking pussy. I met him.
Yeah.
I only met him one time, but I am fairly certain I'll take him out before I will be like, oh my god, can you just suck my titty right before you kill me, please? To his fucking carotid, right there and there.
What?
Fucking,
Right.
I've got
Go on.
all sides. I've got fucking bars. Don't even want to. But I just want to stab somebody to death and then have a reason to. Cause I don't want to kill anybody that doesn't deserve it. But if you come to my house and you're fucking about to kill me or rape me, I have a reason now to fucking gut you.
Yes, of course. No, believe me, it's something that it would be. I'm sure you would get off in court. So you have 2 times to get off. First with the killing, and then legally. Now,
They might ask me, why did you take 45 minutes to call us? It looks like you bled out. Why are your pants wet? I don't fucking know.
That's funny. Oh God, that's funny as hell. But by the way, Nemo sent me something, and then it disappeared.
No, I tried uploading an image of the Cane Corso, but it just came up as a file attachment. It's stupid.
Oh, okay, I get it. So I see.
Corso, Cane Corso is huge. They're very much a dog that can
a big black dog.
I mean, they have the Cane Corso but a true a bull terrier, the lock bite on both those dogs. I mean, you have to look at the lock bite on either one. It just depends on the way the dog's trained. But Cane Corsos are very deadly, just like a pit bull. I mean, if you get the right dog, pit bull with a bite, bull terrier or a Cane Corso, the Cane Corso is taller and larger. Their bite force is not necessarily much stronger or as strong as a pit bull's jaw lock. Because pit bulls have a tendency to jaw lock because they were bred to jaw lock. So once they jaw lock on something, they don't let go. But regardless, they're both deadly dogs if they are taught to defend, and or if they're not taught to withhold a defense, which means all those dogs have to be taught correctly or they're deadly, and it's just like a German Shepherd can be a Labrador Retriever can be deadly. A fucking Golden Retriever can be deadly. To be honest, they don't have the bite force, but they do have the tendency to be. They can be deadly if they bite they bite you on your fucking arm or your neck and they don't let go.
Yeah.
Like any of those dogs can be deadly.
Depends how you train them and their genetics factor in too. I saw a video of a Golden Retriever dominating 3 Dobermans.
Yeah. Dobermans are actually one of the least, as far as bite force, deadly dogs.
Yeah, they're just very athletic because of their slim build.
It's because they're slim build. They can chase. They'll chase you down. Yeah.
But by the way, I want to bring Brooke's attention to the chat room where, first I want to thank Mr. Guójiā-Pǔtōnghuà, who was clarifying that he could hear myself, but only just myself. That's when El Nemo said, start another call, and Amy Como said you left, suggested the monologue. Troy Bellamy is the teacher in Florida who said, school in the morning, listening, love you guys, welcome back, Brooke. So you may want to respond to that, honey.
I don't have his shirt on right now. I was coming on camera for him, but too bad.
And we're holding good numbers, by the way, just so everybody knows. And that's good. That's great. And so, with all that happened with the dogs and whatnot, I do want Brooke to basically, attach a key ring to your cell phone. Let's start with that. Attach a key ring to your cell phone is a good start, and just make certain that you take that.
Fuck?
Yeah.
You stupid idiot! I just bought a key ring for my key. How the fuck do you attach a key ring to your goddamn phone?
You go to one of these shops where they work with such things, and like a jeweler can do something.
This is what an idiot you are. Like a key ring. You mean like a ring that like you find your phone with it?
No, I mean like a key ring that you hold a key on for your front door. you get a key ring and you get it somehow attached to your cell phone, or your cell phone like
front door.
They have cell phone like wraps.
They're gonna fucking killed.
What?
No, I don't need all that. First of all, I don't even have a key to my front door.
Don't you own a gun?
Yes, I own a gun.
They're legal in your state, right?
No, South Carolina. We don't like guns.
Yeah. She's being sarcastic. Honey, we don't need to get into too much detail with all this in public, but we'll talk about it later privately about firearms, key rings, all this other good stuff, okay? And, there are things that a person uses to, like a cell phone holder, kind of like a padding for the cell phone. I'm certain that there are some that have a key ring attached, but it's something...
I just want to kill someone, Douglas.
Yeah, I understand that, but you don't... Let's just put it this way, okay? We'll talk about this privately. It's one of these things where we don't want to give away too much of your security situation, obviously, for reasons of personal security. But you and I...
Oh, wait, let them all come in. I don't care. Let me take a picture of my fucking front door. Let me send it to you right now. This is what is going on in my life right fucking this is where I am sleeping here, and that is my fucking front door. Photo. And how do I sound?
It's like it's probably wide open, people, and it's probably got I don't know why she just doesn't put a sign up in the yard saying "fuck me." But
Douglas sent it to you. I don't know.
Oh, you mean like you sent it to the messenger box in Facebook, or here are...
Skype. I sent it to your Skype.
I'm not... Yo, there we are. Okay, good. So I got it. So there we are. Oh, yeah, like I thought. Yes, there it is. Yeah. Well, what can I say? I'm left speechless. So we'll speak about this privately later. Okay. So
the problem, my fucking one of my fucking weapons, I had it in the side of the couch. And
don't be too public about this. Okay, so yes, we'll. No,
I went to bed without finding the motherfucker.
I understand that. If not, find something else. So at any rate. In general, the situation is now that Brooke has, among other challenges in life, a assigned stalker. And Amy, as an adult female who survived to this point in your life, any suggestions? Certainly some feminine advice to give to a fellow female that you can share. Maybe I'm asking the wrong person.
Yeah, did you just miss the whole I fell down the hill? And safety and security are probably not my forte. I should probably spend more time and attention paying attention to my own security, but yeah, we don't lock doors here. I got a machete. That's my deal.
Again, I'm just left.
Daddy, I'm missing that. Oh my God, there's one thing I need.
My jaw is left hanging to the floor.
A chainsaw is more intimidating.
Yeah.
Damn weapon I needed. Found it.
Oh God, honey, Amy, what?
Yeah.
Why do you sleep with the door open, even in wintertime? What about the heat?
We don't. Yeah, we have these dogs downstairs. You can't really sneak up on us.
Okay.
The dogs are loud. So
Okay.
yeah, there's just the doors are all. There's nobody around here. There's chickens across the road. There's nobody around here. It's not it's the people drive 50 miles an hour down the road. There's nobody hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know all the neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
I have a machete.
Okay.
Which I
That's kind of scary.
like to use.
To the neighbors, those are the people that kill you.
Killer neighbors.
Yeah.
They're killers.
Oh my God. Brooke's neighbors killed.
Found that killed all the people from Long Island. He was the typical neighbor with kids.
And Brooke's neighbor kills her by giving her this cut coke shit, and fuck, that almost killed her. This other.
Oh no, that
Bad
wasn't
drugs.
stupid. Yeah, but whatever. It was stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. The ex-cop guy, right, or something.
Yeah.
Douglas, I have to go to bed.
Okay, honey.
I'm
Is that
checking
look?
out.
I thought she was.
Barely awake.
I thought she was making a move on me.
Do you have a job tomorrow?
You talking to me?
Yeah, Brooke asked if you had a job
did not
tomorrow.
tune into now.
Brooke asked if you had a job.
Did you get a job? Really?
Oh my God! No, I do have an appointment tomorrow, but that I'm with my job coach, who's helping me negotiate for all the interviews that I did.
Where did
So I
you get
should
this?
leave.
How did you arrange for that?
What are you talking about? I do stuff, Douglas. I'm not just doing nothing all day. I do
Yeah,
stuff.
she's not like you, Douglas. Just fucking using
Freaking
people and
reanimating.
giving money, and then being like, Amy, can you tell him to give me money? And then Brooke, can you tell him to give me money? And then,
I don't know how he does it. I'm just trying to glean some skills. That's all. I need to know how to look like a woman.
nothing feels. You
First
can't
of all.
blame me. This fucking Satanist shit, man. I don't fucking know.
I'm having a really hard time focusing and staying awake. So I just need to check out.
We love you, Amy. Okay.
I know.
I mean,
No. Thanks for coming on, Brooke.
thank you. I'm trying to not cut my wrist right now.
Stop it. This is not funny. This is not that people are worried about you, Brooke.
That's right.
Are they
Scared.
really worried about me?
Well,
Yeah.
you just said you're going to cut your wrist.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just said I'm trying not to, but I don't know how anybody listening to Douglas is also not trying. That to be a normal fucking response, and if it's not a normal response, they should be cutting their wrist.
Oh.
Yes. All right. Good luck, Nemo.
I love
Have a
you
good
all.
have a good sleep.
We're together.
Okay. Love you, Amy.
See you later.
Yeah. Dream
Bye.
of us. Yeah.
On your job stuff.
Okay. Okay, now it's just menage a trois. Okay, so it's two guys and one Brooke. If
I
real,
love that. Guys, I'm on Brooke. All right, well, Brooke is out.
well, if real Dick Geek were here, he'd be fantasizing about triple penetration and other pornographic stuff. I mean, Oh my God. He left me a message. What's up, Ed Douglas? How you been? Okay, I guess. Okay, I guess I'll give him a thumbs up on that.
Is that Ian?
No, it's Real Tech Geek.
Real Tech.
Yeah. At any rate, so when it comes to what's been happening so far with Brooke? Okay, we're all caught up now to a degree, and you're still alive. You've survived this far. You've managed to report this individual. So I'm glad that you took those measures.
I'm not reporting. You don't listen to shit. I didn't report.
You said it was ADT or something. What is that? Isn't that?
When I called ADT security, it was just like the person that drove me on the fucking Uber today. I tell them this, or like I tell you, I tell everyone. I told the ADT guy when I was getting the alarm system or pricing the alarm system. To be honest, okay. I said, well, if I die, you know who it is because I just gave you the whole story. So I just gave everyone else on the phone. And so now it's on public record. Kevin fucking lives in some apartments from Lebanon, works at BMW. Everyone knows.
By the way, this is important.
But to be honest, the reason I don't want to put this on air is because if someone else kills me, now it's on the air, on show, and somebody else could kill me, and they'll blame it on Kevin. And it'll probably be Douglas. So make sure you get DNA, because whoever it is, I will have their DNA under my fingernails. Okay, I can guarantee you, my shit.
So, honey, can you do me
a
favor?
I prefer to have them dead in front of my house. I would just prefer to try it. Try it, Douglas. Send them.
So, darling, you do me a favor, please. Since you came on tonight, might as well exploit you a little bit further. Can you?
No.
Can you? What's that?
Nope, you're not going to do your coke. I will hang up.
Honey, stay on with Nemo just for a few seconds while I turn on your electric blanket. Now the good news.
Blanket you were supposed to send back. I needed fucking $100, bitch.
Yeah, honey. I offered the $100 because I'm just trying to be a good, decent guy.
Well, a good, decent guy actually means doing it.
I don't even have your address. But beyond that, let's make certain that I make it through the month.
You never have an address.
So, darling.
I thought you were an asset, to be honest. That's what they told me. So you should have my address.
At any rate, darling, let me turn your electric blanket on. It's the good news is these are not digital controls, so it's likely not going to break for a good long time. The bad news is that one of the reasons it's one of the worst electric blankets I've ever had is because the controls are at the foot of the fucking bed, so I've got to actually, basically stretch my ass out to reach down and click them, turn them on, which I will do at this point. Basically, while I'm doing that...
And boring. Your story is so much more boring. Like, I told at least a story about somebody trying to kill me and upstairs in Foots, and like you're just like my ass and warming my blanket, warming my body, and where the controllers are. And why don't you monologue on that? I want to hear a whole monologue all night about your coldness and your blankets. That would be a great monologue. I mean, it would be a less boring monologue than most of them, anyway.
Oh my god. But I've got an idea. We can have you like read aloud the pornographic novels I used to write and published under a pseudonym. Then you could, everybody tune into that.
I would love to read those. Like, I would read those aloud only if I can completely read. Like, every other word I'm gonna fucking make fun of.
Do you want the? Do you want a chapter from one of the books that I almost said Peter Moon. I almost said Peter Moon that Michael Aquino wrote. You want a chapter from one of the books that Michael Aquino wrote? I can put that in now.
I'm scared to read it.
Because I sent that to our man Ian West, and he wants the full book. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm medic, man.
What's that?
Already met Aquino.
Yes, you have met Aquino. That's true in your own way. And by the way, it's this for people who don't know. He's still very active in the astral. He's out there. Yeah, he's definitely okay. So let me get this up here. His old pseudonym.
I'm not. Or not. I don't know.
Let's see now. This is it. This is the chapter that I had sent because the reason it's actually of some importance. Because Aquino was actually exposing what he used as a technique, which was a contract. People who sold him children, he would actually provide them a written contract to sign. And this had to do with the fact that it would incriminate them. But it would not have his name on the contract. If they wanted the money, they signed this contract to ensure that they would not come back after the children they were selling, because it was usually something like their brother or younger brother or their son or something of that nature. So,
blah, blah, blah. I don't see anything. So
give me a sec. I'm trying to cut and paste it. Jesus Christ. You are... Do you know... I mean, what... You know, it's like when she was shocked...
You know what? It's like you suck all the air out of the room. Have you ever heard that term before?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I heard it before from, you know who, Judith Agard, of course. That's the... anyhow, when it comes to Our Lady Brooke, she was shocked when Amy Como knew she was an only child. And I'm like thinking, Brooke, anybody who's spoken to you for 10 minutes who has never met you before in their life knows you were raised an only child. Okay, that's just a given by your behavior. Oh my fucking God. It's like, I mean, your parents must have given you everything. Anytime you wanted it, it's like, I want to draw. And they just must have been there bringing you paper and crayons and shit.
Oh no,
it's
they
just...
weren't crayons. I was like, Mom, I got to report to you in the fucking morning.
And she wrote it for you?
And she was like, how long have you known about it? And I'm like, 3 months. And she's like, and I'm like, I don't fucking know. And she fucking wrote it.
It's oh my fucking God, that's bad. That is bad. Honey, you're a case for the textbooks. Okay.
No, that was elementary school.
There goes.
That was elementary school before I learned to fucking bullshit myself.
Yeah.
I was like 3rd or 4th grade. But then by like 5th, 6th, 7th grade, definitely by 6th, probably by 5th, I had learned to fucking just bullshit everything, which is where the 6th or 7th grade Adolf Hitler report came out, where I said he was a great fucking person. Born April 20th, or April 21st.
April 20th. April 20th, honey. It was 20th.
But I think I'm pretty sure I put April 20th.
That's cute. That's funny. So, honey, in the text box of can you see it? It's in the text box. So that is...
Did you write that, or is that Aquino?
That's Aquino! Michael Aquino.
Oh my God.
So,
just the first part.
Text box. Wait a minute.
It's in the text box. So Michael Aquino wrote this. This is just...
No, I'm not on the new one. I see your...
This is the new one. It's the new one.
It just starts off as pedo incest.
Yeah.
Crap.
So, the new one. Never mind. I see it. Okay.
So there you go. So that's chapter 3 in his book. And one of his books, he wrote many like this under a pseudonym. So the reason that this chapter is important, because as I said, he articulates his use and he puts himself in the novel. It is he who is the child buyer. The father sells his son to the man in the novel who is unidentified, but is Aquino himself, which he articulated to me. And
as Douglas,
he fantasizes as the boy getting fucked.
But no, he's the man who purchases the child, Davey.
Can I just read it?
The slave master.
Can I just read it?
No, don't read it.
Well,
Douglas,
I'm going to turn my blanket on, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Of his father's cum in his eyes.
Don't read it, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. How did you express that?
As
she said it so. She said so well. She said
as Douglas reiterated to me. Davey felt the flood.
Douglas reiterated to you. What? Well, that's introducing a new element, honey. You got to admit that. That's not in the book. So you do want to admit that part. At any rate, darling, so the important part in there is the contract, and he explains it.
Not to ever send this, and this is bullshit. Like,
That's worse than the aristocrats.
At any rate, honey, I'm going to turn your blanket on. And like I said, the good news is her blanket's probably going to last a long time, even though it's functionally one of the worst blankets. It's certainly one of the longest.
I want my goddamn $100. You don't need my address. You have my PayPal address, you bullshit bitch.
Let's concentrate on my making enough money to buy water this month. I'm trying to get potable water, and I've got to go on a water supply run, darling. So at any rate,
oh my God, we're all gonna cry if you die of dehydration.
So let me get the heat on. I'll be back in a few moments, and so I'm gonna go mute. Okay. Behave now, and you know, when I return, and don't say anything false, like adding names into the text, like then Douglas. Okay, Douglas is not in this
you
text.
think you got something to cry for now, boy? You just wait.
Okay. This is awful. Why do I find this so hideously funny? I'm so sorry. It's the way Brooke does it.
Your sense of
Boy
humor.
said, wait, it's not even circumcised. I mean, Douglas, why did you fuck, man?
Okay.
The bed bounced.
Okay.
Douglas stood up. Davy did not want to look, but Douglas stood back and said,
This is okay. Now this, there's no Douglas.
But Douglas said the blanket is not warm enough yet. You just have to wait.
No, that's funny. That is funny. Okay, that's, honey, you're hideously funny. That's it's an evil talent. You have an evil talent. Okay, let me go mute.
Oh, I think I mimicked someone in that.
Yeah, I'll be back in several minutes. And I'll count on. I'll count on.
It's going to take a couple minutes now.
I can.
I'll
talk
count on
about
Nemo
some
to be
news.
the adult supervision here. But honestly, I don't see anything that would particularly get us into trouble because we're not really talking about any, shall we say, special minority groups. So
Exactly.
So it's not really something that I can imagine really gets us into much trouble because we're not advocating this behavior. Just so people understand this, I put the context behind it. If they go a little crazy with this while I'm gone in the next few minutes,
I'll just talk about some news.
then Nemo will interrupt.
Guys, not answering Douglas when he said the blanket was not warm.
Well, I gotta make this fucking blanket warm, and you're not here to warm it up for me, Brooke. So I'm left with the electricity.
You think I would be cold as ice, bitch. You know that.
Yeah. Well, I don't think so. Probably you couldn't resist me. You couldn't resist me in the first place when you saw me. It does beg a question. Okay, why on earth, when you were on my show the last time, you brought up seeing the idiot whose name we're not going to bring up, who was a guest. Her latest interview was on Sean Bond. Why were you watching Sean Bond again? Why were you watching Sean Bond again? Whatever brought you to that? What were you doing watching Sean Bond again? How did that happen?
Who?
Sean Bond, you can't even stand the son of a bitch.
Oh, I never had seen him before. I never seen him before I'd seen you. I saw y'all the first time we came together.
That's right. No, I get that. The last time you were on my show, you brought up basically the latest interview that he had with this other individual who we're not going to name. What were you doing watching him again?
He wasn't interviewing her.
Oh, it was something else. Okay, so you don't need to go too deeply in that. So you didn't see her on the Sean Bond interview. You saw her on something else. Is what brought it.
Yeah, it was just fucking because I guess because I don't know, at some point she came or whatever, but it was like about because I look up the aliens.
Okay. We don't need to go into it. You and I can discuss that privately if at all.
Yeah, that was just like a random thing, and she just
showed
this
up.
person.
Okay. So it wasn't on the Sean Bond interview. Okay.
Yeah.
So just so you know, at the time that you brought her up, Sean Bond had just interviewed her again. So that's why everyone assumed that that's where you had seen it. And I was wondering.
standing in front of like a stage, and I don't know if there could have been 2 people there, or 30 people, or 3. I don't know. She was standing on a little podium, like in, and you do an hotel. That's all I thought.
Interesting. Weird shit. Okay, so okay. So thank you for clarifying that. And yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'll be mute for about 5-7 minutes, something like that.
You 5 to 7, really?
Well, 10 at the longest. 10 at the longest.
Move when you're old. Move when you're old, boy. You got to learn.
Oh my God!
Remember how you said it?
How did I say it?
Move when you're told, boy. You got to learn.
Oh, right. It's from the text. Yeah. Okay, honey. All right. I'll be back in so many minutes. You've got this, right,
Talk
Nemo?
about some mushroom poison.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah. No, get talk about the security dogs. And Brooke Gibson is the universal expert on the canine species. She's the kynologist to go to. I mean, she needs a series. She needs a television series all her own. You remember there was a television series about the British lady who was the dominatrix?
You know what? I don't, because I remember the number one thing you insulted me with more than anything.
Yeah, honey. We'll speak about that privately, maybe. But honestly, I don't see why that's insulting. If I said that you were on a show and you were speaking about being kind to animals, how is that bad? That's what you would talk about, and there's nothing wrong with that. And you should rejoice in that, revel in it, and say.
You said it like a little smart-ass bitch. You said, what would she even have to talk about? But what, rescuing animals?
Look, honey, I'll answer that when I get back, after I turn my blanket on and warm up, thaw out a little bit. But
yeah, you need like 12 minutes to think of a good answer for that.
No. Here's the good answer. Since it's like, look, how this is part of what blows my mind, is that you had attacked me, and I respond back with a counterattack, and you feel like you're the victim. It's incredible to me.
I don't feel like I'm the victim. That's the problem with us. You always have to be the goddamn victim, and all I was doing was, as a female, here's the thing. First of all, you're on a microphone. I'm on a phone. I tried my microphone working that night earlier. Mm-hmm. And so your microphone's louder.
And you bought that microphone, right? You spent money on that microphone, right?
I did, yeah, but it wasn't working. Obviously, it doesn't matter that night. So then I'm on the phone again. So my voice doesn't come through quite as loud as yours does. You have a stronger voice just with the microphone. But then on top of it, as a male voice, when you go stronger, just as a male, you go stronger and deeper and louder and louder. You go stronger and deeper and louder. And then when a woman goes stronger and louder, she goes, like, for me anyway, and most women, higher. And so then it's yelling. And then you're like, she's just yelling. And then I'm just trying to talk over you, who is talking like this in a microphone. And I'm like, hey! And then it's, and then it's just, she's just a yelling bitch.
That is just not, it's
it's not what happens.
It's not.
Because
that's
you
not
don't shut up either, and you talk over me, and I try to talk over you, and then at the end of the goddamn day, I'm the yeller because I keep yelling and going higher and yeller and long. Do you understand that,
honey? When I called you privately, then you still say that you just want to dominate the conversation, and you just what was the other thing? It's at any rate, we should probably talk about this privately. Really.
Let Doug get his blanket.
Yeah, I'm freezing. Yeah, I'm freezing to death. That's right. Yeah, see, Nemo's concerned about my health. Nemo cares about me. Nemo doesn't want me to be cold. He has a heart. Yeah, that's right. But Brooke is cruel.
He does have a heart.
And she's
funny.
Yeah.
Maybe do you cross-dress? Because maybe it's the cross-dressing that makes you not have a fucking goddamn heart. What is it makes you not have a heart? Is it the Libra in you that makes you not have a heart? Is it fucking what is it, the Libra?
So like, honey, it's like
makes you not have a fucking heart?
It's like when it comes to your communicating there's to me, what happened is after what had happened on our last conversation, and then when I responded with that snippishness, that snippish comment about being kind to animals, which you should revel in and say, yes, by God, if I had my show.
That was snippish. I had already hung up. I wasn't even call because you had so cut me off.
But you know what I mean. I mean, emotionally, you should have responded to that by, yes, by God, if I had my own show, I'd be telling people to be kind to animals in the most forceful possible way, and you know, educating them about this.
It's insulting to me because you're supposed to be my fucking friend, and you fucking were like, what would she have to talk about?
I mean, oh my God. I mean, this is incredible to me because you're supposed to be my friend in return, right? There's supposed to be the two-way street with this, right? And but you were attacking me personally.
No,
and then you feel as if you're victimized, and it's kind of like, you know, what you do is this
victimization on anything that comes up against you, and I wasn't attacking you. I was not attacking you.
But it couldn't be interpreted any other way. Couldn't be interpreted any other way. At the time that you got to the point where you were saying what you were saying, which I'm not going to reiterate right now.
Finally yelling. I don't even know what I was yelling back at you because we were talking.
Well, you first off, just to clarify here, it may seem,
because I swear to God, if you want to go here, then you're going to need to shut up and let me talk.
Well, why don't you talk when I turn my blanket on so I can be warm when I get back? And then you would have, you know, I mean, and there's always a private
time tell me what you're going to say so I'll know what to talk about.
Why don't we just leave Nemo and you to talk about things? I'll be back. I'm going to go mute for a few minutes.
Bring it up, and then you're going to talk over me.
How about we agree? Yeah, we'll change the subject. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Because there's only one intelligent person here, and it's fucking me, and then Nemo is fucking pretty much intelligent, and you're a fucking idiot.
See, look at that. What do you call that? That's
an
attack!
All dry fucking humor.
It's funny. It's delivery. It's
and
delivery.
You're a goddamn idiot. That's what
it's kind of like, see, this is where we get into delivery. Delivery is everything in humor. It's kind of like Brandon Young. Why his humor falls flat? Because he's flatly saying, you know,
what? I never claimed to be a comedian. Like I'm not. You know what? I'm not.
You do strive towards a kind of comedian. You know, we'll just say ambience. So
I don't actually. No, you're wrong. I don't strive that way. It's just like how I come
somehow it's developed. Somehow it's developed. You do have that. You do have that.
I find it hilariously funny.
I mean, you do have your own channel, which is about, you know, what's it say on your channel? Live more, laugh more, love more. You know, it's kind of like, you know, it's along the lines of a comedian. I don't think that's unfair.
I believe laughter is the best medicine. Like loving and laughing.
There we are. So do me a favor. While I'm mute, you can help make people laugh. If you do that by having some fun at my expense, go ahead.
Do that. Knock, knock. Who's there? Knock, knock.
Okay. I'll go mute. Nemo will answer you. Yeah.
You know this joke because I've told you it's the only joke I got growing up.
Oh, he went mute anyway. Want to talk about dogs more?
No, I personally don't. It's so boring.
Oh, whatever. Well, anyway, just to let people know about the Cane Corso's bite force, it ranks second on the top breed of dogs' bite forces at 700 psi. The top rank is the Kangal dog, which is 43 points higher, 743 psi bite force. Kangal is one of the most formidable dog breeds you can have. They can take on wild wolves and such.
Aren't they from Africa?
No, they're in central Turkey. They originate from.
Oh, okay.
So you'll see farmers utilizing those kinds of dogs to protect their livestock from wild predators such as wolves and such.
Okay,
but
yeah.
They're very expensive, but yeah. I would recommend getting the Kangal if you want a security dog, or cane corso. They both have a very strong bite force.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, to be honest, the thing is you have to be able to train these dogs and trust them. And so you've got to know, like the cops use the Malamute dog. That's their number one breed, besides the German Shepherd. Because the Malamute was they have I guess a Belgian, I think, like a Belgian Shepherd, kind of like a German Shepherd. But I knew that's what the
Alaskan Malamute, or just a Malamute in general. I don't know if there's other regional breeds.
Yeah, I think it is. I think there's just the one Malamute that I'm familiar with. And I know that they
they are very strong, and they're known for their strength and endurance.
Yeah, endurance. That's one of the things that they're endurance for, and they're fast. So endurance, and that's one of the things that they need them for is endurance, obviously.
Yeah. The only downside is they shed a lot of fucking fur because it's very thick coat.
Yeah, because actually, like boxers have like a stronger bite force, but they don't use boxers, because they don't have the endurance that that the Malamute is, like several other dogs, just like a Chow Chow. And then pit bulls,
they're fearless, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, the pit bull is fearless. You got two kinds of pit bulls, but yeah, they're fearless. They're pit bull. The pit bull is a bite force. Let's see. I was looking at the bite force, 235. German Shepherd's 238. Oh no, the American Bulldog. That's what I was looking up, which is another pit bull. That's another other pit. So pit bulls are broken into two, and the other pit bull is the American actual bully, unmistakably breed. And it has the 305 psi. A Rottweiler has a 328, but the Rottweiler, while it's more powerful than the Doberman, the Pit Bull, and the German Shepherds, it may not rank highest in strongest bite force comparisons because the way that they bite. They are enormous and intimidating, but if not properly trained and socialized, blah, blah, blah. And they're also not as in the Leonberger has a stronger bite. The Argentino dog, now that's another one I've heard. It has a very strong bite, 500 psi, and they have a tendency for natural aggression. They don't talk randomly. With the right training, they can be socialized, but they are harder to train. And then you've got the Canario, which I believe is what we're referring to when we're talking about that other dog. I believe that's what they're calling it. No, it's not actually. Doggo and Terrier. And then the Tosi Inuno, which is a Japanese Mastiff dog. It's an impressive.
Yeah, they're very hairy too.
Yeah, they're real big. I think they are really playful and they're not really aggressive at all, and they're hard to be trained to be aggressive. Although they
I remember watching a video of a cat just going onto the property of one of those Tosa dogs, and it immediately just grabbed onto it and shook it like hell and threw it off over the fence from its strong shaking. Like, I have a lot of strength.
Well, any dog can. Any dog, any large dog.
Just can. This dog just was doing it so effortlessly. Yeah, never seen such a powerful. It's like it doesn't look like a powerful dog. That's a thing. It looks like a real cuddly, docile dog, but their looks are deceitful.
Yeah, because they look like they'd be very friendly. It says it's essential to socialize them because they might become aggressive toward other dogs, which could pick toes to handle, because of their strength. They have, and then the Doge de Bordeaux, which is the earliest Monsieur breed from Spain, in France, from a city that borders Spain and France, the Doge Bordeaux, known as the French Mastiff. Oh yeah, the French Mastiff, but they call it Doge Bordeaux. They pull carts. Basically, we know the French Mastiff. They drool profusely. Oh my god. And they also are dogs that, I know those dogs, they do a lot of sheep herding and things like that, because they're not typically, unless they're not bred correctly at all. Like, and typically, like, you have certain dogs that you have to really train correctly. And then you have certain dogs that are just, like you said, like a golden retriever. Typically, as long as you socialize them a little, they're good. But when you get into the Cane Corso, the Pit Bull, or the American Bulldog is what I call the second one that I mentioned. And then it looks like there's an American, a Bendoji, which is a Mastiff breed, which looks a lot like a Pit Bull. And then the Kangol, which is number one. And yeah, all of those have the strongest bite force. The Kanglin, it says, is a breed known for its impenetrable attitude, making it tough to connect with them at times. It's critical that socialization begins early in their life cycles so that they're used to presence and strangers. I mean, but really that's in all large dogs, any large dog. I don't care if you've fever, if you've got to make these dogs, they're going to be protective. And, you know, they're not going to see children as humans if you're not interacting them with other animals from an early age, children and things like that, and making sure that they know you are the alpha, right?
Yep.
And that, like, you know, whereas we don't want to be like, well, oh, that cute little puppy or that cute little pup, we don't want to make him sit, he's so cute. You know, like, you sit right now, you know, and you make him, right? No matter what, you sit before you get your food. You don't bark. You know, you can get away with that with a Chihuahua or a Pug or a Terrier or maybe even a Golden Retriever, right? But when you get away with that with a dog this is the size, right? These pit bulls, and then again, like even dogs like Golden Retrievers, I've seen them chained. One of the worst dogs I had was a chained Golden Retriever. Man, I couldn't get near him. And I got near chained pit bulls, and I could not get near this chained Golden Retriever because he'd been chained so long. And because chaining, they're social creatures, right? And so the desocialization of them makes them basically like crazy, just like if you're in a mental institute locked into your room, right? So they don't understand the socialization. So everything's a threat. So they're ready to take your arm off. And so this is a Golden Retriever, but any dog like that hasn't been socialized is going to completely not do well. And the large dog, it's fine. A Chihuahua doesn't do well. What does it do? It nips you. You get a little bite. Maybe you put a Band-Aid on it. Maybe if you're pissy, you go to the fucking hospital. I don't fucking know. But like a Pug, like, but the larger the dog, right? And then once it's got a bite force of anything that we've discussed, Pit Bull, Kangol, whatever, you're probably dead if it locks on, right? It locks on the artery, it locks on your neck.
Rip off chunks of flesh.
It can just lock on the arm, right? I mean, we had a woman's arm ripped off by a Pit Bull up here, and it was the grandmother babysitting the kids. Ripped her arm off, and she died.
God damn. I only, in terms of how, like, them attacking people, I saw a video of this postwoman getting part of her hand ripped off by a pit bull when she was just trying to deliver mail. The pit bull just latched on the way and wouldn't let go and just ripped off a big chunk of her hand.
Yeah. I mean, they latch on, and it's weird. Like, I've had a larger pit bull that didn't latch. What's strange is the latching is also caused by, so I had two pits, and I had one that was a smaller pit. He was actually half pit, and he would latch. He was a chain dog when we got him, and he was almost starved to death. And a rescue called me, and I said, this will be the last one I take, because, you know, when I take the bad ones, and I meant bad, not bad as far as socially, but He was starved to death. He had heartworms. Like, he was basically the person that brought him in. Like, the vet said he would not have lived another day. That's how the people had chained him up.
Yeah.
And so got him to rescue, and he was a great dog. Like, he came in with my other dogs. He got along. But what I learned, and he was smaller, but what I learned really quick was he wouldn't start a fight. But I had smaller dogs. I had a small, like, Boston Terrier type mix that would start a fight. He was the alpha, even though I had a big pit. He was the alpha, and he'd start a fight. And he'd start a fight with my big pit, which is why I didn't even think anything about it. Because as soon as he'd start the fight, I'd pull him off. My big pit was, as soon as I pulled the small one off, the big pit let go. He was like, done, right? This dog, the first time my smaller one, like I said, Boston Terrier mix lit onto him, like I'm alpha. This one, 20 pounds lighter, grabbed him and wouldn't let go. And my ex-husband, like, we're trying, he was there, thank God. I don't even say thank God at this point, because he didn't really help. We're trying to pull him apart, and we're grabbing him, and we can't. And I have him in the air. I have one in the air. He's got the other one in the air, picking him up. He's latched onto my little one's neck and can't get him let go. And my ex-husband at this point, because he sees he's going to kill this dog because he's just latched onto his neck, he's literally punching him in the face. The dog is not fucking letting go at all. And he wasn't that big a dog. He wasn't 50 fucking pounds. And I had a gallon of water just happened to be in the kitchen. And I just, for some reason, I just grabbed it. And I could see his throat. And I started jugging it down where he was almost out of his mouth. And he opened. And my husband was able to pull him back. Now, this happened 2 more times. And I was alone. And I learned to grab him by the neck and choke him at the very base. Is how I know to choke somebody and how to choke them to death, because where you grab them at. And I would actually feel the larynx, and I would choke him in the larynx.
Okay, I just got back. Is this some fantasy she's sharing about step-by-step, blow-by-blow killing of myself? That she's killing me, right?
Talking about a dogfight.
Douglas, he's only telling you that to make you feel better.
I came back and I saw the Brooke icon was up. So I knew she was talking, and I was saying, thank God, just like I thought. Yeah, let her get going. And she doesn't stop. Cool. Okay, so go on.
He got me on dogs, and he didn't go, hey, I think it would be a shitty thing for you to talk about dogs on air while everybody else talks about World War II and Japanese balloons for 40 years.
Honey, now, okay, just try and be, like, civil. Try and be civil. You never know. Maybe you'll feel good. Maybe you'll feel good to be nice to people for a change.
Also, another formidable breed is the Caucasian Shepherd dog.
Yeah.
They're capable of killing wild wolves too, apparently.
Yeah, thank you there, Nemo. That's right, honey.
See how nice him, and see how you just see. Did you hear your voice? Replay it. Once you rewind and replay that. Thank you. Do you see? I hear your voice. Maybe Nemo doesn't.
No, I know Doug's just being humorous.
And I hate his humorous. I hate it with a passion.
I don't mind it.
Why, honey? Why?
Because it's smart ass. At least when I'm a bitch, everybody knows it. You're just.
He's a lot older than us. Give him a break.
Oh, I like Nemo smart. Nemo comes across smart ass, and you don't even realize it. I like that shit.
At any rate, it's fine. So, honey, just so go on about the. So you felt the dog's larynx. You had the larynx in your hand.
I felt the dog's larynx.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. No.
Can you hear me, Douglas? I know you're a lot older. I don't know if I need to talk louder.
So go on. We're at this visceral point in the your dissertation there.
If you want to break up a dog fight, isn't it just better to quickly just insert a finger in their rectum?
Oh, tried that, did that. Oh, been there, done that. You want to hear the fucking real dog fight? I fucking had the fucking same 2 dogs, thought I had it all worked out, and I'm at home alone, and I have 7 dogs on my bed, and I decide I'm going to take a shower because I am that stupid. Okay? Stupid. And I can admit my stupidity, and they were all asleep, and I had Cully boxed in, because Cully is the Boston Terrier that started fights, boxed in on his little pillows, and I'm just going to step into the room because I'm in a master bedroom. The shower is right there. See and I had started the shower, and then I hear the horrible, I don't know if you've heard a dog fight, but it's the worst sound fucking ever. And I run out, but I have already gotten naked. And I run out into the room, and I already had, the reason I felt safe is because I had already ordered online a stun shocker, okay? That was a long prong thing, about as long from my knee to my foot. And the end of it had 2 prongs on it, and I could just pop it. And normally the noise on just the popping scared the dogs, right? They'd shut up, but because it popped. But you could stun them, and I had already tried it on myself, and it stunned me. And the dog.
I was going to ask if you used it on yourself.
Oh, I did. And as a matter of fact, what was so funny is when I used it on myself, I had one of my little dogs, and he was touching my foot because he was standing there, and he screamed because it went through my body. I was okay with it. Whatever, like a little bit not fun. But the dog screamed.
Next time you try that on yourself, record it so that you can provide me the footage so I can jack off over that.
That stun gun.
For the sexual thrill.
I need to order another one. That stun gun actually ended up dying. But the reason I was not even happy with it anymore is because what I would order it for, it would have worked on. I would carry it around the block when I walk dogs or whatever. But for the 2 dogs that I needed to break up, which is the ones I was just describing, those were the dogs fighting. And they had rolling off the bed. I run in, by this time, I'm within 2 seconds, run in there. I'm naked. And I grab the stun gun because I always had it with me. So I grab it and start stunning them. And they are not fucking doing shit. Like, they're still fighting. I'm stunning both of them, and they are still fighting. I also knew the thing about sticking your finger up their fucking ass. Stick the finger up the big dog's
Next time you
ass.
do that, get that on footage too, so I can enjoy that as well.
Both of those dogs are dead. First of all, the other dog died. The bigger dog died a year ago, and the other dog
Sorry
we're talking about is the dog that you were aware of that just recently died.
Right. Thank you. Yes.
That was the dog that was the alpha that would fight anybody that was like short man syndrome. He was fighting the pit bull.
Yeah.
He's the one that passed away the other week. So but
in the sense I was there for it, so I at least and of course you were with your mother and the veterinarians, so it's something I won't forget. It was a time that I had an opportunity to speak with your mother as well.
Yeah, I ended up sending that dog to my mother. She had lost her dogs, and we determined that it was the best because I had so many and he was starting so many fights, and because he was eventually going to get killed by this dog, and I just couldn't. They couldn't handle that dog, and he loved her so much. He wanted to be an only child. He was like, I want to be an only child, and he loved living there. And so it was very hard for me to send him there, and he was still my baby. But anyway, yes, Douglas was there for those visits, and but regardless, they would not. I stuck my finger up his ass, didn't do shit. Then I start stunning him with fucking gin. That I'm stunning him so bad, holding that shocker into him, the big dog, that the fucking dog shits on himself because he's getting electrocuted. But he does not let go.
Right.
So at this point, I start grabbing the dogs, but as dogs are moving while they fight, it starts to move out of the bedroom. And once you move out of my bedroom, the stairs are right there. I am naked, okay? And I am trying to grab the dogs, and all of us roll down the steps.
I wish I had this on film. Oh my God, that keep me occupied for a while. Yes, go on, honey.
We roll down the steps. There's a landing, and then we continue to roll from the landing down the next set of steps as they are still holding on to each other, and I am trying to grab them. And when we get to the very bottom of the steps, we are in front of the front door, basically. And I just then remember I just latch onto his fucking larynx, the big dog's larynx, because the little dog, like, even though he's fighting it, I mean, like, the big dog's like, so I just fucking hold onto his larynx and just, like, I know how to choke somebody now. I mean, I can choke them to death because I know where to choke. Like, you gotta get that larynx. And you fucking choke, and then they open. And he opens. Well, the bad thing was, as soon as he fucking goddamn opens, and I just take, because I have him by the neck, so so I push him back with the hand that's guarded on the larynx. The little dog just comes charging back at him. And I'm on the floor, on my ass naked, and I am, like, kicking the little dog back, and all I can see is the front door. So I'm kicking the little dog back, hand on the larynx of the fucking big dog, throat down, not trying to choke him, and I'm just holding him. I just open the goddamn front door with my other hand, somehow reach up and open the front door, and just shove my big dog out the front door. Like, normally I would never, like, because normally, you know, you think, oh my God, my dog's gonna run in the street. I just needed them away from each other. That was my only option at this point. So I just shove him out the goddamn front fucking door. And then go pick up my little dog, see if he's fucking alive, throw him in a cage, and then go look at my big dog. And then I open the door, my big dog's just standing there like, I don't go anywhere.
Oh my goodness.
And then at some point after that, that's when I decided to give him up to, like, to my mom or whatever. I don't know. But it was not the little dog. But I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the whole point of that story is I know how to choke somebody. I know how to choke a dog. And I have no respect for people. I see these stupid videos they put online of, like, these two grown men, and there'll be, like, two dogs fighting, and they're like, I can't get in there. I don't know how. And they're just like, come on, break it up. And they're, like, pulling a tail or something. And I'm like, you little bitches. Oh my God. You little fucking bitches. Like, you know what I mean? I had two big dogs fight. I have so many big dog fights. There were two big dogs who got fucking in there. Oh my fucking God. I never once thought, oh, I'm gonna get fucking. I should have probably thought I could get killed or bit. And I did get bit. I got bit one time so bad I had to go to the fucking damn doctor and get shots and shit because the dog didn't mean to bite me. They will sometimes bite you accidentally. Now, and yes, there are reasons if you have two fighting dogs, like two pit bulls that you train to fight, I mean, I can see why you wouldn't get in there, but you shouldn't have trained your dogs to fight, and you deserve to get killed anyway. Like, there's no reason for two little bitches fucking in Saudi Arabia to film some bullshit about, like, oh, look at these dogs fighting. We tried to pull their tail. We couldn't get them away. Oh, my God, you little fucking pussies. I, like, should blow you up with a fucking shotgun.
Oh, you're lovable. Oh, that's delightful, honey. And, so...
I'm just saying, like, we are supposed to be the head of the fucking earth. Oh, really? Really? You can go fucking do all this and you can't fucking break up two dogs, but a fucking 5'3", 115-pound fucking girl, maybe 120 now, okay? Fucking girl can fucking break up two dogs.
Yeah.
Two pit bulls.
Yes.
You know who wouldn't? You just blow them off with a gun. I'm scared.
Oh.
And then you'd brag, I blew them both away with one bullet.
No, it wasn't a boast, honey. Just relating what happened. It made my reputation, but that's not something that I had intended. It's just the way it went down. And certainly in the moment that I did what I did, I don't feel that there's anyone else who would have done any different, or very few people who would have done any different. Let's just put it that way. What I would have
done if I'd gone in there with you, I would have been like, I'm grabbing this dog by the goddamn neck, you grab this one by the fucking goddamn neck, bitch.
I maybe. Look, honey, I do not doubt that your love for animals would compel
I'm not
you.
at those dogs, but they were not trained correctly, and they were fighting over food. And once dogs get in a fight like that and they have not been trained correctly,
Yeah.
they're going to fight. And then if that woman reached in,
Yeah.
she got herself in a situation where they didn't see her as a person; they saw her as another. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it, honey. Believe me, I have no doubt that you know what you're talking about. I've never doubted that when it comes to this subject. You're certainly someone who obviously I respect you in this capacity, and I do hope you realize that. This is something that I don't understand why this you don't seem to grasp that. It's beyond me why you don't grasp that. Have I ever?
Oh, you did. I thought you did until you want to replay what you said to Joe Tai.
Honey, that was in context. First off, there's nothing that I said that was wrong. If you had your own show, you would emphasize kindness to animals. It is something that you should take pride in. There's nothing that I said that is contrary to reality. So in terms of what is something more important for us in terms of communication is that you basically learn to appreciate the fact that I appreciate you, and that at the same time you have a manner of let's just put it this way, you and I will speak of this privately. You have communications issues, and it's something that we'll talk about. But you seem to be communicating well enough tonight, and that's fine. So we'll work with that. Obviously, just understand this much. I have a deep respect for you and your intelligence and your capacity to deal with things like these animals. And these are terrifying situations. But you have such an understanding and love for these animals that you throw yourself into the middle of it, and you handle it in an admirable fashion. That is nothing other than impressive. So aside from all of that, when you're speaking to me and you on my program, you just maintain a certain level of control over yourself and don't go into these attacks that are bizarre to me. Yeah.
There she goes.
Yeah. Okay.
I have some questions to ask you, if that's all right.
Sure.
Are you still in? When's the last time you were in contact with Anthony J. Hilda? Because the last time I saw you interact with him was, I think, 2012 at a conspiracy con where he conducted like a 25-minute interview with you, and it was a very awkward interview in itself, the way he was interacting with you. Are you still in contact with him at all? When was the last time you contacted him?
Oh God,
or
no,
just engaged with conversation?
Oh God, no. The next time I saw the son of a bitch was and he's no one that I am by the way, he's dead, just so people understand.
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah. I don't know. You didn't know that? Okay. Yeah.
No, so sorry, I didn't know.
Oh yeah. Well, the poor bastard, okay, I tried to maintain as much patience with him as I could. His being dead, by the way, is nothing to be particularly sorry about. If anything, the man was simply out there to give a bad name to the conspiracy community. You're talking about a person who was doing his best to be as tacky as possible, make everyone look like idiots. It was... And just so people know, a good example of this was his manner of speaking. Was he tried to be as outrageous as possible in terms of going into things that just a way of his presenting an issue. Like, for instance, he'd say, "What's that smell in the air? Is that the New World odor?" As in New World Odor, as opposed to New World Order. Yeah. It's just like, well, at that point you're not doing anything that's constructive. You're just being stupid, and you're making
just like Alex Jones would behave.
Yeah, and so he would also like produce records back in the days when these were like 45 records, like little things you could play on the smaller record things where he'd have recordings of himself going over certain subjects. It was like old school, really old school. And
he was in A&R for Modern Records in the 50s and early 60s.
That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. That was how he got, for some familiarity with that technology. And so what happened was he just maintained himself for many years in this kind of netherworld. And then what happened was probably the most sympathetic period I had for him was when he came under heavy attack by Dr. Leonard Horowitz. And Dr. Leonard Horowitz is somebody who was just outrageous in terms of his attack. And so when it came to Dr. Leonard Horowitz, just to kind of give a short background on him so that people have a better grasp of what his trip was, Dr. Leonard Horowitz he was a dentist, and then he became involved with conspiracy, and his whole trip was trying to expose, quote unquote, the fact that there was a mass murder conspiracy, and that the mass murder conspiracy was something that it had to do with viruses, that they were going to unleash all kinds of plagues upon the world, and that he was exposing this. But of course, what was his solution? Like, he's presenting this supermassive conspiracy, a supermassive info dump on bacteriology, and that we're all going to be the target of this massive genocidal campaign against the human race. But his solution was, okay, everybody has to get together and sing, and we sing at a certain resonance level, and we'll take us all into a higher dimension. To the love vibe. We'll suddenly become one with the love vibe. I mean, this was... Okay, there's nothing to do with that. I mean, you're just there's nowhere to go with that. And so when it comes to just his level of insanity, it should be shall we say, evident. Should be self-evident. But beyond that, when it comes to he got involved with this young lady who was not unattractive. She might have, in my opinion, she was okay, doable. I mean, I wouldn't turn her down.
When was this? When he got with the lady?
It was the time that I was working with these people. We're talking about 2012.
Oh, 2000.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So this young lady drove him away from his wife. He was married, but he began sleeping with this young lady, and we could even look it up. Really, a woman who broke up Dr. Leonard Horowitz. Dr. Leonard Horowitz, marriage.
Sula. Oh, that's the name I see.
Let's see now.
I don't think that's it.
So, like, I'm getting different types of Dr. Leonard Horowitz's. Sherry Kane might have been. No, it wouldn't be her, would it? No, it wouldn't be her. It's oh, there we are. Son of a bitch. Sherry Kane.
Is she related to Peggy Kane?
Yeah, she was anyhow, I was getting this obituary that she's dead. Holy shit, she wasn't even old. I mean, fuck. Murdered heroic activist Sherry Kane obituary. So let me take a look at this. This might be somebody else. Hawaii mob murdered heroic activist Sherry Kane. Holy shit! A Sherry Kane obituary written by Sherry Kane 3 months before she was killed by the quote-unquote Hawaii mob. Fuck, she died in January 7th, 2021. Holy shit! Okay. Oh my god!
How old was she?
Good God, she was born in 1969. So if she died in basically January
early
7th,
50s, mid 50s, early 50s.
yeah. Oh my God! I mean, I'm shocked. I'm just shocked. Like I said, one thing I noticed is that they're giving her like a photographic nose job. The only thing that might have turned people off was she had a big Jewish nose, and
All right.
it didn't bother me much. But you know, a lot of people might have been. I was surprised why she never got a nose job. That's all, because a lot of women do, and anyhow. So here we are. They began transposing music to 528 hertz. Anyhow, so I am shocked. I'm just let me see. It says here that in the process, Sherry lost her pets and personal possessions, and Lenny lost his life savings and was forced into bankruptcy. Well, I mean, they alienated everyone. So I mean, they went around attacking everyone. Oh my God! I mean, looking at our coffin now, I am just it's just bizarre to me. So this whole thing was, and then they're showing her now in like lingerie and shit. As quote unquote an actress. Well, anyhow, she was definitely some kind of asset. And she became the handler of Dr. Leonard Horowitz. So I guess I might as well start sharing screen here. I'm just so overwhelmed by this.
I just found an image of her face. She looks like she's had a lot of plastic surgery.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, this is basically how she looked when I knew her. So basically, here's the one thing they said. Hawaii mob murders. I don't know who's putting this shit up, but obviously the first thing that they do is this is outrageous. Okay, first off, they're accusing people of murder. They've got all kinds of people listed. So it's just, okay, this is character assassination. So this is what her and her husband, well, basically what became her husband, in effect, Leonard Horowitz, who she broke up from his wife. They became infamous for this, and they were just, slandering people. And one of the people they were attacking was Anthony J. Hilder. It's like, if anything, they were giving him too much credit for being a sinister person. He was just a slime dog, just a slimy person. But here they are. They gave her a nose job in the illustration. Her nose was out like Barbara Streisand, echo chamber nose.
Yeah.
And but anyhow, so let me see now. Basically, in early September 2020, Dr. Leonard Horowitz, partner in life, Bàba, and Sherry Kane receives solicitations. Anyhow, so then they're talking about this NXIVM sex cult, which I forgot how to pronounce. And so they called her and Dr. Horowitz together the Horrocane. Here again, they really airbrushed her nose. In the old days, we would call this airbrushing. These days, it's Photoshop, which is a program. So, but they really changed the shape of her nose, which was like a macaw. She had the nose like a macaw, which, personally didn't bother me much, but there she goes, third grade photo.
Yeah, her grade 7 photo.
Yeah, so at any rate, then they got the grade 7 photo, and you see more of the nose effect. And even that doesn't look quite. I remember her nose being a little bigger than that even. Maybe it got a little bigger as she got older. And then here you see more of the nose effect. And so first photo shoots at age 21. Okay, now this is bizarre. Who does a first photo shoot at the age of 21? Okay, I mean, like, come on, you're doing this shit when you're 16, 17, not 21. Right. Anyhow, so then, but it's...
Scroll down, you see a picture of her doing the Freemasons 666 hand gesture. Mm-hmm. A lot of Freemasons do that with their glasses in the crowd.
Okay, and let me take a look.
You went past it.
Oh, I went past it?
Yeah.
Well,
it's her in the middle of a big crowd.
Oh, okay, there we are.
Yeah,
all right.
There, that hand gesture, yeah.
Okay,
she's part of something.
Yeah, well, but she definitely, she got, anyhow, her primary mission in life was to compromise, Leonard Horowitz, and she drove him to do insane things. I mean, woman could get you to do that. Anyhow, Sherry Kane's nemesis, I like how that they put this, Sherry Kane's nemesis, Ron Howard, had her blacklisted. So, this could have happened. If anything, it drove her crazy. And so then they started doing all these crazy films. And so they said Ted Gunderson's gang. Now, in all fairness, Ted Gunderson was just another piece of shit. And but they were attacking this guy named Truott, and this is some friend of Peter Moon's. I never even knew Truott was a real name. I never even knew this guy was real. I thought he was kind of like a figment of their imaginations. The name sounded so odd. And it was only later I found out he was real from Peter Moon. Anyhow, look at what people, well, probably Leonard Horowitz and maybe a few close cultists said. Jerry was larger than life, lived colorfully and fearlessly in the face of evil, a beast slayer, an avenger against injustice, would have liked to have been remembered as such. I mean, God.
Wow.
So, like, like I said, younger than me, and got killed. So here she is, upstages magician Raymond Teller for the Pharma Horrors sting. Yeah, so they were doing this Pharma Horrors thing, and they went around just bothering people. And, Penn Fraser Gillette has no idea he's being set up by the hurricane. And, they'd approach people and then, quote unquote, sting them, which means that then they'd accuse them of being genocidal maniacs, and here we are, movie set with Sherry Kane, Nicolas Cage, and girlfriend. So younger, bit more glamorous. Obviously, here looking a lot more, almost mannish. Oh, almost mannish though. You'll notice that, except for the tits. If I told you this is a transvestite and those tits were photoshopped out, you would believe me.
Oh yeah.
So fairly mannish face, which again doesn't bother me. Sherry Kane with Christy Alley, who of course is a big time Scientologist. And then really blimped out. Here we are, body painted by husband Levant. But then she wound up, Mary's master artist Levant de Paris, but then wound up hanging out with, Leonard Horowitz all the time. Now, here, she looked all right. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, she was fuckable. But batshit fucking crazy.
Right.
No further comment.
I
no further comment. At any rate, takes a stand against mounting COVID-19. Oh, now I see what killed her. COVID-19. There she is. She wouldn't take her vaccines. See, vaccinate this. Yeah, probably died of COVID. That wouldn't.
So she was a disinfo agent in a way, or some shit like that, and attacked other public informants and shit.
Well, she was attacking just goobers.
Anyone.
I mean, people like, Penn and Teller are no public informants, believe me.
Right. They're stage magicians.
Well, beyond that, they're just creeps. These guys.
Oh, yeah.
Give me an example.
He looks like a child. He looks like a child cannibal.
Yeah. By the way, just so people understand that is something that, say, for instance, somebody might jump on Nemo for saying that and say, why take it there? But this is one of those instances where I would be the first person out front saying these guys are so sleazy that's the first thing that comes to my mind. These guys are they're just creeps. I
can sense their evil.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Penn and Teller, the Penn Fraser Gillette, he is like this very tall individual who is like a avowed atheist, and he goes all over the place attacking theology. And so as for Raymond Teller, his shtick is just to be the silent bottom man, the butt man, and he looks much older here. You would think that he was, that they're maybe the same age, but they're just sad. They're just a sad couple of losers who have the shtick. And but Penn takes it beyond that, saying that he's proud of being this guy who attacks God all the time. That he attacks the and so he's got this thing going. And when he was confronted about, well, since you attack God all the time, why don't you attack Islam? And people brought up,
they'll cut me head off.
Yeah, and basically what he said was, oh, I'll never attack Muslims because I don't want to die.
Yeah, exactly.
And so so how chicken shit is that? Okay, so you go all over the place attacking.
And I think he's of the bloodline of the protected people too. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, guaranteed. Guaranteed. I mean, that, I hate to say it, but the look is there.
Most of them are most white people in the entertainment industry are of the protected bloodline.
Yeah. And then, but then so's Leonard Horowitz. So's Sherry Kane. So Leonard Horowitz, of course, just by his very name, but obviously he's just so people understand this. I'm not making any stereotypes here. Leonard Horowitz would always emphasize he was Jewish because he was always talking about genocide, saying, they're really out to kill us all. And my grandmother was right, saying that the Nazis run the medical industry. And
they love to brag about that. Yep.
Yeah, and so they can't really hide themselves. It's most of the time it comes out. And and with Sherry Kane, of course, like I said, nose like a macaw, poor dear. But I didn't find her unattractive. But so they were attacking this other Jewish guy. I mean, in other words, they were just attacking people who were famous to make themselves famous. That was the only way they could get famous, was to attack famous people. So then they would attack famous people and say they were genocidal maniacs who were involved with some kind of conspiracy, and this was what they were supposed to be exposing, the Satanism of Hollywood. So granted, these were a couple of sleazy guys, but, attacking them and accusing them of various things that, that doesn't help you. It doesn't help anyone. It doesn't, all it does, but they thought they'd get on camera with it and buy some time. So they were just parasitizing. They were parasitizing famous people.
Yeah. Nice surprise.
It's really sad. So, so the fact that this poor dear winds up dying of COVID more than likely, and they would probably say, Dr. Leonard Horowitz would say she was targeted with a disease or something. Probably they would both claim COVID doesn't even exist or something of that nature.
Right. They injected her with something when she went to the dentist or some shit.
Yeah, that's what they'll say, something like that. It's like it's just fucking sad. So again, I'm shocked. I had no idea any of this was like the way it was at, but they were. Let's just put it this way: they were pissing off all kinds of people, and you'd think it'd be almost like somebody would kill them, but the truth is, they weren't pissing off any important people. I mean, they're just pissing off actors and shit. Yeah, not like, politicians.
Not like Rockefeller.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's just basically, just loser territory. There you go with that. By the way,
I remember, I just want to say, I remember watching that interview that you done. It's very funny because of how awkward it was. Because Anthony J. Hilda, he tried to interact with you physically when you're addressing the fragging in Vietnam.
Yeah,
he's like, fragging, and he points a hand gesture of a gun right at your side of your head, and just your facial expressions like, what the fuck's this guy doing?
He actually rammed his fingers into my head. This guy's actually ramming his fingers into my head, and it is just appalling how just asinine this individual is. But when I actually got to hate him was another time at fuck, I'm going blank here for a moment. The what do we call it again? It's where I took the idiots. Ron Johnson and Alex Jones. I took them to the
Bohemian Grove.
Thank you. I couldn't get that out. I couldn't get it out. Anyhow, it was at a Bohemian Grove gathering where, this was years later. I was no longer working for the government. And this was it's just like, there's like several places. Where was it? As I said, been to Bohemian Grove, first time with Alex Jones and Ron Johnson. This time it was the idiot, what's his name? Doofus. He had trademarked his name, Brian William Hall. So Brian William Hall, by the way, for anybody who wants to know how low that Leonard Horowitz and Sherry Kane sank, there's a Scientific American article or a Popular Mechanics article about the conspiracy cruise. And that's when they talk all about Sherry Kane and Leonard Horowitz driving the reporter to basically lock himself in his cruise room and he basically was terrorized by these people. He felt that they were stark raving mad and were physically a threat. As soon as that cruise was over, Sean David Morton was arrested as soon as he disembarked from the ship. So conspiracy cruise, let's look up Popular Mechanics or Scientific American. It was one of those two. Mechanics, we'll start with that first. Okay, Popular Mechanics. I went on a week-long cruise for conspiracy theorists. There we are. So there's a Popular Mechanics article published in 2016. And so he says, what do you get when you stick some of the conspiracy world's biggest celebrities and their diehard fans on a cruise ship? So then you've got Wired Magazine, a skeptic infiltrates a cruise for conspiracy theorists. So these two articles is when he's talking about what happened there, and that's when he was basically intimidated. I think it was the girl, Sherry, was photographing him, or while Leonard was provoking him, or maybe it was the opposite. Leonard was the old man, so he was probably photographing him while Sherry went at him almost physically, like pointing her finger like right down his throat, basically, kind of like what Brooke was doing with those dogs. And then they were just basically accusing him of being government, of course. What else would they say? And then he was driven physically back to his cabin where he locked the door and was just afraid to come out after that. So at any rate, so this is what they had deranged themselves into, and that was the last time I really thought about them, because, what can you do with that act? There's so it's really sad. They just basically were two peas in a very dirty pod. They were definitely compromised. Either she was, or Leonard was compromised by her. She was compromised by something else that drove her to, her assignment was to drive Leonard into poverty, break his marriage up, completely discredit him. And that's what she wound up doing. So Leonard Horowitz was definitely a man who was thinking with his dick. This young girl who was basically, she may have been 50 when she died, but she was definitely half his age. And so she drove him into losing everything. I saw that happen with the guy, Gage, who was the architect for 9/11, with the young girl who was this beautiful blonde and was orders of magnitude above Sherry Kane, and in terms of looks and appearance. And I honestly thought she was a prostitute, whom an escort, professional escort, whom Richard Gage, the architect for 9/11 Truth, had hired. And I basically, how would I say it, presented it as such to him when he was like, he was talking to me for a while, and I said, oh, you were just talking to that girl, I better let you get back to her. I don't want you to lose out on whatever time you have with her. And that's when he went into, oh, she's with me, and she loves me, and she's going to marry me. And I said, oh, fuck, this guy's finished. And that's what was proven to me later by his accountant, who I met at a completely different conference. And the accountant was very much a skeptic, was attacking a lot of people on stage. Never, said anything to me. But when I spoke to him privately, and I told him about what had happened with Richard Gage, he said, as an accountant, I'm not supposed to give up any privileged client information, but I can tell you this much: his life was destroyed by that young lady. She left him broke, and and there you go. Nothing surprising there. And but when it goes back to Anthony J. Hilder, so he was victimized at a point by Leonard Horowitz and Sherry Kane, and they called themselves the Horrocane, like hurricane.
Wow,
Horowitz.
That's funny.
Yeah, Horowitz, HR, the HORO combined with Kane, KANE, Horrocane. So they called themselves the Horrocane, and so they attacked Anthony Hilder and were accusing him of working, being some kind of disinformation agent. And like I said, that really gave him too much fucking credit. If he were a disinformation agent, he was a horrible one. All he did was discredit everybody. But right. By the way, so we're gonna see if I can continue with the.
As bad as
go on.
I was just gonna say, as bad as the extent of how bad he is, he just affiliate himself with other people who claim they expose like government corruption and aliens and all that bullshit, like Jordan Maxwell and Peggy Kane and shit. In the 90s, there was this UFO TV show on some TV programming, and Peggy Kane was one of the hosts or co-hosts of it. And you'd see Anthony J. Hilder on there with fucking Jordan Maxwell and shit. He'd hang around people like them.
Yeah, and, well, Jordan Maxwell, of course, is just pure victim. I mean, poor bastard. But to get back to where I really developed a hatred for Anthony J. Hilder was at that, probably the second time in my life going to the Bohemian Grove. So what had happened was Brian William Hall called me up and said, "Hey, Doug, want to go for a ride? Let's go up to Bohemian Grove." And it was eerie to me how this had echoes of the whole, Ron Johnson, Alex Jones thing. In terms of that was almost like a casual invite as well. It's like, hey, everybody wants to go up to Bohemian Grove, want to tag along and shit. And then these two losers were, trying to make a name for themselves going up there. At any rate, when it came to Anthony J. Hilder, what had happened this time was, by this point in history, going to Bohemian Grove was something that people were doing as a protest. All the weirdo anti-government doofuses were going to Bohemian Grove just to, do their protest and try to prove themselves some kind of something, I guess. And when it came to what people were doing up there this time, they were like just protesting. And so I was no longer working for the government. Had been years since I had worked for the government, and no longer had an in, right? So it's just one of the people outside the gate. Get what I'm saying? Right. And so while I'm outside the gate, probably being the kind of person that I am, being the kind of person who just goes after young girls, I basically was focusing on young girls. And so there was one definitely underage girl who was probably around between 15 to 16 years of age, might have been 14, was going in to Bohemian Grove. She obviously had a pass. And so when I stopped her to talk to her, she was telling me about, I'm hired to do some waitressing there. And I'm like,
oh, that's sus.
Yeah, what's that? Say that again.
I said that's sus.
Yes, suspect. Yes, got it. Yes. Very Commonwealth language. Yes, the sus is a very British Commonwealth thing to say. Yes. Yeah, it was sus as hell. And so when I was like asking her for some details about this, I'm like, oh, whoa, hold on for a second here. Because by that time it had been going on for a few days at that point. And I was, asking her about the what had happened the past few days. Did anything happen to her that she, found unusual? I mean, I was basically asking her if any of the guys were putting the make on her, feeling her up, or fucking her. So she was telling me that people had been behaving themselves so far, but they definitely had her bringing food to all these old men who were ogling her and shit. And, and I said, how are you doing this? I mean, why are your parents allowing this? And it's like, they think it's great that I'm working and getting myself some extra money and all that stuff. And I'm like thinking, how stupid must your fucking parents be?
Oh, yeah.
Is that, are they fucking, they can't be, they've got to have.
Maybe her parents are friends with the people
or
inside
cultists.
the Bohemian Grove.
They're like cultists or something.
They don't mind their daughter being preyed on by Freemasons.
It could be like an offering, their own form of sacrificial offering. But anyhow, then there was some other girl that caught my eye because, I had to lay off from this one girl because the CHP officer, by the way, just so people understand this, California Highway Patrol are the state police. There used to be an actual state police force in California separate from the Highway Patrol. But they ultimately absorbed that force into the California Highway Patrol. So a California Highway Patrolman came up and basically ushered her away, told her to stop talking to me. Aside from that, there was another attractive young lady whose name I used to know. I still have it on file somewhere. I'd have to look it up. I don't think you can really find her easily on the internet anymore. Might be scrubbed, probably off of the best. Personally, I hope she's dead. But attractive young lady, again, no one I would turn away, but real piece of shit, because just anybody who would work the way she was working has to be a piece of shit. And I'll tell you why. Basically, I went up to her and said, "Oh, I see you're a reporter. I see you're interviewing everybody. You can interview myself. I'm a public informant. I used to work with the government." And she, was trying to ignore me, wouldn't even respond. So I spoke to her in Russian, because she was working with the Russians. She was working with Russia Today and the Sputnik, and obviously all of the people around her were Russian. And so then she came flat out and said, "Look, I don't even speak a word of Russian. I don't understand a word you're saying." I said, "What are you doing working with the Russians? Why would they hire you if you don't speak their language?" And she said, "They hired me because I got the job from Alex Jones." And I said, "Well, then why don't you interview myself? InfoWars and all that. I'm an info warrior." And she's like, "He told me never to interview you specifically." Wow. And so at that point, it was just, well, fuck you. And so that being said, she was this other chick who I ran across in that environment. And then finally there was this other girl that I latched onto, and she was this girl who had unusual tattoos, matching tattoos on both arms in Arabic. So, okay, you see some young lady, she's got matching tattoos on both arms. They're both in the Arabic language. Obviously that's cult shit. So I approached her and, asked her about what was up with her, and why the tattoos, both in Arabic, and she began to talk to me about she had grown up basically servicing the people at Bohemian Grove. And as she began to open up to me, then Anthony J. Hilder showed up and scared her off. And, said, "Why don't you go, young girl? Stop talking to this guy. Give us room to film here. We want this space." And she ran away. And I would easily have killed Anthony J. Hilder without a second thought if we were not in an environment that was crawling with CHP. Right. So what a piece of human garbage. So that's when I truly just said, "Okay, fuck you, asshole, you old man. I'm not giving you any patience anymore." I mean, it's just a piece of shit. And, eventually he died, and, he will not be missed, and no one will remember him other than for, that stupid interview with me as one of his memory points, because, he shows himself for such a consummate phony. And but anyhow, it's like we were speaking different languages. If you take a look at when he's talking to me about like stupid things like Bo, and I'm like saying, "Who?" And then he says, "Bo Greitz," and I'm like, "Did you expect me to know who you were talking about with just his first name? Are you, what the fuck? Are you that crazy that, you bring up a first name for somebody and I'm oh, Bo, I know Bo. Yeah. Like, Uncle Bubba and shit." So there you go with that.
And he'd keep bringing up the chemtrail shit when you're talking about a completely different subject. About the fragging in Vietnam. Well, what about the chemtrails? And, that's not something I really specialize in. You're saying something like that.
It's he's just a consummate phony. Just completely crazy. So I all I can say is that Yeah, just another phony, just another idiot.
Just trying to get notoriety and fame.
Well, well, look at the fucker was so old at that point. After a while, what do you hope to gain from that? I mean, basically at that point, he's just surviving, right? He's just getting along on selling shit based off of whatever reputation he had acquired as being one of the original conspiracy theorists. So he got out there, was one of the original guys to, like an Alex Jones type caricature figure, get out there and say, it's all a conspiracy and it's all phony and shit. But other than that, he had nothing to offer. Just going around making films of himself, talking shit. Talking about chemtrails and other stupid stuff. And it's like he would even say, so that he wouldn't look like a revolutionary, he would cop Marvel Comics. Marvel Comics had a series called The Evolutionary War, which was all about the high evolutionary and, and he's making more, supervillains or something out of animals or something. And so they called that series in the Marvel subset the Evolutionary War. So Doofus ripped it off, like many people did. We want an evolution, not a revolution, is what Anthony J. Hilder would say, and like it was something he came up with himself or something. And
right. He strangely looks similar to Molly Meldrum too, the famous guy in Australia who's an Australian music critic, journalist, and producer. Like as if they were both made from the same DNA strain as...
They're just old men who were stuck in the 1970s fashion that, mullets are cool. And, they were stuck in their mullets and shit. So it's just one of those, pathetic kinds of developments to come out of that historical background. Go on.
Did you ever interact or meet Bob Lazar, the guy that apparently he reckons he personally witnessed these anti-gravitational vehicles when he was working for the underground military bases and shit?
No, I've never personally met him, but as I've explained before, just so people understand this, that Bob Lazar is the real thing. Bob Lazar is...
I was watching an interview of him with Joe Rogan, and he had this other fucktard with him, and it was like they were just gatekeeping, baiting him into trying saying something that he's not supposed to. You can see he's trying to be very cautious with a cautious look on his face. He's like, what the fuck are you trying to do to me here? To Joe Rogan. It was so obvious.
Yeah. I hear you. And he's someone who... that sounds like their speed, and sounds like about how he would react. It's the individual was someone who was victimized in his life. You're talking about someone whose records, like mine, were completely destroyed, wiped out, and he had the added disadvantage in that he went through what Dr. Richard Allen Miller went through. So, as everyone's heard me explain before about these guys who worked at Area 51, every day that they went into Area 51, the Area 51 had this whole community built around it. People would go home to their families in area. They're like a giant suburban community. They're all living in area. They all live at Area 51 because you're not going to commute people in and out of Area 51 on any regular basis. Once you're there, you're there. And you're there for like 5 years. Your kids go to school there. You will raise your family there. This is like, and military bases do this. So you're basically on a base, and you're trying to get these people to basically live their lives out as if they're normal. And then in the meantime, you don't want these guys talking to their wives and kids when they go home. So every time these poor fuckers go home, then you zap them, and they put them through the screening machines, the X-ray machines. But they're getting dosed as well, not just with the rads every day from the X-ray machine and the metal detector and all that shit. They basically put them through something that fries their frontal cortex. And that way, when they go home,
Is that so they forget everything they interacted with at work that day? So
absolutely.
And they come, so it's like an everyday process when they're working.
Yeah.
Like all that. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. And so their wife can ask them, what did you do at work today, honey? And they will literally say, quite truthfully, I don't remember.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, or I don't remember. And so fine, you do that to somebody every day, and gradually you fry their fucking brains out. They're basically, it's like the woman that was Annie Jacobson interviewed. He truly worked at Area 51. Other than that, there's nothing you could get out of him of any substance, because the guy is completely demented, completely senile. She was ordered to interview him by the feds, who came up and said, you've got to change your book so that you confuse people, because Douglas Dietrich was coming out at that point with the goods. And so she was forced to alter her book, and it destroyed her career. As a matter of fact, Brooke Gibson had watched that, and then she was approaching me about it. And she was approaching me at first with the, well, this puts everything you say in perspective. And I said, no, it doesn't. And when I explained it to her, she really got it, because she said, yeah, once she understood the context, then she understood that that Annie Jacobson was acting under duress, because she said Annie Jacobson looked really nervous. Joe Rogan was interviewing her, kept wanting to talk about that book in which he spoke about Roswell, but she didn't want to talk about that at all. She wanted to go on to her new book, but that he had no interest in that. Kept wanting to go back to her old book. So it's amazing. Here's like Brooke Gibson can understand these things, but other than that, she's getting angry about everything. Like, here I was saying, like tonight, what did I say? I said, look, I respect you, admire you, all this other stuff, just don't attack me. And then she hangs up.
Yeah, she takes everything you say the wrong way.
After a while, you just have to come to the conclusion that she may very well be programmed. There's no normal person responds like that. There's nothing I'm saying to get angry at.
Exactly.
It's like, that's like programming. It's completely nonsensical. It's you just have to accept the reality of the situation. It's so aside from all of that,
also Bob Lazar looks similar to Stephen King. He looks very,
maybe at this point in his
physically
life. Yeah. You mean physically wasted?
Oh, just like the facial features and such.
He didn't used to look like that. Yeah, he probably is beginning to look more and more like that as he gets older. I could see that.
Yeah.
But just so people know, Bob Lazar, if he's any kind of fraud, he's the most intelligent fraud you'd ever meet. He's brilliant enough to have altered his car in ways that people cannot replicate. Get more mileage.
In the 80s, he made his own electrical car run on electricity.
Yeah. And so he is just somebody who, like I said, they wiped his records, they wiped his mind. And also, he's a human being, and like myself, he has a taste for the ladies. And so he got involved with some kind of whorehouse or something in Las Vegas, and then they used that against him. This is why, if people can't understand why I'm always upfront about being a sexaholic and a pornoholic, it's because...
So it can't be used against you.
Yeah, thank you. It's by bringing that up first that they can't use it against me, because they'll bring that up and everybody will just say, okay, tell us something we don't know.
When you're a public informant, you got to be fully open and honest about yourself.
Well, you can't hide anything. They dox everything anyway. They'll dox you to hell and back anyway. Again, this is like something that Brooke has kind of put herself in that position because she's on my program. She gets attacked. I mean, okay, let's get serious here. When Brooke gets this stalker suddenly comes onto her in context of everything else that's been going on in her life. Do you honestly think that's an accident?
No, it's probably one of her handlers.
Well, at the very least, just an assigned harassment, just an assigned asset who's assigned to terrorize and to terrorize her. She just is someone who is, and she takes it out on me. It's like, well, she asked to. It's like tonight, she asked to come on.
Attacking you.
Hey, what's that?
Like she's assigned to be hostile and attack you.
It is like that. It is like that. It's honestly, we got to be serious about this. After a while,
I'll be straight up honest. Like the first time I heard her, like months ago, before I even came on your show, when I heard her, this girl's got to be something up with her, suspicious, because she just keeps over talking and interrupting everything you're saying and attacking you.
Thank you.
I couldn't stand listening when she was on.
And did you notice what she said? She keeps telling me my voice is overwhelming hers, so she has to speak louder. This is like
self-projection.
Yes, she honestly feels. This is like the bizarre aspect of it is she honestly feels that I'm shouting her down and that she needs to shout over me. It's just yeah. I mean, she definitely sees it backwards. It's gotta.
And just if Brooke's listening, we're not saying this to be mean. We're saying this because we actually care.
Yes.
That you might, be a victim of such.
Yes. Thank you. Oh my God. Honestly, I'm left. And it's one of these things. Well, hopefully she's getting some fucking sleep. Is what I'd say. But there's also the dropping her for a bit just for the sake of not over dwelling on it and getting ourselves in too much trouble here. How
long till you got to go on monologue? Because there's one more question I want to ask.
Please ask it by all means. I'm still, I'm happy to keep trying to pull my head out of my ass.
Did you ever hear of or look into Stan Myers back in the 90s, early 90s, mid 90s? The guy that he went public about developing a water fuel technology, like a hydrogen engine to have cars run on water, using water as fuel.
Okay, so Brooke has actually talked about that, and she obviously has heard about this individual, as a lot of people have. He's one of these people I never took much of an interest in. I think it's important, certainly. It's like
just
I said,
about his death. I don't know if it was.
Oh, most everyone assumes that he was killed.
Because he ran out screaming the restaurant. They poisoned my food. They poisoned my food.
Yeah.
And this was after he was visited by a high-ranking general from the Pentagon, and he was probably asking him, "Hey, can you give us blueprints to your technology, and we could use that for our tanks and shit?" But they never would. They just want to get the blueprints so he can never mass produce those engines to fuck over the oil companies, the petroleum and oil companies. Because if you go around in public saying, "Yeah, I'm going to mass produce this," and everyone can just use any type of water to run their car, they just fuck over those rich, powerful elites who monopolize on vehicles and oil, petroleum and oil.
Yeah, well,
do you think he's legit? What I meant to ask, was he just being a public?
Well, let's put it this way.
Just trying to get attention.
Well, Michael Aquino told me, this is the way Michael Aquino saw it. Michael Aquino told me there are 4 great Nazi secrets. He said the 4 great secrets of the Nazis, like the 4 elements or the 4 cardinal points, the 4 great secrets of the Nazis were immortality, time travel, anti-gravity, and water as fuel. So he basically would be simply capitalizing or rediscovering a Nazi secret, a Nazi technology.
Right.
So obviously to me, nothing going on there that would be particularly new or exciting. But definitely, certainly this economy would kill them for it. Understand what happens if, what was it about Nazism that the imperialists, the French, the colonialists, the British, the communists, the Soviets, the capitalists, the Americans, they all united to destroy Nazism on the surface world. They would have annihilated the German people if they could have. These are people, what drove them to this? Why did they find the Nazis such a threat? Because the National Socialist economy is basically a post-singularity civilization that would have rendered all of theirs moot, obviated, obsolete.
Redundant.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so it's definitely they could never defeat Nazism without all of them uniting and doing what they could to try and annihilate, literally exterminate the German people, which they did not succeed in. In terms of just what I put out before, so people have a better understanding of the situation. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see now. Graphic. Okay, pie graphic, pie chart, circle graphic. I guess pie graph. Allied versus Axis civilian. War deaths. And see if I can find something like that anymore on the internet. So let me see. This is Allies. Okay, here we are. Okay, give me just a second here. Axis civilians, Axis military. Okay, so they've got it. All right. So let me see if I can get this for our listeners and for our man Nemo here. And this is something that really says much more than you're going to find out otherwise. So, okay. Let's take a look at this. Give me a second here. And what I'm going to do is get this link into reach of everybody. So with live stream here to everyone who's with us now. Okay. Oh, fuck, that didn't. There he is. Okay. So that went through.
So while you're doing that, I was watching a comedy video of them addressing Stan Meyer's water fuel cell technology, and the comedian Bill Burr says something funny. This is basically 101 on how to fuck over the Illuminati. Some show that was so funny.
Yeah,
because he was exposing it all publicly to have free fuel.
Okay, interesting. Okay, I see. So anyhow, what I'm going to do is, for our sake of our man Nemo, what I'm going to do is screen share. Give me a second here, and then I'll go over to the screen share. And so everybody, let us know if we're streaming live and if we're streaming okay. All right, because it's one of those things where whenever I get into a subject like this, oftentimes suddenly they'll try and wipe out the internet or something. So we're doing pretty much okay. We've got great numbers for this hour. These are fabulous numbers. And what I'm going to do is take our man Nemo straight to the pie graph. And you can take a look at this. Here we are, World War II deaths. And this is Allied civilians, Allied military versus Axis military and Axis civilians. Look at that.
There's a big significant difference between them.
So just to everybody, you need to scroll down in that link I put in till you find this pie graph on World War II deaths. Nothing else in that column even matters. It might, I'd have to read through it, but what I can tell you is this graph is all you fucking need. So this one doesn't even do it justice, really. It's something that it's when it comes to World War II deaths, there is a somewhat, similar pie graph that's on War Wiki, which has got slightly different numbers, but it's still the same difference in the end. If you take a look at the Axis military and civilian put together,
it far outweighs the Axis, the Allied deaths.
Yeah, the Allied deaths are like 58 plus 25%. So, let's bring up the calculator here. It's like just outrageously more Allies died. And it's something that, obviously at this point, my computer stops working. And so 25 plus 58.
83.
Yeah, it's just all 83% of all deaths in World War II are Allied deaths. And only 14, 15, 16, 17%, only 17% of all deaths in World War II are Axis deaths. So, who won the war? I mean, it's just, you can't be serious if you say the Allies won the war.
Exactly.
You can't be serious. So just
only the retarded brainwashed cattle.
Yeah,
that's all they're told through History Channel, the educational system, TV,
yeah,
whatnot.
But let's try and put this into some perspective, just so people understand this. Try and put this into some perspective. What is the entire purpose of a military? Really?
Defending your country.
Well, one purpose, as I've pointed out before, a military's purpose is to break things and kill people. But the reality is, the military's purpose is not to break things and kill people without some constructive objective. The major constructive objective would be defending your people. So, if the military's out there breaking things and killing people, theoretically, they're doing this to protect their people, their things, right? Got it? I mean, makes sense, right?
Yeah.
No need to respond. It's really a rhetorical question, but yes, Nemo understands. So, if a military's purpose is to kill and ultimately die to protect their people, that means that they're going to put themselves in the way of harm so that less and less of their people are killed. So when you take a look at the numbers of World War II deaths, then just by that purpose of definition, by definition of what a military is and does, what they exist for, the Allied military completely, totally, irrevocably and irreversibly failed. They did not defend their civilians at all. If anything, less of them died than their civilians that they were assigned to protect. They
even killed some of their own through friendly fire, incompetence and such.
Yes, but beyond that, the Axis was able to go through their military and kill pretty much the Allied civilians at will. As for the Axis civilians, 4% died, while 13% of their military died. Almost all of the fatalities taken by the Axis were taken by their military. Their military stood between their population and harm's way. Their military succeeded completely. Their military did what a military is supposed to do: stand between the civilians who are paying the tax dollars, putting forth all the logistics to field the military so that they don't get harmed. The Axis military did its job, and far less Axis people, civilians, died as a result. Whereas the Axis military, in turn, was not only able to just defend their civilians, they were also able to kill the Allied civilians at will and wipe out...
The British military were also willing to have their own civilians killed because they'd set up their military bases in heavily populated citizen areas, daring the National Socialists to drop bombs on them so they can say, oh, they're killing our people, knowing that they're going to die. Because then Hitler some kind of like rule where he's not going to attack citizens, like innocent citizens of the Allies, only the military.
Right.
So the military took that to their advantage. The Allied military used that to their advantage, deliberately setting up bases in populated citizen areas, daring for them to die.
Yes.
So that's how scumbag the British were. They wanted their own civilians to die so they could blame that against the National Socialists.
So they could propagandize it. Yes,
Yeah.
It's capitalized on that. No, all of
That's
that's
how
true.
evil they are.
Yeah, all of that's true. But then again, take into account the end result. Look at the end result. I mean, it speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Anyone
the
who
Axis did a
sees,
far better job protecting their people.
yes, and a far better job killing the enemy's military and civilians. So when it comes to this entire situation, it's one where the numbers speak for themselves and everything else is just propaganda. So it's just anyone who tries to turn that around and say this is some kind of Allied victory, you just look at that pie graph and you can see they're out of their minds. That how could you have even grown up believing that? So it's simply, if they try to couch it in whatever frame they try to couch it in, the end result is, here's the insanity. The insanity is that even when you look at how they are, crying about themselves, like here we are with military deaths in Wikimedia Commons, and they're talking about the Allies and their World War II deaths, and the Soviet Union's got 65% fatalities. China's got 23%, and by the way, this is complete bullshit because the Chinese lost 100 million people to the Japanese. But such being said, nobody was counting and nobody really cared in those days on the Allies. Everybody else losing a small percentage. Now, with the Soviet Union losing 65% of World War II military deaths for the Allies, somehow the propaganda that you've been eaten up for years is that the Soviet Union was somehow this great military genius, the great victors, the unstoppable war machine. Getting your ass kicked relentlessly doesn't mean anything other than that you're a fucking loser. And but everybody promotes them as somehow the big winner. This is part of the insanity.
Yeah, they still glorify the Soviet Union.
Yeah, and they still keep saying that somehow they're the that we couldn't win World War II without them. That they're the ones who won World War II, quote unquote. That they defeated and they try to claim that they defeated the Japanese as well as the Germans. I mean, again, when you take a look at the pie chart at how many Allies died on and how many Axis died, and then compare the Allied to civilian ratios on both sides, the Axis military won the war in terms of being able to destroy far more Allied property and far more Allied people, and defeat their military far more effectively than their military was destroyed, and their civilians came out of it comparatively unharmed. Now, the interesting thing is, compare that with all of the footage that you're shown of supermassive firebombing. So this is genocidal firebombing that the Allies are attempting to wipe out entire populations using firebombing that is turning the surface of the earth below them hotter than the surface of the sun. So when all the way up to and including atomic weapons. And when you take a look at all of the bombing and the atomic weapons combined, they only managed to kill 4% of World War II's fatalities were Axis civilians. And the majority that died were the Axis military, standing in harm's way. Then the Allied operations were a complete and total failure. They accomplished absolutely nothing, and far more of their people died. You are in a situation that is absolutely bizarre. You are fed these images of the Allies are bombing with impunity. This is something that Richard Dolan was claiming when he was attacking me. The Allies bombed with impunity. Impunity, obviously not. And so when you're confronted with this reality, it says everything. I mean, so all of you have the link to that now. You can scroll down to that pie graph and you just download that, and that's all you need to show anybody. And
I'll post that link in my Discord server.
Thank you. It is something that is Acid Kick 96 says going strong, DDD sounding great. So I'll try and start the we'll go into the monologue soon. I couldn't even get that out. But, you know, bear with me. What else? Anything else that comes to mind?
Nothing off the top of my head so far. You answered a lot what I was asking.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you watch that national security live stream about these group of people talking about, you know, the sightings of UFO, you know, quote unquote UFOs flying over American airspaces, and they reckon, some of them reckon, oh, they're trying to observe and analyze everything, like trying to just see what their military's up to and shit, which some of them, they think they believe. Like, it's all just a public act distract, because they know exactly what these UFOs are, because they're sourced from Antarctica. But for the public, they're just trying to allude at the extraterrestrials, and they're acting like they're trying not to admit it. Did you ever see that stream?
Well, if you're talking about the latest hearings...
It was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, somewhere.
Yeah, so if you're talking about the latest hearings that they've had on UFOs, this is something that I think is important for people to actually review, because many of these individuals who are working for the national security state are not lying per se. They're talking about this UFO phenomenon that they've been citing. For instance, when one guy is saying they were on a ship and they found themselves surrounded by literally a few dozen at least, or maybe scores of unidentified submersible objects that are emerging from the ocean. This is all part of what I've explained before was exposed by Ivan Sanderson, who was talking about a post-singularity undersea civilization that, of course, the Japanese spoke of as the Dragon Kingdom under the sea. And this is, of course, the people who have dispatched the kind of unidentified submersible objects that were cited by William Cooper. These are a relic population that has the majority of our world's surface is ocean. In that sense, they dominate the majority of our world's surface. To them, the land is the reject part of the world, the part of the world that is far less desirable, and they, of course, can subsist at extraordinarily high pressure, and of course their technology is well beyond ours. So when they're talking about something like that, they're alluding to that relic population. When they're speaking of a more mechanical UFO that parks itself over the Persian Gulf and fucks with all their radar for weeks and stays there with impunity, hangs out and is untouchable by our jet craft in the middle of a Persian Gulf conflict, then they're talking about the 1,000-year Reich in exile, the Third Reich in exile, the breakaway Nazi civilization. So what they're speaking of is true. There's where the confusing factor comes in. The military, of course, is allowing the public to misinterpret, miscommunicate what they're exposing, because they want the public to interpret this as part of the alien agenda. Because the reason they had to do this is because nowadays, and by the way, our man Nemo just entered the link to it with the Subcommittee on National Security, a video from
because they can't hide it anymore because there's too many footage recordings from the public of these aircraft. So
that wasn't what promoted it. It wasn't what promoted it, because people have been recording this forever. I mean, it doesn't matter what the technology was. When people really, like I explained before, the real the technology they've got today. With the technology you have today, it makes it worse. Anybody can fake anything. So anybody can bring up this footage, and it would take a major expert to say, oh, this is fake, this is real. You have to really work at it to analyze this shit. But in the meantime, anybody now can do a far more convincing job producing some phony piece of shit than back in the day when they were hanging Christmas ornaments, back in the day of Billy Meyer. Billy Meyer's taking Christmas ornaments and shit and hanging them on trees. But when you got today, the footage is meaningless. It's become more meaningless than it ever was. Back in the day, when people had the Polaroids, because no one can fake a Polaroid, then everybody was getting more evidence than they ever needed about UFOs, and nobody could deny it. But what really forced them to come out with this bullshit was the fact that the people are finally being told by astronomers that life is simply impossible out there. Every one of the things that they're discovering in terms of the solar system, every solar system that they're finding, it's impossible for life.
No advanced life.
Well,
at the best, like microorganism life.
Not even that. These microorganisms would either fry or freeze, or they're just saying that. The astronomers are pointing out that nothing is like our solar system. Our solar system is definitively created. It has to be, because it's unnaturally mechanically ordered, like clockwork, whereas no other solar system is. That because this was being exposed to the general public, and the general public is being given that information, then the military had to come up with this shit so that the public would then say, oh, but obviously the universe is seething with life, because all this must come from out there. And that way the government is acknowledging alien life. And just so people understand that the government is saying no such thing. The government didn't say aliens are real. So
they just want the people to interpret it that way.
Yeah, and they know the people will. So it was July 26th that you had this congressional subcommittee hearing in which 3 former military officers testified about UFOs. So the government is not officially recognizing the existence of aliens at all. If you watch the video, read the transcript, basically what you get is nothing.
It's just a full-on act to fool the people.
Yeah, it's just, well, let's just put it this way. You had individual former members of the government speaking about the possible existence of aliens. There's no government organization that has ever stated aliens are real, or that it has any evidence of such claims. You had testimony from 2 Navy officers, former Navy officers, and 1 former Air Force officer. No one was speaking in any official capacity on behalf of the government or any government entity. There's only one government entity that has ever been officially tasked with determining whether or not we're alone in the universe, and that's NASA. And what does NASA say? NASA says there is no life in the universe. There's certainly no evidence that there is. So it was earlier this year NASA held a public meeting on its latest efforts to examine reports on UFOs, and again reiterated there is absolutely no convincing evidence for extraterrestrial life associated with UFOs. So ask yourself, well, what about all those objects surrounding the ship, buzzing the ships, and obviously beyond our capacity of technology, these other things? What they're really telling you is that they're not extraterrestrial. They're non-terrestrial, meaning they're from the ocean. That's where they're coming from. If the sailors are seeing them come from the ocean, what on earth makes you people think they come from fucking space?
Yeah.
Where does that come from? That's like you're vomiting, and then you say, oh wow, you look at your puke in the toilet and say, I just took a shit. It's the wrong hole, the wrong orifice that emerged from, buddy. That's not what you did. But that's crazy. That's the craziness of your average indoctrinated, mind-swiped American and Western.
From all all the movies and TV shows indoctrinated them to immediately assume any kind of unidentified flying object has to be ET. That's how brainwashed the people are.
Thank you. It's nuts. So it's if something's coming out of your ass, it's coming out of your ass. It's not coming out of your mouth. Even though most of you do nothing but talk shit. So understand, if there's USOs coming out of the sea, they're not coming from space. They're from an undersea civilization. Oh my fucking God. So basically this has gone on forever. 2019, the New York Times published accounts of Navy pilots who said they had witnessed UFOs. Raising questions about how such accounts were evaluated by the Pentagon and whether there was enough transparency and oversight into the process. In 2020, the Department of Defense announced a WAP, a UAP, unexplained aerial phenomenon. What it really stands for is a neologism, a new word, a portmanteau, unexplained aero-anomalous phenomenon. The official government term for UFO these days. It's their task force, their WAP task force, was to analyze sightings, less for evidence of extraterrestrial life than for evidence of national security threats. And in 2021, that task force released a report on the hundreds of sightings it had analyzed. It provided explanations for many of those sightings. Several remain unexplained. And in 2022, members of Congress who were unsatisfied with the Pentagon's efforts to investigate and explain these sightings convened a hearing. They grilled officials about specific sightings, in the process releasing some never-before-seen video, and about the level of investigative vigor and transparency coming from the task force itself. And then shortly thereafter, the Pentagon established a new, expanded task force, which began evaluating hundreds more reports. Now, of course, some members of the Congress remained unhappy with the level of transparency and convened the most recent hearing on July 26 to highlight those issues. So, the task force stated that some sightings of flying objects remain unexplained, but that doesn't mean they're alien spacecraft. The task force said it was able to identify the origin of many of these flying objects, including debris, recreational drones, weather balloons, unique weather phenomena that falsely appeared on sensors as aircraft, spy equipment, American as well as foreign. Some of these objects could not be classified, meaning they remain unidentified. They're UFOs, but there's no official document or agent of the task force saying they're alien in origin. So you had this former military intelligence officer who had been assigned to work with the task force testified he'd been told such evidence exists. But guess what? When he was interrogated, he confessed he never saw any of it himself. So you've got the star of the most recent hearing, David Grusch. Just what a name. Grusch. Grusch. This former Air Force intelligence officer. He gave this dramatic testimony, including claims that the Pentagon had collected crashed UFOs for years and attempted to reverse engineer them. He said the Department of Defense has been covering up non-human craft for decades, even recovered non-human biologics. But when asked for any details, zero, nada, zip. He would tell committee members that despite the fact that he was claiming whistleblower status, he would only share more information in a classified briefing. So, what kind of shit is that? Since all of this was to declassify, since all of this was for transparency, and you've got a clown out there saying, this is the actor. This is what you'd call the crisis actor. If this were a crisis, where you had a crisis actor, this man would be the crisis actor. He's just there to make the story to connect it all to aliens in your mind. That's his job. Because the retired guys, they are collecting their pensions. They don't give a shit. They're talking about what they saw. None of them were claiming what this fucker was claiming. So, of course, no such classified briefing has ever taken place. He provided no documentation, no physical evidence to support his claims. He also never actually claimed to have witnessed evidence of this multi-decade WAP crash, UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program himself. All he said was others told him about it. You know who told him about it? The people who gave him the orders to pull this shit. To say this shit to you. So you'd eat this shit up and spit it back out. In fact, Grushk said that when he asked for information on the alleged program, he was denied access and punished. Punished, and yet still has a security classification to the point where he can demand a classified debriefing to talk about this shit. This is like the rapists who are under military control. Like I said about that Sergeant Stebbins, who was put in Leavenworth because all the kids he tortured, raped, were under... He was doing this while he was under military control. He'd have to be, or he wouldn't be in a military prison right now.
Right.
So this guy has to be under military control to say this. He has to be under military control where he was given orders to say he was denied access to this place. Do you think somebody that actually denied access to and punished, he'd be given a dishonorable discharge like I was? He wouldn't be up there with the ability to demand a classified briefing. Use your fucking head. Now, the two former Navy officers who testified at the hearing said they'd seen WAPs, UAPs. The official government term for UFOs these days, unexplained aero anomalous phenomena, while they were on duty. But neither explicitly claimed that what they saw were alien spacecraft, but said the reporting system for the UAP lacks vigor and oversight and is therefore a national security issue. Now, this is not the first time any federal employee has claimed the government is covering up evidence of UFOs. Similar claims have been made for decades. The claims like Grush's, the Air Force asshole, including from similarly high-ranking military officers, date back to at least the 1950s. Following Grush's testimony, I'll call him Grook because it rhymes with crook, the astrophysicist Adam Frank wrote about the history of all these claims. Adam Frank, to let you know, he's the real thing. Not like that Disfo Dick Dolan, who lives in Rochester, New York, but could never work in academia. Adam Frank actually has a job. He's a professor of astrophysics at the University of Rochester. So, Adam Frank wrote about the fact that, how did he put it? For example, in the 1950s, a retired Air Force captain wrote a book in which he claimed there was a government report outlining evidence of alien UFOs, but that book didn't provide any evidence. The captain himself later became a UFO skeptic. And just like this Grushk idiot, other quote-unquote whistleblowers have typically never provided any evidence to support their claims. All of it relies on hearsay. Someone told them they had heard or seen evidence, which they in turn repeat in a sort of game of UFO telephone. So, it's all shit. And, let's put it this way. If the question is, are we alone in the universe? Certainly no evidence to the contrary was presented at the recent UFO hearings held by Congress. I can tell you that. So understand this much. If anybody thinks, oh, that Doug Dietrich's all wrong, this proves it. Again, you got your head buried so far up your fucking ass that you're high on your own fumes. there's no fucking hope for you. There's not a single one of you out there who would buy that shit who's capable of critical thought. You're fucked. So give it up. Understand that what I'm saying, I'm the public informant. Everything I've been telling you for years is the only truth you've got. Now, for some reason, someone like Brooke Gibson, who comes on my program, hates that. And then she has the need to attack me. I mean, this is what's odd. Now, she did not deny it. Anybody who heard her tonight heard what she said. She confirmed what I said. She went out to a dinner. We won't call it a date. She went out to a dinner with this old Southern gentleman in the wheelchair who then gets rapey. Oh, horny at least. You know, come on, honey, you're so beautiful. Hey, hey, hey. You know, tries to drunk her up so he can get laid. She winds up going into a strange neighborhood, gets escorted by two strange men to her home, and that's when I called her after I got the phone message. Both times, she's bitching about me. The litany, like I said. Cross-dressing son of Adolf Hitler. Cross-dressing vampire son of Adolf Hitler, possessed by the peacock angel. She said that in the message. Said that when I called her up. Enough to where the guys were kind of frightened and were like, you know, just hung up the call, kind of, but they didn't dare say anything. Like, I guess that'd freak anybody out. Cross-dressing vampire son of Adolf Hitler, possessed by the peacock angel. So, no, she's out on a dinner with some old white guy, gets in a strange neighborhood where she's escorted home by a couple of other guys, and she's bitching about that. This is obviously on her mind a lot. This is like someone who's almost programmed. You get what I'm saying? Makes sense to you, Emo?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
It's like, of all things to be on your mind, you know, you went out with some guy who got rapey. You wind up in a strange neighborhood. You wind up two guys escorting you home. And you're bitching about this dude none of these people know, who's like a primary irritant in your life. Now, this is something that we've all got to understand. I get this because I am who I am. And, you know, other than that, you know, we try to like Brooke and all that stuff, but obviously, she just is angry all the time. It's like, it's what can you do? It's like you don't know where to go from there. So there's only so far we can go. Hopefully things change with her. But, you know, it's not my job to deprogram her, so to speak.
Exactly.
But, yeah.
You can't tame chaos.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's oh my God. It's you know, certainly it's frustrating. But I definitely.
I was surprised you actually let her back in the voice chat, but it's, you know, it's your chat. You do what you want.
You mean like she wasn't in the
chat.
chat. She wasn't in the chat. You mean, you know,
No,
on
I
the
meant
call.
like, yeah, on the call. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it is what it is. I like I was surprised at myself too. It's just how can I say it? I'm too nice a guy. It's just like she says she's too nice a person. It's you know, I'm just too nice a guy. It's it's like it's all I can say is that the one thing I want to recommend to all of you, of course, is you've all got to take what I say seriously and realize that what I'm giving you is the true public informant truth. I mean, I'm giving you the lowdown here. And you've got to get my book out to the general public. You've got to make people realize what I have to offer. And it's, you know, without people realizing that, you're going to be stuck. And you're stuck with just this kind of bullshit. bullshit that will give you no hope. It's not going to be anything that you're going to be able to do anything with, anything constructive. I'm the only person who puts all of it into context for you. So it's try and understand that and learn to work with it. Now, in terms of what else comes up in the news for you that you wanted to ask about, I think I pretty much put into perspective, Anthony J. Hilder. I think I put into perspective a lot of this, but certainly anything else, that comes to your mind.
What about these? Because we know, like, the mechanical UFOs, obviously they're from the domestic source, but what about these balls of light that appear and disappear out of thin air? Are they extra dimensional entities like demons or such being conjured into our realm? And you know anything about the balls of light and the morphing objects that appear in the skies and just disappear? Well, I sent you a video about that. Extra dimensional.
As I've expressed before, everybody needs to read Flatland. So there was a novel written by, I believe, a priest, and who wrote Flatland? Let's look that up because that's important. And the fact that this man came from a theological background is important. It's an important point. So who wrote Flatland? Let's look that up. And Edwin Abbott. Now we're talking about, this is old shit. This is like
1884.
Yeah, this guy was born in 1838 and he died in 1926. So Flatland, as our man said, was published in 1884. So he was an English schoolmaster, a theologian, an Anglican priest. So he wrote the novella Flatland. So this man was pointing out the subtitle for Flatland is a romance of many dimensions. So what he speaks about is what it would be like to live in a world of two dimensions. So understand this. If you live in a world of two dimensions, think of a flat table and a flat land on that tabletop. Then you think of living in a world of two dimensions, then a straight line is a wall. And the shapes that live in Flatland, basically the squares were male, the circles were female. Nobody's one-dimensional in Flatland because a one-dimensional entity would be a point. So one-dimensional point would be maybe plant life or something, primary energy producer in that ecosystem might be points. Maybe they were eating the points, grazing on them as they evolved, and then built structures based on lines. They could build walls around themselves to protect themselves, and these would be lines. But as a three-dimensional being, your shadow cast upon that flat land would be a solid entity to them. Your shadow to them would be a solid entity that appeared wherever your shadow would go, which would be inside the lines of their homes, outside the lines of their homes, all around them, overwhelming some of them. Others would be out in the open away from your shadow, but your shadow would constantly change shape depending on the light that was cast. And then your hand, you could place 5 fingers on the surface of that table, and it would look like 5 different beings. Then you'd flatten your palm on the surface of that table and be one large entity that could crush these people. So when it comes to yourself, you'd be a creature that would be capable of producing miraculous, terrifying things. You could pluck these people out of their homes. Their line walls would not protect them because as a 3-dimensional being, you would be able to, 2 dimensions wouldn't stop you. You'd go right through their dimensions. You could go into their homes, pluck them from their homes, from the protection of their walls, tear them apart, gut them, and then leave their homes anywhere else in the middle of a street, leave their remains to be found by their neighbors, all gutted, torn apart, you would be a monstrous entity, like one of the anti-gods, that they could do nothing to stop. So this is what the fourth dimensional entities, the extratemporals. If you're traveling through space, you're traveling through time. Once you're traveling through time, you are entering the fourth dimension. At some point, probably potentially a fifth. When these travelers from the future, our descendants, come back to Earth because we're the genetic baseline. Humanity in the future has stretched throughout the galaxy, potentially the cosmos. And they come back to Earth because we're the genetic baseline that they need to come back to maintain the genetic normality of the species. Then we would be, well, they'd appear to us as entities from the fourth dimension. And that means that they would be, we're seeing the shadows. We can't shoot at these shadows with our missiles. Our missiles go right through the shadows. We might think we're shooting something solid, but it's changing shape because it's morphing. It's morphing because, like the shadow changes in Flatland, it's morphing depending on what's reflecting or glowing through it, light or any other source of energy in the fourth or fifth dimension. So we see it change shape almost as if it's morphing in this dimension. We're simply seeing the shadow, changes in the shape of the shadow, not the real entity. So the entity has the power to lift us out of our rooms, our buildings. Nothing could protect us in the third dimension. Being in the fourth dimension, it could go through our walls and pluck us out and tear us inside out, and then land us in the middle of nowhere, turned inside out, internal organs exposed to the world. So does that make sense now, what I'm saying? What you're seeing?
Yeah. There's a lot of misinterpretation about what these things are, because a lot of theologians claim that they're fallen angels interacting with our realm, or
but notice how it was a
conjured by
theologian.
cultists.
But notice how it was a theologian who posited the two-dimensional realm as a parallel, an allegory for what we in the third dimension are experiencing with so much of this extra-dimensional phenomena.
Oh yeah.
So understand that it took a theologian to understand that, and that what we need to do is take this theologian's parallel and understand it for the value that it provides, the value it provides for our world. We need to understand that he is giving us the wisdom by which to understand this phenomenon. And it took a godly man, a man of God, to do that. And it just goes to show that certain men of God are truly divinely blessed with insight, and the rest of them are just full of shit.
Brainwashed cattle. Yeah. Like that video I sent you about the person addressing these phenomenons of balls of light and shape-shifting objects. He's a brainwashed Christian fanatic, so he interprets it, oh, it's all just fallen angels and demons. But he doesn't really know.
I mean, it's like, well, that's so easy, and it's like, it's certainly easy enough to say that, and it's
because of all the indoctrination.
Yeah, and it's, but it's, you know.
But at least he doesn't acknowledge them as extraterrestrial.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not much better off.
Right.
You know, it's just so definitely what I want people to appreciate is when with the analogy and the parallel that I provided by this old school theologian, then you're into some true understanding of your universe, a better understanding than you had before. And I want to everybody to try and mature, and then in that sense, when you've matured, where you can basically how do I say this? Come to grips with the fact that we are alone in this universe in a very real sense. We're alone in the universe in that the people who will populate our universe in the future are our descendants. But that's why they would return here. There would be no other reason for other aliens to come here other than to plunder our resources. And if they're not doing that, what resource are they plundering? It's us. We are the resource. We are the genetic resource. We're the genetic baseline. Okay, so in the time we have remaining, I'm going to go into monologue. I'm going to try and justify this. But, again, I'm never really anxious to dive into monologue because, of course, it takes a lot. So if you have any other questions, go ahead and ask. I'm happy to, stave off for, for another several minutes. If not,
what was? Could you quickly just remind us what was the name of that scientist who came up with those theories that the National Socialists run in their supercomputers? That Indonesian scientists that helped them discover black holes.
Here,
Asian Indian.
We'll look him up, and all we need to see if I can spell it right. If I can impress myself with this, Subramanian Chandrasekhar. Yes, fuck, I got it. So I can't believe I spelled that. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to cut and paste this and basically give this to our
Did he end up relocating with the Third Reich in exile to Antarctica, or did he go his own way afterwards, affiliating with them?
The Allies were finally... Here you go. This is Subramanian Chandrasekhar, theoretical physicist.
Thank you.
What happened was that the Allies, in the end, were finally forced to acknowledge him. In World War II, he was trying to help the Allies out. He was made part of some projects. By 1983, he got a Nobel Prize, one that he shared with somebody else. I mean, people can look this guy up. This guy he must be dead by now. 1995. He was born in 1910 and died in 1990.
He lived a long life.
Yeah. But yeah, he took his degree at Cambridge in the summer of 1933. So, he got his degree at the time that the, Okay, it looks like my shoulder warmer died. Let me see if I can fix this because, fuck, if this dies, then... it'll leave me with freezing my ass off. This is not the blanket. This is the back and shoulder warmer that was sent to me by our man, Mr. Sammy Romero. So give me a second here, and everybody's going to hear me make horrible noises as I see if I can find the source of its plug, then see if I can unplug and replug it to get it working again. Even so, it's probably just going to be transitional. Okay, so I think I found it. I'm gonna plug this.
If someone has some money, give him like $300 so he can buy a real good heated blanket himself. Because people just keep buying him cheap, giving him cheap shit.
No, I appreciate that. It's in the end, also my water supply is just as important. So I would spend a lot of that on the water supply. So, so it doesn't look like this thing is going to be rescued. Shit. Now, I do have V sending me something, so that should arrive here pretty soon. Let's see what she said, but, for the rest of the night, I'll find a different way to keep warm. Oh, I know what I can do. I can take the throw that was sent to me by Our Lady and throw that over my shoulders, Clarice Claudette. So do me a favor. I'll try and dig that up. Talk to the audience.
Yes.
And tell them I'll be right back. I'm looking for the throw to throw over my shoulders. and so
I'll just talk about ̶chandrasekhar, what I've looked
Sure.
up about him.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a good idea. You could talk about that or other things as well that come to your mind. I'll go mute for a few minutes. Okay.
Yep. All right, yeah. ̶chandrasekhar was an Indian-American theoretical physicist who spent his professional life in the United States. He shared the 1983 Nobel Prize for Physics with William A. Fowler for theoretical studies of the physical processes of importance to the structure and evolution of the stars. Whose mathematical treatment of stellar evolution yielded many of the current theoretical models of the later evolutionary stages of massive stars and black holes. Many concepts, institutions, and inventions, including the Chandrasekhar limit and Chandra X-ray Observatory, are named after him. Sorry for struggling to pronounce his last name. Chandrasekhar worked on a wide variety of problems in physics during his lifetime, contributing to the contemporary understanding of stellar structure, white dwarfs, stellar dynamics, radiative transfer, and quantum theory of the hydrodynamic and hydromagnetic stability, turbulence, equilibrium, and the stability of, I can't even pronounce some of these words, my apologies. Stability of equilibrium, general relativity, mathematical theory of black holes, and theory of colliding gravitational waves. At the University of Cambridge, he developed the theoretical model explaining the structure of white dwarf stars that took into account relativistic variations of mass with the velocities of electrons that comprise the degenerate matter. He showed that the mass of a white dwarf could not exceed 1.44 times that of the sun. The Chandrasekhar limit. Chandrasekhar revised the model of stellar dynamics first outlined by Jean Oort, spelled G-A-N-O-O-R-T, Oort, and others by considering the effects of fluctuating gravitational fields with the Milky Way on stars rotating about the galactic center. His solution to this complex dynamical problem involved a set of 20 partial differential equations describing a new quantity he termed dynamical friction, which has the dual effects of decelerating the stars and helping to stabilize clusters of stars. Chandrasekhar extended this analysis to the interstellar medium, showing that clouds of galactic gas and dust are distributed very unevenly. Chandrasekhar studied at Presidency College, Madras, now, and the University of Cambridge. A longtime professor at the University of Chicago, he did some of his studies at the Yerkes Observatory and served as editor of the Astrophysical Journal from 1952 to 1971. He was on the faculty of Chicago from 1937 until his death in 1995.
Okay, I'm
at
back.
The age of 84.
And now let's see if I can make this work. So here we are. It's just puzzling the hell out of me, this thing, and hopefully, fuck. Okay, here we are. Plugging this in.
It was the Morton D. Hull Distinguished Service Professor of Theoretical Astrophysics. I guess that's enough addressing that.
Cool. Okay, so I think we got this working, and I can throw this over my shoulders. And again, I thank Our Lady Clarice Claudette for that. And let me see if I can do this without entangling everything else in it. and should be at least safe for the night without being afraid of completely freezing. And just so people know, in case you're curious, all you need to do is look up, and again, like always, record low for the month of August, just like it was record low every night for the month of July and the months of June. So, yeah, San Francisco's got record lows every fucking night. By the way, Acid Kick 96 was asking about Subhas Chandra Bose. Subhas Chandra Bose was the man who was leading the Asian Indian freedom movement against the British on the side of the Axis, who later on became the real-life Captain Nemo. That requires another explanation on another night that we'll get into soon enough. And in the meantime, might as well give you kind of like an outline of the story. Just so people know, one of the most mysterious submarines in the world is the Surcouf. And the Surcouf was just a fabulous submarine. It is like a dream submarine. It was the largest submarine ever built before the Japanese built underwater aircraft carriers. The Sentoku submarines, the aircraft carrier submarines, that were the largest submarines ever built until the advent of nuclear submarines. So what I'm going to do now is kind of like put a link here for everyone in chat, live stream, as well as our man, Mr. Nemo. I will, for him, put that right into our text box, of course. This way people can look up the Surcouf submarine. And so with our man Nemo putting that right here, and this way he can look up the Surcouf. Now, the Surcouf is a mystery submarine in the sense that it was built by the French, and it was built to be a submersible battleship. This is a fucking battleship that can sink itself and then emerge. In other words, it already was so large, it had its own plane. So it had its own plane for reconnaissance, so it could hunt out its targets. And when it did its most damage was when it would surface. Rather than torpedo damage, this would like surface right next to a ship, right next to it, turn its battleship guns around and just blow it away. So this is something that even carried 2 motorboats on it. This was like a dream submarine. And officially, no one knows what happened to it. So they even got videos like, what happened to Surcouf? Now, you might see some people saying this or that. Its mysterious disappearance. Understand that because the Surcouf, the Allies didn't want it to become the flagship of the Axis Navy, they sent a team of British commandos to commandeer it, and they disappeared. And supposedly the sub crashed into a merchant ship. Like, it's a fucking sub, man. How does it crash into a merchant ship? Spare the bullshit, right? I mean, seriously? A submarine crashes into a merchant ship? It's like, its whole purpose
How does that happen?
It doesn't. That's not what happened. The Americans insist that ultimately it wound up on the east coast of the United States. There are so many wrecks on the east coast of the United States that's actually possible or conceivable, and they could say that because they know you'd never find it, certainly without enormous effort. But the reality was that it was, well, recaptured by the Axis, and it was taken to Taiwan. And it was in Taiwan that Subhas Chandra Bose also disappeared at the end of World War II. So for those of you who don't know, Subhas Chandra Bose was this Asian Indian freedom fighter who fought in the big battles of World War II. If people talk about if Americans talk about World War II, In the Pacific, they call it World War II in the Pacific. But understand, they're really talking about the war against Japan, right? Well, in terms of their war against Japan, to the Americans, it's all in the Pacific. They might talk a little bit about China, Burma, India theater, but almost never, even though they expended hundreds of thousands of men building the China, Burma, India road that would connect India to China so that China would continually get supplies from the Allies. Now, in order to cut that off, the Japanese had invaded India. And the people that helped them were the Asian Indian freedom fighters. It's for this reason that Winston Churchill starved 100 million Asian Indians into starvation in the Bengala region, in the Great Bengal Famine, depriving them of food so that they wouldn't be there to help the Japanese. So he was responsible for a genocide as large as Joseph Stalin's. Churchill was as genocidal, maniacal tyrant as the communist dictator who sided with him. He killed people who didn't matter to the British, so no one ever speaks of it. Asian Indians. And the people who sided to fight for those people, trying to save them, was Subhas Chandra Bose. To the British, the war against Japan is an Asian Indian and Burma theater war. It takes place in the Indian Ocean, where they lost their carrier and their battleship task force dispatched to save Singapore that was sunk by the Japanese in Britain's Pearl Harbor. And the British fought the Japanese in two great land battles. Their version of Stalingrad and Leningrad was Kohima and Impal. These were supermassive tank battles. Even though the British were using American Lend-Lease Sherman tanks, these were tank battles between the Japanese and the British. And so think of Stalingrad and Leningrad in India, and their Kohima, Kohima, and Impal, Imphal. Kohima and Impal are what come to the British mind when it comes to fighting the Japanese in World War II, whereas the Americans think of Midway and the Coral Sea and other Pacific battles. So when it came to Kohima and Impal, the Japanese were able to liberate an entire population that later on became Bangladesh. Bangladesh flies the Japanese flag. It's the Japanese Mon, the red sun, but it's on a green background because they're Muslim. So if you ever take a look at the Bengali flag, the flag of Bangladesh is the Japanese flag on a green background. The red sun on a green background. They were liberated by the Japanese as a population. So when it comes to the entire affair of that part of the war, the man who was decisive in that was Subhas Chandra Bose. But at the end of the war, he disappeared. The British reported, well, the Japanese tell us he died in an airplane crash, or rather that the airplane he was on, escaping to Taiwan, blew up. And they just printed that on headlines all over the world. Well, we know that Subhas Chandra Bose was on a plane escaping to Taiwan, but that he's dead now because the Japs told us the plane blew up. This, by the way, I'm not using that term. That's on the headlines. Japs tell us the plane blew up. So, ergo, it must be true, and we'll just run with that. Now, of course, that's not what happened. And, of course, the Japanese lied. And so, he made it to Taiwan, where he took over the Surcouf. He then ran a rampage of destruction against the British, trying to supply their forces in Malaya and Asian India. He became the true Captain Nemo, who in Jules Verne's original novel was an Asian Indian fighting against the British Empire. And he was one of the primary reasons the British retreated from Malaya and Asian India. They just declared Malaya to be a victory and pulled out. they were fighting the Japanese in Malaya. If you ever take a look at the Malayan races army, they're not a communist army, which would use the term peoples, not races. Anything that would use the term races would obviously be fascist, nationalist, as opposed to communist. Communists always use the term democratic or peoples. So the Malayan races army, all wore Japanese uniforms, fought with Japanese weapons, were officered by Japanese, had Japanese officers commanding them, in other words. And the British fought them for years in what they declared was, it was like Britain's Vietnam, which was why we didn't participate in Vietnam, because we had our own Vietnam. But we won our Vietnam. The Brits will all tell you that. We won our Vietnam, but somehow the Brits then wound up retreating because, they won. Kind of like World War II. They tell you they won even though they lost all the people. It's like, you wonder how these people... You wonder how their populations are so fucking stupid that they'll buy it, but, they'll buy anything because they're stupid. And so, at any rate, the British, do you think they honestly left India because they had some walking skeleton named Gandhi who starved himself after death saying, please leave? You think they honestly left because of that poor, pathetic son of a bitch? Oh, God, Gandhi's starving himself. We better get out of here. Do you really buy that? Do you really eat that? Smell the shit you're cooking, people. Come on. Are you that fucking stupid? And they make movies about this fucker. And anybody who knows about him now knows he's a piece of shit. But all that aside from the fact that he murdered his wife and fucked his own daughters, all of that aside, the guy is just, if you honestly believe this walking skeleton who starved himself to death is what drove the British out of India, after they starved 100 million people in World War II to try to stop the Japanese, are you fucking out of your fucking mind? You must be insane. How stupid can you be? You all belong in an institution if you believe this shit. Yet you all do. You all bought it all the while you were growing up. What drove them out of India was Subhash Chandra Bose and the Sirkuf. And they hid all the damage, saying it was war damage, logistical accidents. Yeah. But in the end, he won. And then retired to Tai-Wan, where he was given a place to live and retreat to and die in peace. Honest to God, that's your real history. Wake the hell up, people. And by the goddamn Roswell deception, that's one of the things that Peter Moon, maybe we'll add it in there after he dies with a revision and expansion. Otherwise, we'll see if we ever get back to revising and expanding the book. But that'll depend on the sales of the next book. So all of you do bear in mind, read it anyway, the book that's out there now. Then we'll work on the revision and the expansion later anyway. So, all of that being said, hopefully that puts some things into perspective thanks to our friend Acid in the chat.
Yeah. I never even heard of this guy until he mentioned him.
Okay.
And you talk about him.
Yeah, and so let me give you a link, and that way people will know how to look him up. Subhash Chandra Bose. Here we are. By the way, for those of you who don't know, his relatives are the people who own Bose Industries. If you ever look up Bose stereo, Bose, hearing, what do they call those? The headphones. Bose headphones and shit. So look up Bose Industries, and that's these are his. That's his dynasty.
All right.
Yeah,
and they sell good quality headphones, even up to $2,000 for one of the pairs.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, I gave the name here. Let me give the link to the search thing here. Okay, and no, they're the highest quality, some of the highest quality shit you can buy, and so everybody, they're definitely, it's not like his relations, the reason that they succeeded was because this guy was such a hero. This is the guy who, if you're a Westerner, it's kind of like, they give a holiday in America for Martin Luther King Jr. Why? Because all the whites loved him. Why? Because he was a black guy you could beat up, and he never fought back. Of course the whites loved him. Of course they gave him a holiday. They want all blacks to be like that. Whites want all blacks to be like Martin Luther King Jr. Beat them up and they never fight back. It's a white man's dream. There's no holiday for Malcolm X. So,
because he fought back.
Yes, there you go. So with the Brits and all the Westerners, they love Gandhi. Because Gandhi's the Asian Indian who sits there and starves himself to death and says, "Oh, please leave. Please leave." And they say, "Fuck, we hope every southern yellow nigger in the world is like that. We only wish all colored people were like that. Why can't they all just sit down and starve and beg us to leave?"
His ideology and doctrines would have led them to be passive pussies to get taken over.
Yes, well, that's, yeah. And so when you take a look at somebody as in Asian India, they don't look to Gandhi as no fucking hero. That's a Western hero. The hero they look to is Subhas Chandra Bose. And of course he embraced the swastika. So Acid Kick 96 is saying, didn't he embrace the swastika as well, Chandra Bose? Yep, Acid Kick 96, what you're advertising here is a basic misunderstanding of the situation. It's the other way around. The Nazis adopted the swastika from the Asian Indians. Don't forget that. It was an Asian Indian Aryan symbol. That's where the Nazis got it from. So these were the guys who were flying the swastika before the Nazis, as well as the Japanese, because it's Buddhist. So remember, the Nazis were the opposite.
Just to inform... Sorry.
No, go on. No,
just to inform Acid Kick that the swastika is one of the oldest symbols that's been utilized in multiple cultures around the world, except Arab Semitic cultures. It's a positive symbol.
Yes. Universally. Yeah. And only in Semitic cultures was it not a thing, so to speak, but everywhere else it manifested organically, naturally. Just understand it's like the symbol. Why? Because of the ancient knowledge that it's the shape of every galaxy is the swastika shape, the spiral arms around the black sun, the massive black holes that hold every galaxy together that we know about thanks to Subramanian Chandrasekhar, another Asian Indian. Okay, so all that being said, we've got a good number, good surge in numbers, and I will start monologuing. Do me a favor, hang on as long as you can, Nemo, just as backup. Feel free to interject whenever you wish if you feel you have something constructive to say. And that way I've got someone to feed off of in terms of the, testing my audio, etc.
Yep.
And Acid Kick 96 says, of course, I got the timeline mixed up. I remembered the connection. Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And so he says, Spiral Galaxy. Absolutely. Yes. Okay. I do want to credit, of course, anybody who's made any contributions. Let me go check and see if there's been any new contributions made. I do want to thank anybody who provides contributions. They all deserve support. I always try to make certain whether or not they want to be named or whether or not they're maintaining anonymity. There's no new contributions so far inside of the PayPal account that is the easy one to make donations to. This is the one you make donations to that you see right there on the thumbnail in live stream, and understand that you are welcome to do so, because like I said, there's no charge when you use that account, that account. A lot of people prefer to use what's essentially a business account, which is the Douglas Dietrich Productions PayPal, and that's fine, but they take their pound of flesh with that. They essentially take a kind of few dollar fee. To avoid that, use the one that's on the display on the thumbnail in live stream, embed it in live stream. PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. And that is just as well. It's something that I can easily access, and you don't get charged for trying to contribute to me. And so let's take a look now at our other account here, see if there's any new contributions. And that way I can, again, take a look at the latest from, let's see the names that we have up here. Okay, wonderful individual, like I mentioned, in Hawaii. Thank God. She's on the Big Island. I believe she wants to maintain anonymity. The reason I say thank God she's on the Big Island is there are wildfires going on in Maui Island, and people are literally jumping into the sea. It is apocalyptic. So people are jumping into the sea to escape not just the fire, but the heat. I mean, that's bad. So thank God she's on the Big Island away from that. You know, I almost hate to say this about Judith Ager, but she's been such a cunt and said nothing but how much she wanted me to die and shit. So the only regret I have is that Judith Ager lives on Kauai, and in this case, I wish she was on Maui. Yeah. At any rate, we have a recurring payment from Brooke Hagberg, and she's the lady who contributed 40 United States dollars. God bless Brooke Hagberg. I can never give you enough blessings. You're an angel. And of course, this is not our Brooke.
Different Brooke.
Yeah, different Brooke. So Brooke Hagberg, love you dearly. She's an incredible lady in Canada. So other than that, I'll keep her information secure, and we'll shut down that. Looking at that for now. Let's take a look at what's going on. Here's some breaking news I do want to share with people. 311 victims of child exploitation have finally been identified in a cold case investigation. This is not kids rescued right now. These are victims finally being identified. Homeland Security made the probable identification of at least 311 victims of child sexual exploitation after a 3-week operation, which officials claim, well, they insist it's likely the most successful of its kind. So this was called Operation Renewed Hope, and investigators were combing through sexually graphic internet material involving children. All of this is dark web shit, and the majority of this is decades old. If any of these people survived, they're in their 50s by now. Maybe a decade younger than I am. But in many of these formerly cold cases, facial recognition and artificial intelligence technology led to some fresh leads. So this is pathetic. This means that they're finally identifying kids from 30 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, who are like adults. Probably most of them have died of suicide at this point, or were killed by now, or drugged themselves to death to forget their pains. This is like, but at least now we know who they are. So, just sharing this with you, as this is the reality of the situation. So, when guys like Ian West or that goober in Australia, Michael Christopher Andrich, was are fantasizing they're rescuing, 1 million kids in Australia and shit. These people are living on a different planet. They're living in flatland. They're living in 2 dimensions. Their brains are squashed flat.
Right.
Thank you. I mean, like, your authorities can't even rescue kids for like 30, 40 years at a time before they even find out who the victims are. You telling me they're going to rescue fresh kids? I mean, this is like, I'm just trying to put this into reality for you. The only person who's ever, like, delivered kids en masse, you're listening to him. And all I get is grief, trolls. I get a woman named Brooke who tells me, you know, she can't stand my voice, and that she's angry and feels like I'm victimizing her. She feels I'm victimizing. Oh my fucking god! Like it's like, hey Nemo, is this how it went? Like, you know me. You heard me, right? I said, Brooke, you bitch, get here online. I'll whip your ass. I mean, that's how it went, right? She had to come on.
In her mind, yeah, she thinks she's the one being treated like shit when she's treating you like shit.
Thank you. I mean, oh my god. And it's like, and did I bring her on here by force? Did I force her on here so I could abuse her? Have my way with her? Do you not remember? She came on, right? Did she not come on?
She willingly came on.
Yeah, thank you. That's how I remember it too. But I guess I'm deluded in her mind. In her mind, it's like I like grabbed her by the hair, pulled her here online, said, "Get me out here and sit on my lap, you bitch. And you'd better lap dance until I come, bitch. Because otherwise I'm gonna kick your ass." And then she's exploited. I'm exploiting her here on my lap. She's lap dancing on me unwillingly. And I'm just laughing while she relays the horror story of these other men coming into her life and exploiting her. But I mean, she's got stalkers. She's got old men trying to grope her. But I'm the villain. I'm the man she gets angry at. She's got somebody who's like wants to move in with his parents. Oh, but I'm the guy she's angry at. There's a disconnect here. I'm missing something, right?
It's very strange the way she behaves.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my fucking god. There we are, people.
Just to remind, we're not attacking her. We're just conveying a fact of what happened.
Thank you. I mean, it's, oh my god. And she tries to be funny, like, right? When she said, "You're an idiot." See? And I'm supposed to go, "Ha ha ha," right? Was that not the case?
Yeah.
Was that not the case?
She keeps saying, yeah, she keeps trying to carry that off as a joke, but really it's just an insult.
Thank you. Yeah, but here, look at us. We're talking here. We're not name calling her. Like, yeah, that cunt. Yeah, like, oh yeah, that. No, that's not what we're saying. We
haven't said anything bad or derogatory about her.
Thank you. But she'll take it that we're picking on her. She'll say, "Oh, look at them.
Exactly.
Oh, they're picking on me. Oh my god."
That victim mentality.
Yes, no, it's incredible. I mean, oh my god. How does she live? How does someone like that? What the fuck?
Strange mystery.
Thank you. It's like and by the way, again, this is not an attack. I mean, but you do wonder. She hasn't worked in a while. It's not like, you know. Remember what I was saying to Amy? Like, Amy's going, "Oh, I got this job coach I gotta, go to early in the morning." I'm like, how the fuck do you manage that? Like, how does she get a job coach? It's like she was homeless. I mean, now, by the way, I'm sure that she manages, asking for some social.
She probably has friends helping her.
Yeah. I mean, look, no, I think she's got an honest to God. It's not an unofficial friend. This guy's like probably somebody assigned by social work, I would assume. She did try to go into a homeless shelter. If you're reaching out for jobs and then eventually something like this develops, it's still mind blowing. But, when I was bringing that up, then Brooke was saying, "Yeah, people do things. They're just not like you." Yes.
Wow,
yeah. I mean, you heard that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's good. Not like you. And then, but I was like thinking, I didn't say it at the time, but I was like thinking, how long's it been since you worked, Brooke? It's not like Brooke says, "Oh man, I gotta get up at 8 in the morning. Oh man, I gotta be there." How long's it been since she did that? It's been a while.
Doesn't she get money from her ex-husbands?
No, he's worthless. That guy truly is worthless. Yeah. I mean, I'll vouch for that. I mean, from what she's described, I'm willing to believe that guy don't get shit. I mean, she may as well expect, there's nothing from there. So,
just because she had kids with him, like, isn't he forced just to give her money for the childcare thing.
The only one, her daughter's over 18. So
Right.
The only one would be the son, maybe for a few more months or something. But he's never given anything from what I know. And
right.
and my understanding, I never pressed her about it, but I don't think she's really pushing it because she just realizes the effort will just be worthless or something. I don't think she ever pursues it. But but I notice I'm attacked for. By the way, look, I could see the humor in this. I'm not it's not like I'm crying about it. I'm just saying, look, come on. It's like there is something off here. She gets to, call me an idiot and say like, oh yeah, and she get angry and huffy and hang up, and it's like, when she hung up, what was I saying? I was just saying, look, I respect you. Don't attack me. But no, then she hangs up. Oh, then she gets angry. Oh, oh, okay. Did I ask for something unreasonable? I don't think so.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Thank you. It's just odd. The whole thing is odd. There is something here going on. I think there is a chance she may be programmed. I mean, there's just her anger at me and her need to come on and express it is unhealthy, to say the least. It's just not normal. Okay, that being said, so Acid Kick 96 says, I love your voice, DDD. Thank you. And he says, I hope to hear more about Subramanian Chandrasekhar at some point. Well, just so you know, he basically proved, as far as can be proved, mathematically, the existence of black holes. And because he proved that, he changed all of astronomy and physics. Because once one takes into account the gravity, the effects on gravity that are implied by such phenomena, it's a game changer. So when it comes to Subramanian Chandrasekhar, his biggest problem was that he was a subject of the British Empire. And the guy who was running the science of the British Empire was Sir Arthur Eddington. Now, Sir Arthur Eddington was basically heaping public humiliation on Subramanian Chandrasekhar. And he had the capacity to do this because he basically almost single-handedly created the discipline of astrophysics. But he was obsessed with creating his big toe. TOE, that's an acronym for theory of everything. And he had all of England, and thereby the British Empire, sucking his big toe. His big theory of everything. And he, of course, now historically, is recognized as basically an idiot. And Subramanian Chandrasekhar is regarded as a far more important figure in astrophysics. So in 1935, while working under Eddington, Chandrasekhar presented a paper which proved, as far as any theoretical prediction can prove, that stars of mass above 1.4 times that of our sun will at the end of their lives collapse infinitely. Infinitely! That changes everything. Your universe is changed by that. This was the first statement of the existence of black holes. And what Chandrasekhar did was now... Well, what Chandrasekhar did not know was that for some years Eddington had been working on this completely nonsensical GUT, G-U-T, this grand universal theory, which would be obviated completely if stars could collapse into singularities. So at the presentation of Chandrasekhar's paper, Eddington behaved abominably, making his young protege a laughingstock, in the secure knowledge that none present would dare challenge the father of astrophysics. Now, all we can say is that Chandrasekhar persisted over the years in maintaining the veracity of his calculations, which were verified independently, but covertly, by the titans in physics such as Niels Bohr, Paul Dirac. But Eddington was using his prominence to lambast Chandrasekhar at every opportunity, framing Chandrasekhar's mathematics as incompetent while himself using every possible perversion of science, cheating, in other words, in his doomed attempt to prop up his own false hypothesis. The result of all of this was that Chandrasekhar's prediction of complete stellar collapse was lost to astrophysics of the Allies for another 40 years. Only in 1983 was he awarded his thoroughly merited Nobel Prize for this work. Now, leaving his personal affront aside, the disadvantage to astrophysics through that long delay in recognizing black holes was immense, all because of Eddington's stubbornness and the psychophancy of the rest of the astrophysics community. You can read a book about it, very readable, written by a man named Arthur I. Miller. It's titled Empire of the Stars. It was published in 2005. But it won't talk about the Nazis. You see, what happened was the Nazis immediately took Chandrasekhar's work seriously. As, guess what? Because he was an Aryan Indian, they took it as solid Aryan science. Aryan physics. That's where that term came from. So, everybody who says, oh, Hitler didn't think of Einstein's physics as Aryan physics, that it was Jewish physics, and therefore set the Nazis back. Dude, the Nazis were 100 years ahead based on the physics of Subramanian Chandrasekhar.
Everything Einstein knew about that he stole from the National Socialist scientists.
Well, the National Socialists felt that Einstein was nothing more than a product of high-quality German education. And so there was nothing they thought of that he produced as Jewish science or Jewish physics.
Right.
They just thought of it, well, fuck, he's just using German science, German education. So
German origin. Yeah.
Yes. And so when it came to Einstein, he was just trying to get the Allies to catch up to the Germans. Einstein said that much. Einstein himself always said that. He insisted the Americans were, and the West, were completely far behind the Germans. So the Germans had all the good shit. The atomic bomb was almost collateral to them. When they're pursuing anti-gravity, water is fuel, and time travel, the atomic bomb is like nothing. That's just collateral output. So, when it comes to Subramanian Chandrasekhar, the Nazis took his work and ran with it, and because of that, they have a breakaway civilization. The Allies are stuck on low Earth orbit. And so we've only got a few hours left. Our man has been good at finding all of these PDFs, and
well, I could only find a link for that book. I'm still looking for a PDF for Empire of the Stars.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And
I'll just quickly let Acid Kick know if he wants to learn more about Chandrasekhar. Douglas Dietrich goes into full detail about him in the video he done named Project Odysseus, the covert secret space program. I have it on my Rumble and BitChute channel. You'll find those links to that on my YouTube channel banner for BitChute and Rumble. Just scroll through the Douglas Dietrich videos, and you'll find the project that DC is addressing ̵ChuōnggkGHuóuá in full detail.
Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly. So I definitely appreciate our man Nemo being with us. And again, Nemo, so just so you know the full situation, our man John Warrington was putting everything up on his channel, the Maggot channel, until basically I got attacked by the Bulgarian bozos and had to transfer over to Peter Moon's channel for a period of time. At that point, something happened, and he stopped uploading my videos. Now, he's still allowing my promotional banners on his page, so he's obviously still supportive of me. We know that he was live at least 5 days ago and posting some of his own stuff on his timeline. So, but something may have happened with health or something. So I'm counting on you to make certain to upload everything on your channel, okay?
I will be, yeah. I got a lot to upload. It's a lot to do, yeah, but I will download and upload.
Yeah.
And encourage others to download and upload too.
Yeah, and make certain that you get everything back to and including the time that I was with Peter Moon on his channel. And so... Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So just again, I'm going to share a screen here for a moment, and I know our man understands this, but I'm just going to make sure that he
just to make sure.
Yeah. So what we'll do is go over here to let's see. Here we are. So this means that it was going back a little bit to it's basically around this point. So. Everything started here with the Bulgarian bozo attack, really. So it was around this period that I had to go to Peter Moon's channel for a few weeks. I would say the most important thing is to start here at this point, the next episode, and make certain everything from that point forward is uploaded on your channel, okay?
Yep.
And then there's, a few weeks I was over on Peter Moon's channel. But those weeks weren't necessarily the most important weeks, really. But when you get time, then you go to Peter Moon's channel and upload those. Yeah, download and upload those.
Download and upload.
Yeah. And I don't even know if I should be subscribed to Peter Moon.
Does he still have your videos on his channel?
Oh, of course. He's God. The guy never even touches his own channel. I mean, Peter Moon's own. His own audience didn't even follow him to his own channel. So here I'm taking us to Peter Moon's channel with 709 subscribers, obviously far less than mine. Here's his live stream from a month ago, and look at that. No views.
No views.
I've never even seen a video that says no views. Holy shit. And then there's, these, and this one's 58 seconds. You can ignore that one. It's basically, this one's 7 minutes. You can ignore that one. So it's basically, these 4 videos, basically.
Yep.
These 4 videos during that 2 weeks that I was in exile. Yeah. Then you go past, see, this is the problem, is that if he knew what to do with his channel, if he knew how, he could go in there and delete these things. I delete them for him, but he doesn't. He'd have to give me control of his channel to do that. And so that's not something he's comfortable with doing with anybody. I don't blame him, especially with the kind of experiences I've fucking had with people like that cunt Lena Shea / Lena Crane, the Edomite whore. So there you go with all that.
Also,
yeah,
like some of your older stuff before, just to make sure. Do you want me to avoid any streams you did with Daniel Arola? Like, you don't want me to upload?
No. Upload all that shit.
Just, all right.
Yeah, everything, just to spite him, of course.
All right.
Yeah, and he's that it's incredible. I mean, I have no words to describe people like that. They're just like. One of these days I'll go on a rant. Every once in a while, you just have to be inspired by the moment. But these people are operating on a level that's just, they're disgusting, and that doesn't do it justice. Acid Kick 96 says, thank you for that at El Nemo. So make certain that you respond.
Just to remind everyone, my YouTube channel's Unseen Sun 3005 El Nemo, and the links to my Rumble and BitChute are in the channel's banner, where you can post your links.
Can you put those links in the chat room for people again? Make certain you get the chat. Just put the links in the chat room.
Yeah, I'll try. I just thought any link I put in the YouTube chat doesn't show up, but
okay, that makes sense.
I'll try it again anyway.
YouTube will not allow Odyssey, for instance. Any link with Odyssey, the YouTube won't allow it. So the YouTube, of course, wants to maintain its own monopoly. So just put the names, the names of the channels where people can go for Unseen Sun, etc., like you said. And so you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
And okay, so I'm going to go into monologue now. Our man Nemo's going to hang with me, and he's just going to participate whenever he feels he has something constructive to say. We basically have a little less than 2 hours, and we'll just go at the general subject. I do want people to understand that basically, let's put it this way. I've already talked a bit about the Russians in Africa, and I want people to grasp the importance of what I've been fucking saying about the Russians in Africa. And I don't think people may get it, the seriousness of the situation, and why they need to be taking the situation seriously, really understanding the fact that this is something that this is part of what's going to lead us into a world war. By the way, that reminds me of something else I want to try and look up, but I do want people to understand that obviously the Russians have Wagner mercenaries in Africa. They're not going away. They're still gunning for Africa, and Putin realizes they're too big to fucking fail. So they are basically running a number of African economies. So this is something that has got the Russians as the new colonial empire in Africa. It's something that I want everyone to understand. This is where the Russians are now directly competing with the British and the French, who had their own colonial holdings in the past, still retain a great deal of influence on the African continent. And that, of course, is something that the Russians are now challenging. And they are trying to not only challenge, but essentially brainwash the African populations into thinking of them as some kind of liberator. And nothing could be more perverse, more misrepresented. It is simply a situation that the West is going to have to confront. And we're going to have to expose to the black population of Africa that they're simply being recolonized. I mean, this is Putin's age of chaos. It is an era of disorder that he is trying to instigate. Now, I want to dwell on this for a second myself. I want people to understand that as an analyst who's trying to deliver you quality analysis, I want you to know that as the war in Ukraine grinds on, the Russians have acted as if nothing has really changed on the home front, and that their unruffled attitudes persist despite setbacks on the battlefield, partial mobilizations, and Ukrainian attacks on Russian territory itself. Although Russian mercenary leader Yevgeny Prigozhin's shocking rebellion in June, and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's handling of it, deeply disturbed Moscow's elite, it didn't seem to disrupt the status quo. But I do think that people need to comprehend, or rather not be fooled. The war in Ukraine has begun to change Russia. So, want to try and dwell on that for a moment so I can present that to you as best I can. That we are entering, of course, an age of chaos in the sense of the anti-gods. What they represent, the threat that I've always tried to convey to all of you for quite some time now, and I have no idea how many of you really grasp the enormity of what I've been describing, warning of, all this time. So, with that being said, let me think of some other things to try and bring up, things that are important to all of us. The connections between Russia, Africa, China, all of this is important because when it comes to this new battlefront that the African continent is becoming. By the way, I've just gotten some awful news from the, we'll call this breaking, the raging fire, the wildfires in Maui. They forced thousands of evacuations. From what we know, at least 36 people have died in the fires burning through the island of Maui in Hawaii. So this is pretty, this is apocalyptic, and I'm, of course, I hope we all hold this in, these people in thought and prayer. It's obviously something that nobody was prepared for. And I don't think this has anything to do with the volcano. It's obviously just wildfires. I don't know how they started. We may not know until a lot of this is over. In the meantime, I want people to know as well that China hacked Japan's national defense computer system. They don't seem to have found anything of particular value, but the fact that they hacked the system is no joke. This is like of course, the Japanese are going to try and respond by really beefing up security. Anyhow, what's gone on in Africa is, like I've said, the Wagner mercenary group will not be leaving. It's a product of the system that Putin built. He cannot dismantle it without undermining Moscow's global influence. Niger is the nation in which there was a coup d'etat. It's a turning point for Africans. The crisis has created a truly geopolitical moment for intra-African politics. This is something that is making Africans aware of themselves on a continental scale. This is something that is going to impact everybody. Now, Putin prepared this Africa summit just recently, and that's where Russia hailed a new world order taking shape. The order of, we'll call it a new world disorder, the new order of total chaos. They're waving Russian flags in Niger. We are essentially sliding into world war. So out of Africa will emerge the next world war. Now, many of you might not remember what I've said in the past about communist China and its influence on Africa and why it's so important. When it comes to China and Africa, understand this much. There is a man who wrote a book that I do recommend everyone investigate, and it is called China's Second Continent. And it was predicted by the man who was known as, I believe, Lovejoy was his name. I might be wrong on that. The Gaia hypothesis originator was James Lovelock. Now, James Lovelock, who gave us the Gaia hypothesis that posits that life itself has intervened in the regulation of the planetary environment in order to keep it stable and favorable for life. This was something that, for whatever reason, I don't understand, remains controversial. Nothing could be more obvious. Now, he proposed this in the 1970s, and yet people are still fiercely debating it. But what he has proven, not posited, but proven, is that life influences an abiotic environment. Meaning that, look at all the other dead worlds in the universe. But our world is profoundly different from all of them. Because we have life. But the rest of those planets don't have such an active magnetic field. They don't have plate tectonics that are so active. They don't have ocean circulation that is so active. They don't have anything. They don't have any atmospheres. It's life that has produced all of this. Life is what makes the world livable. Because in the end, what he's truly saying is that the earth itself is alive. This is what people hate. They hate that. They are threatened by that. I brought up Sir Arthur Conan Doyle exposing that. And that, of course, is something that after Sir Arthur Conan Doyle exposed that and wrote a short story titled When the World Screamed, about the earth itself responding to provocations of pain. Mad scientist causing the planet Earth pain. Pain to the point where the planet Earth responded by defending itself, erupting, triggering massive worldwide volcanic eruptions. That short story, the very concept is so threatening to conventional science that our Earth is a living thing that science is fighting it in the same sense that the British were fighting Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar's astrophysics. So when it comes to our living world, the fact that our world is alive and that's the only reason we can live on it, because we're effectively lice on the body of this great being, Mother Earth, and our being able to live here is possible, rendered possible only by the moon, that I've explained, touched upon in our latest episode before tonight's at some length. Everything is a perfectly balanced system that doesn't exist anywhere else in the universe. Again, all pointing to a creator. Now, when it comes to this individual, this other genius, aside from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who wrote the Sherlock Holmes mysteries, Lovelock, James Lovelock posited the concept of China's second continent, even though the man who wrote the book about it, I believe, was a different author. So if you look up China's second continent, we can find who that author is. Mr. Nemo may have already found it. Did you find out the author of that particular book, Nemo?
Sorry, I'm downloading your videos at the moment.
No worries. So China's second continent was written by a man named Howard French. And Howard French is pointing out how 1 million Chinese migrants are recreating Africa. So understand that James Lovelock, his thesis, his posit, and this is the man who gifted us the modern conceptualization of Mother Earth. The goddess Earth is what Jaya. The correct pronunciation, by the way, is not Gaia. I say that because most people read it that way, English speakers. The correct pronunciation is Jaya. Jaya, like geography. But like the original Greek pronunciation, the original Hellenic would be Jaya, where we get the term geography from, or geology. So the man who gifted us the postmodern Jaya hypotheses, or shall we say fact, Lovelock has contended that the communist Chinese realize that their last industrial revolution, because this is the last great industrial revolution that humanity can tolerate, that the planet Earth itself can tolerate, their industrialization is so extreme, so violent, so destructive to their own environment that they are going to migrate en masse to Africa and displace the African population itself or enslave them. And understand that what I've exhibited before or expressed, tried to explain to people as a futurist myself, in the future, the term made in Africa will be as common as made in China is today. It's the African population that is exploding. There's going to be 1 billion people in Nigeria alone, a nation smaller than Texas. Almost the same size as Texas, but a bit smaller. The rest of Africa will be another 1 billion people. That's 2 billion people from the continent of Africa. 100 million Chinese relocating there at least, and many more besides, will ultimately create a new hybrid continent that will become the production floor for the world. So with all the resources there, the people there as a primary labor source that will work for almost nothing, wages that we would find untenable, unsustainable in terms of being unable to sustain the people who are paid such scut wages in the West or anywhere else on Earth. Africa is the bottom of the industrial production floor for planet Earth at this point. It's where everything will go. So if the Russians run Africa, they run your future. As well as what I said about their controlling of the food. Half the world's food supply if they conquer Ukraine. So between the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, this is a primary front of the next world war, is the continent of Africa. I hope now people begin to understand the importance of... Am I making myself clear, Nemo?
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So this is why the fact that they're waving Russian flags in Niger is so alarming. Now, what we've experienced is a Russia-backed coup d'etat in Niger that could lead to a world war with the United States of America and Europe. Now, by supporting the coup d'etat in Niger, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire has proved again that it sees its struggle against the West as a global war, just not a declared one yet. You can think of the unfolding disaster in Niger in 4 ways, from embarrassing to ominous, catastrophic, and apocalyptic. Embarrassing because that country's coup d'etat on the 26th of July is blowback for a clueless West. Neither the hapless former colonial power, France, nor the waning superpower, the United States, saw this coming. Ominous because it's a windfall for the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, Russia and the Communist Chinese Empire, as they vie with the West for influence in this region of the world, and influence in the world itself. Potentially catastrophic because it's a setback in the struggle against jihadist terrorism and uncontrolled migration. Possibly, I would say, probably apocalyptic, because it marks a slide into world war. And all this because a general heard that he might be fired and decided instead to oust the leader he was meant to protect. That, not ideology, not geopolitics, not the world food crisis, not anything large, but a staffing problem, is the immediate reason for Niger's coup d'etat, the 5th since its independence from France in 1960. It brings to more than half a dozen the puches in this region called the Sahel, between the Sahara Desert and the jungles of Black Africa, just since 2020. including trois each in Mali and Burkina Faso, and others in Guinea and the Sudan. Chaos now reigns from the Atlantic to the Red Sea. If there is hell on earth, it's the Sahel, the arid and wretched savannas south of the Sahara, the greatest desert on earth, within which there is a hollow, as I've explained, wherein the ghoul kingdoms raise human beings of the former Christian kingdoms as cattle. Millions of people born and dying in a cycle of food provision. Their meat, their muscles, the marrow in their bones, devoured by the ghouls. This front line of coup d'etat, the plural is pronounced coups d'etat, and chaos, well, the more misery and disorder in the Sahel on the surface world, above the ghoul kingdoms, the happier Vladimir Putin is. So what I'm going to do now is provide links so people get a map, get a feel of what I'm talking about. All right, we're going to provide this one and put this in the chat room. And this will bring something immediate to everyone's attention. Basically, our friend Mr. Acid Kick 96 says, rum channel name, El Nemo / Nemo 3005. Will that get me to your rum channel? I'll check your...
Rum's for Rumble, just to let you know, because I can't put the full name in. It won't. I tried multiple times.
Got it.
Rumble is Nemo 3005 / you need information. See, Nemo 3005 is the account name, and you need information is the channel name, because I have a channel in that account.
Okay. Have you tried entering that?
Yeah, I tried all of that. Doesn't work. It won't show up.
Interesting. Okay. So I just put a link into the chat room, and the first thing that people will immediately recognize when they see that link is this dividing line between Islam in North Africa and Christianity in Black Africa. And where those worlds collide, that's the Sahel. Now, the second link that I'm going to put into both the chat in the text box in the Skype call and as well into the chat room itself will provide us a new map, and this will be a historical map, I believe, that will give people an understanding of the kind of terrorism that has been plaguing the Sahel region. Matter of fact, I'm just going to click that link and make certain that I've remembered that correctly. And so what it takes me to is the historical terrorism. This is 2022. They'll point out that 4 of the 10 countries most affected by terrorism in the world are in the Sahel. This was last year. The region has a population of about 135 million people. So you've got an important link right there that I've provided, and I'll give you now a third. And this will give you the map of the Sahel as it's impacted today. It's impacted, of course, by from sea to shining sea, from one side of Africa to another. I'll put this in the live stream first because the Skype call is not responding. Okay, Acid Kick 96 says he's got it, Nemo. So he's got it. And so that's good. And hopefully people as well are checking out my... here we are. Links. Let's get this into the call. All right. And this will be... so our man. So I guess it did go in the first time? No. Okay, there we are. So that's the third link, and what that provides is the Sahel and the return of the military, the military state, the coup d'etat state, the state brought by force of arms. So that shows you from one end of Africa to the other, from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean, every nation impacted. I pray people now get an understanding of what I'm talking about. Now, in terms of what's confusing here, someone from Niger is referred to as a Nigerian, but then there is a nation called Nigeria, with what will amount to 1 billion people by mid-century, and the people there are also called Nigerians. The difference is we would call it spelling. It's basically Niger. A person from Niger would be called Nigerian as Nigerien, whereas someone from Nigeria, you would just add an N to their name of their nation and refer to them as a Nigerian with an A. So unless somebody's spelling it out, you're not going to know who's who. But as for this general in Niger, who took on a staffing problem by taking over the state, the Nigerian general's name is Abdurrahmane. Abdurrahmane. His short name being Omar. Just call him Omar. His surname is Chiani. Tchiani. So, Omar Chiani, as commander of the Presidential Guard, he was supposed to protect the democratically elected President Mohamed Bazoum, elected in 2021 and a rare American ally in the Sahel. But when Bazoum mused about replacing Chiani, the general showed up with his junta and his goons. Bazoum fled across the hall from his office into a safe room. Holed up, he's begging the outside world for help, even dictating an op-ed or an opinion editorial article in the Washington Post by telephone. If the coups d'etat in Burkina Faso and Mali are any guide, here's what'll happen next. Niger's junta will kick out French and American troops stationed there and throw itself into the arms of the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and Yevgeny Prigozhin, leader of the Wagner Group, the ruthless Russian mercenary army. Even as the Nigerian revolt was underway, Putin was hosting other pliant African leaders in St. Petersburg, schmoozing them into supporting, or at least not opposing, his war against Ukraine. Prigozhin also showed up in St. Petersburg for photo ops with the African leaders. That may seem surprising, since the Wagner boss is supposed to be in Belarusian or White Russian exile in punishment for his short-lived mutiny in June. Apparently, however, Putin's interests in the Sahel trump his concerns about Prigozhin in person. Because for years, the Wagner Group has been fighting for the worst kind of people in Africa, hawking its services in return for concessions to diamonds or other riches of the soil. Putin blesses these Wagner operations and atrocities because he'll do anything to pry countries away from the American empire. In that way, Putin, like his communist Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping, views the Sahel as just another front line in his civilizational struggle against the American-led West, which he views as the homosphere, the sphere of homosexuality. Others run through Ukraine, obviously, but also Asia and the Arctic. Last week, a combined Russian and Communist Chinese flotilla sailed provocatively close to Alaska. And I don't know how many of you are even aware of that. So, well, it's my job to make you so. And for those of you who don't know, you had basically a run-in, patrol of the Communist Chinese and the Russians, a naval violation of our maritime waters in Alaska. And the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, told the Americans they had just better get used to it because it's only the beginning. So Beijing has signaled that these recent naval exercises near the Aleutian Islands, which the Japanese had conquered in World War II, set off a political firestorm in Alaska, triggered an American military response. They serve as only the beginning of a new era of confrontations to advance Red China's global ambitions. So this was a joint flotilla of 11 Chinese and Russian warships patrolling international waters near the Alaskan island chain yesterday, last week. Now, even though it never entered in direct violation of American territorial waters, the maneuver was enough to raise widespread alarms within the United States and Canada. The Wall Street Journal first reported the patrol, what one analyst described to the paper as a historical first, as well as the response from the United States Northern Command, which included scrambling several American warships and surveillance aircraft to monitor the opposing ships. Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska, a senior Republican member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, blasted the Sino-Slavic patrol as representing a new era of authoritarian aggression. He issued a joint statement with fellow Alaska Republican Senatoress Lisa Murkowski, saying Alaska Command had provided them with several classified briefings about the incident. The senators said the United States is not currently prepared militarily to counter the burgeoning threat. Now, China obviously celebrated the fracas, and the Chinese military analyst Fu Jianqiao told the English language Global Times in a story that was published late Monday that in the future the Chinese Navy could conduct more far-sea patrols like this, either alone or together with other countries. The Americans should get used to it. Now, it's not an official mouthpiece of the Chinese Communist Party, but this newspaper is aligned with its views completely. Always serves as an outlet for statements party officials choose not to say publicly. And in this latest instance, the representatives for the government openly acknowledged the gravity of these new drills and the Red Chinese and Russian desire to increase their frequency. This was formerly known as the Northern/Interaction 2023 Joint Exercise, which the Russian Ministry of Defense says involved traversing more than 2,300 nautical miles. The patrol serving as a demonstration of mutual trust between the two countries and further enhancing the traditional friendship between the Chinese and Russian militaries. That was according to the Chinese Defense Ministry spokesman, Senior Colonel Tan Kefei. And Colonel Kefei, he added that China is willing to continue to boost pragmatic communication and cooperation with all parties and contribute positive forces in safeguarding regional peace and stability as well as deal with all kinds of security threats. The Chinese embassy spokesman, Liu Pengyu, told the Wall Street Journal that this action is not targeted at any third party and has nothing to do with the current international and regional situation. But the new action is seen to have wide-ranging consequences beyond the message that Communist Chinese state media says it presents to the United States. The Americans now understand what it feels like for U.S. Navy ships to conduct freedom of navigation operations between Tai-Wan and mainland China, according to the Chi-Coms. So it portends a new era of China, Red China, challenging what has been American strategic dominance of the Pacific region since the end of World War II. The retired Army General Barry McCaffrey, a military commentator, described the presence of the Sino-Slavic ships as a major provocation in a social media post over the weekend. So, all of this while the Chinese are threatening Japan over the empire's resolve to fight, remarks on Tai-Wan. We are, of course, heading towards a time where we're going to, well, America really must prepare for war, and I'm really the only person on earth who can advise you how to fight it against this particular enemy. This is, of course, the enemy that the Axis originally fought. The Communist Chinese and Russian alliance that dominated Eurasia. Now, they're at the borders of America itself. And unless people are finally ready and willing to take the advisement of the son of Adolf Hitler, you're up shit creek without a paddle. Now, Putin is particularly drawn to the Sahel, the dividing line between the desert of the Sahara and the jungles of Black Africa, because the region can destabilize the West in many ways at once. Take a look at all the maps that are available through the links I've just shared in chat. It has become the global epicenter of terrorism, as groups such as Boko Haram, the Black ISIS, and the local branches of the Islamic State, ISIS itself, move into the power vacuums left by coups d'etat, ethnic uprisings, banditry, and Wagner mercenaries. To fight the terrorists, Western countries, and notably France and these United States, have stationed troops in the few places that remain cooperative. Niger has been among the most important, housing an American drone base. Without our Western presence, there will be nothing to stop the terrorists. Putin loves that prospect. It'll cause even more suffering and even greater migrations northward and toward the European Union, which he loathes and wants to destabilize. That's also a reason Putin has weaponized grain, which he's preventing Ukraine from exporting, fully aware that his blockade causes mass hunger and starvation in places like Black Africa. The cynicism on the part of Putin and Prigozhin, it's breathtaking. Even as he's starving other Black Africans by bombing Ukrainian grain depots, Putin promised the ones who showed up in St. Petersburg free Russian grain instead. Stolen from Ukraine, in amounts the United Nations considers risible, enough to feed the families of the new dictators installed by the Russians, black sock puppets on the continent, growing fat in their prebends, growing potbellies to match Putin's own, while the people under Russian command starve into the walking skeletons, crawling skeletons we once saw in Ethiopia. Prigozhin went on Telegram to praise the Nigerian junta for its righteous struggle against their country's colonizers, by which he apparently means the French and the Americans, even as Russian troops move in. The willful gullibility of their Black African audiences is just as shocking to me. It should be plain to all countries in the region, and indeed every human being alive, that Russia is the cause of the world's food crisis, and that Putin is nowadays the colonizer fighting an imperialist war of subjugation in Ukraine, and now the continent of Africa itself. to rape the blacks in a second age of colonialism under the Russians and the Chinese. What can the rest of this world do? Hard to say, until I'm put in a position of secular power to do something about it for you. The African Union and the West have, of course, condemned the putsch. The economic community of the West African states. It's basically a community that, like the European Union or other economic blocs, actually has an acronym, ECOWAS. ECOWAS is the acronym for the Economic Community of West African States. The ECOWAS was a bloc led by Nigeria. It has stopped trade with Niger and shut off Nigerian electricity exports to it. ECOWAS even issued the junta an ultimatum to restore Bazoum to power or face military intervention. On cue, the pro-Russian regimes in Burkina Faso and Mali answered that they'd then come to the aid of the new leaders, the Russian-installed black families in Niger. With Russians in the second row on one side and Americans on the other, we'd be in another proxy war and another step closer to a fourth world war. World War III being the Cold War, which was World War III in effect. America fought and won that war, and the Soviet Union fell. Well, we're going to have to fight and win it all over again, this time against the Russians and the Chinese, the dragon and the bear together. You must remember that the eagle was the totemic animal of the Third Reich as well as that of the United States today. The son of Napoleon Bonaparte, whom no one would allow in power because they considered the historical legacy of his father to be such a threat, was known as the Little Eagle because his father was simply known as the Eagle. His father would personally touch with his own hand as the emperor, in a kind of blessing, the imperial eagles of the French Empire when they were passed out to his legions to march on Europe. His son, the Little Eagle, even spent time in the United States. Americans don't know about this. This was because no one in Europe would have him. Today, the son of the Third Reich's eagle, Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, lives in your United States. But I'd better be provided with secular power, or America will fall to the Sino-Slavic Synaxis as they conquer and mobilize the black billions out of Africa. Once they succeed in doing that, you stand no chance. You'll inevitably fall. There'll be nothing you can do about it. For now, Nigeria and the other ECOWAS countries appear to have calculated that the risk is too great. They let their ultimatum's deadline pass on Sunday without sending soldiers. The United States and France are also unlikely to take up arms for Bazoum, the man locked in the room. They fear that Niger could be the next Iraq or Afghanistan, or worse, that they might end up shooting at Russians and igniting a global conflagration. A cowardly and ultimately stupidly futile presumption. The Americans slaughtered 1,000 Russians in Syria, and the Russians backed down. Honestly, give Douglas Duane Dietrich the power to lead your armies, and we could wipe the Russian and Chinese forces off the field, their flotillas off the seas, and they would ultimately lose. The fact that you fear them at all is the only power that they have. Your fear is based on the fantasies that they won the Second World War. With the pie chart that I offered, the graph that exposes the fatalities they suffered compared to the Axis, you can see who won the war. The Axis powers. It was their economies, German and Japanese, that rebuilt your industrial world. Do you think people defeated in war could have done that? How crazy can you be? How fucking insane are you? What do you see when you look in the mirror? You should see a morass of maggots and shit. The shit's in your brain, that empty space where a brain should be, between your ears. For you to believe the Allies won the Second World War when the German and Japanese industries dominate your world economy. That you people won the war when you suffered the most fatalities. As I said, blowback. The American Empire and our allies have for years neglected the region of Black Africa diplomatically. Of late, Washington hasn't even had ambassadors to either Niger or Nigeria. As I said, the latter nation with a population that will be 1 billion by the mid-century. Actually, within a decade. Senator Rand Paul has, until recently, been blocking nominees to force the White House to release information on COVID-19. Because of that lunatic libertarian son of a bitch named after Ayn Rand, who I outlined just my latest episode before tonight's. Had a crush on serial killers who butcher children alive while impregnating them, so that as armless and legless host bodies, they'd be bellies that he would feed with his sperm, delivering his children. She claimed that man was the man who should be president. That Ayn Rand is whom Rand Paul was named after. He's the man who blocked our ability to have ambassadors in the nation of Niger or Nigeria. And that's why the Russians filled in the power vacuum, because Rand Paul is a traitor. Until you sons of bitches stop following these white trash pieces of shit. Open up your goddamn brains to myself instead of the shit that they keep dumping into you whenever they have a bowel movement. They flush it down into your brains between your ears. You eat their shit up and you think these people know what they're doing. Because of this, a new ambassador to Niger was confirmed only the day after the coup d'etat. And by that time it was too late. They're now a Russian satellite. So politics must once again stop at the water's edge. As Vlad, Putin, and Xi Jinping see it, we're already in the next world war. Even if nobody's declared it yet or started shooting directly at the other side. These United States, Europe, the Empire of Japan, my Taiwan, and the wider West must support Black Africa, and indeed the entire global South, not just now, but from now on. We have to make it easier for the world, not just to stare down juntas, but to resist the dark side in geopolitics. Because the countdown to the next great war has begun in Africa, a continent the Chinese want to claim as their own. A continent which soon enough will bear the Made in label for the majority of your products. As I said, in the future, most everything made will be made in Africa, in the same sense that everything was made in China until COVID-19. Now, in the hour we have remaining, let me drive this point home. Only 4 days remain in the deadline that was established by the coalition of West African nations for Niger to return to democratic rule. That demand was shunned by fellow military-led Burkina Faso and Mali, who jointly warned that any intervention would amount to a declaration of war. And then those 4 days passed, and the enemy was allowed to win. Now Russian flags fly over Niger. And a new white master has declared mastery over the Dark Continent for a second phase of colonization, in which waves of Chinese, escaping the ecological catastrophe they've created through the last great industrial revolution of the human species, abandon their uninhabitable mainland Asia empire for the Dark Continent, to render it a hybrid continent with an Asian overlord hierarchy and a Russian middle class of straw bosses over a black underclass of production slaves. Helot Chattel in a new world disorder, in an age of chaos. But the United States has a chance to defeat Russian imperialism for good. In the last 18 months, the Russian Federation became the latest empire to succumb to imperial overreach. The American Empire had already discovered in Vietnam, Lebanon, Iraq, and Afghanistan that military interventions in other countries can end in defeat, even for the greatest superpower in the world. But postmodern Russia's imperial expansion failed to teach its leaders this important lesson. Russia's 3-decade history of relatively bloodless victories deceived its leaders, to the point that they had came as to believe their own myth of invincibility, while selling it to you, the American public, who ate that shit up like it was cotton candy. Despite the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union, the Russian military has been returning to the old Soviet's borders. A Russian army has remained in Moldova, in the breakaway region of Transnistria, since the early 1990s. Russia attacked and seized effective control of the Abkhazia and South Ossetia regions of Georgia in the 5-day war of 2008. Russia then seized Ukraine's Donbas region and the Crimea Peninsula in 2014. The borders of Armenia and Tajikistan are patrolled by Russian troops, and stability in Kazakhstan in 2022 had to be restored with Russian support. That same year, Russian troops re-entered Azerbaijan to enforce a ceasefire with its neighbor Armenia. Outside the borders of the former Greater Union of Socialistic Soviet Republics, Russian intervention in Suraya, Syria, saved the dictatorial presidency of Bashar al-Assad and guaranteed an extension of its naval base lease on the Mediterranean in the port of Tartus. The Russian military may be a hollow shell compared to the Red Army of yesteryear, but its string of victories has been impressive. It made Russia the indispensable nation in Eastern Europe, the Southern Caucasus, and Central Asia. No war could be won without Russian backing, no peace maintained without Russian acquiescence. Or so it seemed before February of 2022, when the Russian victory parade in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, had to be cancelled. The Kremlin's vaunted military machine became mired in thick Ukrainian mud before having to surrender most of its initial gains. The repercussions are being felt everywhere. In Moldova, the government has openly condemned a Russian coup plot. In the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, Russian peacekeepers have been standing by helplessly while Azerbaijan reinstates its sovereignty over the disputed Karabakh region, preparing for genocide of my son's people, the Armenians. My son is majority ethnically Armenian. Some quarter Asian blood within him. Of course, he himself would joke that when he was a girl, I pumped enough sperm into him over the years to render him Asian by injection. But Russia has been forced to inform its longtime Armenian allies that they must accept that Karabakh Armenians live in Azerbaijan. In Kazakhstan, the government has broken from Moscow, signaling its support for Ukraine's sovereignty. The effects are nowhere stronger than in Europe itself, where Poland now aspires to become the next military superpower. The Baltic states welcome a permanent NATO presence, and Die Neue Vereinte Deutschland, the new United Germany, has promised to rearm against the menace in the east. By that, of course, they'd better be meaning the Poles, or the Polaki peoples, as much as any Russians. But the most cataclysmic changes for Russia have been north of the Baltic Sea, where the neutral countries of Finland and Sweden flew into the arms of NATO and its Article 5 protections. Putin claimed that Ukraine's NATO pretensions were an existential threat to the Russian Federation. Kiev is, after all, only an 11-hour drive from Moscow. But Putin now shares a NATO border with Finland, a mere 5-hour drive from St. Petersburg, the historic capital of Russia. Countries in the global south have tried to steer clear of these developments, refusing to condemn Russia for its blatant aggression against a neighboring country in hopes of picking up some crumbs from Moscow's largesse of stolen food. This is not a new strategy. Throughout the Third World War that we so misnomer the Cold War, the countries within the NAM, the non-aligned movement, tried to play the twa superpowers against each other. The biggest wild card now is the Communist Chinese Empire. Red China, after declaring its relationship with Russia as something closer than an alliance, which means something closer than fucking, right? It's like, how close can you fucking get? It's like saying, this is closer than sex, which means that I guess you're both sharing a appendage tube or something. Like you both got, what do they call that? Nemo, help me out here. You almost had that horrible package tied to you in case they had to remove some part of your internal organs. I forgot what that is. The colostomy. It's like they're sharing a colostomy pack. Yeah. That's where Red China announced that it would not provide lethal aid to the Russian Empire. Now it has gone a step further, declaring that it will ban the export of its dual-use drones. On balance, America is backing the winning side in this global competition, despite the Sino-Slavic propaganda that the American empire is an imperium in decline. It still maintains the greatest conventional military in the world in terms of sheer mass combined with techno-punch. Our nuclear arsenal is only matched by Russia's, and Russia's doesn't work. Ours doesn't need to because the enemy's doesn't either. But our economy is the marvel of the world. And Russia has almost single-handedly done something the United States could never do. Expand and reinvigorate the American-led NATO alliance. Pundits call for a negotiated settlement in Ukraine. They want Vladimir Putin to be given an off-ramp, a face-saving way of ending the conflict while saving his own skin. Putin's Weltanschauung, as my biological sire Adolf Hitler would say, his worldview, however, visible to all since the 2007 Munich Security Conference, held the year my late and sainted sire, my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, died, is that America is an implacable enemy that must be stopped from imposing its values on the Russian world. Negotiations cannot alter this perception. They can only give Putin time to rearm and renew his struggle with the West. The American empire must continue to support Ukraine in its struggle for independence from its northern hegemon. At the same time, it should look to other fronts that will weaken the Kremlin's desire to continue fighting at all. Renewed ties with the Communist Chinese Empire would go a long way towards stymieing Moscow. America should really help other countries facing Russian occupation. Moldova would like to restore its sovereignty over its territory. Armenia and Azerbaijan do not need Russian troops on the border. Georgia should not be bound by a unilateral renunciation of force that Russia has never reciprocated. It's time, high time, for the American empire to stop looking toward the next election drama in Washington, D.C., and reclaim its title as leader of the free world. However, as I said, there's something that stands against that. If American and Communist Chinese political leaders continue to assert themselves ever more forcefully in the digital space, and if the tech companies line up with their home governments, we'll end up in a technology Cold War between the American and Red Chinese empires. The digital world will be split in twain. Other countries will be forced to choose sides, and globalization will fragment as these decoupled strategic technologies become the commanding heights of national security and the global economy itself. If the tech companies stick with global growth strategies, refusing to align with governments, and preserving the existing divide between the physical and digital fields of competition, then we'll see a new globalization, a globalized digital order. Tech companies will remain sovereign in the digital space, competing largely with each other for profits, and with governments for geopolitical power, much in the same way that major state actors presently jockey for influence in the space where the economic and security orders overlap. But if the digital space itself becomes the most important arena of great power competition, with the power of governments continuing to erode relative to the power of tech companies, then the digital order itself will become the dominant global order. If that happens, we'll be subsisting in a post-Westphalian world, a technopolar order dominated by tech companies as the central players in the 21st century geopolitique. All three of these scenarios are entirely plausible, but none is inevitable. Which one we end up in will depend on how the explosive nature of artificial intelligence drives changes in existing power structures, whether governments are able and willing to regulate tech companies, and, most critically, how tech leaders decide they want to abuse or constructively use their newfound power. This was what I was alluding to in the episode preceding tonight's. Of course, I have my own idea of what would be the much more ideal development, which, as I've said before, would be one in which we create autarkic matrices for our information domains, that we basically create quite separate webs and internets. This has already happened in communist China. Basically, if you're in communist China, you're in a completely different information world than you are in the United States. It's the same way in the Russian Empire. And basically, maybe the rest of the world is slightly more connected. But the reality is, we're all basically already separated. Each one of us in a different reality. They live in their world. We live in ours. We're going to have to recognize that that's going to ultimately mean that we're going to be in reality so different that they will recognize a different physics, a different science, a different truth. So we all need to understand the fact that at some point these are going to violently split to the point where the ruptures are, well, they won't be healing again. Right now, big tech helps big oil spread subtle climate denialism, as fossil fuel companies abuse social media to minimize their role in harming our environment. Fossil fuel companies' climate messaging may have changed to fit the new century, but the objective is the same the industry has had for decades: to delay action and protect profits for as long as possible, even in the face of an increasingly obvious climate emergency. Should I say catastrophe? This message still resonates with all too many people. Maybe that's because the biggest social media companies help amplify it. In the latest example, one study finds that industry groups, including an arm of the American Petroleum Institute, well, the Petroleum Institute spent up to $4 million United States dollars on nearly 4,000 Facebook and Instagram ads, sowing climate misinformation before and during the United Nations Climate Conference last November, also known as the COP, the C-O-P, the Conference of the Parties 27. Some ads, such as those from PragerU, which is more like PU, an appropriate acronym for a reason that should be obvious, and other conservative groups, which are, of course, as I pointed out about conservatives and intellectual capacity, well, they have none. They're as anti-intellectual as you can come. They promoted old-school climate denialism of the sort Exxon and others peddled for decades, contradicting their own scientists. Others were more subtle, acknowledging human-caused climate change while raising doubts about the viability of green energy and the need to quit using fossil fuels. Some warned a quick transition could hurt national security and cause inflation. Some of the advertisers were fossil fuel companies themselves, including Chevron Corp and ExxonMobil Corp, which bragged of green credentials whilst eliding how their businesses kept pumping carbon into the atmosphere. Many companies and petrostates used a technique known as nature rinsing, or associating their product with images of sparkling, clean wilderness, like sticking a lump of coal in the washer and then calling it clean. Clean coal, people! There's no such thing. The study by CAD, the CAAD, the Climate Action Against Disinformation, and Advocacy Group Coalition, was based partly on data from the publicly available advertising database of Facebook and Instagram parent Meta Platforms Incorporated. These ads are part of a media strategy that oil companies and utilities have tapped in recent years, aimed at dressing up their messages in socially acceptable garb. Maybe it's placing sponsored content with big media brands or quietly pumping money and talking points to local news networks. Maybe it's sponsoring climate change newsletters, which is how we ended up with the debacle of Semaphore Climate, a newsletter reporting on climate change that was twice sponsored by Chevron. And sometimes the work is a little less socially acceptable, such as when a freelance ABC news producer reportedly was paid by representatives of Florida Power and Light and other companies to attack environmentally minded politicians. It's also a reminder of the problems social media has with addressing climate misinformation. Most companies lack clearly defined standards or procedures for handling it, and transparency around how their algorithms promote false ideas is scarce. According to CAID's metrics, Twitter, currently run by the electric vehicle mogul Elon Musk, is the least transparent of the major platforms, part of his sheer disgusting hypocrisy. Because, of course, he claimed he was fighting for transparency, the champion of free speech. What can you say? All these companies must do a better job of exposing and combating misinformation. Ad tech companies, ad agencies, and government regulators have a role to play too. Their inaction risks weakening the world's defenses at a critical moment in the fight against climate change. After decades of fossil fuel companies pushing what some environmental activists call predatory delay, we are running out of time to make the hard changes needed to avert catastrophic, irreversible, runaway global warming. Today's climate denialism may be more subtle. Now it's delayism and inactivism, but it's still damaging. Momentum seems to be on the side of denial itself. COP27 was swarmed by fossil fuel lobbyists pushing their go slow agenda. And this year's confab will be too. It will be hosted by an oil company CEO from the United Arab Emirates. Another burst of propaganda to go along with it would only make necessary change even more difficult to achieve. So, climate change. The Republicanized Reds will tell you as they take campaign funds from the fossil fuel industry and the billionaires it's created is a hoax perpetrated by liberal scientists who are somehow getting rich by warning the world of its consequence. In the time we have remaining, T-Tank Barry says, support these authentic transmissions. Pay it forward to DDD. Thank you. Bless you, my son. You know, Robert...
Just a reminder to everyone to donate to Douglas and buy his books on Amazon.
Bless you. Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. Now, I want you all to understand my idea. In light of what's being done with your internet, my idea for the ideal outcome is that the digital walls between nations grow thicker and thicker throughout the 21st century. That both the empires of Japan and a fourth German Reich, as well as America itself, united with France, that they all pass and enforce laws requiring filtering and licensing of any international data connection. That the internet basically turn into a series of marginally connected territories by the time the war against the Sino-Slavic Synaxis begins. And that during that war, the major intercontinental data pipes must simply be destroyed. With satellites being knocked down routinely in wartime and few physical connections across the oceans, intercontinental communication will be reduced to an early 20th century level, in some areas at least. That will mean that the empires of the internet will die because the internet itself will be dead. Now, on the human-machine interface level, neural connections to machines will well, they might yet remain impossible for a while. Various holographic visual metaphors might be used in operating systems, but true cyberspace may not exist. That's not necessarily something that I want. Human-machine interface should be encouraged. We should have a cyberspace within the autarkic influences, the autarkic spheres of influence of the various great powers that will arise. As I said, originally, after the next World War, there must be a quartering of the world. The original four powers of World War II were only those that could put forth global fleets, fleets that could project power anywhere on Earth. The only navies capable of doing that throughout the Second World War were the Axis navies of Germany and Japan, and the Allied navies of the Greater British Empire and the United States. Any future defeat of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis will result in a domination of the seas by those four powers again. That would be the original quartering of the Earth. After that, you'll see the development of an octagon of power. An 8 powers Earth. 8 different major powers representing 8 different major cultures. And at least as many completely separate and independent internets, controlled by their supraculture, Each culture with a different calendar, not just a different timekeeping or calendrical system, but a different physics, a different sense of reality, conducive to their cultural heritage. That will provide a competition between different arcs of evolution. The beginnings of mankind becoming ultimately different species. That is a positive as we expand into the universe. That is an ideal. Now, in terms of what's going on here in America, I was talking about politics stopping at the shores of empire. We've got to solve our civil war here first. A civil war in which the Republican side must be driven into containment and deportation into mass exile. The wealthiest Republicans deported, as I've said, to the buffer zone of Manchuria, the Rust Belt, as a buffer state between Russia and the Red Chinese. A Manchu America, where they can take all their guns with them and become the new Mandalorians, hiring themselves out for mercenary work worldwide. Most likely on permanent contract in national defense with what remains of the Communist Chinese Empire that they're effectively on the side of anyway, by siding with the Russians as they do. Robert E. Lee and Jefferson Davis no longer rule the South on behalf of the notorious 2,000 families of the House of Dixie, but their spiritual heirs, today's red state governors, would make them proud with their restrictions on voting, encouragement of armed white supremacist vigilanteism, and state tax subsidies for American oligarch billionaires and their corporate empires. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, whose family, investigative reporter Greg Palast discovered, was the first to bring enslaved Africans to Georgia, famously signed a law codifying 10-hour voting lines in black neighborhoods, and given his state the power to throw people off voting rolls without justification in a closed-door ceremony before a painting of one of the 2,000 families' Georgia slave plantations. All this is an American reflection of Russia's new time of troubles. It's not 1917 in Moscow. It's 1604. In the midst of the mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin's brief rebellion on June 24th, The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin compared the treason of the Wagner paramilitary leader with the revolutionary turmoil of 1917. And in a televised address, blaming internal betrayal for Russia's defeat in World War I and the collapse of its empire, Putin said, "Intrigues, squabbles, politicking behind the back of the army and the people led to great calamity, destruction of the army and the demise for the state, the loss of enormous territories, and, in the end, the tragedy of civil war. What we're facing is exactly a betrayal." As if taking his cue, some Western analysts compared Prigozhin to Laver Kornilov, the Imperial Russian general who in August of 1917, to reiterate in summation, redeployed his troops from the front line to Petrograd, then Russia's capital, formerly St. Petersburg, to clear it of revolutionaries, only to be accused of attempting coup and imprisoned. More than 100 years later, many of Putin's enemies asserted Russia was imploding again. After seizing a major Russian military headquarters in the southern city of Rostov-on-Don, Prigozhin's mercenaries moved north towards Moscow, the capital of Russia itself, in an orderly column, passing one region after another without meeting any resistance. Meanwhile, not a peep was heard from the Kremlin, and rumors spread that Putin had flown out of Moscow itself. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky claimed that the Russian dictator was no longer in control. Mikhail Khodorkovsky, a Russian dissident in exile, suggested that ordinary Russians should arm themselves because a civil war was afoot. Within a few hours, however, Prigozhin had called off his drive to Moscow and agreed to a deal brokered by the Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko. Prigozhin would avoid prosecution for treason by leaving for Belarus, and Wagner's fighters could either go with him or agree to sign contracts with the Russian Ministry of Defense. What had seemed to be a drama that might culminate in Putin's demise, suddenly evinced more as a farce. Still, there be no doubt that the Prigozhin affair has irreversibly changed the situation in Russia itself. Much remains uncertain about the rebellion and its aftermath. What is clear, however, is that in harking back to 1917, Putin and his critics and adversaries alike were reaching for the wrong historical analogy. What is taking place in Russia right now bears less resemblance to the events of 1917 than to those of an earlier era, the so-called Time of Troubles, or Shmuta, which lasted from 1604 to 1613. During that period, the Russian dynasty of the Rurikids came to a violent end, and it took a decade of war and civil upheaval before the Romanov dynasty consolidated monarchical authority. In the meantime, Russia almost ceased to exist as a sovereign entity, a fate that could befall Russia again today, because Putin's personalized autocratic rule has made it hard to imagine any orderly secession. And it bears relating because it's ultimately the parable for what will happen in North America. Because the Russians have completely hijacked the Red Republican Party, which is leading us down the Russian de-evolutionary path. While I can try to articulate all of the situations of the Shmuta and exactly why they're relevant to this side of the Atlantic, I'm wondering if I should explain that Russian side first, or what's going on in America right now. Because ultimately, I think that it takes articulating both, one to understand the other. That's what the job of a historian is. So, I'll try and articulate what I can about the Russian situation in the time we have remaining, so I can bring us back
You got
to
less
this
than an
side.
hour.
I'm sorry?
You got less than an hour.
Yeah, well, I got less than 30 minutes, really.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, so what I'll try and explain is the Russian history, and then take us back to this side of the Atlantic by the next episode. That way it can start directly into America. So, we've got these modern villains, but they've all got ancient scripts. The stage for the ̔múta was set by Ivan the Terrible, whose brutal and disruptive rule ended in 1584. Ivan exhausted his people and his finances by fighting endless wars to expand his realm, primarily in the Baltic. He decimated the Russian elite in a paranoid orgy of executions as he tried to consolidate absolute power. And in a fit of rage, he killed the son who could have succeeded him, transforming the throne into an object of fierce competition among elite clans. What followed was a period of economic decline, famine, and conflict, including between an ambitious courtier, a courtier named Boris Godunov, who occupied the throne from 1598 until 1605, and an adventurous young man who claimed to be Ivan's son. The pretender, or false Dmitri, enjoyed the backing of the Polaki, the Polish-Lithuanian rulers, who coveted Russia's resources, as well as the support of Moscow's elites, and briefly, the Russian population. Godunov's death in 1605 quickly led to the triumph of the false Dmitri, who entered Moscow and declared himself the Tsar, only to be killed along with his Polaki, his Polish retinue, the following year by a disillusioned mob. Civil war and economic crises engulfed Russia as the ̔múta intensified. External enemies moved in. The Swedes came from the north. The Crimean Khanate, an arm of the Ottoman Empire, raided the south, and Polaki troops, Polish, ended up occupying the Kremlin itself. It's not even clear what enabled Russia to survive. Nationalist historians have argued it was an explosion of patriotism and religious faith among the Russian people. What is certain is that 12 rounds of mass conscription helped the Russians retake the Kremlin from the Polaki, the Poles, the Polak, Polish people, and gradually restore order. In 1613, Russians from all cross-sections of society elected the lawful Tsar, Mikhail Romanov, and peace with Western countries came 5 years later. In his lectures on Russian history published in 1904, the imperial historian Vasily Klyuchevsky argued that the ̔múta formed the underlying foundation of the modern way of life in Russia. Klyuchevsky said, "Studying that time feels like writing an autobiography." 120 years later, these words still hold true. A nuclear power with a sophisticated urban population, robust digital economy, and resilient financial system, Russia remains strangely antiquated when it comes to its socio-political structures and institutions, in some ways less modern even than the Greater Soviet Union. As the writer and dramatist Vladimir Sorokin wrote in February of 2022, at the beginning of Vlad's invasion of Ukraine, the principle of Russian power hasn't even remotely changed in the last 5 centuries. It is an exaggeration that nonetheless reveals deep insights. Every time Russia begins to more closely resemble modern Europe, some jolt sends the country back to its medieval origins. Half a century of industrialization and modernization ended in the horrors of the Russian Revolution and Bolshevik tyranny. 3 decades of struggle to overcome the Soviet's tyrant, Joseph Stalin's brutal legacy seemed to bear fruit under Mikhail Gorbachev, but ended in the collapse of 1991. Promising attempts to Europeanize the country in the 1990s eventually triggered the slide backward under Vladimir Putin. Putin's Russia does not resemble the communist dictatorship, but it is strangely archaic. In some ways, it seems better suited to the 17th century than to this century or the last. Gone is the cultural capital of the imperial and Soviet times. Gone are the idealistic socialists and the enlightened bureaucrats. Gone are the notions of chivalry and honor that inspired Kornilov to try to save Russia from chaos. One does not even find the squeamishness that prevented the KGB from massacring the Russian opposition in August of 1991 when a group of Soviet hardliners failed to seize power from Gorbachev. Humanistic and enlightened impulses that for decades propelled Russia's intellectual and social modernization are now underground. All that is left is a nearly operatic cast of figures. The isolated Tsar, the supine patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church, the treacherous courtiers, the money-grabbing warlords, and, finally, the audacious pretender, all of them acting according to the ancient scripts. There are plenty of role models for Prigozhin in the history of the Źchmuta. He could be a modern Vasily Shuisky, the scheming and mendacious courtier who plotted to kill the pretender. Another model could be the rebellious warlord and ex-prisoner Ivan Bolotnikov, who in August of 1606 led a ragtag army to Moscow with the aim of killing the elites and electing a people's czar. Defeated by government troops, he was betrayed by his associates, blinded, and drowned. For a single day, Prigozhin became a pretender to the throne in Moscow, the embodiments of the hopes, expectations, and grievances of millions of people. Yet to the great frustration of many on all sides, he quickly shirked this role. This means I have to try and describe the triangle of stability here. Our Lady Brooke Gibson personally and privately told me that she felt that Prigozhin and Putin cannot exist without the other, that they are basically siamized at the hip, so dependent on each other, sharing the same colostomy bag, so to speak, that they could do nothing against each other. Well, the narratives of the Źchmuta say more about Russia today than the narratives of 1917, which are misleading for many reasons. First, there is a Tsar in the Kremlin, not an impotent provisional government like the one in power in 1917. And nowhere, not even in the murkiest corners of Western libraries, are there Russian radicals such as Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky. Moreover, there can be no comparison between Prigozhin and Kornilov. The latter was ready to die for the country and for democratic principles, and did so less than a year after his failed march to Petrograd, on another march to liberate Russia from the Bolsheviks. Prigozhin, by contrast, is a mercenary leader who does not believe in anything. He is a cross between a courtier and a mob boss. He was incensed when his enemies, Putin's other courtiers, prevailed over him and decided to take away his business, his money, and his private army. He never intended to become the next Tsar, and his mutiny was not a careful plot to seize power, but rather a desperate act to prevent Wagner from being dissolved. The Źchmuta also provides a useful framework for understanding both the brittleness and the resilience of the Russian state. In the early 17th century, stability depended on the interactions of four centers of power, 3 domestic and 1 foreign: the Tsar, the elites, the people, and external enemies. During the Źchmuta, Russia was embroiled in almost constant wars with its western neighbors, above all the Polaki-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Polish-Lithuanian nation, empire, really. The domestic triangle, however, was decisive in determining the outcome of this period. Everyone understood that without the Tsar, Russia would fall apart. The Russian elites, however, feared their own population more than they feared foreign enemies, and they were prepared to accept foreign rule, or at least to compromise with Western potentates, in order to prevent a mass upheaval from below and the redistribution of wealth. Yet every time they supported a Western-backed pretender such as false Dmitri, the masses rallied behind the Tsar, religion, and Russian statehood. The civil war in Russia ended in a new Leviathan, a covenant between the elites, the people, and the Tsar. This domestic power triangle still holds sway over Russia today. The Prigozhin mutiny weakened the Tsar, denting Putin's authority and image. His wooden appearances on TV screens at times when people were asleep called to mind the troubled days of the 1991 through 1993 period. Putin did not know what to say, and even his warning about another 1917 sounds feckless. One does not stop a coup d'etat by telling people how bad it would be if the plotters succeed. Putin did not lead and did not take full responsibility for the chaos. His threats rang hollow. As farcical as it was, therefore, the putsch made the Russian dictator weaker than before. Yet the fact that Putin is weak does not mean the end of his rule is near. Russian elites, the military, and the people did not side with an adventurous warlord against Putin because they rightfully suspected that squabble and chaos would only hurt themselves, leading to another ̶ChuōnggkgHuóuá with colossal financial losses and probably violence. The mutiny ended before the Russians were forced to take sides, but Prigozhin never stood a chance of winning over both the elites in Moscow and the broader population. The longer the war in Ukraine lasts, the greater the risk of another ̶ChuōnggkgHuóuá in Russia. Russian elites are once again divided from the masses, just as they were on the eve of the time of troubles. The figure of the Tsar is the only thing that unites them and allows the state to function. But if Putin suddenly disappears from the picture, his courtiers will face a stark choice: go down the road of Godunov and plunge the country into chaos, or circle the wagons, avoid an internecine struggle, and enable all groups to elect a new president, a new dictator, in emergency national elections. 3 days after the Prigozhin mutiny fizzled out, Putin addressed the Russian people once again, praising everyone, even the Wagner fighters, for their patriotic and sensible behavior. But he also mentioned the ̶ChuōnggkgHuóuá, a term of warning that is still understood by all Russians. The prospect of a nuclear power sliding into a modern time of troubles should scare Western countries as it scares the Russian people themselves. The odds of a quick transition from wartime autocracy to a more accommodating liberal regime in Moscow are long, and they are made longer still by the scripts of Russian history. Now, this side of the Atlantic, it's said that red states in America are trying to take us back to the 1950s, that atomic happy days. In fact, most are shooting for the 1870s, when women were the property of their husbands, poor children worked 12-hour days for pennies, queer people were invisible, and Black, Asian, Native American, and Hispanic people could be murdered with impunity. On the other hand, blue states have embraced 21st century values of inclusiveness, tolerance, education, healthcare, a clean environment, workers' rights, higher minimum wages and unionization, gun safety, paid sick leave, and are working to override the Electoral College to bring democracy to the race for president. Most have enacted gun control laws that often include assault weapon bans, outlawed forced captive audience union-busting meetings, expanded drug treatment programs, decriminalized marijuana, strengthened abortion rights protections, raised their minimum wages and are moving quickly to green their economies to mitigate climate catastrophe, global burning. They're offering protections to asylum seekers, women seeking medical care, and transgender individuals fleeing overt persecution in red states. They celebrate gay marriage and honor the holidays of religious minorities. Women and racial minorities make up large parts of their legislative bodies and occupy many of their governors' offices. In this, blue states are following the vision and values laid out by several of America's founders who helped create the first nation in world history, espousing the idea that nobody should have to live in poverty, and an important role of government was to prevent people from falling through the cracks. Thomas Paine, for example, laid out a proposal for what we today call Social Security in his pamphlet titled Agrarian Justice. And Thomas Jefferson created the nation's first totally free university, the University of Virginia. Half the delegates to the Constitutional Convention sprack against slavery as a curse against our nation's ideals, although it took a bloody war to end that peculiar institution, held so tightly in the grip of the 2,000 families of the House of Dixie. Even in the first years of our republic, the founding generation understood that caring for the public good was an essential function of government, as referenced in the preamble to the Constitution. President George Washington signed the first legislation providing federal funds for poorhouses that included food, clothing, shelter, and medical care, along with job training. 3 decades later, when the legislation was up for renewal, President James Madison, the father of the Constitution, vetoed a provision proposed by southern states that would have cycled those revenues through local churches, writing in his veto message that federal funding of churches, even for charitable anti-poverty purposes the government supported, would be a precedent for giving to religious societies as such a legal agency in carrying into effect a public and civil duty. Now, how did we get here? With all that I've just articulated, how did we get here? And what can we do about it? Ironically, it turns out that red states are able to carry out their campaign of reviving the old Confederacy and its values of patriarchy, anarchy, and wage slavery in large part because blue states are subsidizing them. While Donald Trump carried 2,497 counties in the 2020 election compared to Joe Biden's 477 counties, the blue counties Biden carried generate a total of 71% of this nation's economic activity. The fiscal health of blue states and counties, along with widespread red state poverty, exacerbated by red state tax breaks for the morbidly rich, accounts for the bizarre reality that blue states are subsidizing the brutal and retrograde policies of red states. The real welfare queens is the white trash sewer of shit of the Russified Red Republic, which must die that our democracy may thrive. A March 2023 report from the Rockefeller Institute lays out how glaring this appropriation of blue state revenue is by red states. In just New York, for example, it's been exposed that over a 5-year period, New York taxpayers have given $142.6 billion United States dollars more to the federal government than New York residents have received back in federal spending. As the Associated Press summarized in an article titled AP Fact Check subtitled Blue High Tax States Fund Red Low Tax States, Mississippi received $2.13 for every tax dollar the state sent to Washington in 2015, according to the Rockefeller study. West Virginia received $2.07. Kentucky got $1.90, and South Carolina got $1.71. Meanwhile, New Jersey received 74 cents in federal spending for tax every dollar the state sent to Washington. New York received 81 cents, Connecticut received 82 cents, and Massachusetts received 83 cents. California fared a bit better than the other blue states. It received 96 cents for every dollar the state sent to Washington.